Chapter 1. The Yin-Yang sect stands as one of the most formidable forces in the realm of cultivation, home to countless unparalleled fairies, whose allure has driven many cultivators to despair and vituperation. Why, despite the abundance of these ethereal beings, do they still face reproach? The answer lies in the sect's philosophy of cultivation, the harmony of yin and yang, mutual assistance, and the collective pursuit of enlightenment. They hold the belief that solitary yin cannot endure, nor can isolated yang flourish, thus encouraging their disciples to seek companions for joint cultivation. The notion of cultivating alongside a partner is indeed one of the myriad paths to enlightenment, and it is not inherently problematic. However, it is seldom heard of a fairy from the Yin-Yang sect who has but one partner throughout her life. This, too, is a facet of the cultivation journey, a quest for authenticity that resonates with one's innermost self. When a partner is unable to advance together, or when a more appealing cultivator appears, it is simply a matter of time before they part ways to seek new companions. It is often said that within the Yin-Yang sect, fairies change partners with greater frequency than they change garments. Imagine the typically aloof and regal fairies, each day within the sect, brimming with activity. How could one not feel a pang of sorrow? What exacerbates this heartache is the undeniable truth that the Yin-Yang sect has indeed produced a significant number of ascendants, prompting many fairies with fleeting lifespans to ultimately choose to join the sect in a final, desperate gamble. After all, where do you suppose all these extraordinary fairies in the Yin-Yang sect come from? This thought deepens the sorrow. Envision those celestial beings, revered and untouchable in the eyes of the world, arriving at the Yin-Yang sect. What a jarring image that conjures. Alas, it is too painful to contemplate, too painful to bear. Recently, the renowned Lin Qingyao, hailed as the most beautiful fairy of the transformation stage in Qingzhou, has joined the Yin-Yang sect. In an instant, lamentations echoed throughout, as countless cultivators found their hearts shattered. She is a formidable being of the transformation stage, capable of annihilating cities and landscapes with but a thought. The mere notion of her affiliation with the Yin-Yang sect is too heart-wrenching to fathom. Utter nonsense. It's all absolute drivel. Within the Yin-Yang sect, Li Chuan seethed with indignation. He had been misled by rumors, offering all his treasures and elixirs to the Yin-Yang sect, hoping for one final chance. Yet, nearly a year had passed without a single companion by his side. He sought out numerous senior sisters and junior sisters, but their responses were disheartening. Junior brother, it's not that I'm disparaging you, but one must possess self-awareness. As a cultivator at the third level of Qi refinement, how could you possibly seek a dual cultivation partner in me, a sister at the fourth level? Senior brother, although I am merely at the first level of Qi refinement, I am only 22 years old. You, on the other hand, are 49 and still at the third level. And look at your appearance, skinny and withered. You look more like you're 79. Senior brother, perhaps it would be best for you to avoid appearing before the junior sisters. Each time I see your countenance, my heart wavers. If you were to embrace me for dual cultivation, I fear I would be unable to concentrate on my practice. Li Chuan had even contemplated seeking companionship from junior sisters who had yet to enter the Qi refinement stage. Senior brother, it is not that junior sister is unwilling. The managing senior sister has already stated that your health is severely compromised and your time is limited. If junior sister were to bestow her first experience upon you, it would be but a frivolous waste. The managing senior sister has also warned that should you continue to disturb us, she shall have you apprehended. It will be prudent for you to depart swiftly. Even though celestial beings may change partners more frequently than garments, he finds himself excluded, a truth that pierces his heart deeply. Is it truly such a mark of disdain that he, in his frequent use of secret arts, has strained his body to the brink, resulting in a shortened lifespan and a prematurely aged appearance? In reality, it is quite common for individuals to wear a single exquisite garment for years, with some even donning the same attire for millennia. Thus, while rumors circulate that the celestial maidens of the Yin-Yang sect change partners with the same frequency as one might change clothes, they conveniently omit the fact that these maidens seldom alter their attire. Oh, what a disgrace to those who traverse realms. Li Chuan sighed deeply. while others who traverse realms conquer with ease. He, despite having cultivated immortality, at the age of 49, resembles a decrepit old man. He has even been affectionately dubbed Grandpa by a newly initiated junior sister, nearly bringing him to tears in the moment. In these times, the plight of those who traverse realms is far from enviable. Leaning against a pillar in the corridor, Li Chuan sighed once more, only to witness a pair of celestial lovers approaching. The man was extraordinarily handsome upon encountering such figures. He felt a wave of distaste and merely cast a fleeting glance. As for the woman, she was none other than Chu Mengyu, one of the 10 most stunning celestial maidens of the Qi refining stage, at the pinnacle of the 10th level of Qi refinement. Her visage was exquisitely picturesque, with eyes as clear and radiant as the brightest stars, skin as flawless and white as pristine jade, and a figure that was slender and graceful, her waist delicate like a willow, swaying in the breeze. She donned a flowing white gown, the fabric so light it seemed woven from the very clouds of the heavens, exuding an ethereal charm that rendered her almost otherworldly, pure as if untouched by the mortal realm. Li Chuan had glimpsed Chu Mengyu from afar before, and he was instantly struck by her celestial beauty. That evening, he and his 5 brothers had engaged in a lengthy discussion about her, never anticipating that he would witness her so closely today. Noticing the intimacy as Chu Mengyu and a young man entwined their fingers, Li Chuan deduced the identity of the gentleman Zhao Bingxian, her destined partner, a figure of renown in the outer sect, also possessing a mastery of the 10th level of Qi refinement. As they walked hand in hand, Li Chuan couldn't help but reminisce about the campus couples of his past life, whose fervent love and pure emotions evoked envy in those around them. Chu Mengyu parted her soft lips, her melodious voice instantly reaching Li Chuan's ears. The Foundation Establishment pill is truly exorbitant, priced at 5,000 spirit stones. I still lack over 2,000. I wonder how long it will take to gather that amount. Her delicate brows knitted together, a sight that tugged at one's heartstrings. Zhao Bingxian then reassured her, Sister Mengyu, fret not. I have an additional 1,000 spirit stones at my disposal. Once I pawn a few more items, I can easily provide the remaining 5,000. However, Chu Mengyu shook her head and smiled gently. Brother, you must understand that the sect prohibits accepting such favors, as it may lead to emotional entanglements that could jeopardize one's resolve on the path. It is strictly forbidden that if discovered, at best, I shall face a reduction in my benefits at worst, I shall be expelled from the sect. Is it your intention to harm me, senior brother? Zhao Bingxian hastily clarified. Sister, how could you say such a thing? I would never wish you harm. If necessary, I shall lend you assistance. A gentle breeze caressed, lifting Chu Mengji's flowing tresses, enhancing her ethereal demeanor. She softly replied, alone, too, is a form of grace. The slight curve of her lips stirred emotions within, causing Li Chuan's heart to beat wildly in resonance. Lacking in etiquette, Zhao Bingxian scoffed as they approached Li Chuan, who was unable to tear his gaze away from Chu Mengyu. He then admonished Li Chuan, not only do you fail to pay respects to your seniors, but you also regard my sister with lustful eyes. How did a person like you manage to infiltrate our Yin-Yang sect? Within the Yin-Yang sect, status is determined not by the order of entry, but by one's strength. Thus, despite Li Chuan's aged appearance, Zhao Bingxian still regarded himself as the senior. The sect espouses purity of thought, devoid of any lascivious intent. Even if the leader or elder's partners stood before them in the nude, their gaze should reflect only admiration and appreciation, rather than evasion or thoughts of further intimacy. Therefore, Zhao Bingxian's accusation of Li Chuan's gaze being lustful was an extreme denouncement within the context of the Yin-Yang sect. As Zhao Bingxian appeared poised to take action against Li Chuan, Chu Mengyu interjected, saying, Brother, why must you stoop to engage with this junior? He clearly has only recently embarked on his journey. His cultivation of temperament is evidently lacking. With the passage of years within the sect, he shall improve. Yet, brother, you have lingered in the sect for quite some time now. How is it that you allow such trivial matters to vex you? Your own cultivation of temperament could certainly benefit from further refinement, she added. From Chu Mengji's demeanor alone, It was evident that a disparity existed in their levels of temperament cultivation. Her tone was gentle, imbued with the poise and responsibility of an elder sister, which instantly filled Zhao Bingqian with a sense of shame. "Sister, your admonishment is well taken," he conceded. Li Chuan gazed at Chu Mengyu with unfeigned gratitude, realizing that had Zhao Bingqian truly resorted to violence, he would have been compelled to fight desperately. It was not that he lacked the will to fight for his life. Rather, the thought of risking everything for someone else's partner seemed an unworthy endeavor. Chu Mengyu smiled and nodded before departing with Zhao Bingqian. Li Chuan's heart inexplicably raced at the sight of her beauty. As the two walked farther away, he couldn't help but reflect. I have heard that before joining the sect, Chu Mengyu was a princess in a small realm of cultivators, greatly favored by her father and held in an esteemed position. Her composure and grace are indeed unparalleled compared to others. The others he referred to were, of course, the senior and junior sisters who had rebuffed him, each one contributing to his frustration. Once they had left, Li Chuan leaned against a pillar, lost in thought. He had not practiced his cultivation in quite some time after all. What was the point of striving to cultivate when one felt destined for demise? It would be far better to admire beautiful women. It is said that gazing upon them can extend one's lifespan, and perhaps indulging in this pastime could grant a few extra days of life. It is uncertain how much time had passed when a melodious voice broke through Li Chuan's reverie. "Junior brother, what could you be pondering so deeply?" Startled, Li Chuan snapped back to reality. To his astonishment, it was none other than Chu Mengyu who had returned. Chu's senior sister. The breathtaking beauty was so close that his heart nearly leapt from his chest. "Seeing me so flustered, could it be that you were thinking of me?" Chu Mengji's enchanting smile remained, reminiscent of the cherished moonlight in one's heart, captivating and unforgettable. No, Li Chuan hurriedly waved his hand. "The more you deny it, the more it confirms your thoughts of me. Pray tell, what were you contemplating?" Gazing into Chu Mengji's earnest eyes, Li Chuan felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Such innocence is truly overwhelming. He dared not confess that his mind had wandered to thoughts of her. In truth, there is no need for you to feel anxious. Given your disposition, your thoughts likely revolve around matters of romance. "Surely, I can deduce this," she remarked. Li Chuan refrained from responding, uncertain of Chu Mengji's intentions behind her candor. It is often said that the minds of those of royal lineage are the hardest to decipher. Having once been a princess, Chu Mengji's presence now evoked a sense of unease within Li Chuan. However, he could never have anticipated that her next words would be nothing short of astonishing. Is it possible that you, junior brother, wish to forge a celestial bond with your senior sister?" "In truth, such a notion is not entirely out of reach," Chu Mengyu remarked with a playful smile, her tone light as though she were engaged in casual conversation. Li Chuan, however, wore an expression of disbelief. "Senior sister, are you serious?" Those unacquainted with the ways of cultivation might be oblivious to the concept of forming a celestial bond. To put it simply, a long-term companion is referred to as a Tao partner, while a short-term connection can be termed a celestial bond. "Of course I am serious. Do you truly believe I would jest about such matters?" Chu Mengji's cheeks flushed, resembling a woman speaking to her beloved. Yet, there was no hint of coyness or awkwardness in her demeanor. Witnessing her unreserved attitude, Li Chuan remained skeptical. It was akin to him, in his past life, encountering a popular celebrity on the street who suddenly posed the question, "Care to take me out?" He thought to himself, "My goodness, I would sell everything I own just to have that opportunity." After regaining his composure, Li Chuan inquired, "What is it that you desire, senior sister?" Had he possessed extraordinary looks or talents, he would certainly not have posed such a question. However, he did not. So what is Chu Mengyu really here for? Surely, it cannot be merely to do good deeds and assist her junior brother in his solitary plight. Or perhaps, does she have a penchant for older individuals? Chu Mengyu did not respond to Li Chuan immediately. Instead, she inquired, "Junior brother, upon your entrance, do you know how many spirit stones you have contributed to the sect?" Li Chuan replied, "Magical artifacts, secret manuals, medicinal pills. Spiritual herbs and spirit stones, all totaled to 53,200 spirit stones. Chu Mingyo's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Over 50,000 spirit stones. Junior brother, you are indeed extraordinary. Anyone who joins the Yin-Yang sect midway is required to contribute their entire possessions, including the garments they wear at that moment. However, this is merely the most basic requirement and does not guarantee admission. That if the contribution does not meet the standard, one remains unqualified. Moreover, beyond contribution, one's aptitude is also scrutinized. If the aptitude is subpar, even sufficient contributions are of no avail. T is age. Li Chuan has only reached the third layer of qi refinement, which clearly indicates poor aptitude. Even his appearance does not conform to the standards of the Yin-Yang sect. Yet, the mere fact that he has gained entry implies one thing. His contributions were exceedingly substantial. Although Chu Mingyu had surmised this, she was still taken aback by the sum of over 50,000 spirit stones. After all, the standard for those at the 10th layer qi refinement is merely 3,000 spirit stones, as long as one's total possessions amount to 3,000 spirit stones. Coupled with a certain level of aptitude and appearance, they can join the Yin-Yang sect. That, of course, Li Chuan is not the sole exception. For instance, Su Yaoyue, acclaimed as the first fairy of the qi refinement stage, was pursued and left with no choice, possessing merely over 1,000 spirit stones. Yet due to her stunning beauty, she was admitted into the sect against the odds. Li Chuan's side, having many spirit stones, is of no use. They no longer belong to me, and in my pursuit of them over the years, I have ended up in this wretched state. Truly a case of losing more than gaining. It was only now that he understood the wisdom of the saying from his past life. No amount of wealth can compare to a healthy body. He toiled and struggled, possessing treasures and riches far exceeding those of his peers. Yet in the end, he could not even exchange them for a bit of ascendance. Thus, his desperation seemed like a tragic joke. Chu Mingyu, however, praised him. Though your aptitude may be lacking, you have only reached the third layer of qi refinement, and you appear to be merely around 70 years old. To amass such wealth in just a few decades is indeed remarkable. Li Chuan's expression twitched slightly as he weakly retorted, Senior sister, I'm actually only 49. The reason I appear so aged is due to the numerous dangers I've faced, each time forcibly using my strength beyond limits. Resulting in this appearance, Chu Mingyo's clear eyes brightened even further. Does that not make you even more impressive? In just 20 to 30 years, you have accumulated such wealth. She suddenly stepped closer to Li Chuan, her exquisite beauty unexpectedly drawing near to his ear, her warm breath sending a shiver down his spine. Li Chuan felt his hand being gently grasped by a soft hand, followed by a slender finger slipping through his partially closed palm. An enticing voice whispered in his ear, Junior brother, if you wish to forge a bond with your senior sister, it is quite simple. Just 1,000 spirit stones, and I shall be yours for a day. You have come to the Yin-Yang sect, I assume, to make a breakthrough, but without guidance your path will be fraught with difficulties that as a 10th layer qi refinement practitioner, I can easily guide you. Should you have any questions, you may always ask me. Li Chuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated Chu Mingyo's request to be so straightforward and simple. Merely spirit stones. Moreover, it came with the added benefit of cultivation guidance. This was the self-reliance of a fairy. Just moments ago, he had racked his brains, thinking that Chu Mingyu had some perilous task in mind. However, that being said, he currently had no savings apart from the monthly stipend from the sect, and acquiring 1,000 spirit stones in the short term would indeed be perilous. Yet, regardless of the difficulty, he must find a way to obtain them. Not for any other reason, but because Chu Mingyu is one of the 10 most beautiful fairies of the qi refinement stage. He could hardly contain himself. However, senior sister, 1,000 spirit stones seem a bit excessive, Li Chuan suddenly remarked. Chu Mingyo's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Li Chuan. You actually dare to negotiate? She could hardly believe that Li Chuan was attempting to haggle. Yet regarding the frequency, Li Chuan was unyielding, stating, Senior sister, I am but a dullard. I fear that a single day of instruction may not suffice for enlightenment. Thus, I naturally hope that senior sister could provide guidance for several days. Chu Mingyu looked at Li Chuan, both exasperated and amused. Then how many days do you propose? Her smile remained pure and beautiful. Li Chuan replied, 1,000 spirit stones for 4 days. Chu Mingyu's expression darkened instantly. Although a few additional days were not significant, the price Li Chuan offered diminished her value considerably, fearing that she might become enraged and walk away. Li Chuan hastily added, Senior sister must understand that for a practitioner at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, to save up 1,000 spirit stones would take several years to end the Qi refinement stage. Those with lower realms cannot produce such spirit stones, while those with higher realms must prepare for foundation establishment. I assume senior sister cannot afford to wait several years either. I will find a way to gather 1,000 spirit stones to seek your guidance within 6 months. After hearing Li Chuan's words, Chu Mingyu hesitated only slightly before declaring, 1,000 spirit stones for 2 days. That is my bottom line. Li Chuan smiled. Agreed. Once I gather 500 spirit stones, I will come to find you, so you may swiftly utilize the spirit stones. Chu Mingyu's expression froze, feeling as though Li Chuan had played a trick on her. She narrowed her eyes. Why not come to me once you have 100 spirit stones? Don't tell me you actually plan to do that. Li Chuan indeed harbored such thoughts, but feared that expressing them would provoke Chu Mingyu's ire. Thus, he intended to wait until he had gathered 100 spirit stones before approaching her. I will await your visit. Remember, do not speak of this to anyone, Chu Mingyu said as she prepared to leave. Only to be stopped by Li Chuan. Wait, senior sister. What is it now? Chu Mingyu crossed her arms, wearing a look that suggested she was bracing for another trick. Li Chuan said, What you just said has left me in a dreamlike state. I fear that you are merely jesting with me, attempting to amuse yourself at my expense. Then what do you wish for? She smirked. Surely you do not wish to test it out now. With a playful smile, Chu Mingyu gazed at Li Chuan. His eyelids twitched, nearly blurting out that such a notion was not entirely unfeasible. He replied, All I ask is for a kiss from senior sister, so I may know that you are not toying with me. Chu Mingyu did not refuse. Instead, she raised a delicate hand, pointing to her fair face. Do you wish to kiss here? Or here? She placed her slender hand on her soft lips, wearing an expression of innocence that mingled with temptation, leaving Li Chuan utterly unable to restrain himself as he cradled her delicate face. Of course, I mean the lips. Li Chuan leaned in. Seeing that Chu Mingyu not only did not shy away, but even leaned in closer, Li Chuan felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. This was no dream. He was truly kissing Chu Mingyu, one of the 10 fairest maidens of the Qi refinement stage. It was all so effortless, and she had even come to him willingly. Time slipped away, and eventually, Li Chuan was pushed away by Chu Mingyu. Have you forgotten, junior brother? Do you wish to continue this until the end of time? Chu Mingyu chided playfully, gazing at her flushed cheeks. Radiant and enchanting, Li Chuan found himself swallowing hard. He still yearned for more kisses. Senior sister, he said, reaching in his robe to produce a small porcelain bottle, looking at Chu Mingyu with eager anticipation. This bottle contains the remaining medicinal pills given to me by the sect over the past 6 months, worth about 10 spirit stones. By my calculations, it should suffice for a bond lasting a stick of incense. Senior sister, Li Chuan's sentence trailed off as he noticed the frost on Chu Mingyu's face. Junior brother, have you come solely to ruin my peace of mind? Chu Mingyu almost spat the words through clenched teeth. After making her move so courageously, this time of initiative nearly cost her a lifetime of introversion. Going from 1,000 spirit stones for a day to 500 spirit stones for a day was one thing. But now he wanted to break it down to 50 times, making it merely 10 spirit stones for a stick of incense. She felt as though he had reduced her personal worth from 500 spirit stones a day to a mere 10 spirit stones a day. And according to the equivalent exchange, it seemed there was no fault in his reasoning. Senior sister, let us speak of trade as trade. There is no need to be upset. You must understand that your temperament and cultivation is still lacking. Li Chuan, perceiving the gentle Bai Yue Guang transforming into a ferocious maternal tyrannosaurus, promptly withdrew the porcelain vase with an astute awareness. Following the kiss he shared with Chu Mingyu, the dynamics had shifted. He had previously been apprehensive of her possible regret. Now, with Chu Mingyu generously bestowing upon him half a teacup's worth of kissing time, it was evident how much she valued this exchange. Thus, Li Chuan naturally began to probe, seeking to subdivide the moments further. Chu Mingyu inhaled deeply, a gentle smile re-emerging on her face, her voice softening as she said with an air of apology. Junior brother, you are right. It is indeed my fault. I offer my sincerest apologies. It seems that I have yet to attain the state of mind that remains unaffected by external joys or sorrows. Li Chuan was taken aback by her graciousness. Appreciating her attentiveness, he swiftly helped her to her feet, grasping her hand as he reassured her, Sister, there is no need for such formality. I am not a petty person. His words, however, seemed to imply that the fault lay solely with Chu Mingyu. She smiled, her lips pursed, and remarked, You are truly unlike the other senior brothers. Being with you is quite the test of character. I fear that my Tao heart may falter and jeopardize my foundational cultivation. Upon hearing this, Li Chuan realized the reason behind Chu Mingyu's exceptional service attitude. It was a concession made for the sake of her foundational cultivation. Achieving the state was not merely a matter of reaching the 10th level of qi refinement and consuming a foundational elixir. It required a harmonious integration of essence, energy, and spirit, where both physical condition and emotional entanglements would play a significant role. It has been passed down through the ages that prior to establishing a foundation, one must avoid conflicts and disputes with others. Chu Mingyu typically shunned confrontation, and even more so before her foundational cultivation, to prevent any lingering resentments. Although her foundational advancement might still be 6 months to a year away, any moment of anger could potentially impact her progress, and she preferred to avoid such risks. Lowering her gaze at Li Chuan's hand clasping hers, she smiled sweetly and advised, Junior brother, moderation is key. Her composure was truly remarkable. Suddenly, Li Chuan pulled her into an embrace, exclaiming, I wish to request a little more time in advance from you. With that, he leaned in to kiss her again, eager to indulge in this pleasure. However, Chu Mingyu let out a playful laugh and swiftly escaped his embrace, retreating as she chided, Junior brother, I had no idea you possessed such cunning at your age. No wonder you amass such wealth at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Knowing that I am refraining from expressing my anger towards you, you take full advantage. Let us meet again another time. Feigning anger, Li Chuan retorted, Sister, I am only 49, to which she replied, In my eyes, there is no distinction. Indeed, it was all about service, he thought to himself, casting a sly remark, watching the enchanting figure of Chu Mingyu fade into the distance. He couldn't help but reflect. The Yin-Yang sect is truly a paradise for men. Just a glimpse reveals the allure of a celestial beauty like Chu Mingyu seeking to forge a connection. What are the other fairies? After all, the sect's teachings included a phrase that stated, Do not confine yourself within a decaying vessel that, the time, Li Chuan had dismissed such notions as they were commonplace. Yet, Chu Mingyu's recent behavior resonated deeply with this principle. In discussing connections, she exhibited no trace of embarrassment, her demeanor reflecting an unperturbed acceptance of the situation that owe her. It was merely a natural occurrence. Her only concern seemed to be the potential repercussions should her Tao partner, Zhao Bingqian, become aware, fearing it might lead to harm against Li Chuan. Li Chuan had previously been puzzled as to why the Yin-Yang sect had confiscated all his belongings upon his entry, leaving him with nothing. Now, he began to understand. Imagine if a celestial maiden entered under similar circumstances, stripped of all possessions, how would she swiftly acquire cultivation resources? While the sect distributed resources monthly, these were insufficient to sustain serious cultivation endeavors. A prestigious sect such as this, withholding essential foundational elixirs and forbidding disciples from accepting any outside assistance, was essentially encouraging everyone to pursue their own means of acquiring spirit stones. The question of how to earn those stones was indeed worth pondering. However, when considering the exorbitant costs, those fortunate enough to forge connections through spirit stones were few and far between. After all, cultivation resources were limited, and most individuals had their own Tao partners. Hence, this privilege was reserved for a select few. How could one possibly earn spirit stones? Li Chuan began to contemplate. Since joining the sect, he had been entirely preoccupied with finding a Tao partner, neglecting his sect duties, and, as a result, he found himself without any weapons. In this world, numerous immortal ruins existed. He was aware of at least a dozen. Yet, these were places he had previously deemed perilous, and now, without any protective artifacts, Venturing there would be tantamount to courting death. Initially, he had possessed a life-bound treasure, an obscure black book which he believed to be invaluable. However, it proved unusable. This was his own folly. Upon obtaining the book during his first level of qi refinement, he recklessly refined it into a life-bound treasure. Convinced of its extraordinary properties, he had thought that even if the black book lacked any special abilities, its indestructibility would shield him from countless fatal blows. Yet he had never anticipated that once refined, it would become irretrievable from his body. As he pondered the black book, he felt a stirring within, and to his astonishment, the book began to radiate a crimson light. Suddenly, words emerged. Fortune and Destiny Immortal Classic. As the black book opened, text appeared on the previously blank pages. Fortune Master, Li Chuan lifespan, 49 years, 50 years realm. Third level of Qi refinement fortune. 10 spirit plant technique. Requires 1 fortune to learn. Talisman crafting. Requires spirit plant technique at level 2 and realm at first level of Qi refinement. Puppet technique. Requires spirit plant technique and talisman crafting at level 1 and realm at third level of Qi refinement. Alchemical technique. Requires spirit plant technique and talisman crafting at level 2 and realm at 5th level of Qi refinement. Refining technique. Requires spirit plant technique and talisman crafting at level 2 and realm at 8th level of Qi refinement. Formation technique. Requires spirit plant technique at level 3, talisman crafting at level 2, and realm at first level of foundation establishment. Beast mastery. Requires spirit plant technique. Alchemical technique, refining technique, and formation technique at level 3, and realm at first level of core formation. Gazing at this simple panel, Li Chuan was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. After 49 years of hardship, he had finally received this boon that it was all the fault of those online novels that misled him, proclaiming that a heart devoid of feminine distractions would naturally cultivate divinely, suggesting that women merely hindered the speed of cultivation. He had foolishly believed such nonsense, dedicating years to cultivation while keeping a distance from women, only to find himself in this predicament. Had he known that activating the black book would be so straightforward, he would have spared himself the suffering. Truly, he had brought this upon himself. In a moment of clarity, an enigmatic understanding immersed him, revealing concise information about the Fortune and Destiny Immortal Classic within his mind. The term fortune was easily understood, representing blessings and the ties that bestow them. The word Immortal Classic indicated its connection to cultivation. Acquiring rare treasures, spirit herbs, and elixirs constituted fortune. Discovering paradises and exploring immortal relics was fortune. Sudden enlightenment leading to breakthroughs in cultivation was fortune. The fortune within the classic provided a straightforward benefit, a daily allocation of 1 fortune. In other words, he need not lift a finger, for fortune shall descend upon him from the heavens. The daily cap on the fortune he can acquire is merely 1 day. As for whether this limit will increase or if there will be additional methods to obtain fortune in the future, Li Chuan is currently unable to ascertain. With the presence of a guiding hand, he feels elated, caring little for the specifics. With a mere thought, the spirit planting technique is instantly activated. Spirit planting technique. First rank level 01. First rank spirit plant identification level 01. 1 SD rank spirit soil identification level 01. 1 SD rank spirit seed cultivation level 01. 1 SD rank spirit planting level 01. In an instant, a torrent of information regarding the spirit planting technique floods Li Chuan's mind. To his astonishment, the categories of first-rank spirit plants exceed 100,000, yet only a mere 10,000 possess beneficial effects suitable for consumption or alchemical refinement. Furthermore, over 100,000 of these first-rank spirit plants harbor toxins detrimental to living beings, while the remainder offers little benefit or conflicts with other spirit plants, rendering them unsuitable for consumption or alchemy. The complexities of spirit soil identification, spirit seed cultivation, and spirit planting are equally daunting. It dawns on Li Chuan that the intricacies of the spirit planting technique are far greater than he had imagined. In oh wonder, he often heard tales of cultivators whose spirit fields yielded nothing, their spirit flowers and grasses withering away. In the past, he would scoff at such cultivators, mocking their inability to tend to even flowers and grasses, questioning their worthiness of pursuing immortality. Indeed, it appears that the uninitiated can only spectate. However, he has now become well-versed in this knowledge. The sole drawback of cultivating spirit plants is the time it consumes. Yet as long as the plants thrive, they can be quite lucrative in comparison to spirit planting. Li Chuan finds himself more inclined towards spirit plant identification. One of the most powerful sects of the current era. The Yin-Yang sect possesses numerous small worlds teeming with spirit plants. Even though he currently resides in the Qingzhou Min mountain branch of the Yin-Yang sect, the sect controls several such locales. If he ventures forth to seek out rare first-rank spirit plants, he should be able to acquire fortune points. Moreover, selling the spirit plants will enable him to swiftly seek out Chu Mingyu to forge a celestial bond. With this thought in mind, Li Chuan focuses again. And the first-rank spirit plant identification promptly upgrades to level 702, costing him a total of 8 fortune points, leaving him with just 1 point remaining. The first 5 levels require only 1 fortune point each for upgrades. Thus, the expenditure is minimal. Receiving an initial allocation of 10 points is indeed a generous benefit. Li Chuan's spirit has undergone a profound transformation. His countenance is now devoid of despondency. Brimming instead with zeal, he hops onto his little black tome and swiftly makes his way to the sect's task hall. Utilizing his innate magical artifact for flight demands considerable spiritual energy. Yet lacking a flying sword, he finds himself at a loss. Upon arriving at the task hall, he approaches a senior brother responsible for assigning tasks related to the collection and transplantation of spirit herbs, spirit flowers, and spirit plants, only to be informed that he must possess sect certification as a spirit plant master to undertake such tasks and enter the corresponding small worlds. After all, the small worlds house many rare spirit plants that ordinary disciples may not recognize, leading to potential wastefulness. Li Chuan understands this rationale, but finds it hard to accept. The certification assessment requires a month's advance application, and he wishes to wait not a moment longer. Fortunately, there are many kind-hearted individuals in this world. Junior brother, if you wish to venture into a small world to seek spirit plants for earning spirit stones and contributing to the sect, there is indeed a way. Li Chuan's eyes brighten as he eagerly gazes at the speaking youth. I humbly request your guidance, senior brother. The youth, named Zhou Hanhua, is at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Though he may not rival Zhao Bingxian in looks, he is certainly above average, far surpassing Li Chuan in appearance. With a smile gracing his features, he regards Li Chuan, but does not provide an immediate answer. Li Chuan, grasping the implications, silently curses while skillfully reaching into his robe to produce a small porcelain vial, offering it forth. Senior brother, a small token of my esteem. Please accept it. Zhou Hanhua's expression brightens as he accepts it, believing he has struck gold with a naive newcomer. However, upon opening the vial, he discovers it contains but a single lower-grade spirit-nourishing pill. Causing his smile to vanish, he speaks coolly. This is merely a first-rank lower-grade spirit-nourishing pill. I have no need for it. It is not that he does not need it, but rather that it is worth at most 1 spirit stone. Typically, a porcelain vial can contain 10 to 20 pills. He had hoped for 7 or 8, but receiving only 1 from Li Chuan drastically lowers his expectations. He casually returns the vial, but Li Chuan does not accept it, instead presenting him with another vial. Pushing it back toward him, casting a glance at Li Chuan, Zhou Hanhua opens the vial once more to a first-rank lower-grade fatigue relief pill. I have no need for this either. This time he speaks more slowly, his rejection less resolute. Though it too contains but a single pill, the fatigue relief pill is significantly more valuable, fetching 2 to 3 spirit stones. Senior brother, I am also newly arrived at the sect, and all I possess are the provisions issued by the sect. I kindly ask for your assistance. Li Chuan implores, extending yet another vial, a first-rank lower-grade heart-nourishing pill. Very well. Senior brother shall assist you this once. Zhou Hanhua collects all 3 vials, turning to retrieve a wooden token from behind the counter, handing it to Li Chuan. Several fellow disciples are currently cultivating and planting in Small World No. 1. They are recruiting individuals for miscellaneous tasks. With this task token, you may enter under the guise of a hired hand. Li Chuan's brow furrows at once. How much can one earn for menial tasks? Moreover, he had specifically sought a task for collection and transplantation. However, Zhou Hanhua's explanation was not yet complete. He continued, Small World Number 1 is the first small world discovered by our branch, and a significant portion remains unclaimed. Once you enter, you can seek out spirit plants in those areas. Whether you find any or not is entirely up to you. Ichuan's understanding deepens. It seems he misjudged the other's intentions. One cannot blame him for seeking spirit stones after all. Indeed, there is a method to the madness. Thank you, senior brother, he replies gratefully, accepting the wooden token and departing in high spirits after registering. After his departure, a fellow disciple approached Zhou Hanhua, exclaiming, Tiske, Zhou junior brother, you accepted that junior brother's offering of items worth 5 spirit stones, and yet sent him to Small World No. 1 that small world has existed for several hundred years, having been scoured by countless sect brothers and uncles, so what spirit plants could possibly remain? You are truly deceiving him. Zhou Hanhua remains unfazed. Brother Zhao. You may be mistaken. The items he provided are worth at most 4.5 spirit stones. As for Small World Number 43, it was only recently opened, and we are yet to ascertain the number of rare spirit plants within. How could he be allowed entry there? You saw for yourself. He is clad in mere ordinary garments, without even a single precious article, clearly just a novice. Even if he possesses some knowledge of spirit plant identification, it pales in comparison to the comprehensive knowledge within our Yin-Yang sect. An uncertified spirit plant master entering would only lead to the destruction of those rarities. Zhou Hanhua adopts a tone of strict adherence to sect rules. While Zhao Mingxian finds his demeanor amusing, he has witnessed Zhou Hanhua grant access to Small World Number 43 before, for offerings not much greater than what Li Chuan provided, tasked with assigning extermination duties. He finds himself envious of Zhou Hanhua's role in overseeing spirit plant collection and transplantation. The competition must indeed be fierce if a mere third-layer Qi refinement disciple resorts to menial labor. The disciples guarding the entrance to Small World Number 1 watch as Li Chuan vanishes from sight, unable to suppress their relief. Fortunately, they had greased the wheels with some spirit stones, securing this straightforward, rewarding task. The boundary of the small world serves as a spatial passage, generally stable and resistant to destruction, overseen by the Yin-Yang sect to prevent excessive entry and consequent chaos and ruin. After years of cultivating immortality, Li Chuan has traversed several small worlds. Upon entering the first small world, he did not feel any sense of novelty. Instead, he immediately soared into the sky, observing his surroundings. What met his gaze was a landscape of spiritual fields and soil, with disciples of the Yin-Yang sect bustling about. In truth, he had already anticipated this scene upon hearing Zhou Hanhai mention the first small world. Given that it was the first small world ever discovered, it had undoubtedly been explored countless times, rendering the search for first-tier spiritual plants nearly impossible. Nevertheless, he was immensely pleased to have gained entry. For with his level 7 identification skills, he could recognize 95 of the first-tier spiritual plants in existence. In this branch of the Yin-Yang sect, he was undoubtedly a unique presence. Even if one were to consider the ancient masters of the sect, few could rival his capabilities. He believed that within this vast small world, there would surely be overlooked spiritual plants waiting for him to discover. Glancing swiftly over the distant thicket, Li Chuan flew towards it without hesitation. During his flight, he estimated that the cultivation rate of this small world spiritual land was approximately 30, with large expanses of spiritual fields appearing every 1 to 2 miles. Among these, spiritual fields were predominant, as the demand for spiritual rice was high, making cultivation convenient. Although the profits were somewhat modest, the simplicity of the task was its appeal. After flying several miles, Li Chuan dove into a dense forest, which spanned only about 2 miles in circumference, surrounded by spiritual lands, indicating that it was frequently visited. Hoping for a fortuitous start, he began his search. An hour later, he crouched amidst a tangle of weeds, carefully excavating one of the plants. Fortune smiled upon him, for he had unearthed a first-tier dew grass. When he lifted this plant, which appeared indistinguishable from the surrounding weeds, the sunlight revealed a glistening droplet of dew atop its leaves, emanating a faint mist. While dew grass itself held no alchemical value, It had the remarkable ability to condense the surrounding spiritual energy into dew. This dew, whether consumed directly or combined with other spiritual foods, yielded excellent effects, akin to a hen that lays eggs. Its value was substantial, he chuckled to himself. It was worth at least 30 spiritual stones. With a contented flourish, Li Chuan cast a spell to seal the spiritual dew on the dew grass, and tucked it into his robe. Resuming his search, due to his unfamiliarity with the first small world, many areas had already been developed into spiritual lands, causing Li Chuan to take many detours and resulting in a significant expenditure of time. By the time he reached a densely forested area, it was already the following day. It must be said, however, that his harvest was quite commendable. He had found first-tier spirit leaf grass, an essential ingredient for alchemy. Although a single plant was worth only 2 spiritual stones, this one had mutated into a 3-leaf variety, making it reasonable to sell for 100 spiritual stones. It was amusing that others could not even recognize the 2-leaf spirit leaf grass. He also discovered a first-tier Qingling vine, worth 1 spiritual stone per meter, but this one was only half a meter long. He shrugged and decided to take it all. He also encountered a first-tier bitter spirit tree, whose fruit could enhance a cultivator's senses, making it an excellent auxiliary spiritual fruit for breakthroughs and desperate moments. Unfortunately, this tree was still young, and he estimated it could fetch only 200 spiritual stones. Had it been a century-old bitter spirit tree, he would have struck it rich. His thoughts wandered, contemplating the immense value of a century-old tree, which could easily be worth thousands of spiritual stones. Such well-known treasures would surely not remain undiscovered by others. As his fortune for the day accumulated, he promptly raised his spiritual plant identification skill to level 8. With level 8 identification, he could clearly discern the appearance of each type of spiritual plant at every stage. A remarkable stroke of luck indeed. However, he resolved not to be overly greedy. What was meant to be would eventually come to him. Seeing that he had made satisfactory gains, Li Chuan chose not to seek further in other areas. After thoroughly searching this patch of forest, he departed from the first small world. Originally, he had intended to earn 100 spiritual stones before seeking out Chu Mingyu, but he had already surpassed that goal. A man must honor his promises to himself. Upon entering the task hall, Li Chuan hurriedly approached the table, prompting Zhao Mingxian to nudge Zhou Hanhai, saying, "Junior brother Zhou, that disciple has returned, and he seems quite agitated. Could it be he is here to demand a refund for the elixirs?" Observing Li Chuan's brisk gait, Zhou Hanhai furrowed his brow and scoffed. He dares, unless he wishes to forfeit his opportunities to undertake spiritual plant tasks under my guidance. As the two conversed, Li Chuan reached the table and quickly produced his previous findings, placing them before Zhou Hanhai. "Senior brother, I didn't anticipate such good fortune. I truly discovered quite a number of spiritual plants. I would appreciate it if you could settle the accounts for me." Staring at the items on the table, both Zhou Hanhai and Zhao Mingxian were left speechless. Zhao Mingxian exclaimed in astonishment, "These are all from the first small world?" Having visited the first small world numerous times himself, he had never encountered anyone who could gather spiritual plants as swiftly as Li Chuan did this time. Zhou Hanhai picked up the dew grass from the table, staring wide-eyed at Li Chuan. "What is this, dew grass? Senior brother doesn't recognize dew grass." Li Chuan replied, bewildered. It was rather unprofessional for a disciple responsible for spiritual plants to be unaware of such a common variety. "I certainly know this is dew grass. What I meant was," Zhou Hanhai pointed to the plump droplet of water on the dew grass, saying, "Don't tell me this is spiritual dew. A droplet this size must be at least 3 years old. Just this droplet alone could be worth 7 spiritual stones. Even if the dew grass resembles ordinary grass, how could it remain undiscovered for 3 years?" Li Chuan was left speechless. It seemed that their ineptitude had led them to overlook this treasure, and now they blamed him. Wait a minute, 3-year-old dew should be worth 14 or 15 spiritual stones, not just 7. This fellow was trying to take advantage of him to AT that moment. A gentle female voice suddenly floated in from the room beside Zhao Mingxian. "Zhou Hanhai, how is it that you do not even recognize spiritual dew? Bring it over for me to see." "Yes, senior sister Mo," Zhou Hanhai replied respectfully, then entered the room with the dew grass. Not long after, Li Chuan heard a faint sound of sucking, followed by senior sister Mo's voice. Indeed, this is 3-year-old spiritual dew. The spiritual energy contained within is remarkably pure. Then came Zhou Hanhai's flattery. It is indeed Senior Sister Mo's keen insight that enables her to discern the truth at a glance. Li Chuan initially believed that Senior Sister Mo truly had an exceptional eye for detail. However, when Zhou Hanhai emerged from the room holding the dew grass, he noticed that the droplet of spiritual dew had visibly diminished by half, causing Li Chuan's lips to twitch slightly. It turned out it was not a discerning eye, but rather a case of gluttony. Why didn't he just drink it all? Returning to face Li Chuan, Zhou Hanhai informed him, "This dew grass is worth 15 spiritual stones, and the spiritual dew is worth 7 spiritual stones, totaling 22 spiritual stones." Afterward, Zhou Hanhai picked up the mutated spirit leaf grass and inquired, "What about this?" Li Chuan did not respond directly, but instead asked, "Senior brother, why is it only 22 spiritual stones? This price seems rather off." "Off? It's not just off. It's directly half the value." Zhao Mingxian chimed in with a smile. "Junior brother may not be aware, but any items sold by sect disciples to the sect will have half their value converted into sect contributions. Thus, while you receive 22 spiritual stones, you've also earned 22 points of sect contribution." Noticing that Li Chuan seemed to contemplate a reversal of his decision, he added, "You need not think about selling these items outside the sect. Remember, it was mentioned during your initiation that all items obtained within the sect's small world must be sold exclusively to the sect. Private sales are considered a grave offense." Li Chuan had initially forgotten this detail, but Zhao Mingxuan's reminder jogged his memory. "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother." After expressing his gratitude to Zhao Mingxian, he then told Zhou Hanhai, "What you're holding is a 3-leaf spirit leaf grass, a variant of the spirit leaf grass." Upon hearing this, Zhou Hanhai immediately made his way to the adjacent room once more. "I must ask Senior Sister Mo to appraise this. Senior Sister Mo, could you kindly assess this mutated spirit leaf grass?" Before long, Li Chuan heard the faint sound of chewing. Then Senior Sister Mo's voice rang out, "This does indeed have the authentic flavor of spirit leaf grass. And the spiritual energy contained within is several dozen times that of ordinary spirit leaf grass. It is undoubtedly a mutated variant." When Zhou Hanhai returned with a mutated spirit leaf grass, it had transformed into 2.5 leaves. Li Chuan finally grasped the situation. Zhou Hanhai was not genuinely ignorant, but was rather using this opportunity to curry favor with his superior. He was shamelessly letting Senior Sister Mo evaluate everything, blatantly consuming the sect's resources without any hesitation, and yet it was such a waste to consume the spirit leaf grass directly, as its effects would be significantly diminished. He also deduced who the Senior Sister Mo in the room was. Mo Xiangling, the administrator of the task hall, was also one of the top 10 beauties in the Qi refinement stage of the sect. He had often heard disciples mention her name within the Yin-Yang sect. It was said that she possessed considerable talent, and after joining the sect, she would break through every 2 or 3 years. Yet, she had been stuck at the 10th level of Qi refinement for a decade. Some claimed that she could have established her foundation long ago, but her delay was intended to solidify her foundation during the Qi refinement period. However, in Li Chuan's view, this was not about laying a foundation at all. It was clearly a matter of not having had enough to eat in this task hall. Even if one consumed only 10 spirit stones worth of food each day, it would amount to several thousand spirit stones over a year. Yet, just those 2 bites had already surpassed the value of 10 spirit stones. Unable to resist, Li Chuan picked up the Qingling vine and said, "I am not sure if this is Qingling vine. Why don't you, senior brother? Let Senior Sister Mo appraise it." Zhou Hanhua shot Li Chuan a fierce glare upon hearing this. Was he to present a vine worth less than half a spirit stone to Senior Sister Mo? Was he that foolish? Li Chuan then picked up the bitter spirit tree and suggested, "This fine specimen, wouldn't it be great for Senior Sister to appraise?" Zhao Mingxian chuckled from the side, saying, "Who doesn't he know that the leaves of the bitter spirit tree are exceedingly bitter? If you truly present it to Senior Sister Mo, neither of you will escape unscathed." He didn't shy away from the notion of Senior Sister Mo tasting it. This indicated that it was a well-understood, even openly discussed, unspoken rule among them. Zhou Hanhua began to tally up the items. 15 dew grass, 7 spirit dew, 3 variants of leaf spirit grass, 60 qingling vines, and 95 bitter spirit trees, totaling 177 spirit stones and 177 points of sect contribution. Since the qingling vine didn't even amount to 1 spirit stone, Zhou Hua simply placed it among the spirit leaf grass. After finishing, he glanced at Li Chuan and remarked, "It seems you don't even possess a Qingquan bag. According to regulations, all disciples of our Yin-Yang sect must carry a sect-forged Qingquan bag, so the sect can monitor their movements at all times. The Qingquan bag costs 100 contribution points, and the contribution record jade token costs 50 points, totaling 150 points. Go over there and collect them from the senior sister." Zhou Hanhua handed Li Chuan 177 spirit stones and wrote him a note. The Qingquan bag of the Yin-Yang sect could pinpoint a disciple's location within a certain range. If the owner of the bag died or the restrictions were broken, the Qingquan bag would automatically return to the Yin-Yang sect, a fact Li Chuan was aware of. "Thank you, senior brother. May I inquire about your names?" "Zhou Hanhua," came the simple reply. Zhao Mingxian, however, was considerably more enthusiastic. "I am Zhao Mingxian. You may call me Zhao, senior brother. I primarily handle hunting tasks, so if you wish to stretch your muscles and gain practical experience, feel free to seek me out." He didn't mention earning spirit stones, as hunting tasks, although lucrative, were still far inferior compared to Li Chuan's recent haul. Yet he was unaware that Li Chuan's combat experience was remarkably rich. Few could compare at this chi refinement stage, given that it had been earned through life and death struggles. "All right, Zhao senior brother, I will certainly seek you out in the future." After bidding farewell to the two, Li Chuan proceeded to another area to exchange for the Qingquan bag and contribution jade token. The person in charge was a senior sister, quite beautiful and possessing a gentle demeanor, causing Li Chuan to once again marvel at the commendable service awareness of the fairy-like figures in the Yin-Yang sect. The contribution token resembled a bank card from Li Chuan's previous life, displaying his contribution value, which would update in real time with any changes made within the sect. Once all was settled, Li Chuan used the remaining 27 contribution points and 6 spirit stones to acquire a cheap flying sword. Originally priced at 30 contribution points, Li Chuan had to exchange it at a rate of 2-to-1 due to insufficient contributions. With a heart full of excitement, he dashed out of the task hall and soared toward the outer disciples' residential area. The thought of soon embracing and indulging in the beauty of Chu Mengyu, one of the top 10 beauties in the Qi refinement stage, left him in a state of fervor. After years devoid of women, the sudden release of pent-up desires was beyond his imagination. After some inquiries, Li Chuan finally arrived at the door of Chu Mengyu's room. He raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. As the sound echoed, his heart raced even faster. When the door swung open, the smile on Li Chuan's face faded instantly. How could he have forgotten about that unfortunate fellow? He thought to himself. Opening the door was Zhao Bingxian, and throughout the journey, Li Chuan had been so preoccupied with the anticipated encounter with Chu Mengyu that he had indeed overlooked this important figure. "You? What are you doing here?" Zhao Bingxian furrowed his brow as he regarded Li Chuan. This time, his tone was not particularly harsh, suggesting that Chu Mengyu's previous words had held some effect. "Senior brother, I'm looking for senior sister Chu." Li Chuan replied, a sudden thrill surging within him. The thrill of asking another S-partner for a rendezvous. What a guilty pleasure. "She isn't here. What business do you have with her?" Zhao Bingxian scrutinized Li Chuan from head to toe and continued. "I advise you not to harbor any inappropriate thoughts about your senior sister Chu. She is not the kind of person you can approach, let alone whether she will pay you any mind. As her partner, I warn you that if you persist in your pursuit, don't blame me for disregarding our brotherhood and taking action against you. There are always those who fail to recognize their own limitations." Hoping to win over the senior sister's favor, Zhao Bingxian had encountered many such individuals and had even dealt with 2 disciples at the first level of Qi refinement who had been infatuated with Chu Mengyu. In Zhao Bingxian's eyes, Li Chuan was just such a person. Undeniably, his assessment was accurate. Li Chuan feigned a despondent expression, sighing, "Senior sister must have guessed that my time is limited. I don't know when I may pass away. I don't wish for my departure to hinder senior sister's foundation establishment. Therefore, as soon as I earned some spirit stones, I came to find senior sister. After all, spirit stones in senior sister's hands belong to her. If I were to wait until I earned a full 500 spirit stones before seeking her out, I fear unforeseen accidents may occur. For instance, if I were to earn 490 spirit stones and then meet my end. Senior sister would receive not a single one of those spirit stones. Wouldn't that be a pity? Hearing this, Chu Mingyu nearly burst into laughter from anger. Her expression, a blend of slight displeasure and playful rebuke, rendered her even more enchanting. However, Li Chuan's words slightly swayed her resolve. Earning a massive amount of spirit stones in a short time was inherently risky. If what Li Chuan said were true and an accident occurred, she would indeed end up with nothing. Not having seen these 50 spirit stones was one thing, but now that she held them in her hand, Chu Mingyu found herself reluctant to return them. Observing her hesitation, Li Chuan seized the opportunity and proposed, "Senior sister, let us find a place to discuss this further." As Li Chuan embraced Chu Mingyu and soared away on his sword, the townsfolk below erupted in a frenzy. Heavens, that fairy is being held by that lecherous old man. What lecherous old man? Can't you see that others can fly too? He is also a celestial elder. Be careful. If the celestial elder hears this, he might come back and twist your pig's head off. Isn't it said that celestial elders of the Yin Yang sect are either youthful and handsome, scholarly middle-aged, or elderly with an ethereal demeanor? Is this old man really one of them? He must be a celestial elder of the Yin Yang sect. After all, it's a rule that the fairies of the Yin Yang sect are forbidden from engaging in any intimate interactions with male cultivators outside the sect. Quick, help me up. I want to continue my cultivation. I want to join the Yin Yang sect. Oh dear grandfather, you spent your whole life cultivating and have no connection to the path of immortality. Don't think about activities for joining the Yin Yang sect. Let me take care of that. Several elderly men reignited their passion for cultivation and clamored about wanting to join the Yin Yang sect. Li Chuan had not anticipated that he would become a role model for the elderly. He and Chu Mingyu stopped in a secluded forest outside the town. Unbeknownst to them, the sky had darkened. Beneath the moonlight, Chu Mingyu appeared enveloped in a mysterious and ethereal beauty. Li Chuan, unabashed, reached out to touch Chu Mingyu, only to be repelled by the aura emanating from her. In the moonlight, her eyes remained clear and bright. "Junior brother, our connection has come to an end. This behavior of yours seems inappropriate." She regarded Li Chuan with a calm expression, as though nothing had ever transpired between them. Li Chuan scrutinized Chu Mingyu for a considerable time, realizing that her eyes truly showed no sign of turmoil. While marveling at this, he produced a handful of spirit stones and placed them in Chu Mingyu's hand, grinning. "Senior sister, I wish to rekindle our past connection. May I?" Staring at the 21 spirit stones in her hand, Chu Mingyu momentarily found herself at a loss for words. She likely hadn't expected Li Chuan to possess spirit stones. Upon glancing at the spirit stone and then at Li Chuan, she inquired, "Why didn't you take it out just now?" Li Chuan replied, "It's all due to my junior brother's poor memory." Humph. Chu Mingyu accepted the spirit stone, immediately exhibiting exemplary conduct. Observing her demeanor, which remained unperturbed and her eyes still radiant, Li Chuan couldn't help but marvel. Nevertheless, he reached a conclusion about her character. Unrestrained in heart, regardless of her innate talent, she was destined to traverse far on the path of cultivation. Half an hour later, as Chu Mingyu prepared to depart, Li Chuan hastily pursued her, saying, "Sister, let us return together for mutual support." The two soared on their swords, and with merely a few miles remaining to Yin Yang sect, Li Chuan suddenly pointed to a stream meandering through the forest below and suggested, "Sister, the sound of this stream is truly enchanting. Why don't we rest here for a while?" Chu Mingyu looked at Li Chuan with confusion and replied, "Junior brother, we're almost at the sect. If you wish to rest, please do so. I shall not accompany you. No, sister must accompany me," Li Chuan insisted, retrieving 21 spirit stones from his bag. "You? How do you still have more?" Chu Mingyu exclaimed in astonishment. She then added in exasperation, "Why didn't you take them all out together?" Li Chuan did not respond but landed by the stream, beckoning her. "This is not the attitude you should possess. Do you still want the spirit stones?" "Of course," Chu Mingyu replied without hesitation, descending to stand beside Li Chuan. "That is more like a tea." Li Chuan pulled Chu Mingyu into an embrace and placed the spirit stones into her hands. Half an hour later, Chu Mingyu ascended on her sword. "Junior brother, today I have battled against evil cultivators and am utterly exhausted. Let this connection conclude here. We shall continue it another day. She had not even inquired about Li Chuan's name from beginning to end. What do you mean another day? Tomorrow morning. I shall seek you out, sister. Lying beside the stream, listening to the soothing sound of the water, Li Chuan felt an unprecedented sense of ease. He closed his eyes and savored the moment. Unbeknownst to him, he soon slipped into slumber by the stream. Generally speaking, a cultivator's time is exceedingly precious. Thus, most cultivators forego sleep at night, opting instead to meditate, which alleviates fatigue while simultaneously allowing for cultivation, a twofold benefit. Li Chuan had previously adhered to this practice, loathing to squander even a moment of the night. However, during his time at Yin Yang sect, he had become accustomed to idleness, sleeping until he awoke naturally, and had not practiced cultivation at night for quite some time. As clouds obscure the half-moon, the only sounds were the flowing stream and the chirping of insects. As the night wore on, Li Chuan was suddenly jolted awake. He sprang to his feet, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, scanning his surroundings. Where is that smell of blood coming from? Having endured countless life-and-death situations, Li Chuan was all too familiar with the scent of blood. He could instantly discern that this odor emanated from human blood, not that of other beings. This area belonged to the Yin Yang sect, and ordinarily, it was improbable for anyone to engage in conflict at such an hour. Gradually, Li Chuan approached the stream, realizing that the sanguine scent wafted from the water itself. When he lifted his gaze upstream, he vaguely discerned an object bobbing in the water, drifting downstream. Li Chuan immediately soared into the air, not heading towards the object, but ascending to a higher vantage point. After ensuring the vicinity was devoid of danger, he returned to the stream's edge. He then observed that the figure being carried by the current was a man, his black and white robes stained with blood, rendering him unconscious, his life status uncertain. Such matters could ordinarily be disregarded, yet the black and white robe was the most formal attire of the Yin Yang sect disciples. In this sect, clothing was a matter of personal choice. It was permissible to walk around without any attire within the sect. Typically, one donned sect robes only for significant journeys or when needing to invoke the sect's prestige. The sect's attire varied. Some featured white outer garments with black linings, others black with white linings, and some bore a mix of both colors. The black and white ensemble was worn primarily for momentous occasions. "Hey, wake up," Li Chuan called as he fished the man out of the water. Discovering he still had breath but was unable to awaken, it appeared he was gravely injured and had lapsed into unconsciousness. Delving into the man's bag with his spiritual sense, Li Chuan found the imprints left behind to be as solid as rock. If he was not mistaken, this fellow disciple was undoubtedly in the foundation establishment stage. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Chuan hoisted the unfamiliar senior brother onto his back and took flight towards the Yin Yang sect. As the saying goes, one flourishes, all flourish. One suffers, all suffer. Despite being one of the most formidable cultivation forces in this realm, the location he inhabited was merely a branch sect, situated far from the headquarters of the Yin Yang sect. Incidents could indeed occur at branch sections, not only within the Yin Yang sect, but any major power sub-branches could encounter troubles. Li Chuan's promising life had just begun, and he had no desire for any misfortunes to befall the Minshan branch. The taste of Sister Chu Mengyu lingered in his mind, and he savored it still. "Senior brother, quickly see if you recognize this fellow disciple," Li Chuan said as he halted before the entrance of the Yin Yang sect and addressed the guarding disciples. Upon seeing the person on his back, the guarding disciple's expression shifted dramatically. "This is senior brother He Feng Lin, a core disciple of the inner sect. He is also the disciple of Elder 7. Who harmed him? I do not know. I discovered him by chance. Senior brother, please take me to Elder 7 to treat senior brother He." "Very well. Follow me." Li Chuan had not anticipated that a casual act of saving someone would uncover such a significant background. Regardless of the time or place, having connections is always paramount wherever people congregate. Put it simply, much like Zhou Hanhai and Zhao Mingxian from the mission hall, without some connections, such positions would not be afforded to them. Mo Changling, who earned her position solely through her innate talent, was a rare exception, considering her renown was well known within the sect. However, how many in the world possess such formidable innate talents? Most were merely one among the multitude. Following the guarding disciple, They swiftly entered the inner sect area. The spiritual energy here was far more abundant than in the outer sect. Unfortunately, ordinary Qi refinement disciples were not qualified to cultivate here, with only those of extraordinary talent granted the opportunity, such as Mo Changling. The guarding disciple, being a foundation establishment disciple of the inner sect, led them with haste to a mountain peak adorned with melodious birdsong and fragrant blossoms. Reporting to Elder 7, Senior Brother, He Feng Lin is gravely injured and requires urgent treatment. The guarding disciple respectfully announced as they halted outside the mountain peak. Soon, several men and women appeared, flying towards them. The beauty and handsomeness of the individuals left Li Chuan in quiet awe. What happened to Fifth Junior Brother? What is wrong with Fifth Senior Brother? Their expressions were filled with concern as the disciples stationed at the mountain brought Li Chuan swiftly up the peak. Upon reaching the summit alongside He Feng Lin and the others, Li Chuan seized the opportunity while they tended to He Feng Lin's injuries to discreetly observe his surroundings. This was his first time in such a place, and the spiritual energy of this mountain peak was markedly denser than in other locations, making cultivation here remarkably efficient. However, the distinctions did not end there. In the distance, the colorful flora and vines were all spiritual plants, and a cursory glance revealed their worth to be worth several tens of thousands. This was merely based on Li Chuan's understanding of first-tier spiritual plants. He had no idea how many second- or third-tier plants lay hidden within. His gaze soon lingered on a few blades of grass in the distance, a fleeting look of astonishment crossing his face before he promptly diverted his attention. It was evident that the spiritual plants on Elder Peak were tended by skilled spiritual plant masters, and it was best for him to refrain from meddling. Just as he withdrew his gaze, a stunning figure caught his eye from the corner of his vision, stepping gracefully from beneath an eave. He instinctively turned to look, nearly exclaiming in surprise. Before him stood a woman of remarkable beauty, her features delicate, with a nose as dainty as morning dew and lips a luscious cherry red. Her eyebrows arched like distant mountains, and her elongated eyes glimmered with an incisive sharpness. Her long hair was elegantly coiled atop her head, exuding an air of grace and poise, clad in a flowing white garment. Her fair skin peeked through, leaving Li Chuan momentarily dumbfounded. To top it off, she was adorned with a purple jade belt at her waist, drawing the eye irresistibly and leaving one uncertain where to focus their attention. At that moment, a female cultivator beside Li Chuan called out to the woman, "Master, Hishidi has been injured by someone and, despite taking healing medicine, remains unconscious." The mountain disciple quickly bowed in respect. Greeting her, "Greetings, Elder 7. Li Chuan," startled, followed suit. "Greetings, Elder 7. He had not anticipated that this woman was indeed the 7th elder of the Minshan branch of the Yin-Yang sect. Think that an elder could present herself in such a manner. It was simply too astonishing. An epiphany struck him. It was perhaps his previous lowly status that had kept him away from such high-caliber circles. Look at how the elite conduct themselves. The low cultivation speeds of the female disciples in the Yin-Yang sect were not without reason. Their awareness was simply lacking. Consider the 7th elder. She possessed beauty, elegance, strength, status, and an expansive heart. Her level of awareness and attire spoke volumes. Noticing that the mountain disciples kept their heads bowed, Li Chuan, despite his desire to gaze further, decided against standing out. He believed that the wisdom of his seniors was often born from lessons learned through experience. Soon, a pair of translucent jade-like feet appeared before him as the 7th elder halted in front of him. A voice, both cool and alluring, rang out. "It's all right. His injuries have been stabilized. The reason he has not regained consciousness is due to severe mental exhaustion. He will need some time to recuperate. You were the one who brought Feng Lin back." Li Chuan felt the gaze of the 7th elder upon him and quickly replied, "Yes, Elder 7. I was cultivating by a stream 20 miles away when I saw Shi Xiang floating down the water. So I brought him back. Did you see who harmed him?" Replying to Elder 7, "Note I did not sense any presence of nearby cultivators at that time, that if I'm not mistaken, your name is Li Chuan. Correct?" The sudden mention of his name by the 7th elder left him astonished, and he instinctively raised his head to meet her beautiful and dignified countenance, exclaiming in surprise, "Elder 7, you know me?" Inevitably, Li Chuan's gaze wandered downward, though the crucial details remained obscured. Yet, even in obscurity, there was a captivating allure. an enticing mystery that beckoned. When you first joined our Yin-Yang sect, I had a dispute with the fourth elder over your matter. You wonder if I know you? Mu Yuling looked at Li Chuan, a knowing smile gracing her lips that Li Chuan was taken aback. This was his first encounter with Mu Yuling, and he was unaware of the incident she referred to. The seventh elder argued on my behalf? His expression reflected his bewilderment. The other disciples present exchanged astonished glances, surprised that Mu Yuling would have quarreled with the fourth elder over him. Truthfully, Li Chuan felt a twinge of pride within. After all, Mu Yuling held a revered position as the seventh elder of the Yin-Yang sect, a figure of significant authority among the tens of thousands within the sect. Have such a person advocate for him was a source of honor. However, when Mu Yuling revealed her reasoning, Li Chuan realized he had overestimated the situation that, of course, it was for you. Our Yin-Yang sect has always been welcoming to outside cultivators, eager for the world's elite to join our ranks. Your ability to amass treasures worth over 50,000 spiritual stones, despite being only a third-tier Qi refinement cultivator, places you among the elite of your kind. The surrounding disciples gasped at the figure Mu Yuling had mentioned. Astonished that Li Chuan had accumulated such wealth, it was likely that they had earned that much in their lifetimes. Yet none had managed to gather so much. They were foundational cultivators, after all, and among the elite of that stage. Otherwise, they would not have been disciples of the esteemed seventh elder. However, Mu Yuling intentionally elongated her sentence, and seeing Li Chuan's eager anticipation for her next words, she abruptly pointed to the unconscious He Feng Lin. First, take Feng Lin to the spirit eye. I will go set up a calming array for him shortly. The disciples supporting He Feng Lin, seeing no one respond, could only helplessly reply, yes, master. He too wished to indulge in the gossip. But who could blame him when he was the one carrying Feng Lin? After the disciple departed with He Feng Lin, Mu Yuling addressed the mountain disciple. You are no longer needed here. You may return to your duties. Yes, Elder 7, the mountain disciple responded dryly and left. It was frustrating to be dismissed just as the juicy gossip was unfolding. Li Chuan had hoped to continue the conversation, but Mu Yuling then turned her attention to another disciple. Qingzhou, it is likely that Feng Lin will not awaken for a day or two. Please check the task hall for the mission he undertook during this outing, and also investigate where he's been in recent days. Yes, master. The disciple complied with a look of distress and exited. Li Chuan's expression twitched. He thought to himself, if only you would just speak up. From Mu Yuling's attire, he discerned that she relished in teasing others. After all, deliberately wearing a revealing outfit and leaving others in suspense was certainly a way to tantalize their curiosity. He had not anticipated she would be so skilled at keeping people on edge. Why speak only to leave things unfinished? Just as he was mulling over this, Mu Yuling turned to another disciple in the room. Seemingly having forgotten her earlier crucial statement that moment, Li Chuan suddenly felt a gentle poke at his waist and a soft voice whispered in his ear, "Why don't you just ask? If you don't, Master will never tell you that he had no idea who was behind him, but it was definitely his senior sister who knew Mu Yuling's character well and likely had her own share of frustrations." Prompted by this nudge, Li Chuan regained his composure and said, "Elder 7, it seems you have yet to finish discussing your disagreement with the fourth elder." "Oh, look at this elder's memory." Mu Yuling feigned regret as she patted her chest. Li Chuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, if your memory is so poor, why are you patting your chest instead of your head?" He discreetly cleared his throat, swallowing hard. Why did he have to encounter someone so captivating at a time when he had nothing? It was agonizing. Now, where was I? Yes, you are considered an elite among Qi refinement cultivators, yet your potential has been exhausted, and whether you can reach the foundation establishment stage remains uncertain. She did not mention Li Chuan's lifespan, suggesting her confidence that he would achieve breakthroughs in the Yin-Yang sect. But most importantly, your appearance significantly affects the image of our Yin-Yang sect, lowering the overall standard of our disciples. At that time, I was reluctant for you to join. However, I could not outmaneuver the fourth elder. However, it appears that the fourth elder was indeed correct, had it not been for your admission into the Yin-Yang sect. My fifth disciple might not have returned. Upon hearing Mu Yuling's words, Li Chuan felt an even deeper sense of discomfort. It would have been better not to inquire at all. It was truly an invitation for scolding. What did it matter if his image was somewhat lacking? After all, he still managed to gain the affection of the enchanting Chu Mengyu. Observing his fellow disciples suppressing their laughter, he seized the opportunity to turn and take a glance. Standing beside him was a female cultivator clad in a pale blue robe, possessing a delicate beauty and an elegant figure. She was stifling a giggle, but upon noticing Li Chuan's gaze, she immediately composed herself and gracefully nodded in acknowledgement. Li Chuan's eyes lingered on her for a moment before he withdrew his gaze. Although her robe was opaque, it clung closely to her form, revealing her exquisite physique without reservation. Li Chuan realized that the female cultivators of the Yin-Yang sect were simply irresistible. With each glance, he couldn't help but resent himself for lacking spirit stones. Seventh Elder, if there are no further matters, then I shall take my leave, Li Chuan stated. It was pointless to linger where his eyes could not bear to see. It would be better to depart sooner, Mu Yuling replied. He Feng Lin is not only my disciple, but also a core member of our sect. Your assistance in rescuing him should rightfully earn you a reward. Chu Xian, please escort Li Chuan to receive a high-grade treasure. Immediately, a voice responded from behind Li Chuan. Yes, master. Junior brother Li Chuan, follow me. The voice belonged to the 8th elder sister, Chu Xian. Thank you, 7th elder. Li Chuan expressed his gratitude to Mu Yuling before following Chu Xian out. The hierarchy of magical artifacts, from lowest to highest, is as follows: treasure, magical artifact, spirit artifact, Tao artifact, and spirit treasure. Generally, cultivators in the Qi refining stage primarily utilize treasures, while the affluent opt for magical artifacts. Spirit artifacts are considered akin to divine tools within this realm. As for the even more advanced Tao artifacts and spirit treasures, they're simply beyond imagination. A high-grade first-tier treasure could be worth 300 to 500 spirit stones, though its exact value would depend on the specific type of treasure, with clothing and accessories typically being the most expensive. Although Mu Yuling did not specify the tier of treasure she would provide Li Chuan, he was self-aware enough to know it would certainly not be a second-tier item. Li Chuan initially assumed that Mu Yuling would be retrieving the treasure from her own storage. But instead, Chu Xian led him to soar off the mountain peak. Sister Chu, where are we headed? He inquired. Chu Xian smiled and replied, of course, we're going to the sect treasury to claim the magical artifacts. Does junior brother not desire it? Li Chuan forced a smile. These elders were indeed astute in their calculations, saving their disciple only to reward him with the sect's treasures. Public resources are indeed convenient to use. Before long, they arrived at the sect's treasury. Although it was the middle of the night, the Yin-Yang sect operated without the concept of rest. Even the task hall had personnel present at all hours. After all, cultivators differ from ordinary mortals. Meditating is akin to resting. Unless one is undergoing a breakthrough and requires seclusion, they could remain at their posts throughout the year, with Mu Yuling's decree in hand. The disciple guarding the treasury did not obstruct their entry. Upon entering, Li Chuan had initially intended to select a piece of clothing, as garments of equivalent quality and function usually carried the highest price. After all, they pertain to one's life, and clothing requires the most materials, making it the most cost-effective choice. However, when his gaze fell upon a first-tier spirit hoe, he changed his mind. I'll take this hoe, he declared, holding the spirit hoe aloft. Chu Xian looked at him in surprise. Junior brother, are you certain? Functional magical artifacts like the spirit hoe are seldom utilized, as the spirit plants requiring such tools are extremely rare or highly toxic, making them difficult to encounter. The primary reason is that the crafting of functional magical artifacts is rather intricate, resulting in a high price and low cost-effectiveness. Those who use them are often deemed foolish. Yes, this one will do, Li Chuan affirmed. Sister may not be aware, but recently I have developed a fascination with spirit plants and often worry about encountering a special spirit plant without the appropriate tools to harvest it, leading to significant damage. Now that I have this, I need not worry any longer. Upon hearing Li Chuan's reasoning, Chu Xian couldn't help but chuckle. When I first began my cultivation, I too was as fanciful as you, junior brother. Yet to this day, I have not come across a windfall. Special spirit plants are not so easily found. She shook her head as she departed with Li Chuan. Once outside the treasury, she said, Li Chuan, if you encounter any difficulties within the sect in the future, feel free to seek us out at the 7th Elder's Peak. We will not hesitate to assist you. After uttering those words, They should have parted ways, but unexpectedly, Li Chuan said, I actually have a small matter I would like to ask sister for assistance with. Oh, pray tell, she replied. Sister, please follow me. Cultivators engaging in dual cultivation do not necessarily require complete nudity. In fact, they often find it cumbersome. Therefore, many times, partners simply sit together in meditation, creating a shared aura of spiritual energy between them. There are even couples who have been together for centuries without ever having physical intimacy. Of course, Chu Mengyu and Zhao Bingxian were certainly not among such couples. However, given that Chu Mengyu had expended considerable energy the previous day, she lacked the mood for any intimate activities, let alone dual cultivation. She and Zhao Bingxian were seated cross-legged on the bed, each engrossed in their own practices. Suddenly, a knock echoed at their door. Both opened their eyes simultaneously, and Zhao Bingxian expressed his displeasure at this late hour. Who could possibly be seeking us? However, when Li Chuan's voice rang out from outside, Zhao Bingxian's anger flared. Sister, are you in? Chu Mingyo's expression also darkened. Li Chuan had said he would come to find her this morning. Yet it was still barely dawn. Was his obsession truly this intense? With a loud clang, Zhao Bingxian swung the door open, revealing Li Chuan standing at the threshold with a rather lewd expression under the dim moonlight. What do you want now? Zhao Bingxian glared coldly at Li Chuan. Anyone would be irked if their partner was disturbed at such an hour. He refrained from striking Li Chuan solely because he remembered Chu Mingyo's words from the previous day. Senior brother Zhao, Li Chuan gestured towards the sky. Sister Chu Xian from the 7th Elder's Peak asked me to gather a few junior sisters to assist her, so I came to see if Sister Mengyu had any time. Zhao Bingxian followed Li Chuan's finger and observed Chu Xian gracefully hovering in the air at a distance, her demeanor cold and proud. He quickly bowed in respect, and Chu Xian slightly nodded in acknowledgement. He had initially thought it was Li Chuan seeking Chu Mengyu, but to his surprise, it was actually a disciple of the 7th Elder. Zhao Bingxian turned to look at his partner, Chu Mengyu, who had already risen from the bed and walked over gracefully, speaking softly. Since Sister Chu Xian needs my help, I naturally have the time that in that case, sister, please lead the way. Senior brother Zhao, I take my leave. Li Chuan stated succinctly before departing with Chu Mengyu. Zhao Bingxian watched as the two soared away on their swords to join Chu Xian, his mind racing with thoughts, muttering to himself, I never imagined this fellow would manage to ingratiate himself with Sister Chu Xian. If I could leverage this to get to know Sister Chu Xian and join the 7th Elder's Peak, it would be splendid. The 7th Elder's Peak was not solely comprised of Mu Yuling's disciples. There were also many inner disciples. To become a member of the 7th Elder's Peak would undoubtedly be more advantageous than being an ordinary inner disciple, which is why Zhao Bingxian entertained such thoughts. Little did he know that it was not Chu Xian seeking Chu Mingyo's assistance, but rather, it was Li Chuan who had come looking for her. After they vanished from Zhao Bingxian's sight, Li Chuan suddenly dashed to Chu Mingyo's side and swept her up in a sudden embrace. Junior brother Li, what are you doing? Caught off guard, Chu Mengyu felt a bit dazed. Meanwhile, Li Chuan embraced her and, addressing the astonished Chu Xian, uttered a quick thank you for your assistance, senior sister Chu Xian, before soaring away without a backward glance. Chu Xian was equally bewildered. Just moments ago, Li Chuan had merely asked her to act as a backdrop, to wait in midair, without divulging the specifics. She had been prepared to inquire why Li Chuan had summoned Chu Mengyu at such an hour, only to be taken aback by a sudden flight with her. This fellow, could it be that he, in a flurry, Chu Xian retrieved a bronze mirror and, after forming a hand gesture, two figures promptly materialized upon its surface. Li Chuan and Chu Mengyu, yes, a cultivator with a penchant for gossip. How could she not possess a means of eavesdropping? While others wielded their treasures for offense, defense, or survival, she had crafted one solely for spying. Junior brother, did you not say that senior sister Chu Xian needed my help? Came Chu Mengyo's voice from the mirror. Observing Li Chuan halting at the base of a tree, producing a handful of spirit stones to place in Chu Mengyo's palm, he declared, if I hadn't said so, how would I have lured you out, senior sister? Hold on to those spirit stones. From this moment forth, you belong to me. After Chu Mengyu accepted the spirit stones, he began to unfasten her belt. Chu Mengyu, with a look of playful reproach, remarked, you promised it would be in the morning. Why has it changed to the dead of night? Li Chuan retorted fiercely, isn't it all the fault of that 7th Elder? She's simply too provocative. What? What's wrong with Seventh Elder? I've encountered her a few times. She seemed quite normal, Chu Mingyu replied. Well, I wouldn't know. The last time I saw her, she was dressed rather provocatively. You see, as Li Chuan described Mu Yuling using various vulgar terms, Chu Xian could not help but widen her eyes in disbelief. How dare he speak of their master in such a manner? If she were to hear this, he would be in for a reckoning. Indeed, he was an outsider, his perspective still tethered to the mundane. Their master was merely free-spirited in her pursuits, striving for authenticity, all while training the hearts of the male disciples of the Seventh Elder Peak. The more powerful the cultivator, the less they cared for others' opinions. That old man, merely a few glimpses in, and he could hardly contain himself. His temperament still required refinement. Alas, he was but a mere third-level Qi practitioner. I should not have too great expectations of him. As Chu Xian watched with rapt attention, she couldn't help but craft her own narrative about Li Chuan. Suddenly, her brow furrowed. Had he just given Mengyu 50 spirit stones? Was Mengyu so inexpensive? Had spirit stones become that hard to come by in the outer sect? Or was she merely testing her character? Nonetheless, Mingyu's composure far surpassed that of other Qi practitioners, and it was astonishing that such a lecherous old man could be tolerated by her. Indeed, she could mention this to their master, suggesting Mengyu be taken under her wing. With such resilience, her future achievements would certainly be noteworthy. Just as Chu Xian was contemplating this, she heard Li Chuan's voice from the mirror commenting on her attire. And what of Chu Xian? She's dressed rather provocatively as well. Chu Xian instinctively glanced down at her own attire. I am dressed quite modestly. How is that provocative? She felt a surge of indignation. Isn't senior sister Chu dressed normally? Do not be deceived by her seemingly conservative attire. Every contour of her form is accentuated, as if she fears others are unaware of what she possesses. Is that not provocative? I believe you are envious of senior sister Chu Xian, which is why you are so indignant. I speak only the truth, senior sister. Ask any male disciple, and they shall share my perspective. Humph, the character cultivation of our fellow disciples pales in comparison to that of my junior brother. Then, Chu Xian heard Li Chuan comparing her with Chu Mengyu and their master, fabricating all sorts of conjectures. She felt both amused and exasperated. Today, I must teach you a lesson about respecting your seniors. Chu Xian flew towards Li Chuan and the others, only to halt mid-flight. Perhaps it was best not to frighten the old man, who seemed close to his end. She would wait until he broke through before settling the score. There would be ample opportunity in the future to as she observed the scene in the bronze mirror. She made her way towards the Seventh Elder Peak. Upon returning to her dwelling, she set the mirror aside. Engaging in meditation while using Li Chuan and Chu Mengyu as tools for refining her character, To claim she was unaffected would be self-deception. She was merely striving to restrain herself. She knew that the day she felt no influence from such sights would mark the completion of her character cultivation. Before she realized it, dawn had arrived. Junior brother, it is time for me to depart, Chu Mengyu announced as she prepared to leave, only to be halted by Li Chuan. In her puzzled gaze, he produced another handful of spirit stones. Chu Mengyu immediately grew irked. Why do you always do this? Li Chuan, beaming with delight, replied, because I enjoy seeing senior sister's reluctant yet necessary compliance. Upon witnessing Chu Mengyu accept the spirit stones, Chu Xian began to piece it together. So they were calculating based on time. Half an hour for 21 spirit stones? That would total 500 spirit stones in a day. Could it be that Mengyu was so costly? No, perhaps it could not be calculated that way. However, earning 71 spirit stones in just over an hour was still a considerable sum. Chu Xian found herself calculating Mingyu's earnings to AS for Chu Mingyu's conduct. She saw no issue with it. This was the Yin-Yang sect, where matters between the genders were treated with remarkable leniency, even celebrated. In other places, Li Chuan and Chu Mengyu might have been regarded as a source of shame for their sect. At the entrance of a number one small world of the Yin-Yang sect, Li Chuan stretched luxuriously under the warm sun. That feels good. He relished the sensation as he loosened his limbs. Having spent all his earnings from yesterday, he was back to work to earn more. Once inside the small world, Li Chuan busied himself again. With his 8th level spirit plant identification skills, he had not only acquired a wealth of new information about unfamiliar spirit plants, but also honed his discernment skills. He remained in the small world until dusk, and while his harvest could be deemed both plentiful and meager, he considered it a mixed bag. This assessment stemmed from the fact that he had located over 20 spirit herbs, alongside spirit flowers, vines, trees, and fruits, bringing the total close to 40. However, despite the larger quantity, their value had significantly diminished, as most were merely seedlings just breaking ground. With their prices halved, only a few were worth a single spirit stone. Thus, his haul culminated in a mere 219 spirit stones, which left him somewhat unsatisfied. Yet this bounty had left Zhou Hanhai and Zhao Mingxian envious. Does the number 1 small world still hold so many treasures? How does that old fellow possess such luck? Zhou Hanhai's eyes were filled with jealousy as he watched Li Chuan's retreating figure. Look at the spirit herbs he brought today. Many are just sprouting. Even if they were laid before us, we might not recognize their value. It seems Junior Brotherly possesses quite the discerning eye, Zhao Mingxian lamented. Though he was envious, he was not driven to madness. That old fellow must have some special means. When Senior Sister Min returns, I shall have her follow him to uncover the truth. Zhou Hanhai proposed that Hu Min was his partner, and he often exploited his position to select those disciples returning from the small world with significant spirit plant hauls, allowing Hu Min to stealthily track them. Once they discovered high-value spirit plants, he would approach them, claiming prior discovery, thus claiming the plants as his own. Most disciples skilled in spirit plants had poor qualifications, often turning to spirit plant techniques only after losing hope for breakthroughs, rendering them weaker and unable to contest Hu Min's claims. Zhou Hanhai found this practice both satisfying and deliciously rewarding. After all, Hu Min has seized the spiritual herb, and he is entitled to a share of 30%, effectively allowing him to profit without effort. This time, he is also prepared to use the same old tricks on Li Chuan. Unbeknownst to Li Chuan, having earned a mere handful of spirit stones, he has already attracted unwanted attention. He is currently on his way to find the very person who once advised him to be self-aware, telling him that with his cultivation at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, it would be quite presumptuous to pursue a dual cultivation partner at the 4th level, since Chu Mingyu could be won over with spirit stones. He is eager to see if this haughty senior sister, whose cultivation is only 1 level above his, remains as proud in the face of spiritual wealth. He does not even know the name of this senior sister. He was simply captivated by her beauty. Thus, he stealthily followed her to her residence, and upon discovering she was alone, he approached her to inquire about the possibility of becoming her Tao partner. After all, he considered himself no weakling, with ample experience in traversing small worlds and ancient immortal ruins. He could at least be deemed an elite cultivator. However, he was unprepared for the humiliation that followed his inquiry. It was then he realized the vast disparity between his self-perception and how others viewed him. Li Chuan knocked on the door, and when it opened, a beautiful female cultivator clad in white appeared. "Senior sister, I hope you are well," he greeted, offering what he thought was a friendly smile, although she merely regarded him with disdain. "What brings you here?" she asked, arms crossed, her expression condescending. "I have come to seek your assistance." Li Chuan replied, producing 100 spirit stones. The sight of the softly glowing stones finally softened her demeanor. "What kind of assistance?" she inquired. "I wish to forge a connection with you, senior sister," Li Chuan stated, watching her for any sign of anger, only to feel a surge of joy when he saw none. It seemed his assumptions were correct. This senior sister had yet to find a Tao partner and was evidently waiting for a fated encounter. Suddenly enlightened, he recalled how the yin-yang sect's singular cultivation methods could not yield effective results, which explained the numerous female disciples without partners. Though lacking a Tao partner, these women were certainly not idle. A smile began to grace the senior sister's face, accompanied by a faint blush. "Junior brother, how could you speak so directly about such matters?" she replied, slightly shifting her position. Realizing the implication, Li Chuan smiled and stepped into the room, and the door closed behind him. 6 hours later, on the following morning, Li Chuan emerged from the room, satisfaction etched on his face. He had not anticipated such an affordable price for the bond with this senior sister. He had given her 100 spirit stones without specifying the duration of their connection. Waiting for her to suggest his surprise, she stated that for 100 spirit stones, they could be connected for a day. This price was merely 1/5 of what he had paid Chu Mengyu, leaving Li Chuan astounded. After all, while Chu Mengyu was one of the top 10 most beautiful disciples in the Qi refinement stage, this senior sister was certainly not lacking in beauty, being at least of above-average attractiveness, with her only disadvantage being her slightly lower cultivation level. No wonder he had managed to negotiate such a steep discount with Chu Mengyu. What he had assumed was a bargain was, in fact, seen as a high price by others. Nevertheless, Li Chuan was unconcerned. Spirit stones could be earned again, especially with his current capabilities making it exceedingly easy. As long as he could forge connections with the female disciples of the Yin-Yang sect, spending a bit more on spirit stones was inconsequential. In this instance, he could have enjoyed 12 hours of connection. Yet he departed after merely 6. Before leaving, he remarked, "Senior sister, you still fall short of Chu Mengyu by quite a margin. I have no interest in continuing, so consider the remaining spirit stones as a gift to you." This statement was intentionally provocative, as this senior sister possessed both beauty and grace. While she may have been slightly inferior to Chu Mengyu, she was still an extraordinary beauty in the eyes of mortals. However, Li Chuan had come to avenge the humiliation he had suffered earlier, using 50 spirit stones to insult her physical form and another 50 to belittle her spirit, regardless of her thoughts. Li Chuan felt a sense of satisfaction. The vengeance for those 100 spirit stones was well worth it. Cultivating in the immortal realm is inherently about following one's true desires, which aligns with the principles of the Yin-Yang sect. Thus, Li Chuan's actions were not misguided, by not allowing himself to harbor regrets. He would hasten his breakthroughs in cultivation. He could already sense a loosening of the boundaries within his own cultivation, signaling that it would not be long before he entered the 4th level of Qi refinement and liberated himself from the nightmare of longevity constraints. He expressed gratitude to the small black book. Currently, he possessed 2 points of fortune, yet he required 3 points to elevate his ability to identify spiritual plants from level 8 to level 9, leaving him 1 point short. For the time being, he had no plans to upgrade any other abilities, as identifying spiritual plants remained the most lucrative endeavor. After meditating and refining the Yin-Yang initial awakening technique to dissipate the dark energy within him, he had intended to continue searching for spiritual plants afterward, but he was surprised to find that a whole day had passed during his cultivation. On the bright side, his Yin-Yang initial awakening technique had progressed to the 2nd level. A pleasant development. The first thing he did upon exiting was to seek out Chu Mengyu, offering her 21 spirit stones. Although the previous senior sister had demanded fewer spirit stones, the allure of Chu Mengyu, a 10th level Qi refinement cultivator and one of the top 10 beauties of the stage, was undeniable. With his fortune at a full 3 points, he promptly upgraded his ability to identify spiritual plants to level 9. He could now recognize 99 of first-tier spiritual plants in the world, with only one remaining that would require an additional 5 points of fortune to identify, although the final level demanded the highest cost in terms of fortune. Li Chuan understood that this last plant would undoubtedly be of immense value, perhaps even one that no one else recognized. Thus, it was indeed precious he returned to the 1st level small world, a place already scoured by countless disciples of the Yin-Yang sect. For Li Chuan, it was a treasure trove, requiring only a bit more effort to explore. Even in newly emerged spiritual plant small worlds, the daily earnings of those disciples were dwarfed by his own, thanks to the advantages of solid professional knowledge. After all, when searching for spiritual plants, everyone relied on their understanding of the plant survival characteristics, and in such vast forests, no one could physically examine every patch of grass. Without adequate professional knowledge, one could easily overlook many opportunities. That Li Chuan discovered numerous locations for spiritual plants that other cultivators might not even consider exploring. Due to their limited knowledge, they would not think such areas could harbor spiritual plants. Especially with spiritual herbs, which are often diminutive and unobtrusive, they frequently hide among ordinary grass, making them difficult to spot even when standing nearby. Many rare herbs go unnoticed simply because people are unfamiliar with them. These individuals were truly squandering resources. Standing in a field that appeared to have been scorched by fire, Li Chuan gazed down at a withered, crimson spiritual herb beneath his feet, filled with regret. It was a pity that the fiery sun herb had been mistaken for a blazing fire herb and destroyed. He could only wonder which fool had perpetrated such an act, having ruined spiritual herbs worth over 1,000 spirit stones. As he cursed, he knelt down, retrieving his high-grade spiritual hoe to dig up the withered crimson herb. The hoe shimmered with arcane light, enveloping the herb in a protective force. Simultaneously, a wave of scorching heat surged from the herb. It was thwarted by the barrier created by the array within the hoe. Although the fire poison of the fiery sun herb was not exceedingly potent, contact with the skin could still cause some trouble. For instance, when one's inner fire is fervent, it necessitates an outlet for relief. Imagine the amusement of penetrating the body of cultivator adept in fire-based techniques. The internal organs would be incinerated, and recovery would be an unattainable prospect for some time. This illustrates the exquisite utility of the spirit Hoe.it has the remarkable ability to confine spiritual plants within a formation, rendering any offensive maneuvers by the plants ineffective. Moreover, it is an artifact of neutral attributes, making it ideal for excavating rare spiritual flora that must not be disturbed. Fire yang grass, however, is not exceedingly rare, typically priced around 200 spirit stones, while at the yin-yang sect, it costs merely 100 spirit stones. This grass possesses a unique trait. It grows in clusters. Yet at present, only a solitary specimen is found here, as fire yang grass will only manifest in such solitary form under adverse growth conditions, such as following a failed batch. Hence, Li Chuan's assertion that someone has destroyed it holds merit. The evidence at the scene corroborates this. Fire yang grass is regarded as a miraculous herb by practitioners of fire cultivation. Elixirs refined from it yield pure fire energy, with minimal side effects. Furthermore, within sects like the yin-yang sect, female disciples can utilize elixirs made from fire yang grass for cultivation without the need for a partner. Its ability to resist cold toxins is but a trivial advantage among its numerous benefits. The fire blaze grass that Li Chuan previously mentioned shares similar attributes with fire yang grass, including appearance, growth conditions, and various self-protective traits during harvesting. Both are fire attribute spiritual herbs, with the sole distinction being that fire blaze grass self-ignites upon maturation. This is not the only concern. It not only consumes itself, but also incinerates the surrounding spiritual energy. Thus, if fire blaze grass is not promptly eradicated, the area will inevitably transform into a sea of flames, creating a scorching void of spiritual energy, resulting in years of desolation for spiritual growth. In the realm of cultivation, the consensus among practitioners is to eliminate toxic and redundant spiritual plants from the wild, as their growth siphons off the very spiritual energy needed for cultivation. An abundance of such plants diminishes the spiritual energy available to cultivators, impeding their progress. Therefore, not only is fire blaze grass deemed a significant threat, but even a surplus of useless spiritual flora would be eradicated. Fire blaze grass and fire yang grass essentially belong to the same category of plants. Their divergent evolutionary paths set them apart. Li Chuan speculates that there must have been a cluster of fire blaze grass alongside fire yang grass, and the cultivator who destroyed the fire yang grass lacked sufficient knowledge of spiritual plants, mistaking both varieties for fire blaze grass and inadvertently destroying a precious resource. Such occurrences are regrettably common in the cultivation world, where the perpetrators remain oblivious to their wastefulness in destroying rare treasures. Regardless, Li Chuan has reaped considerable rewards, as he joyfully excavates the fire yang grass and places it within his chinquan bag before continuing his search. Feeling a breakthrough is imminent, he refrains from spending excessive time seeking spiritual flora, prioritizing his advancement instead. After locating 2 additional spiritual herbs worth merely a few spirit stones, he makes his way back home, soaring towards the entrance. Were it not for the majority of the spiritual energy in this small world being absorbed by the spiritual plants within the spirit fields, he could have easily sat in meditation and cultivated within the forest. After flying for about half a stick of incense, Li Chuan abruptly halts above a spiritual field, exclaiming in astonishment twice. His gaze is fixed on a ridge within the labyrinthine spirit fields below. With excitement swelling within him, Li Chuan descends slowly. As the saying goes, treasures often appear unexpectedly, and this moment exemplifies that adage. Who could have anticipated that in this expansive, bustling area, there would be an invaluable spiritual herb. This is an extensive zone of spiritual fields, crisscrossed with at least 40 to 50 plots. Nearly every plot is guarded, as the spiritual grains within are nearing harvest. If someone were to reap them now, it would result in significant losses. Just as Li Chuan lands, several guardians of the adjacent spiritual fields rise to their feet. Esteemed brother, may I inquire what brings you here? A middle-aged disciple clad in black, standing a mere dozen meters away, greets Li Chuan with a cupped fist, his eyes filled with wariness. Though Li Chuan would not brazenly attempt to seize their spiritual grains, the sudden appearance of a stranger in their domain warrants their caution. Li Chuan diverts his gaze from a pile of weeds on the ridge and surveys the surrounding individuals. Among the weeds, one particular plant stands out with a slightly greener hue than the others, virtually indistinguishable at first glance. Naturally, even if the others would notice it, they would likely not recognize it and would assume it to be an ordinary protective herb. Otherwise, it would not be so brazenly thriving in this place. The term protective herb refers collectively to a variety of grasses that safeguard spiritual energy, preventing it from dissipating. The spiritual energy in the land emanates from underground and continuously rises, without any barriers. This energy would ultimately escape into the atmosphere. Thus, protective herbs have emerged, characterized by their ability to contain the spiritual energy within the land, ensuring it remains plentiful. In fact, the wild grasses that have yet to be cultivated are all protective herbs, preserving the spiritual energy of the land. Consequently, the ridges of the surrounding spiritual fields are dotted with clumps of weeds. It is not due to laziness in clearing them, but rather an inability to do so. They can be considered a naturally formed formation. If removed, the spiritual energy would escape from the fields, adversely affecting the growth of the spiritual grains and indirectly shortening the lifespan of the fields. Faced with the vigilant gazes of the group, Li Chuan maintains a calm demeanor, feigning confusion as he remarks, I observe that the quality of these first-tier spiritual fields seems to be at least above average. Yet, the growth of the spiritual grains appears subpar, yielding only inferior quality grains that I am somewhat curious and have come down to take a look. His words darken the expressions of the group as they ring true. The nearby fields are indeed not merely above average, but rather exceptional. The fact that such top-tier fields produce inferior quality grains raises concerns about the potential yield of spiritual rice, a source of anxiety for the local field owners of late. They have sought the counsel of spiritual plant masters, yet none have discerned the cause. Li Chuan's comments strike at their sore spot, leaving them far from pleased. This matter does not require your concern. Esteemed brother, the black-clad, middle-aged man replies curtly, if you are merely curious, it would be best for you to leave. We have already consulted spiritual plant masters, and they could not ascertain the issue. So there is even less likelihood of your success. Another middle-aged man in gray, positioned to Li Chuan's left, interjects. Although these individuals are only at the first level of qi refinement, they believe they could not possibly lose against Li Chuan. Thus, their words towards him lack courtesy. Li Chuan, however, smiles and responds, I have conducted research on spiritual plants as well, that if I were to reveal the reason behind the decline of the spiritual grains within your fields, how would you express your gratitude? Unless the issue with your fields is resolved, even if the grains mature, it will be challenging to produce complete spiritual rice, let alone even the lowest quality. His statement causes their expressions to shift once more. This is precisely their fear, one that has also been suggested by spiritual plant masters. Is this true, esteemed brother? Can you truly assist us in solving the issues of our fields? The black-clad, middle-aged man hastens towards Li Chuan, a smile plastered on his face. I am uncertain what you may desire in return, but we are in dire straits and hope that, considering our shared sect, you might be inclined to accommodate us. Cultivators engaged in growing spiritual grains, particularly those at merely the first level of qi refinement, possess few spirit stones. After all, had they been even slightly more capable, they would not have resorted to cultivating grains. Cultivating spiritual grains is only viable on a large scale, such as when undertaking the cultivation of an entire small world. Otherwise, the profits from such endeavors barely cover daily cultivation expenses. In comparison, cultivating spiritual herbs, trees, and flowers tends to be far more lucrative. However, The knowledge required for cultivating spiritual herbs, trees, and flowers is considerably more extensive. A moment's inattention could lead to the demise of these precious plants. A task beyond the capabilities of most practitioners. After listening to the words of the middle-aged man in black, Li Chuan smoothly interjected, "In truth, I have little interest in your meager spiritual stones. Rather, I am displeased that you regarded me as a thief upon my arrival." Upon hearing this, the others hastily apologized. "Esteemed senior, we were in the wrong. Please forgive our misjudgment. Senior, I spoke too loudly earlier. Senior, our entire fortunes are tied to this. We implore your assistance." Li Chuan waved his hand dismissively. "Enough for the sake of our shared sect. I shall assist you this once. However what? Please, senior, be explicit." The group tensed. Fearing he might bring up the matter of the spiritual stones again, Li Chuan stated, "I require one of your protective spiritual herbs. If you agree, I will help resolve the issues affecting your spirit valley. Beyond that, I cannot make guarantees. However, I can assure you that once the spiritual rice is harvested, its quality will be of at least average standard." The group felt a surge of joy. Moving from the lower echelon to the middle tier would mean a significant reduction in their losses. Yet upon hearing Li Chuan's request for a protective spiritual herb, a flicker of unease crossed their minds. Protective spiritual herbs are abundant. Extracting one poses little harm. Why, then, had Li Chuan specifically requested it from them? Almost instinctively, they lowered their heads, scanning for any signs of impropriety. Yet, despite their scrutiny, they found nothing amiss. Their gazes even lingered on the slightly verdant protective spiritual herb beside Li Chuan, yet no one deemed it worthy of concern. After all, it was entirely normal for weeds to flourish in such a manner. Soon, the group huddled together. Although they spoke not a word, their eyes conveyed their doubt and wariness, each pondering whether Li Chuan had stumbled upon something of great value. However, the middle-aged man in gray seemed to have an epiphany and whispered, "This senior likely fears we may be embarrassed, hence his request for a protective spiritual herb as a form of exchange. This way, we owe him nothing." Upon hearing this, the others were instantly enlightened, their regard for Li Chuan soaring. The middle-aged man in black quickly clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your magnanimity. Do not mention just one protective spiritual herb. Even 10 or 100 would be no trouble at all." His words were not mere flattery. Given the vastness of their fields, extracting 100 protective spiritual herbs would not affect the spirit field significantly. Moreover, these herbs grow quickly. As long as they do not recklessly uproot them, they would soon regenerate. Li Chuan nodded in satisfaction, stating, "In truth, the poor growth of your spirit valley is entirely due to the spiritual energy being largely depleted. Without sufficient spiritual energy, how can the valley thrive?" "Ah, the spiritual energy has been depleted? By what?" The group asked, bewildered that we are here daily and have seen nothing else. "That is precisely why I said I need to extract one of your protective spiritual herbs." Li Chuan produced a spiritual hoe and crouched down, striking the ground beside the unusual protective spiritual herb. Instantly, the array of the spiritual hoe enveloped the herb. "Are you suggesting that this protective spiritual herb is the source of the problem?" "But it appears utterly ordinary," the middle-aged man in black remarked, perplexed. Another added, "That protective spiritual herb is so far from our spirit fields. Could it truly affect them?" This question caused the middle-aged man in gray to change his expression. Just moments ago, he had claimed that Li Chuan's request for the protective spiritual herb was merely to put them at ease. Now he began to suspect that Li Chuan had come specifically for that herb. As it turned out, he had indeed been correct in his suspicions. However, it was too late. Li Chuan's movements were swift, and he had already yanked the protective spiritual herb from the ground. The earth surged, and the herb, along with its extraordinarily long roots, ascended into the air with Li Chuan. Its roots, as fine as strands of hair, appeared almost hair-like. Though sparse, they sent shivers down one spine. Li Chuan soared several meters high. Yet part of the roots remained buried in the soil. What in the world is this with such lengthy roots? The spirit field owners were left speechless. They had never encountered roots so thin and hair-like before. Generally, the more bizarre a spiritual plant or beast appears, the more dangerous it is. Instinctively, they began to retreat, fearful that the strange roots might suddenly entangle them and demand, Return my life, suspended in the air. Li Chuan was equally startled by the length of the roots. After all, theory and practice differ, and this was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. He formed hand seals and, recalling the method of retraction, unleashed a surge of energy towards the roots. Soon, the roots began to retract autonomously, coiling into a bundle. The roots continued to emerge from the soil, ultimately extending nearly 100 meters before finally ceasing. Looking at Li Chuan's hands, a mass of roots the size of a human head had formed beneath the leaves of the protective spiritual herb. Oh, you know what this is? The middle-aged man in gray asked those nearby. One by one, they shook their heads. I have no idea. This is my first encounter with such a thing. I have never even heard of it. Those roots, so thin they resemble worms, are quite frightening. Fortunately, it does not ensnare people. Otherwise, given that we walk over it daily, we would have been in dire straits. The thought of having tread upon such a strange entity sent chills down their spines. Li Chuan's voice echoed from mid-air. This root specifically feeds on the spiritual energy of plants. With it present, no matter what you cultivate, you will not yield significant harvests. Now that I have extracted it, you shall no longer struggle to produce fine spirit rice. Most importantly, the quality of the surrounding spirit fields will improve, reaching the second tier. This declaration filled the spirit field owners with elation. Is this truly the case, esteemed senior? They had rented these spirit fields for a decade. If the quality could reach the second tier, it would result in substantial profits for them. Why would I deceive you? In merely a year, you will witness the results. All right, now that the matter is resolved, I shall take my leave. Li Chuan wasted no time and departed directly. The group hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. Esteemed senior, safe travels. However, although the middle-aged man in gray uttered words of thanks, once Li Chuan had left, he could not help but remark to the others, what do you think that thing truly is? Could it be a highly valuable spiritual herb? That is clearly a harmful spiritual herb. How much could it possibly be worth? The middle-aged man in black dismissed. None of us have even heard of it. No matter how valuable, how much could it be worth? Now our spirit valley can yield rice smoothly, and the spirit fields will improve in quality. We stand to gain immensely. Indeed, I had been searching for someone to take over my spirit field. Thankfully, no one was willing. Yet, the middle-aged man in gray still appeared uncertain. I must find someone to inquire. I have a feeling that this senior came specifically for that peculiar protective spiritual herb. Li Chuanfei soared through the skies, pushing his speed to its utmost limits. Fearful that if he slowed down, someone might catch up to him, he was not particularly concerned about the several spirit field masters. After all, they were unfamiliar with the guardian spirit grass. His trepidation stemmed from the possibility of the news leaking out, leading to exposure by those who were in the know. The smile at the corner of his mouth was one he could not suppress. No matter how hard he tried, the recently encountered guardian spirit grass was known as the soul-sucking grass. To be precise, it should be referred to as such when its roots are attached to any grass. Otherwise, it is merely grass. The grass and its roots can indeed be separated. Without the spirit hoe promptly locking onto the entire root system of the spiritual grass, Li Chuan would never be able to excavate those fine roots throughout his lifetime. The reason many remain unaware of this peculiar entity is primarily due to its roots detaching from the grass and fleeing at the first sign of excavation. The roots secretly absorb the spiritual energy of other spirit plants underground, while the grass itself is exposed to the air, absorbing atmospheric energy. Thus, its physical state is not fixed. Today, beside the spirit field, it may appear as an ordinary guardian spirit grass, but tomorrow, within the mountains, it could become part of a spirit tree, then referred to as a soul-sucking tree. Li Chuan's recognition of it was undoubtedly due to his proficiency in identifying spiritual plants at level 9. He had recorded the subtle changes produced by the soul-sucking roots when attached to each type of spirit plant, enabling him to identify it at a glance. The value of the soul-sucking roots can be regarded as the pinnacle for non-specialized first-tier spirit plants, easily fetching several thousand spirit stones. Its function is quite straightforward. Its roots store a substantial amount of pure spiritual energy, making it highly suitable for alchemy. The success rate and quality of the elixirs produced using it are significantly enhanced. It can be said that no alchemist would disdain such a treasure. Even if many are oblivious to its existence, the outer sect task hall, a strikingly beautiful woman dressed in a dark satin gown, its hem adorned with embroidered demonic beast patterns, approached the long table where Zhou Hanhua was issuing tasks. Zhou Hanhua's face immediately lit up with joy upon seeing her, and he exclaimed, "Senior Sister Min'er, you have returned." Zhao Mingxian and others nearby also greeted her. Zhao Mingxian stepped forward, observing the slightly pale complexion of the woman, and inquired, "Senior Sister Min'er, was this task smooth?" This woman was none other than Zhou Hanhua's Dao companion. Hu Min, who was at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Hu Min nodded. "Rest assured, it has been completed." With her confirmation, Zhao Mingxian finally relaxed. As he worked adjacent to Zhou Hanhua, he often found himself drawn into his affairs. And many times, things he was reluctant to do were pushed upon him through Zhou Hanhua's gentle persuasion and enticements of benefits. For instance, the recent hunting task was not one Hu Min was originally meant to undertake. Many were more suited than she. However, upon learning of it, Zhou Hanhua insisted that Zhao Mingxian intercept the task for Hu Min. Fortunately, despite appearing somewhat strained, Hu Min managed to complete it. "Since it's done, allow me to settle it for you, Senior Sister," Zhao Mingxian said as he returned to his station. Hu Min, not one from many words, followed him. Zhao Mingxian retrieved 30 spirit stones and a translucent jade board from the cabinet. Informing Hu Min, the reward for this task is 30 spirit stones and 30 contribution points. He placed the spirit stones on the table, and Hu Min handed over her contribution token. Zhao Mingxian placed her contribution token on the jade board to record her points. This jade board resembled a transmission device from Li Chuan's previous life, allowing any information to enter the Yin-Yang sect's database. Not only did the branch sects keep records, but even a main sect could access them. Such a method of cultivation was remarkably wondrous. On the table lay 30 spirit stones. Hu Min only took 20, and Zhao Mingxian naturally pocketed the remaining 10 into his Qinkuan bag. Although the task's reward was limited, he knew that the target of the task would certainly have more to offer. Thus, he felt no qualms about taking those 10 spirit stones as Hu Min was called over by Zhou Hanhua. They began to converse quietly, and Zhao Mingxian couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. His envy did not stem from their relationship, as in the Yin-Yang sect, the bond between Dao companions only existed as long as they remained partners. Once they were no longer companions, the sentiment dissipated. Rather, he envied Zhou Hanhua for being able to keep Hu Min, a 7th-level Qi refinement cultivator, by his side despite his own 6th-level status in the Yin-Yang sect. When one partner's cultivation fell behind, the stronger party would immediately seek a more suitable companion, regardless of gender. Therefore, Zhou Hanhua's situation was quite rare, with one partner's cultivation high and the other low. Naturally, the one at the lower level would benefit during cultivation. Yet there was nothing he could do about it. Zhao Mingxian was well aware that he lacked the ruthlessness of Zhou Hanhua. He knew that Zhou Hanhua and Hu Min would not hesitate to seize spiritual plant from their junior disciples, and he could even encourage his own companion to do the same. However, he simply couldn't bring himself to act so callously. Hu Min's continued association with Zhou Hanhua was precisely due to his advantageous position, granting her opportunities for additional income. When Zhao Mingxian noticed both of their gazes suddenly directed toward the entrance of the task hall, Zhou Hanhua gestured that way, and Hu Min seemed to affirm with a nod, saying, "Is it that lecherous old man?" Following suit, he glanced over to see Li Chuan striding toward them. Zhao Mingxuan's heart stirred, realizing that they had set their sights on Li Chuan this time. Each time Li Chuan arrived, he brought along spirit plants worth several hundred spirit stones, all found in the first small world, demonstrating his adeptness at locating spiritual flora. If he were to follow Li Chuan, it was certain there would be bountiful rewards. With this thought, Zhao Mingxian felt a pang of bitterness. All were engaged in the same line of work. It was only fair that they received equal compensation. Yet, Zhou Hanhua's earnings far exceeded his own, leaving him unsettled. His gaze followed Li Chuan's footsteps, curious about what treasures he had procured this time. Li Chuan approached Zhou Hanhua's counter, his gaze lingering momentarily on Hu Min. Unlike other female cultivators, Hu Min's attire was elaborate, reminiscent of a wealthy family's daughter, adorned with exquisite accessories such as earrings, bracelets, and necklaces. Her expression bore a slightly cold and ruthless demeanor, making her appear akin to a young lady who had ascended to power through the blood of her kin. commanding her family's affairs with an iron fist. The thoughts of her being venomous, unfeeling, and ruthless led Li Chuan to ponder how she would react if subdued. Junior, brother Li Chuan, what treasures have you brought today? Before Zhou Hanhua, who primarily managed the spiritual plants, could speak, Zhao Mingxian had already approached. Li Chuan produced the fire sun grass. Upon seeing it, both Zhao Mingxian and Zhou Hanhua felt a jolt in their hearts. Knowing it was yet another fruitful day for Li Chuan, this the fire sun grass? Only one. Zhou Hanhua inquired. He almost suggested taking it to Mo Shiji for a trial. But fortunately, he quickly realized that such things should not be carelessly consumed. However, distinguishing between fire sun grass and fire grass was indeed challenging to the naked eye, requiring a seasoned spirit plant master or alchemist. Only one. The others were burned as fire grass, Li Chuan replied. Casting doubt on Zhou Hanhua's initial certainty at the same time, he felt somewhat relieved. Had Li Chuan produced a plethora of fire sun grass, he would have been driven to jealousy. Let us settle this for you first. After verifying it in the alchemy room, if it's not fire sun grass, I'll come looking for you, Zhou Hanhua stated. This is the advantage of being in a large sect. Other smaller sects would require verification before settling rewards. But the Yinyang sect did not concern itself with such matters. Just like those hunting tasks, as long as the disciples claimed to have completed the task, they could receive their rewards immediately. If it later turned out that the task had not been completed and rewards were deceitfully claimed, the consequences would be dire. Thus no one would be foolish enough to attempt such a ruse. 100 spirit stones and 100 contribution points. Is there anything else? Zhou Hanhua inquired. Yes, Li Chuan replied, producing the soul-sucking grass. What is this? Zhao Mingxian glanced at it, recognizing it, and turned his gaze toward Zhou Hanhua. However, Zhou Hanhua was equally unfamiliar. What is this? Zhou Hanhua directly asked, and Li Chuan replied. This is the soul-sucking grass. He did not mention that it was the spirit-absorbing root, for the spirit-absorbing root is an exceedingly rare entity. Its characteristics likely unknown to many, he was reluctant to disseminate such knowledge. It is a simple truth. The more cultivators who are aware of the properties of this item, the lesser the chances that he will encounter it again in the future. He had no intention of performing a good deed. Spirit-absorbing grass? What purpose does it serve? Zhou Hanhua inquired with curiosity. He did not feel out of sorts for being unaware of its nature. Li Chuan replied, the spirit-absorbing grass is a premium alchemical auxiliary herb that can enhance the success rate and quality of elixirs. Senior brother, you might have Sister Mo take a look. Sister Mo isn't here right now. We'll show her later, Zhou Hanhua responded, pulling out a thick tome and flipping through it. He was turning the pages backward, and soon he found it spirit-absorbing grass, possessing no fixed form. Its roots resemble strands of hair. After the grass body is removed, the rootstock can be worth 10,000 spirit stones and 10,000 contributions per pound. As Zhou Hanhua read the recorded details aloud, Zhao Mingxian and Hu Min nearby both gasped in astonishment. Li Chuan could not help but chuckle. He was aware of its substantial value, yet the precise price eluded him. If it could fetch 10,000 spirit stones per pound in the Yinyang sect, it would surely command at least 20,000 spirit stones per pound outside. It truly deserved its status as a rare entity. Zhou Hanhua promptly seized the spirit-absorbing grass, casually severing its grass body and weighing it in his hand. Half a pound, he stated through clenched teeth, equating to 5,000 spirit stones and 5,000 contributions. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes had turned an alarming shade of crimson. Hu Min's attractive bosom rose and fell with agitation. This single plan alone could sustain her for a decade without undertaking tasks, allowing her to focus solely on cultivation. Regrettably, it was of no concern to her. Congratulations, junior brother Li Chuan, Zhao Mingxian said with a bitter smile. Though he uttered words of congratulations, they were far from sincere. He could only resent his lack of such fortune. Observing Zhou Hanhua's unwavering focus on the spirit-absorbing root, Li Chuan casually tossed the severed protective grass upward and remarked, Senior brother Zhou, if everything is in order, shall we settle the transaction? Zhao Mingxian nudged Zhou Hanhua. Coming to his senses, Zhou Hanhua replied, I don't have that many spirit stones on me. I need to fetch some from Sister Mo. So please wait a moment. That he placed the spirit-absorbing root on the table and hurriedly departed that moment. The spirit-absorbing root and the protective grass were once again connected. Although the spirit-absorbing root could interchange its head at will, it could not exist without one. If the connection was absent for an extended period, the spiritual energy within its roots would deplete. Thus, Li Chuan's seemingly casual action was, in fact, a measure to preserve its spiritual essence. After Zhou Hanhua left, Hu Min gazed at Li Chuan, her expression softening gradually. She spoke to him. "Junior brother, where did you find this item?" Li Chuan smiled and replied, "In the number one small world. May I ask how to address you?" "Senior sister?" Ever since he had formed a fateful bond with Chu Mingyu and the sister who had mocked him, Li Chuan now found himself pondering whether he could forge a similar connection with any enchanting fairy he encountered. Regardless of the outcome, it never hurt to inquire during a lull in conversation. Before Hu Min could respond, Zhao Mingxian interjected, "This sister Hu Min is your senior brother Zhou's partner. Junior brother Li Chuan. Your knowledge of spiritual plants has truly opened my eyes that I wouldn't even recognize this spirit-absorbing grass if it were placed before me. You deserve every spirit stone you earned at Hu Min exclaimed in astonishment. The number one small world actually harbors such precious items. If other spiritual plant cultivators were to discover it, they would surely be filled with regret. It remains uncertain how many cultivators truly recognize this item. It seems Junior Brother has only recently joined our Yin-Yang sect and is unaware of where he previously cultivated." She began to engage Li Chuan in conversation. Li Chuan did not conceal his past, for he had shared it upon entering the sect, and there were detailed records within the sect. Moreover, conversing with the partners of others felt quite pleasant. He enjoyed the attention of those seeking to extract information from him. The two exchanged laughter and banter, leaving Zhao Mingxian in a state of agitation, akin to a husband fearing his wife might be led astray. In truth, he was apprehensive that Hu Min's closeness to Li Chuan might allow her to profit immensely, while he himself gained nothing. Witnessing a familiar face prospering was far more distressing than his own lack of fortune. Soon, greetings echoed through the hall as the task hall steward, Sister Mo Xiangling, finally arrived. Zhao Mingxian hastily reminded Li Chuan, "Sister Mo is here to..." In truth, Li Chuan had already turned to look upon hearing the greetings. There, at the entrance of the grand hall, Zhou Hanhua approached alongside a woman with a demeanor as cold as ice. She possessed a perfectly oval face. Beneath her gently arched brows, her slightly upturned eyes bore a hint of allure, yet her indifference shrouded it. Her straight nose and cherry-like lips contributed to her exquisite visage, which seemed to carry an air of subtle arrogance. Draped in a fitted black robe, she exuded simplicity and elegance, accentuating her tall and slender figure. The black belt cinching her waist was adorned with several prominent jade stones, seemingly forming a formation that drew the eye. Truly, she was deserving of her title as one of the 10 most stunning fairies of the Qi refining stage. In terms of figure, temperament, and beauty, she was hardly inferior to Chu Mingyu, making it difficult for anyone to avert their gaze. Some claim that before Su Yaoyue joined the Yin-Yang sect, the foremost among the 10 fairies was indeed Mo Xiangling. However, Li Chuan was not particularly well informed on the matter. Whether it was because he had already experienced Chu Mingyu or if Mo Xiangling was genuinely more breathtaking, he could not discern. Regardless, if presented with the choice between Chu Mingyu and Mo Xiangling, he would undoubtedly choose the latter without hesitation. Naturally, Li Chuan found himself compelled to compare Mo Xiangling with Chu Mingyu. Chu Mingyu's fee was 21 spirit stones for half an hour, and he wondered whether he could negotiate a similar rate with Mo Xiangling. "You are quite remarkable, consistently discovering valuable items in the number one small world. This time, you have uncovered such a treasure," Mo Xiangling remarked, picking up the spirit-absorbing grass from the table and addressing Li Chuan. Although they had never met, she was aware of his identity from her previous visit to the inner chamber and frequently reviewed the records in the task hall. When Li Chuan sold spiritual herbs, his contributions ranked first that day, leaving a lasting impression on her. However, she was surprised to find Li Chuan appeared somewhat disheveled. Yet this thought was fleeting. In cultivation, one must rely on chance, talent, and tenacity. She believed Li Chuan must possess a fortuitous opportunity and a willingness to strive. Although the inner disciples might overlook him due to his appearance, he would eventually become a figure whom ordinary disciples would look up to. As she spoke, Her fingers began to entwine around the root stalk of the spirit-absorbing grass. "Having met Sister Mo, I was merely fortunate," Li Chuan replied politely as he finished speaking. He noticed, Xiangling's fingers had already coiled around the roots multiple times before she brazenly began to consume it. She was audaciously stealing from the sect. Li Chuan glanced at Zhao Mingxian and Zhou Hanhua, realizing both were simultaneously swallowing hard and turning away to his surprise. After a few chews, Xiangling's fingers re-wrapped around the spirit-absorbing root. And with a serious expression, she stated, "This is my first encounter with such a thing. I'm uncertain, so I shall taste it again." Li Chuan's face twitched. She might as well take it home to make soup. This senior sister was far too blatant. Did she not fear repercussions from the sect for consuming such an expensive item? However, seeing her composed demeanor reminded him of Chu Mingyu, who had also appeared unfazed when discussing their fateful bond. This ignited a fervent desire within him to propose a similar connection with Xiangling right then and there. Li Chuan felt that every action of Xiangling's was irresistibly captivating. Indeed, the rootstock of this spirit-absorbing grass is as described in the book. The spiritual energy is incredibly pure. That I shall fetch you the spirit stones. Xiangling finally concluded her tasting and turned to enter the inner chamber. Soon, she emerged with a spatial pouch, and with a thought, a pile of spirit stones appeared on the table. That a total of 5,100 spirit stones. Please count them. In an almost instantaneous manner, all gazes within the hall converged. Few individuals at the Qi refinement stage had ever witnessed such a substantial accumulation of spirit stones. Li Chuan swiftly stowed the spirit stones into his Qingquan bag, denying his fellow disciples an opportunity to broaden their horizons. Only after securing the stones did he begin to count them leisurely. In truth, counting was unnecessary. A mere thought sufficed to reveal the quantity. "Thank you, Senior Sister Mo. I would also appreciate your assistance in adding my contributions," Li Chuan said, presenting his contribution token. Typically, this matter would require consulting Zhou Hanhua, but with such a stunning beauty before him, who would willingly seek out a man for conversation? However, after accepting Li Chuan's contribution token, Xiangling promptly handed it to Zhou Hanhua as the steward. She had little interest in such trivial tasks. "That I am aware that you have not undergone the sect's spirit planter certification and thus cannot enter the specialized spirit planting realm. I will contact the examiner for you, so you can obtain your certification as soon as possible," Xiangling suddenly informed Li Chuan. This unexpected piece of news brought him joy, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Sister Mo, for your concern. Such a great favor. I truly do not know how to repay." While he spoke polite words, his mind was already contemplating how to earn more spirit stones in the future. Intending to spoil Xiangling for a while, Li Chuan understood Xiangling's motivation for assisting him. It was quite simple. Every time a valuable spirit herb was discovered, she would taste it for herself. The more precious spirit plants Li Chuan found, the more she could savor. Thus, helping him was akin to helping herself. After receiving the contribution token from Zhou Hanhua, Li Chuan did not leave, but engaged in conversation with Xiangling and the others. He had initially planned to seize an opportunity to inquire about Xiangling's celestial fate, and now that his spirit stones had surpassed 5,000, regardless of her price, he could afford it. However, after standing there for a brief moment, several disciples from the mission hall approached her. It was unclear whether they sought a chance to converse with her or if these matters genuinely required her decision. Finding no immediate opportunity, Li Chuan had to temporarily abandon his intent. After all, he still had another option in the form of Chu Mingyu, another of the 10 exceptional beauties. As he turned to leave, he suddenly returned swiftly upon noticing a familiar figure, the gray-clad, middle-aged man who had been present when he excavated the spirit-absorbing herb. If it were only the gray-clad, middle-aged man, it would be one thing. A mere Qi refinement-level farmer could be easily dealt with, even without magical artifacts. Yet the gray-clad man was not alone. He was accompanied by a group of individuals whom Li Chuan did not recognize. Among them was someone he had seen in the number 1 small world, seemingly a steward of that realm. Glancing at the back door of the hall, Li Chuan walked over without hesitation. It was not his first time using the back entrance. Just as Li Chuan departed, the gray-clad man and his companions entered the mission hall. Upon their arrival, many individuals instinctively turned to gaze at them. The appearance of a group of cultivators in the mission hall was a rare occurrence. As this group approached, Mo Xiangling looked at a middle-aged man with a horse-like face and inquired, "Senior Brother Chow, do you have a task to announce?" The horse-faced man, named Chao Tianyong, was the steward of the number 1 small world. His expression was not pleasant as he approached Mo Xiangling, stating, "Junior Sister Mo, someone has taken the spirit-absorbing herb I planted in the spirit field, that I wonder if they have come to exchange contributions here." For those who had spent a considerable time in the Yin-Yang sect, contributions were more valuable than spirit stones. However, for Li Chuan, who had yet to experience the sweetness of contributions, spirit stones held greater appeal than the spirit-absorbing herb was yours. Mo Xiangling exclaimed in surprise, for what Junior Sister seems to imply. That person has indeed been here. Where is he? Among the crowd, the most excited were Zhao Ming Xian, Zhou Hanhe, and who men having just seen Li Chuan acquire over 5,000 spirit stones and contributions, they felt a wave of discontent. Now that someone had come to confront Li Chuan, they could hardly contain their delight, even wishing for Li Chuan's recently acquired spirit stones and contributions to be seized. Xiangling replied, "Of course he has been here." That spirit-absorbing herb was exchanged for 5,000 spirit stones and contributions. But Senior Brother Chow, you inquired about his whereabouts, and you have asked the wrong person. Neither my junior brother nor I are related to him. How would I know where he is? Upon hearing the figures of 5,000 spirit stones and contributions, the gray-clad man's eyes widened. He had claimed that Li Chuan was problematic, but had not anticipated the value of the spirit-absorbing herb. Regret flooded his mind. However, he failed to reflect that despite being near the spirit field for so long, he could not recognize such a valuable item. Even without Li Chuan, would he have obtained it? Chao Tianyong seethed. Then I must ask Junior Sister Mo to investigate that person's information for me. Why hard-earned spirit-absorbing herb was stolen in exchange for contributions. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. After he spoke, he noticed Mo Xiangling was looking at him with a peculiar expression and inquired, "What is it? Junior Sister Mo, are you unwilling to assist with such a simple matter? Rest assured, Senior Brother, I will not let you assist without compensation. There will be a reward for your help." The implication was rather clear. Mo Xiangling would not miss out on any benefits. However, Mo Xiangling merely smiled and said, "Senior Brother Chow, this is the Outer Sect Mission Hall, not your number 1 small world. Basic rules must still be observed. The information of each disciple is confidential. You cannot possibly be unaware of this. After all, you are the steward." Her words incited Chao Tianyong's irritation. He was well acquainted with the rules of confidentiality, for many matters were tacitly understood. Mo Xiangling's refusal to assist was evident. He retorted, "Junior Sister, my precious item was stolen, and they came to your mission hall to dispose of it. You have a responsibility to help me identify the thief." Mo Xiangling's expression turned icy. "I do not appreciate your words. Senior Brother, if your inefficacy led to the loss of your item, why come to me? Shouldn't this matter be taken to the law enforcement hall? Moreover, since you possess such extraordinary abilities as to cultivate spirit-absorbing herbs, capturing a thief should be a simple task for you, shouldn't it?" Her tone dripped with mockery. The spirit-absorbing herbs were rare. She had been in the mission hall for over a decade and had never encountered such a thing. Hence, she doubted Chao Tianyong's claims of cultivation. She even suspected he had only read about spirit-absorbing herbs in books and had never seen one in person. Chao Tianyong discerned her sarcasm and replied, "Displeased, so you intend to protect him? Do you truly wish for me to escalate this matter to Elder 7? Mo Xiangling cast him a sidelong glance, disdainfully stating, "I am unaware of Elder 7's position. But if you continue to cause disturbances here, disrupting the normal operations of the mission hall, as a steward, I will have no choice but to throw you out to that point. Do not claim that I failed to show you any consideration or disregard our camaraderie." Although Chao Tianyong was a senior brother, he and Mo Xiangling were both merely at the 10th layer of qi refinement. Yet, in terms of strength, he could not hold a candle to her. Over a decade ago, Mo Xiangling had been the top disciple of the Outer Sect, an undeniable genius with limitless potential. In contrast, Chao Tianyong had exhausted his talents as a sect disciple, with little hope of ever reaching foundation establishment. Much like the number 1 small world, He had long since lost his potential and could only serve as a place for retirement. Despite both being stewards, the disparity between the two was vast. Had he not been a spirit planter, he likely would not have even held the position of steward. If Mo Xiangling truly decided to take action, he would find himself in a most humiliating predicament. Moreover, many people were now gathering in the mission hall. If a fight broke out, Chao Tianyang and his companions would have no opportunity to escape. Very well, I shall simply seek Elder 7 for resolution. Faced with the circumstances, Chao Tianyang had no choice but to leave in defeat. In truth, Mo Xiangling had little interest in such matters. She lacked any strong sense of justice and was not inclined to engage in disputes with others. However, given Li Chuan's formidable capabilities, she had indirectly tied her interest to him, and as long as it did not affect her own standing, she would naturally side with him. After Chao Tianyang and his group exited the mission hall, the gray-clad middle-aged man spoke with a worried expression. "Steward Chao, are we truly going to seek Elder 7? Originally, the spirit-absorbing grass was not planted by Chao Tianyang. He feared that seeking Elder Qi would reveal his hidden motives. He never anticipated that Chao Daguan, who usually flaunted his authority before them, would possess little influence within the task hall where others hardly acknowledged him. Chao Tianyang glared at the middle-aged man in gray and scolded. "Are you out of your mind to seek Elder Qi for such trivial matters? Any senior brother from Elder Qi's peak could handle this. He is merely a lowly steward from the outer sect. How could Elder Qi possibly meet him for the sake of saving face?" The power struggles in the cultivation world are something Li Chuan has witnessed many times. Thus, upon seeing Chao Tianyang and his companions, he guessed that they were there to reclaim the spirit-absorbing grass. He was not particularly worried about it. After all, he had survived numerous life-and-death situations, and this minor turbulence was hardly worth mentioning. Besides, he had now managed to cling to Elder Qi's smooth, lengthy leg. Whether he obtained the spirit-absorbing grass through wit or force was of little consequence. The pressing matter was to break through his cultivation realm first. Without adequate support, how could one maintain a good mood to advance swiftly? Therefore, Li Chuan promptly made his way to Chu Mingyu's residence. As he knocked on the door, it was Zhao Bingxian who answered. "Oh, it's junior brother Li Chuan. Please come in." This time, Zhao Bingxian was exceptionally warm, greeting Li Chuan with a broad smile and ushering him into the room. "Is Sister Mingyu not here?" Li Chuan inquired. Sensing the absence of Chu Mingyu's aura in the room, Zhao Bingxian replied with a grin. "Sister Mingyu has gone to give a lecture to the outer sect disciples." Upon hearing this, Li Chuan realized she had taken on a task. What a diligent fairy she was. He glanced at Zhao Bingxian, who was always present during his visits. Wondering inwardly why he never seemed to be out on missions, he directly asked, "Brother Zhao, aren't you going out to train?" Zhao Bingxian sighed. "To be honest, junior brother, Sister Mingyu has touched the threshold of foundation establishment, and she only needs a foundation establishment pill to succeed. Meanwhile, I remain perplexed about my own foundation establishment. To avoid falling too far behind Sister Mingyu, I have been meditating and comprehending during this time that I hope you don't find this amusing." Taken aback by Zhao Bingxian's sudden sharing, Li Chuan wondered if the man was about to confide something important. His suspicion proved correct when Zhao Bingxian continued. "I feel I have made some progress with foundation establishment. It seems I am just missing the most crucial element." He paused, likely hoping Li Chuan would inquire further. However, Li Chuan preferred to focus on thoughts of Chu Mingyu rather than engage him. Noticing that Li Chuan was contentedly sipping tea without responding, Zhao Bingxian had no choice but to continue speaking. "I believe what I lack is spiritual energy. If only I could find a place abundant in spiritual energy to cultivate, I would surely grasp the threshold of foundation establishment much quicker." Li Chuan cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Bingxian, set down his teacup, and awaited his next words. "Junior brother Li Chuan." Zhao Bingxian suddenly placed 30 spirit stones on the table and said, "I've heard that each elder peak has dedicated cultivation areas where the spiritual energy is several times greater than that of our outer sect. Since you know Sister Chu Xian from Elder Qi's peak, I wonder if you could speak a good word for me, so that when Sister Chu Xian considers recruiting disciples for Elder Qi's peak, she might take me into account. Even if I could only serve as a servant disciple temporarily, I would have no regrets as long as I could cultivate at Elder Qi's peak." He pushed the spirit stones toward Li Chuan. Looking at the spirit stones before him, Li Chuan couldn't help but chuckle internally. He had over 5,000 spirit stones in his bag, and this meager 30 stones was hardly a convincing incentive. Nevertheless, he accepted the spirit stones into his bag and reassured Zhao Bingxian. "Brother Zhao, don't worry. For the sake of Sister Mengyu, I'll certainly lend a hand. However, I cannot guarantee that Sister Chu Xian will provide you with this opportunity." Taking 30 spirit stones from Zhao Bingxian only to spend them on Chu Mengyu seemed to Li Chuan a delightful internal circulation. Zhao Bingxian, oblivious to Li Chuan's thoughts, felt a surge of joy at his words, his smile unwavering as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, junior brother." Previously, he had lamented his lack of connections with the upper echelons. But he firmly believed that if he seized the right moment and offered a few more spirit stones, entering Elder Chi's peak as a servant disciple would be a breeze. Once his strength reached foundation establishment, he could naturally become a full disciple of Elder Chi's peak. His career plan was quite clear to be, by the way, "Junior brother, did you come to find Sister Mengyu for something specific?" "Oh, I have some questions regarding my cultivation that I wish to ask Sister Mengyu." "Questions about cultivation? You've come to the right person. I may not know much, but I have quite a bit of insight into refining qi. Since Sister Mengyu is not here, feel free to ask me anything." Li Chuan, smiling, did not decline Zhao Bingxian's good intentions. After all, Zhao Bingxian was a skilled practitioner at the 10th level of refining qi and held a certain reputation within the outer sect. His insights would likely be valuable. It was a perfect opportunity for Li Chuan to learn from Zhao Bingxian and later validate the knowledge with Chu Mengyu. "Brother, my yin-yang initial awakening technique has reached the 2nd level. I wonder how I should proceed to cultivate it more swiftly," Li Chuan inquired humbly. Zhao Bingxian responded, "When did you enter the sect? How have you only reached the 2nd level? I observe that your foundation is profound, and the spiritual energy within you is well refined. It should be progressing much faster. Have you not found a partner yet? You must find one quickly. If you can find a partner who surpasses you in skill, that would be even better." Zhao Bingxian generously shared everything with Li Chuan, even discussing matters of dual cultivation without reservation, greatly benefiting Li Chuan. The two engaged in conversation for over an hour. As Li Chuan prepared to leave, he said to Zhao Bingxian, "Brother Zhao, when Sister Mengyu returns, please ask her to visit my residence, that I would also like to hear her insights on cultivation. After all, mutual corroboration leads to faster progress. Certainly, when Sister Mengyu returns, I will make sure she visits you." Zhao Bingxian replied, though inwardly he was seething that he felt Li Chuan was being rather presumptuous, asking for insights on cultivation and then expecting others to come to him. Did he truly consider himself so important? However, remembering Li Chuan's backing with Elder Chi's disciple, he suppressed his dissatisfaction at if he were to learn that Li Chuan's invitation to Chu Mengyu was not merely for advice. He would surely be taken aback, as fate would have it. Not long after Li Chuan departed, Chu Mengyu returned. Zhao Bingxian informed her, "Sister Mengyu, the junior brother Li Chuan came looking for you. He asked you to visit him once he returned." He refrained from mentioning Li Chuan's request for her insights on cultivation, fearing that she might decline. After all, Chu Mengyu typically did not place much importance on relationships and would not seek to ingratiate herself with others solely because of Li Chuan's proximity to Elder Chi's disciple. Little did he know, his concerns were unfounded. Chu Mengyu would not seek to curry favor due to Li Chuan's connections, but she would certainly go because of the spirit stones he had offered her. Oh, what did he want? Chu Mengyu feigned ignorance. She was fully aware of Li Chuan's intentions but felt the need to maintain appearances. Zhao Bingxian replied, "I'm not sure what he wanted, but he seemed quite urgent. You should hurry over, lest something significant be delayed." He was anxious that Li Chuan might grow impatient, urging her to go. Chu Mengyu looked at him quizzically and remarked, "Brother, you seem different today. I recall you were not particularly fond of junior brother Li Chuan." Zhao Bingxian quickly laughed. "That was before. After your enlightening words last time, I've come to my senses. Since we are all fellow disciples, there is no need for needless antagonism. We should support one another." Chu Mengyu remained non-committal, stating, "If you can see it clearly, it shows your cultivation and character has advanced further. I wish you a swift attainment of foundation establishment." Zhao Bingxian replied earnestly, "Rest assured, sister, I will certainly follow your lead in achieving foundation establishment, and I will not fall behind. Then I shall await your progress." "Brother," Chu Mengyu turned and departed, leaving a trail of enchanting fragrance in her wake. Seizing the moment, Zhao Bingxian immediately resumed his cultivation. His yearning to establish a solid foundation was exceedingly urgent. As one of the top 10 beauties of the outer sect, countless individuals aspired to be her Dao partner. Zhao Bingxian harbored the desire to continue being her partner. Thus, he must hasten his foundational practices, for once Chu Mengyu solidified her foundation, his current level of qi refining would seem rather inadequate. Upon returning to his dwelling, Li Chuan had scarcely begun to organize the insights he had acquired from Zhao Bingxian when Chu Mengyu arrived. "Junior brother, your speed in accumulating spirit stones is astonishing. Even your senior sister cannot compare," she remarked as she stood at the doorway, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, as if draped in a delicate veil of gold, gazing at her captivating figure. An unexpected thought crossed Li Chuan's mind. Would the scene be even more exquisite if Chu Mengyu were to wear nothing at all, or perhaps merely a sheer garment? As she entered the room and turned to close the door, she teased, "Junior brother, I wonder how long you intend to seek spiritual affinity with your senior sister this time." Li Chuan enveloped Chu Mengyu in his arms, his rough hands caressing her delicate face as he scrutinized her features. After a prolonged moment, he exclaimed, "Senior sister, you are truly beautiful." Chu Mengyu chuckled. "Does this mean you find it exceptionally worthwhile?" Li Chuan certainly felt it was worth every bit, yet he could not admit it, fearing that Chu Mengyu might seize the opportunity to raise her price. Although he possessed spirit stones, he was reluctant to squander them. With a meaningful tone, he replied, "Whether it is worthwhile depends on your performance." Senior sister. In truth, as he examined Chu Mengyu's face, he was subtly comparing her to Mo Xiangling. Ultimately, he concluded that both women were extraordinarily beautiful, their nearly flawless faces devoid of any discernible blemishes. He produced the 30 spirit stones he had just received and placed them in Chu Mengyu's hand. Stunned, she exclaimed, "Junior brother, why is it 30 spirit stones this time?" Previously, Li Chuan had either requested 50 or 21 spirit stones, making it easy to calculate time with the possibility of extending their arrangement afterward. But 30 spirit stones, how is that to be interpreted in terms of time? Li Chuan chuckled. "This is what senior brother Zhao Bingxian just gave me." "Senior brother Zhao gave you this?" Chu Mengyu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she queried, "What did he give you spirit stones for?" Li Chuan replied with a grin. "Senior brother Zhao noticed that I lacked a Dao partner and offered to sponsor me with spirit stones so I could seek a junior sister to establish a connection. Lest my body be adversely affected by the sect cultivation methods, I thought of you first, senior sister. I treat you well, don't I?" Chu Mengyu did not believe a word of it. She was certain that Zhao Bingxian would not be so generous to Li Chuan. Yet, the thought that Li Chuan's spirit stones originated from Zhao Bingxian left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Rather than exposing the truth, she seized the moment to say, "Then I must go back and express my gratitude to senior brother Zhao for enabling me to earn an additional 30 spirit stones today." Upon hearing this, Li Chuan felt a surge of excitement, exclaiming inwardly how brazen it was. Chu Mengyu seemed to embody a demure allure, appearing pure and noble, while unbeknownst to her, darkness had already fallen. As expected, Li Chuan extended their arrangement for another 20 spirit stones. Initially, Chu Mengyu intended to leave, but Li Chuan urged her to return at midnight. Upon hearing this, she decided to stay, finding the back and forth too cumbersome. She chose to reside at Li Chuan's place, awaiting the moment he would be ready. After all, her singular goal was to solidify her foundation. If she could earn over 50 spirit stones each day at Li Chuan's, she would be able to establish her foundation in just over a month, much faster than she had initially anticipated. As for Zhao Bingxian, despite their partnership, he was not providing her with spirit stones. Thus, she prioritized the one who did in the path of cultivation. The greatest taboo was to be ensnared by emotions. For both her and Zhao Bingxian, this served as a test of their resolve. One must be able to grasp and release. Otherwise, they would forever remain at the bottom tier of cultivators. The following noon, Li Chuan, feeling invigorated, made his way to Elder Qi's peak. He could not help but acknowledge the significant assistance Zhao Bingxian's insights and their partnership had provided him. Astonishingly, he had advanced the yin-yang initial activation technique from the 2nd level to the 3rd level in just one night, aligning it with his current cultivation stage. Thus, once he mastered the technique at the 4th level. He would inevitably break through to the 4th level of qi refining that he was confident that within a month, this breakthrough would be achievable. During this month, he had no plans to seek spirit herbs. Firstly, he had ample spirit stones at his disposal. Secondly, the first small world was currently off limits until Mo Xiangling completed the assessment procedures and obtained her certification as a spirit planter. Therefore, he prioritized his breakthrough. The reason he had not engaged in cultivation today and instead visited Elder Qi's peak was to inquire if He Fenglin had awakened. Past harrowing experiences had taught him that He Fenglin's injury was undoubtedly severe. He could not concern himself with other matters. However, if someone indeed intended to strike against the Yin-Yang sect, he needed to prepare in advance. At the very least, he ought to familiarize himself with potential escape routes and select a few capable senior sisters to accompany him. Ensuring he would not be alone on the path of flight, that He Fenglin had yet to regain consciousness. But Li Chuan received shocking news from Chu Xian. A top-grade spirit stone had been discovered in He Fenglin's Qinquan bag. Top-grade spirit stones were remarkably pure, devoid of any impurities, containing only the most refined spiritual energy. Currently, Li Chuan and his peers utilized low-grade spirit stones, which, despite their inferior quality, suffice for their cultivation needs. One superior-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 10 middle-grade spirit stones or 100 low-grade spirit stones. However, a single top-grade spirit stone could be traded for 100 superior-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. The rarity of top-grade spirit stones stemmed not only from their purity, but also from an intriguing property. They could reproduce. Indeed, you read that correctly. Even such inanimate objects as spirit stones could reproduce. When a collection of top-grade spirit stones was gathered, after a millennium or so, new spirit stones would emerge around them, that a substantial accumulation of top-grade spirit stones, left undisturbed for tens of thousands of years, could potentially yield a spirit stone mine or even a spiritual vein. Powerful factions would designate specific locations to store top-grade spirit stones, securing a safety net for themselves. Though Chu Xian did not elaborate, Li Chuan had already grasped the implication. He Fenglin had discovered a spirit stone mine or even a spiritual vein. Therefore, his injury was not the result of an attack on the Minshan branch of the Yin-Yang sect, but rather an attempt to suppress information from leaking. Upon hearing this news, Li Chuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, accompanied by a surge of excitement. The Minshan branch was established here precisely due to the presence of a spiritual vein. Currently, this branch housed over 10,000 cultivators, and with the inclusion of miscellaneous roles, the total exceeded 50,000. If it were merely a spirit stone mine, he would not be particularly concerned about the additional benefits. However, if it were a spiritual vein, it presented a significant opportunity. Should it indeed be a spiritual vein, the establishment of another branch would be inevitable. In that case, personnel would likely be chosen from nearby. And if he could rise to prominence during this process, he could secure an important position within the new branch. His ambitions were not driven by the allure of power and privilege, but rather by future considerations. Since the small black book primarily enhanced auxiliary professions, he needed to make the most of it. Particularly in the realm of spirit planting, merely cultivating a few acres or tens of acres of spirit fields would yield limited returns. To cultivate a larger expanse of spirit fields without authority would only serve to benefit others. Hence, the optimal solution would be to contract a small world. However, without power, who in the Yin-Yang sect would entrust a small world to him for cultivation? Li Chuan also learned from Chu Xian that the sect leader had departed the sect accompanied by the 7th elder and several other elders. This further substantiated his suspicion that the sect leader and the others could no longer wait for He Fenglin to awaken and had set off to search for him. To Li Chuan's surprise, as he left the 7th elder's peak, he encountered Chao Tianyang. This time, Chao Tianyang was not with the gray-clad spirit field master, but was instead in the company of a disciple from the 7th elder's peak. This disciple was taking him to meet Mu Yuling's apprentice, Li Chuan, possessing some understanding of lip reading, observed from a distance for a while that he saw the disciple who brought Chao Tianyang, saying to El Qingzhou, El Shixiang, "This is Chao Tianyang, the steward of the first small world, and also a first-tier spirit plant master that a few years ago he discovered a spirit-absorbing grass, which was originally planted in the spirit field. But it was picked by someone yesterday. Spirit-absorbing grass. What is that? Qingzhou replied dismissively. It's merely a type of grass that if it was picked, then just find the one who took it and let them compensate. Chao Tianyang hurriedly interjected, respectfully reporting to Shi Xiang. The spirit-absorbing grass is not an ordinary first-tier spirit herb. It can enhance both the success rate and quality of alchemical concoctions. The person who picked my herb exchanged it for 5,000 spirit stones and 5,000 contribution points at the task hall yesterday. 5,000 contribution points. Qingzhou's voice suddenly rose, startling Chao Tianyang, who momentarily lost his train of thought and stood there in a daze. Not only him, but even Li Chuan, who was at a distance, could hear Qingzhou's voice. 5,000 contribution points is nothing to get so worked up about, Li Chuan muttered dismissively. Little did this wealthy individual know the struggles of cultivators at various tiers. Although Qingzhou and his peers were the personal disciples of elders and enjoyed numerous benefits and hidden incomes, their expenditures were equally substantial. After all, it is impossible to rapidly enhance one's strength without the support of resources. Therefore, despite having been in the foundation establishment stage for quite some time, their savings might not necessarily surpass those of individuals in the qi refining stage. This is akin to Li Chuan's previous life, where those residing in large cities with properties worth tens of millions might earn 20,000 a month, yet their savings might not exceed those of someone in a small county with a property worth a few $100,000 and a monthly income of 8,000 Li Chuan. Not even wearing precious garments and having scarcely used contribution points, naturally did not perceive 5,000 as a significant amount, and in time, he would gradually realize that, given his earning speed, he might never find himself short on contributions. Discussing the abundance or scarcity of contributions with him was rather hasty. Qingzhou then asked Chao Tianyang, "Please continue. What happened in the end? Who was the disciple that took your item? Is there someone backing him?" Chao Tianyang quickly replied, "All I know is that the one who picked my spirit herb is a lecherous old man that I had originally intended to ask Sister Mo from the task hall to help me investigate that person's information. But Sister Mo refused and even chased me out of the task hall, that I didn't want to trouble you elders with such matters, but I simply couldn't swallow this grievance." Qingzhou responded. "The Sister Mo you mentioned is Mo Xiangling, isn't she? She's the sect leader's personally chosen steward of the outer sect task hall. It is quite normal for her to ignore you. As for that lecherous old man who picked your spirit herb, it shouldn't be too difficult to investigate. After all, there aren't many elders in the yin-yang sect at the qi refining stage. And those who are lecherous are even fewer. When I have time, I'll look into it for you. I want to see who dares to touch the things of someone from our 7th Elder's Peak." Upon hearing Qingzhou mention that Mo Xiangling was personally chosen by the sect leader, Li Chuan instantly understood where Mo Xiangling's confidence in brazenly testing spirit herbs came from, as long as the sect leader remained in power. Who would dare to challenge her? Li Chuan observed from a distance for a while, and even when Chao Tianyang glanced his way as he departed, he nodded at him, leaving Chao Tianyang momentarily stunned. Thinking he was a disciple from the 7th Elder's Peak, and he quickly responded with a smile, in the midst of the misinformation, he thought that searching for a lecherous old man would not lead to him. Li Chuan also took his leave. When Chao Tianyang mentioned the lecherous old man, Li Chuan felt a sense of security. In his mind, he envisioned himself as a figure of brilliance and grandeur, a celestial being exuding an aura of immortality. Therefore, how could they possibly find him based on the standard of a lecherous old man? It could only be said that there was a significant disparity between how Li Chuan perceived himself and how others viewed him. Upon returning to his residence and seeing Chu Mengyu, Li Chuan suddenly felt playful and tossed a spirit stone to her, claiming it was to help her cultivate her temperament. The transformation from 500 to 1 nearly drove Chu Mengyu to the brink of fury, almost prompting her to give him a beating. However, Li Chuan justified it as aiding her improvement to prevent future disturbances from inner demons. Surprisingly, Chu Mengyu fell for this excuse, believing it was her lack of temperance that allowed Li Chuan to provoke her. Thus, in the following days, whenever Li Chuan felt inclined, he would toss a few spirit stones to Chu Mengyu to aid her in cultivating her temperament. Over the next several days, Li Chuan began to delve into cultivation techniques. Besides consulting Chu Mengyu, He even attended lectures specifically designed for disciples of the Yin Yang sect who had yet to enter or had just entered the sect. Originally, these classes were intended for newcomers. But after decades of cultivation, Li Chuan had a solid foundation, if not exceptional. However, he realized he knew too little about the Yin Yang sect's techniques and wanted to hear others' insights into their cultivation experiences. Although many of the lecturers were not as skilled as Chu Mengyu, it was certainly beneficial to learn from various sources that IT proved to be a wise decision. He finally gained enlightenment and entered the fourth layer of Qi refining. Fortune Master, Li Chuan lifespan, 49 years, 55 years realm. Fourth layer of Qi refining fortune, 11 spirit plant technique. First tier level 01 first tier spirit plant identification, level 10 first tier spirit field identification, level 1 first tier spirit seed cultivation, level 1 first tier spirit plant planting level 1. He had increased his lifespan by 5 years. And the shadow of death finally dissipated. His spirit plant identification had also reached maximum level and could not be raised further. As for what to upgrade next, he had yet to decide, as one spirit plant identification was already sufficient for his wealth. Thus, he chose to save his fortune for later use. Regarding the first-tier spirit plant technique, he estimated he would need to wait until all 4 subcategories were maxed out to upgrade. Sister, how many more spirit stones do you need to exchange for a foundation establishment pill? Li Chuan asked Chu Mengyu. Chu Mengyu's consciousness sank in her chinquan pouch. Then she replied, I still need over 1,800, that you must work hard. Junior brother, my foundation establishment pill relies entirely on you. She thought Li Chuan had run out of spirit stones and was preparing to go out to earn more, so she encouraged him. However, Li Chuan waved his hand, and a pile of spirit stones appeared on the beat. In an instant, Chu Mingyu's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment after scanning the spirit stones with her divine sense. She looked at Li Chuan in confusion and asked, a total of 3,000 spirit stones? What is your intention, junior brother? Had it been before, Chu Mengyu might have scolded Li Chuan for being so stingy, always nitpicking about a few spirit stones. However, her recent temperance training had indeed changed her greatly. Thus, she was astonished and felt no inclination to blame Li Chuan. Li Chuan said to her, Sister, I can give you the spirit stones all at once, allowing you to purchase the foundation establishment pill. Consider these spirit stones as an advance stored with you. Once you establish your foundation, we will settle the amount we previously discussed. Each time, we will deduct from 3,000 spirit stones. What do you think, sister? Upon hearing this, Chu Mengyu burst into laughter, illuminating the room with her radiant charm. Junior brother, you truly know how to be frugal, even taking advantage of your sister. She said with a playful yet exasperated expression. Sister, I am utterly defeated by you. Then, sister, do you agree? Li Chuan asked with a confident smile. Chu Mengyu replied, but sister only needs 1,800. Why are you giving 3,000? Li Chuan responded, this is an additional condition. Sister, you can either accept the 3,000 or we can proceed as before. However, you must think carefully. I may not have the time to seek you out every day in the future. After all, there are so many junior and senior sisters in the outer sect, and even among the outer sect's 10 most beautiful sisters, there are still 9 others that, if you refuse me now, your foundation establishment time might be delayed again. Chu Mingyu's lovely lips pouted adorably as she spoke sweetly. Junior brother, are you threatening your sister? However, sister accepts your threat. Once I establish my foundation, you can still have your way with me. She threw a flirtatious glance at Li Chuan before putting away the spirit stones. Seeing her like this, Li Chuan couldn't help but marvel. She truly was a captivating enchantress. Sister, you are truly something else. He could not help but speak. However, Chu Mengyu remained entirely unfazed and instead inquired of Li Chuan. So, junior brother, do you fancy senior sister's flirtatious nature? After her temperament had elevated, such remarks held no sting for her. She could even engage playfully in the banter. Li Chuan chuckled. What do you think, senior sister? If I were not fond of you, how could I possibly spend several thousand spirit stones on you? Chu Mengyu retorted, but senior sister believed you might prefer a more frivolous side of me. Hee. As she spoke, she couldn't help but break into laughter. All right, I shan't tease you any longer. I must go purchase some foundation establishment pills. Junior brother, guard over senior sister, Li Chuan followed her. Observing, I surmised that junior brother was not merely keen on guarding senior sister, but rather sought to seize the first, second, third, and fourth opportunities post her foundation establishment. What nonsense, senior sister. I've already mentioned that I won't have much time to seek you out in the future. The two departed amidst laughter, and if one were to judge solely by their expressions, one would never suspect the explosive nature of their conversation. It was as if they were discussing the most mundane matters. I Chuan accompanied Chu Mingyu to the pill pavilion of the Yin-Yang sect, where he learned that purchasing foundation establishment pills required a contribution ranking. The contribution ranking meant that among the Qi refinement disciples, those with higher contributions were prioritized for purchases. If one's contribution was insufficient, well, one would have to wait patiently. Furthermore, contributions that had already been consumed did not count towards this ranking, meaning that contributions must remain unspent. And no wonder the task hall was bustling every day. It seemed that lacking contributions made things rather inconvenient in the Yin-Yang sect. Interestingly, buying foundation establishment pills did not require contributions, only spirit stones. To Li Chuan's astonishment, he discovered that he currently ranked third with over 5,000 points of contribution, that he never imagined he would place third among the thousands of Qi refinement disciples. When he inquired of Chu Mingyu, he found that she had only over 1,000 points of contribution, having spent all her previous contributions on pills and magical treasures for cultivation. The effects of pills purchased with spirit stones differed from those exchanged with contributions. Typically, if one had contributions, they would prioritize using them for pill exchanges before spending spirit stones. Had I not sensed that I was close to foundation establishment and saved contributions in advance, I would estimate I'd have only 100 or 200 now, Chu Mingyu remarked. Hearing this, Li Chuan's interest was piqued, and he promptly headed to the magical treasure pavilion of the Yin-Yang sect. Upon his return, he found that his contributions had dwindled from 5,319 to just 319. He exchanged 1,000 contributions for a top-tier first-grade sword, another 1,000 for a top-tier first-grade protective robe, yet another 1,000 for a pair of top-tier first-grade boots, 1,000 for a top-tier first-grade rope, and finally 1,000 for a top-tier first-grade net. The boots were intended for escape, while the rope and net were meant for capturing demonic beasts. It seemed a waste to kill them outright, so one typically sought to capture them alive, a task in which Li Chuan was quite seasoned. As prior to joining the Yin-Yang sect, his primary source of spirit stones came from entering small worlds and ancient ruins, as well as from hunting demonic beasts. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a seasoned beast hunter. Seeing Li Chuan's extravagance, Chu Mingyu could not help but comment, "Junior brother, were it not for the fact that senior sister has become your Tao partner, I would not mind your lower cultivation realm. You need only help me earn spirit stones." Li Chuan replied, "As long as senior sister treats me well, I shall naturally reward you generously with spirit stones. What need is there to toil over learning anything? How exhausting." Chu Mingyu found this amusing and retorted, "But it's been quite a while, and you haven't rewarded senior sister with even the slightest amount of spirit stones." Just as she finished her sentence, a spirit stone flew her way. "A gift for you. Junior brother truly is generous. He gives rewards so readily." The two, like regular disciples, chatted and laughed as they returned to Chu Mingyu's abode. Zhao Bingxian had not seen Chu Mingyu for over 10 days. But it was quite normal for cultivators to be away for 10 days or half a month, so he thought little of it. Moreover, he had spent these days in his room contemplating. So time passed swiftly. He casually asked, "Mingyu junior sister, Li Chuan junior brother, have you returned from assisting senior sister Chu Xian?" Chu Mingyu did not respond, but instead said, "Senior brother, I have procured the foundation establishment pills. I am preparing to establish my foundation upon my return to junior sister, you have amassed 5,000 spirit stones so quickly." Zhao Bingxian was genuinely astonished. It has only been such a short time. Immediately, he felt envious. Believing that Chu Mingyu had earned such wealth by assisting Chu Xian, "I asked for senior brother to protect me as I establish my foundation." Chu Mingyu suddenly flashed a sweet smile at Zhao Bingxian, a sight he had never witnessed before. Gazing at Chu Mingyu's stunning silhouette as she entered her room, he fell into a daze, murmuring to himself, "Junior sister, she is going to establish her foundation." In an instant, he felt as though countless mountains were pressing down upon him, making it hard to breathe. Senior sister is about to establish her foundation. Why does senior brother appear so disheartened? Li Chuan inquired knowingly. Zhao Bingxian returned to his senses, a bitter expression on his face as he sighed. I should be happy, yet I cannot seem to muster any joy. It appears my cultivation of temperament is still lacking. Li Chuan concurred. I share your sentiments. Senior brother, you need to practice your temperament further. In truth, there is no need for you to be so concerned. The worst outcome would simply be that senior sister parts ways with you and is later mounted by other senior brothers. Oh, it could even be a junior brother mounting her. Zhao Bingxian's expression shifted at once, and he hastily responded, Junior brother, do not say such things. If you continue, you shall ruin my Tao heart. Yet Li Chuan did not cease. Continuing, senior brother is truly overreacting. Won't you simply find another Tao partner later? Though I have only recently joined, I am aware that our Yin-Yang sect values strong alliances that if senior brother's strength does not keep pace, and you stubbornly cling to senior sister, you will be the subject of ridicule. They are more likely to mock senior sister for not finding a stronger Tao partner. Zhao Bingxian finally sensed something amiss. He looked at Li Chuan with a puzzled expression. Junior brother, why do you bring this up now? Are you intentionally trying to shatter my Tao heart? Not at all. Li Chuan shook his head. I am merely helping you strengthen your Tao heart. Senior brother, you have been in the sect for quite some time. How can you still be perturbed by such matters? Your cultivation of temperament still requires honing. His words struck a familiar chord with Zhao Bingxian, who, upon reflection, recalled that when he first met Li Chuan and reprimanded him, it was Chu Mengyu who had spoken similarly. He suddenly understood why Li Chuan would choose this moment to wound him with words. Ah, so you hold on to that grievance from the last time I spoke inappropriately. I did not expect you to dwell on it for so long. Such a trivial matter. Had you not brought it up, I would have forgotten. Indeed, my words back then were inappropriate, but you should have felt my sincerity last time, as I shared all my insights on cultivation with you. Why must you still be so calculative? Li Chuan chuckled. Are you referring to the 30 spirit stones you gave me, hoping I would speak favorably of you in front of senior sister Chu Xian to join Elder Cheese Peak? Do you think me foolish? Were it not for your ulterior motives, would you have been so sincere with me? Oh, senior brother, how naive you are, believing I would truly forget my earlier discontent over such a trivial matter. Zhao Bingxian retorted angrily. So you wish to take this opportunity to ruin me? Li Chuan responded, how can you accuse me of ruining you? If you can be so easily shattered, it merely indicates that your Tao heart is not steadfast. You still need to practice to be, by the way, senior brother. Do you know how I spent those 30 spirit stones you gave me? I used them on junior sister Mengyu. What do you mean? Zhao Bingxian initially hesitated to ask, but his mouth moved faster than his mind. What else could it mean? From senior brother's expression, he likely had an inkling. Indeed, it was to have junior sister Mengyu accompany me for a good portion of the time. You may not inquire about how we spent that time, but I am kind-hearted and enjoy doing good deeds. Even if you do not ask, I shall still tell you that in truth, it is nothing remarkable. Merely a prelude of tender embraces and affectionate caresses with the senior sister, followed by the unfastening of her belt, the shedding of her garments, and further intimacies. Li Chuan articulated the sequence of events he shared with Chu Mengyu with remarkable fluency. And were it to be pinned into a tome, it would undoubtedly be deemed a forbidden manuscript. No, it cannot be. Zhao Bingxian's eyes blazed with fury as he shook his head vehemently. Even if Mengyu were to choose, she would never select you. Just look at yourself. Which junior sister would choose you? With a limited lifespan and only at the 3rd or 4th layer of qi refining. Have you even reached the 4th layer? His words suddenly faltered. It seemed he had only just realized that Li Chuan not only attained the 4th layer of qi refining, but his entire demeanor had transformed significantly. Dressed in a white robe and white boots, he no longer appeared so lascivious. While he did not exude the ethereal essence of a celestial being, he possessed a certain aura befitting one who cultivates the Tao. Of course, the signs of aging remained. Why do you assume the senior sister would not choose me? Li Chuan replied with an air of pride, forgetting to inform his senior brother that, after his disparaging remarks, he had already sought solace in the arms of the senior sister that very evening. By the way, it was you who informed me of the senior sister's hunting mission. I owe you my gratitude, for otherwise I would not have found her so swiftly. Furthermore, During these recent days, you cannot truly believe that the senior sister and I were merely assisting senior sister Chu Xian. Can you? In fact, she has been residing with me all along. You know why she chose to stay with me. It was solely for my convenience. What is it to kill the spirit? Li Chuan embodies that very principle now. Confront a cultivator does not necessitate inflicting physical harm. Shattering their resolve is far more devastating. A wounded body may heal in time, but a shattered spirit is irreparable for a lifetime. It is worth noting that Li Chuan harbored no deep-seated enmity toward Zhao Bingxian, having even shared a bed with his Dao partner. He was not a petty individual, yet neither was he magnanimous. Since he had the opportunity to settle the score, why not take delight in it? Fool, you have successfully provoked my ire. Suddenly, Zhao Bingxian struck at Li Chuan with a palm SA practitioner at the 10th layer of Qi refining. He deemed it unnecessary to endure the indignities imposed by someone at the 4th layer. However, a delicate hand interposed, halting his attack. Junior sister, Zhao Bingxian's countenance darkened as he gazed at Chu Mengyu. You have successfully established your foundation. His expression grew even more dismal. Junior brother Zhao, you should now address me as senior sister. Chu Mengyu replied with a smile. That smile was so familiar. Yet, at this moment, Zhao Bingxian's heart ached with a subtle pang of fear. Just then, Li Chuan reached out and encircled Chu Mengyu's slender waist. Scoundrel, release her! Zhao Bingxian exclaimed in exasperation, striking at Li Chuan once more. To embrace his Dao partner before him without any response would be unworthy of his status as a partner. Yet again, Chu Mengyu intervened. Junior brother Zhao, if you cannot maintain your composure as you currently are, you are doomed to remain unable to establish your foundation in this lifetime. Zhao Bingxian had intended to speak, but was interrupted by Chu Mengyu. I have now established my foundation, and I thank you for accompanying me on my celestial path over the years. Junior brother Zhao, I believe our fated connection has come to an end. What do you mean? Zhao Bingxian's lips trembled. What do you mean? Li Chuan interjected gleefully. Senior brother, is it not abundantly clear what the senior sister means? She intends to sever your ties as Dao partners. She has cast you aside. Zhao Bingxian gazed at Chu Mengyu with anguish. Senior sister, are you not waiting for me? As Zhao Bingxian questioned Chu Mengyu about her lack of patience. She regarded him with a smile in her beautiful eyes. Junior brother, I recall our first meeting when you were already at the 6th layer of Qi refining. Your valiant demeanor as you vanquished the demonic beasts remains etched in my memory. At that time, I thought how wonderful it would be to become your Dao partner, that I have persevered and finally caught up with you at the 9th layer of Qi refining, becoming your partner. Junior brother, my goal has been achieved. What of yours? Zhao Bingxian declared loudly. My goal is to establish my foundation and become your Dao partner once more. Senior sister, please wait for me. I can feel the threshold of foundation establishment approaching. Chu Mengyu shook her head. Your cultivation is far too slow. You are destined to be but a trivial passerby on my long celestial journey. But senior sister, you need not choose him. Zhao Bingxian pointed at Li Chuan, bewildered. Chu Mengyu replied. When did I ever say I would choose him? Li Chuan interjected. Senior brother has misunderstood. I am but the senior sister's fated companion, not her Dao partner. Upon hearing this, Zhao Bingxian nearly spat blood. Generally, those who establish a fated connection are deemed fated friends. If one party continues to bestow spirit stones upon the other, they are regarded as the latter's benefactor. Occasionally, establishing a fated connection may signify a shared pursuit of the Dao. However, entering into such a connection solely for spirit stones would lead one to be labeled a fated slave, a term far from flattering. Senior sister, it seems that junior brother Zhao has developed feelings for you. Li Chuan exclaimed, astonished. Was it not said that Dao partners of the Yin-Yang sect part amicably? He suddenly turned to Zhao Bingxian. Senior brother Zhao, did you not say that actors are heartless and women of ill repute are unprincipled? How can you harbor feelings for senior sister Mengyu? This is a significant taboo, and no wonder senior sister Mengyu chose to cast you aside. Your dismissal was not unwarranted. This. Chu Mengyu turned her head and gazed at him, saying softly, Junior brother, are you implying that I am a woman of ill repute? Li Chuan chuckled. I believe with senior sister's disposition, she should be able to withstand the term woman of ill repute. Rather, it seems that senior brother Zhao is struggling to accept the notion that his Tao partner could be labeled as such. Typically, Li Chuan had a playful rapport with Chu Mengyu, and this instance was merely a minor affair. Thus, despite being humiliated by Li Chuan before his former Tao partner, Chu Mengyu did not exhibit much anger. It must be said that her temperament had indeed been honed by Li Chuan. With such a disposition, what worries could she have regarding the attainment of the Tao? Conversely, Zhao Bingxian, as Li Chuan remarked, was unable to accept this. "You go too far," Zhao Bingxian exclaimed, drawing forth his treasured sword, seeming intent on striking Li Chuan. However, with Chu Mengyu present, he stood no chance of success. Chu Mengyu's expression was one of disappointment as she addressed him. "Junior brother Zhao, to act against a fellow disciple without cause warrants severe punishment, especially for allowing emotion to dictate your actions. You must understand that the sect abhors emotional entanglements among its disciples. Although what junior brother Li Chuan said may be unpalatable, it nonetheless serves to help you break free from your desires. If you can restrain your anger today, the time for your foundation establishment will surely come soon. Otherwise, when the day arrives that I transcend and refine my essence, you will still be at the 10th layer of Qi refining. Li Chuan nodded vigorously from the side. Senior sister Mengyu speaks the truth. In fact, senior brother Zhao, it is not impossible for you to continue as senior sister Mengyu's Tao partner. Zhao Bingxian immediately turned his gaze to Li Chuan, his eyes filled with a glimmer of hope. Alas, he was destined to be led astray by Li Chuan once more. Li Chuan chuckled. Senior brother Zhao, all it takes is a modest sum of spirit stones. Previously, when I sought to establish a fated connection with the senior sister, it cost 21 spirit stones for half an hour. Now that the senior sister has established her foundation, the price should be a bit higher. He turned to Chu Mengyu. By the way, senior sister, what is your current rate? Chu Mengyu smiled. Now that I have established my foundation, I believe the price should at least double. Li Chuan nodded. So it would be 1,000 spirit stones for a single day as Tao partners. Senior brother Zhao, best of luck in earning those spirit stones. Witnessing Chu Mengyu so nonchalantly state her price for establishing a fated connection, Zhao Bingxian felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. Was this truly his pure and graceful Tao partner, the one with an otherworldly demeanor? Have you gone mad, you fool? He shouted at Li Chuan. 1,000 spirit stones for a day? I could certainly cultivate with those spirit stones. He deemed the price exorbitant, Li Chuan retorted. Does senior brother think 1,000 spirit stones is too high? Zhao Bingxian replied. Is it not? Li Chuan countered. Wherein lies the excess of 1,000 spirit stones? The senior sister is a foundation-established fairy, and with her beauty, one would be hard-pressed to find many like her within the entire Yin-Yang sect. Li Chuan reached out, tilting Chu Mengyu's chin, and sighed. If senior brother finds 1,000 spirit stones to be excessive, perhaps it is time to reflect on your own efforts. Have you truly exerted yourself in completing tasks over these years? Has the amount of spirit stones you earned each year increased? Zhao Bingxian felt a deep sense of frustration, yet he found himself at a loss for words to refute, as he possessed but a meager amount of spirit stones. However, what compounded his distress was the sight of Li Chuan, right before his eyes, engaging in a passionate kiss with Chu Mengyu. Chu Mengyu, without a hint of resistance, reciprocated wholeheartedly. He had never witnessed such eagerness from her even when they were together. Clutching his sword, he stood frozen in place, resembling a fool, dumbly watching as Li Chuan loosened Chu Mengyu's belt. Suddenly, amidst her compliance, Chu Mengyu waved her hand, unceremoniously ushering Zhao Bingxian out. In the fleeting moment the door closed behind him, he seemed to catch a glimpse of her garments slipping away. This is my room, Zhao Bingxian murmured. His room, his partner, his bed. His resolve shattered and mended and shattered, in an endless cycle. Time passed, he could not tell how long, before the door swung open. Oh, senior brother, you're still here? Li Chuan exclaimed, appearing somewhat surprised to find Zhao Bingxian lingering. This was indeed his room. Chu Mengyu emerged from behind Li Chuan, still as pure and beautiful as ever, or at least she appeared to be. Senior sister, how could you not mention this sooner? You've kept senior brother Zhao standing outside for so long, Li Chuan chided, before tossing a spirit stone toward Zhao Bingxian. The stone struck him and bounced to the ground. What is the meaning of this? Zhao Bingxian demanded, questioning Li Chuan. Since you've taken over senior brother's room, it is only fair to pay rent. I suggest you consider this a business venture. Charge 1 spirit stone for each room rental. After just 100 rentals, you could easily pursue senior sister Li Chuan laughed heartily, wrapping his arm around Chu Mengyu as they soared into the air. I see senior brother is remaining still. Is your resolve not yet steady? Li Chuan teased. As for me, I stand firm in my convictions, feeling both body and spirit at ease. Perhaps you should follow my lead, embracing your own path without restraint. Chu Mengyu interjected suddenly. Zhao Shidi. It would be wise not to heed Li Chuan's advice. He entered the sect with over 50,000 spirit stones and has earned an additional 5,000 in just half a month. He possesses the means to act freely. You, on the other hand, should remain true to your path. Recognizing your own limitations is paramount. If you find yourself lacking, then relinquish your own ambitions to achieve greatness. The harsh realities of cultivation were omnipresent. Outside, it was a world of bloodshed and treasure-seeking, where one risked their life to enhance their skills. In truth, the sentiments Li Chuan had encountered online were accurate. Women merely served to impede one's cultivation speed, of course. This referred to allowing a woman into one's heart. In the Yin-Yang sect, one could not avoid women. Yet it was imperative not to harbor them within one's heart. Zhao Bingxian perhaps did not truly love Chu Mengyu. As a figure of prominence within the outer sect, he could not bear the thought of his partner being a servant to another during their union. He found himself ensnared in doubt regarding his own allure, a voice within whispering that he was insufficiently exceptional. Though not entirely as he perceived, it ultimately boiled down to his lack of excellence. Had he established his foundation before Chu Mengyu, it would have been he who cast her aside. Zhou Hanlin, a disciple at the 6th level of Qi refinement, had gained the favor of Hu Min, who was at the 7th level. This was a testament to his superiority, that if he could not provide Hu Min with greater spirit stones, she would not have continued by his side. Such is the reality of the Yin-Yang sect. Weakness is a sin, and weakness is a transgression. They say a day of marriage equates to 100 days of affection. Senior sister, do you not feel even a twinge of sympathy for senior brother Zhao? As Chu Mengyu took to the skies on her sword to report to the inner sect, Li Chuan stood behind her, embracing her waist with a look of reflection. Women, like Chu Mengyu, if placed in a past life, would surely face scorn from many. Naturally, those who sought to usurp another's partner would also face disdain. Fortunately, this was the realm of cultivation, a world where such matters were commonplace. Having come this far, he could not afford to be an outsider. Chu Mengyu chuckled. Shidi, you've already reached the 4th level of Qi refinement, yet you still speak such nonsense. Where in the Yin-Yang sect could one find couples? Zhao Shidi and I are merely tools on each other's paths of cultivation. When tools become unsuitable, one must naturally seek replacements. Even you, Li Chuan, should you one day be unable to provide spirit stones for senior sister. I would not allow you to take advantage of me, of course. Given your capabilities, I have no doubt you will not lack for spirit stones. Thus, I must ensure I attend to you well. Lest you become displeased and cease to seek me out. As she spoke, she turned, wrapping her arms around Li Chuan's neck and offering a tender kiss. When they parted, Li Chuan could not help but exclaim, Senior sister, you are truly bold. Chu Mengyu replied with a smile. If senior sister were not bold, how could Shidi ever benefit from my presence? Then, I wonder if senior sister knows of any others like yourself, so that you might introduce a few to Shidi. Shidi, you have asked the wrong person. Why would senior sister wish to create competitors for herself? In Chu Mengyu, Li Chuan discerned the very essence of allure. Embodying the archetype of the enchanting femme fatale, one who knew how to charm and captivate, he felt immensely fortunate to be in a position to accumulate spirit stones. Manager Chow, it is he. That old man. A sudden shout drew the attention of both Li Chuan and Chu Mengyu, and they turned to see the source of the voice. That voice sounds somewhat familiar, Li Chuan mused, only to recognize the middle-aged spirit field master clad in gray, the very one he encountered while harvesting spirit herbs in the first small world. Alongside him were another middle-aged man in black and several other spirit field masters, along with the management from the first small world, including Chao Tianyang. Upon realizing the situation, Li Chuan quickly surmised that these individuals had laid in wait for him. This was the sole exit for the outer sect disciples, and all outer sect members were obliged to enter and exit through this point. You there, The middle-aged man in black called out, prompting Chao Tianyong and the others to rush over with excitement. After lying in wait for so many days, they had finally found their quarry. However, Chao Tianyong soon detected something amiss. Recognizing Li Chuan's familiar visage, it dawned on him that this was the same old man he had seen conversing jovially with the seventh elder's prized disciple. Chu Xian, although Li Chuan had not donned the flowing white robe at that time, the unique aura he exuded was unmistakable. After a moment of reflection, Chao Tianyong's heart sank. If Li Chuan had established a connection with Chu Xian, he was clearly no ordinary disciple. Upon catching sight of the woman in Li Chuan's embrace, he was taken aback once more. How could he not recognize Chu Mengyu? It was common knowledge that her partner was the prominent Zhao Bingxian of the outer sect. Despite both being at the 10th level of qi refinement, in a contest between Chao Tianyong and Zhao Bingxian, Chao Tianyong would undoubtedly fall short. He sensed the extraordinary aura emanating from Chu Mengyu. Chao Tianyong's astonishment deepened. Here was Li Chuan, a disciple at the 4th level of qi refinement, entwined with the enchanting Chu Mengyu, a woman of foundational beauty. Before he could reach Li Chuan, Chao Tianyong turned abruptly, delivering a sharp slap to the face of the gray-clad middle-aged man, reprimanding, "Have you no respect? You fail to acknowledge your senior brother? It seems you've forgotten your place in the fields." "Chao, Manager Chao," the gray-clad man stammered, stunned by the blow, clutching his bleeding mouth in bewilderment. "He was the one who harvested your spirit herbs." "Manager Chao." The others halted, their perceptive minds quickly grasping the shift in circumstances. The once menacing group now presented friendly smiles as they faced Li Chuan. Slap. Chao Tianyong struck the gray-clad man again, huffing, "I cannot comprehend your nonsensical ramblings. You show disrespect to your senior brother and violate sect rules. Punishment is warranted." Fellow disciples, escort him to the Hall of Discipline. Immediately, several individuals rushed over in a frenzy. They swiftly covered the mouth of the middle-aged man in gray and dragged him away. The middle-aged man in black, along with the spirit field masters, finally grasped the shift in circumstances that in truth, they had been summoned to identify someone. But now, with Chao Tianyong's antics, they found themselves rendered speechless. They feared that Chao Tianyong might continue to target them. Fortunately, after striking the man in gray, Chao Tianyong beamed at Chu Mengyu and bowed, saying, "Thanks to Sister Chu's guidance, this fellow is a tenant from the know. One small world I manage, who is supposed to learn about spirit field cultivation, and I never anticipated his utter disregard for decorum. How dare a mere first-level qi refining cultivator disrespect a senior brother who has reached the 4th level? As an elder brother, I shall certainly discipline him upon my return, but by the way, I have yet to congratulate Sister Chu on her successful foundation establishment. Truly, you are a prodigy among our outer sect. If I recall correctly, when you joined the sect, I had already reached the 10th level of qi refining. The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were extraordinary, yet I did not foresee your rapid progress in cultivation. Which humbles us all that you're too kind, brother." Chu Mengyu replied with a smile, then turned her gaze towards Li Chuan. This crowd had come with intentions directed at Li Chuan, and naturally, they were now observing his demeanor. Chao Tianyong wore a broad smile. Fully aware of the underlying situation, he felt a twinge of anxiety. While he could contend with Li Chuan in strength, he was uncertain about the weight of their backgrounds. Li Chuan wore a cheerful expression and said little beyond, "So, brother, you have reached the 10th level of qi refining. Based on your recent display, I thought you had yet to enter the qi refining stage." He patted Chu Mengyu on the shoulder and remarked, "Let us go, sister. I still need to visit Elder Chi's peak to find Sister Chu Xian. We shouldn't waste time here." As the two departed, Chao Tianyong's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and frustration. Li Chuan's words implied that he felt Chao Tianyong had struck too lightly. But as he was not a member of the disciplinary hall, he dared not be excessively severe. Now, the message from Li Chuan was clear. It was up to him to decide how to proceed. In any case, it seemed that Li Chuan would not necessarily seek him out for trouble in the future. After a brief flight, Li Chuan and Chu Mengyu parted ways. His earlier mention of seeking out Chu Xian was not merely a tactic to unsettle Chao Tianyong. Relationships, after all, require nurturing, and he was eager to ascertain whether He Feng Lin had encountered a spirit stone mine or a spiritual vein. He had contemplated the situation with Chao Tianyang, but he had not anticipated such a keen response from him. Initially, he thought confrontation would be necessary, yet Chao Tianyang had chosen to back down, which spared Li Chuan the hassle. After all, he had acquired treasures like the precious robe and sword to prepare for a potential conflict. Upon arriving at Elder Chi's peak, Li Chuan was taken aback to find that Mu Yuling's disciples were all absent. Upon inquiry, he learned that not only Elder Chi's disciples, but all of the elders and their disciples, as well as the sect leader's disciples and a majority of the intersect disciples, had mobilized to eradicate a rival sect known as Xianlin's sect. They acted to avenge He Fenglin, who had been wronged by Xianlin's sect. However, this was merely the official narrative provided to the disciples. Li Chuan surmised that the spirit stone mine, or spiritual vein, was likely under the control of the Xianlin sect. Judging by the scale of the Yin-Yang sect's mobilization, he believed the likelihood of it being a spiritual vein was quite high. Upon leaving Elder Chi's peak, Li Chuan promptly made his way to the outer sect's task hall, holding 1,500 spirit stones that he had set aside specifically for Mo Xiangling. However, to his surprise, Mo Xiangling was also absent. Sister Mo was summoned to inventory first-tier items. She is unlikely to return for some time. Zhou Hai informed him. Li Chuan then realized that many first-tier spirit plant masters had accompanied the expedition to Xianlin sect. Though Mo Xiangling was not a spirit plant master herself, she was responsible for management, hence her involvement. Brother, Sister Mo has already arranged your assessment for the spirit plant master qualification. I will notify the assessing spirit plant masters immediately. Zhou Hai said eagerly. During this time, he and Humin had been eagerly awaiting Li Chuan's return. Initially, they had planned to follow Li Chuan closely to seize opportunities, but his sudden disappearance for over half a month had left Humin in a state of indecision, torn between pursuing other tasks and the fear of missing Li Chuan's return. Consequently, she had spent much of her time idling in the task hall. Occasionally, feeling restless, she would take on menial tasks in the storage area, which offered little reward and considerable effort, leading her to nearly give up waiting for Li Chuan. Today, she had again gone to the storage area. After Zhou Hai left, he did not immediately call for the assessment personnel for Li Chuan, but instead informed her of his appearance. When Humin arrived at the task hall, she spotted Zhao Mingxian and Li Chuan whispering to one another. She feigned nonchalance as she walked over to Zhou Hai's workstation. Unbeknownst to her, Zhao Mingxian had begun to speak ill of her the moment she appeared. Li Chuan, there is something important I must tell you. Please do not spread it around, Zhao Mingxian said in a hushed tone. Brother, please proceed, Li Chuan replied, his gaze drifting towards Humin, who was angled away from them, her body slightly bent, elbow resting on the table, chin propped on her palm, creating an aesthetically pleasing curve that was quite captivating. You must be cautious of Sister Humin, Zhao Mingxian warned, drawing Li Chuan's attention away from Humin cautious of her. What for? Li Chuan inquired, surprised. Zhao Mingxian explained, you may not be aware, but Sister Humin often follows behind certain spirit plant masters who lack strength but possess extensive experience in identifying plants. Seizing the spirit herbs they have just harvested, he quickly recounted the instances where Zhou Hai and Humin had previously collaborated to snatch spirit herbs from others. Li Chuan was taken aback and remarked, that is indeed a clever way to make quick profits. Brother Zhou is quite resourceful for thinking of that. Zhao Mingxian scoffed, both Zhou and Humin have indeed profited significantly using this tactic. Otherwise, Sister Humin might still be at the initial stage of the 6th level of Qi refining. He advised, I suggest that next time you seek spirit plants, it would be best to have someone accompany you for protection. If you lack suitable companions, I can recommend someone. Li Chuan suspected that Zhao Mingxuan's intentions were not entirely altruistic, as he surely had his own motives though. Who would you recommend, brother? Li Chuan asked with curiosity. Zhao Mingxian replied, my Dao companion, Sister Xiling. Although she's only at the 6th level of Qi refining, her brother is an inner sect disciple, and with her by your side, Sister Humin would not dare to act against you. You would only need to offer her 20% of your earnings. I shall persuade her on your behalf. She typically avoids such protective tasks, but given our relationship, she will undoubtedly agree. Li Chuan couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of spirit stones being so easily acquired, with a demand for 20% right off the bat. Allow me to consider it, brother, he said, feigning hesitation. He had no intention of giving anyone a share. His reluctance stemmed from a desire to meet Zhao Mingxuan's Dao companion. After all, He had so few acquaintances among the senior and junior disciples. He couldn't just approach every sister and ask about their romantic entanglements. That it was akin to approaching a woman in his past life and inquiring about casual encounters. Regardless of her status, one would certainly receive a scathing rebuke. While they conversed, Zhou Hanhai returned with 3 elderly men, those designated to assess Li Chuan's spirit plant master qualification. These 3 were genuinely aged men, not merely individuals like Li Chuan who appeared aged due to the imminent end of their lifespans. Li Chuan followed them to the assessment hall. The evaluation itself was quite straightforward. Identify spirit plants and answer questions regarding spirit ground identification, seed cultivation, and spirit plant cultivation. These were not significant challenges for Li Chuan, and in the end, he successfully obtained the certification Jade token for a first-tier spirit plant master. With the certification in hand, he could now undertake tasks in the relevant spirit plant small worlds. These small worlds varied in nature, broadly categorized into those dominated by beasts, those focused on spirit plants, those that were a mixture of both, and others inhabited by sentient beings. Small worlds with sentient inhabitants were generally larger, like the Mingshan subsect, which had little hope of being conquered. However, such diminutive worlds are exceedingly rare and difficult to encounter. In contrast, other types of small worlds abound in variety: chaotic, desolate, toxic, devoid of spiritual energy, and so forth, all of which hold little value. The Mingshan branch currently possesses control over only first and second-tier small worlds, while the third-tier ones are co-managed with nearby factions. Li Chuan, possessing unparalleled practical experience, naturally harbors no interest in worlds where demon beasts and spiritual flora intermingle. It was only after becoming a spiritual botanist that he discovered a plethora of tasks available for earning contributions within these small worlds. For instance, the task of eradicating useless spiritual plants within a small world yields contribution rewards upon their removal. These plants, being either toxic or unbeneficial to cultivators, cannot be sold for spirit stones. However, for the sake of the development of other spiritual plants within the small world, they must be eliminated, leading many spiritual botanists to specialize in researching such plants and undertaking these types of tasks. Another significant category involves the cultivation and excavation of spiritual lands. Whether spiritual fields or spiritual soil, many are not naturally formed. They bear resemblance to water wells, where water lies underground and must be tapped to be extracted. Identifying where water exists underground is a technical endeavor. Similarly, the cultivation of spiritual fields and soil requires discerning where spiritual energy flows beneath the surface, as not every underground space possesses such energy. Spiritual botanists need to ascertain where spiritual energy is present, then draw it up, subsequently transforming it into spiritual fields or soil as needed. This constitutes Li Chuan's expertise in identifying spiritual fields. This also offers considerable contributions. Merely excavating a subpar first-tier spiritual land yields 100 contributions, while a superior first-tier spiritual field grants 1,000 contributions. Yet, due to the complexity of mastering the skill of spiritual land identification, few undertake such tasks. Li Chuan promptly allocated the 11 points of fortune he had saved towards spiritual land identification. With a level 8 proficiency in first-tier spiritual land identification, he became capable of discerning most first-tier spiritual lands. He accepted tasks for eradicating spiritual plants, excavating spiritual lands, as well as some requests from alchemists seeking to purchase spiritual plants. Upon completion, these purchasing tasks yield more spirit stones or contributions than merely selling spiritual plants. Li Chuan realized that selling directly to the sect had resulted in a slight loss. However, this was of little concern, as the most expensive spiritual absorption grass had no demand, resulting in minimal losses. Both the eradication of spiritual plants and the excavation of spiritual lands require specialized tools. Fortunately, Li Chuan had saved some spirit stone for the sake of cultivating a connection with Mo Xiangling. Once all preparations were complete, he set forth toward the 43rd small world. The 43rd small world, a first-tier spiritual plant realm newly opened by the Yin-Yang sect this year, is teeming with spiritual plants. Yet fraught with dangers that, in addition to toxic spiritual plants, many possess aggressive traits. This is one reason why certification from spiritual botanist is mandatory for entry. These aggressive spiritual plants are adept at camouflage. Without prior knowledge of them, one might not realize how perilous they can be. The 43rd small world lies over 20 miles away from the Yin-Yang sect's main entrance, compared to the first small world. It is somewhat farther from the sect. This is a characteristic of small worlds. Those not yet open drift as independent entities in the void. However, they require spiritual energy for sustenance, drawing them closer to areas rich in such energy. In other words, there are certainly small worlds in the void surrounding spirit stone mines and spiritual veins. This explains why over 40 small worlds have been discovered around the Yin-Yang sect. As this region is abundant in spiritual veins, there are no direct passages between small worlds and this realm. Yet when cultivators discover them, they can forcibly open passages through special means. Moreover, small worlds possess a natural ability to avoid one another, seemingly aware that they should not cluster too closely. Thus, when a small world is unable to continue its wandering due to the opening of a passage, it typically finds itself devoid of nearby, small worlds. This is also why the 43rd small world is situated over 20 miles from the Yin-Yang sect. Due to this distance, the 43rd small world is manned by a handful of stationed disciples, all of whom are of low cultivation, merely in the qi refining stage. Destroying the passage to a small world is no simple feat, and the experts within the Yin-Yang sect would not permit such opportunities for sabotage. The stationed disciples primarily serve to fend off any rogue beast that might occasionally intrude. Should a formidable enemy arise, they would still rely on the sect's seniors for assistance. For those seniors, a distance of over 20 miles is hardly considered far. After presenting his task token, Li Chuan successfully entered the small world. Within, if one possesses a task token, one can also use a spiritual botanist token for entry. Shortly after Li Chuan entered the small world, Hu Min also arrived with a task token. Being neither a spiritual botanist nor accompanied, she ordinarily would not be permitted entry unless she found a spiritual botanist to escort her under the pretext of protection. However, her partner, Johan Hai, was responsible for issuing task tokens, illustrating the adage that having connections facilitates matters. The 43rd small world is markedly more tranquil than the first. Upon entering the first small world, one immediately encounters numerous spiritual fields that, in contrast, the 43rd small world greeted Li Chuan with serene green forests, undulating mountains, and a few insignificant patches of spiritual fields and soil. The abundance of spiritual plants also hinders the cultivation of spiritual land. Spiritual plants, in addition to absorbing spiritual energy from the air, also draw it from the ground. Spiritual energy underground does not flow in a fixed direction like a dark river. Instead, it is attracted to spiritual plants. If an excess of spiritual plants exists, they will scatter haphazardly, seemingly unsure of which plants to please. Thus, when a small world is still thriving with lush spiritual plants, it becomes exceedingly challenging to cultivate spiritual land. This is why the cultivated spiritual land in the 43rd small world is so scarce. Li Chuan arbitrarily chose a direction and began to fly. It wasn't long before Hu Min appeared. However, she opted not to fly high above on her sword, but rather to navigate through the forest, naturally to avoid detection by Li Chuan. Little did she know that Li Chuan was already aware of her presence and even slowed his pace deliberately, fearing she might fall behind. Along the way, Li Chuan occasionally ventured into the forest to gather spiritual plants. Hu Min was astonished to see him effortlessly spot spiritual plants while soaring through the sky. Previously, those spiritual botanists she had followed relied on the growth characteristics of spiritual plants and the surrounding environment to deduce their presence. Upon locating a target area, they would search extensively before finding any spiritual plants. Li Chuan was the first she had encountered who could identify spiritual plants so swiftly. She even wondered whether she could manage to seize any of the plants he harvested, given his remarkable speed. The fleeting thought of waiting for him to finish and then snatching all his spiritual plants crossed her mind, but was swiftly dismissed. The risk of harming a fellow disciple for treasure was too great. If discovered, it would lead to irrevocable consequences with no room for redemption. Conversely, following behind and claiming to have seen something first, even if reported to the sect, would not be a significant matter. After all, the sect would not consistently favor the weaker party, and those who reported her would likely receive admonishment for their clumsiness, learning a valuable lesson. Beyond his speed in harvesting, there was another aspect about Li Chuan that caught Hu Min completely off guard. Some of the items he unearthed were beyond her recognition. At times, when Li Chuan crouched to dig, she would notice him extracting what appeared to be an ordinary herb. Even when he meticulously harvested it, she couldn't ascertain its value. This exemplified a classic case of opportunity slipping through her fingers due to her ineptitude. Hu Min realized that attempting to scavenge from Li Chuan would prove far more challenging than she had anticipated on one occasion. She witnessed Li Chuan digging up a first-tier moonflower that could be exchanged for 300 spirit stones and 300 contributions. She rushed forward, only to see Li Chuan ascend into the air. Momentarily stunned, she thought Li Chuan had sensed danger from behind and abandoned his excavation. Just as she felt triumphant, she noticed the flower had vanished. In the blink of an eye, Li Chuan had already extracted the half-person height moonflower. At that moment, she was nearly driven to dash out and seize it directly. Had it not been for her rational mind reminding her of the differing nature of theft, she would have indeed rushed out. Following Li Chuan, Hu Min remained tense throughout the journey. Yet despite her unwavering focus, she failed to acquire even a single spirit plant. Unbeknownst to her, she stumbled upon a chilling realization. Aside from the unfamiliar spirit plants, the value of the spirit plants Li Chuan had unearthed thus far had astonishingly surpassed 1,000 spirit stones. How could it be that in such a brief span, Li Chuan had amassed such wealth? With an impassive gaze fixed upon the sun hanging low in the western sky, Hu Min found herself momentarily hesitant, pondering whether Li Chuan had already discerned her presence. Otherwise, how could he be so swift each time? The sun and moon in the small world merely reflect those of the vast outer world, lacking true existence. However, their positions align with those outside. This implies that it was indeed nearing afternoon in the outside world, and they had only been inside for 2 or 3 hours. To be frank, the speed at which Li Chuan was accumulating wealth filled Hu Min with a mix of envy and trepidation. After all, Li Chuan's abilities transcended her understanding, leaving her feeling somewhat out of control. It appears to be a fully grown first-tier 5 elements grass, worth at least 1,000 spirit stones. Another profitable find. Li Chuan's murmured thoughts suddenly reached Hu Min's ears. Startled, Hu Min realized the value of 1,000 spirit stones, and without a moment's hesitation, surged forward, determined to secure the spirit grass this time. Junior brother, one must adhere to the principle of first come, first served. This 5 elements grass was spotted by senior sister first. I kindly ask you to step aside. Even before Hu Min laid eyes on the grass, her voice had already arrived. Yet by the time she glimpsed the 5 elements grass, it had already been secured in place by Li Chuan's spirit hoe formation. Seeing Li Chuan poised to excavate it, Hu Min hurled her hoe towards him. This hoe was not her own purchase. It was borrowed from Zhou Hanhe at the task hall, typically returned after a few days without anyone raising an objection. The hoe was quite petite, easily wielded with one hand, and Li Chuan deftly caught it. Senior sister Hu Min, what brings you here? He feigned surprise, gazing up at her. Crouched down, as Hu Min approached, he found that he could only see her eyes. He instinctively leaned back slightly, then forward again. Hu Min, however, had no time to ponder his peculiar fixation. She crouched down and snatched her hoe from Li Chuan's grasp, then pushed his hoe aside and struck down next to the 5 elements grass, which was nearly excavated by Li Chuan. Recognizing the grass, she felt an uncontrollable surge of excitement at the sight of the 5 colors subtly infused in its blades. This single plant represented several months' worth of her earnings. Only then did she find the opportunity to address Li Chuan, saying, "Recently, a junior brother has gone missing in the 43rd small world. I have taken on a reconnaissance mission to ascertain whether any uncontrollable dangers have emerged there." Li Chuan had assumed that Zhou Hanhe had assigned Hu Min a protective task, only to discover it was a reconnaissance mission instead. Junior brother, this 5 elements grass was first seen by senior sister. According to the rules, it rightfully belongs to me, Hu Min asserted, carefully pulling the grass from the ground as she spoke. However, Li Chuan's hoe pressed down upon her hand. What is the meaning of this? Junior brother, are you attempting to seize senior sister's spirit grass? Hu Min's expression turned icy, as though confronting someone wholly unreasonable. I have nearly excavated the grass, yet you claim it is yours. Is that not somewhat inappropriate? Li Chuan maintained his smile. His expression made Hu Min feel he was easily bullied, prompting her to disregard him entirely as she forcefully shoved his hand away. Surely, the principle of first come, first served must be acknowledged. Junior brother, if senior sister were to excavate your spirit grass only to turn the tables, would that be appropriate? If the junior brother were so unreasonable as to attempt to forcibly claim senior sister's spirit grass, then she would have no choice but to teach him a lesson in her capacity as senior sister. Min's demeanor turned frigid as she prepared to intimidate Li Chuan. Her aura surged violently, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Li Chuan's smile only deepened. Senior sister, I regret to inform you that you have chosen the wrong target. Min furrowed her brow, pondering the implications of Li Chuan's words, when she suddenly felt a surge of energy erupt from within him. Outrageous! How dare you strike against me? As she witnessed Li Chuan daring to confront her, Min was incensed, having pilfered countless items. She had never encountered anyone bold enough to challenge her, given her formidable strength. Li Chuan's audacious actions made her feel belittled. She raised her hand to slap Li Chuan's face, in her mind. She had utterly dismissed him. Instead of seeking to incapacitate her opponent, she opted for a slap. Yet, one could hardly blame her. After all, the Yin-Yang sect was a major sect in the world. Even the cultivation methods of ordinary disciples were simplified versions of earth-tier techniques, which, in the outside world, would be considered treasures of the highest order. In terms of the same realm, the density of energy within Yin-Yang sect disciples far surpassed that of other sects in the outside world. Li Chuan's background, as Zhou Hanhe had investigated, was merely that of a loose cultivator. For loose cultivators, even among those at the 7th level of Qi refinement, Min considered it trivial to defeat 2 or 3 of them. Moreover, with Li Chuan only at the 4th level of Qi refinement, 3 small realms below her, how could she possibly take him seriously? However, conventions are meant to be broken. Min felt a tremendous blow to her ribs, her energy dissipating in an instant, only to see Li Chuan's withered hand descending towards her face. With a cry of pain, Min's delicate form collapsed, pressed down by Li Chuan onto the ground. Her beautiful face was now intimately acquainted with the earth below. Li Chuan's fingers gripped her head like iron, the energy within his palm swirling ominously. If he wished, Min's skull could be reduced to pulp in an instant. Min was utterly bewildered. She couldn't comprehend what had transpired, having been subdued by Li Chuan before she could react. Senior sister, do you not think you acted rashly? Li Chuan remarked softly. You are merely at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Are you not? Min's mind was a whirl of confusion. Even now, Li Chuan emanated the aura of a 4th level cultivator. She found it incomprehensible. Li Chuan seized the 5 elements grass from Min's grasp and turned, sitting down squarely on her back. Although his hands had left her head, and he now utilized her as a seat, Min still dared not retaliate. The brief clash had shattered her confidence. As Li Chuan shook the soil from the roots of the spirit grass, he stated, Senior sister, your experience is still quite limited. Though I possess no natural talent, my journey to this point has been forged through sheer grit. Even with my mere 4th level of Qi refinement, can it truly compare to your 7th level, cultivated through diligence? Li Chuan had also perused the assassination tasks undertaken by the disciples of the Yin-Yang sect. The majority of these assignments involved eliminating targets whose cultivation levels were inferior to their own. Naturally, this presented a significant advantage for the disciples of the Yin-Yang sect, allowing them to dominate with ease. However, when faced with opponents of similar cultivation who possessed even slightly unique abilities, they would find themselves at a loss. For instance, during the recent mission that Chu Mingyu accepted to eliminate a malevolent cultivator, she nearly succumbed to the sinister energy of the adversary. Although the malevolent cultivator was not particularly powerful, his methods were cunning and insidious, making them difficult to defend against. It is commendable that Chu Mingyu emerged unscathed, as it attests to her rich combat experience. Some might argue that the combat prowess of the Yin-Yang sect disciples is overstated. Nevertheless, one must consider that cultivators like Li Chuan are exceedingly rare, existing among millions. Not everyone can survive countless life and death tribulations. This is especially true for rogue cultivators, who are the most susceptible to perishing during such trials, and Li Chuan is indeed a rogue cultivator. Furthermore, one cannot overlook the accelerated cultivation speed within the Yin-Yang sect. Li Chuan took over 30 years to reach the third level of qi refinement. While an ordinary disciple of the Yin-Yang sect might have already achieved the late foundation establishment stage in that time. Disciples like Chu Mingyu, though perhaps lacking in combat experience and techniques compared to Li Chuan, could easily overpower him with sheer strength at merely 22 years of age, given an additional 30 years. She would have long since condensed her golden core. Even her senior sister, Hu Min, is only 2/4 Mo Xiangling, slightly older at 28, entered the sect at 16, and reached the 10th level of qi refinement by 18. Undoubtedly a prodigy. The reason she has remained at the 10th level for a decade remains a mystery to this day. Their remarkable strength at such a young age is not solely attributed to their efforts. The sect's techniques account for a significant portion of their success. After all, what else could elevate the Yin-Yang sect to a pinnacle status among cultivation powers, if not for their exceptional talents? Junior brother, do let that 5 elements grass sister go. How about you allow her to rise? Hu Min, sensing the pressure of the situation, quickly capitulated. Allow her to rise? Li Chuan chuckled. Sister, what gives you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? You presume to dictate what I should receive. Do you think I am oblivious to the reasons behind your presence here? Suddenly feeling the weight on her back intensify, Hu Min hurriedly replied. Junior brother, I was mistaken. I failed to recognize your greatness. I sincerely apologize, and I implore you to spare me. The once aloof senior sister now adopted a gentle demeanor, her words softening. Yet, her fingers remained restless, subtly forming seals as she attempted to cast a spell. Sister, what do you think of my long boots? Acquired them with a contribution of 1,000. Li Chuan, having collected the 5 elements grass without warning, placed his foot firmly on Hu Min's slender hand, abruptly interrupting her incantation. Originally standing with both feet on the ground, now one foot rested upon Hu Min's hand, signifying that the majority of his weight was supported by her back and hand. Hu Min let out a pained cry, nearly cursing aloud. Yet, realizing her ambush had been thwarted, despair enveloped her, as she felt she had lost any chance of resistance. Junior brother, I can hardly breathe. Please rise from my back. This is truly a misunderstanding. Let us discuss this calmly. The gentleness she had reserved for Zhou Hanhe was now entirely directed at Li Chuan. However, Li Chuan merely replied, If you cannot breathe, then hold it in. He leaned slightly, plucking a blade of wild grass from the ground. Inspecting it before turning to Hu Min upon meeting his gaze, she immediately adopted a pitiful expression. Her current state was indeed dire, as Li Chuan felt as heavy as iron, pressing down on her to the brink of unconsciousness. All the while shifting atop her back, that a blade of wild grass suddenly appeared before her delicate lips. Gazing at the grass being offered by Li Chuan, Hu Min wore a perplexed expression. Eat, Li Chuan instructed her. Eat grass? A subtle change flickered across Hu Min's face, a struggle against her rising anger. How dare he suggest she consume grass? Does sister not fancy it? Li Chuan feigned confusion that Hu Min protested. Junior brother, this is grass. How could I possibly enjoy it? With a resounding slap, a hand descended from above, striking Hu Min's face that a vivid red imprint slowly emerged on her fair complexion, and she felt stars dance before her eyes, followed by a searing pain. Does sister not fancy it? The familiar words echoed once more, nearly causing Hu Min to believe time had reverted to earlier moments. Under Li Chuan's imposing gaze, she hastily opened her mouth and allowed the grass to enter. With a gentle bite, the leaves snapped, and bitterness spread across her palate. After taking a bite, Li Chuan advanced his hand, pressing another piece of grass toward her lips, compelling her to take another bite. How is it, sister? Tasty, Li Chuan inquired, at a loss for words. Hu Min hesitated but ultimately resolved to speak the truth. It is a bit bitter. Does that mean sister finds it unpalatable? I believe it is merely that sister has not eaten enough. Consume a few more blades, become accustomed to the flavor, and you shall find it delicious. Li Chuan shoved the grass into Hu Min's mouth, then went to gather another handful. Hu Min felt the bitterness, and not only in her mouth. Her heart ached as well, regretting not having claimed it was tasty from start. Hurry and eat. Li Chuan presented the second blade of grass before her, urging her to quicken her chewing. Surprisingly, Hu Min appeared quite graceful as she munched on the grass. albeit with her mouth full. Before she had finished the first blade, Li Chuan had already thrust the second into her mouth, leaving her overwhelmed. Only someone in her position, pinned beneath another and being fed grass, could truly comprehend the discomfort of such an act. Is it good? When Li Chuan posed a question again, Hu Min, without thinking, blurted out, "It is good." "Then do eat more, sister." Watching as Li Chuan extended yet another blade of grass toward her, Hu Min felt as though the sky was collapsing. Was she to consume regardless of whether it was good or not? "Junior brother," Li Chuan swiftly struck Hu Min's face again, asking, "Sister, what were you saying?" "In nothing." Hu Min opened her mouth, feeling wronged as she accepted the grass, tears streaming down uncontrollably at that moment. Her heart was filled with an overwhelming sense of regret. Had she known Li Chuan was so formidable, she would never have come. Alas, one cannot buy foresight. Even with a fortune, Hu Min remained unaware of how many blades of grass she consumed, but as she felt herself on the verge of fainting, her body suddenly relaxed, as if a great weight had been lifted. Li Chuan stood, remarking, "Sister, to think you nearly fainted simply from eating. Your constitution is truly lacking. You must engage in more training." Upon hearing this, Hu Min's tears of grievance flowed anew. Was it she who fainted from eating? Yet, having learned her lesson from the recent slaps, she dared not respond in defiance, quickly affirming, "Junior brother speaks rightly. I shall diligently train upon returning." Li Chuan moved aside and crouched down again. Seeing this, Hu Min was startled, fearing he would once more feed her grass. Yet Li Chuan remarked, "This newly discovered little world is quite splendid, abounding with spiritual herbs and stones." Realizing he was merely discovering more spiritual herbs, Hu Min breathed a sigh of relief. As Li Chuan turned his back to her, she was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly rose to her feet. Without hesitation, she summoned her flying sword and fled, a hastily prepared talisman shattered in her hand. She was confident that, aided by its acceleration, Li Chuan could not catch up to her. However, just as she activated the talisman, Li Chuan's voice rang out, "Sister, who permitted you to leave?" Immediately, Hu Min felt her feet ensnared by some binding force, causing her flying sword to tremble violently, and she plummeted from the sky. Panic surged within Hu Min as she glanced down to see a rope coiled around her legs. The rope appeared ordinary, yet she could not break free despite exerting all her strength. She hastily retrieved her magical sword to sever the rope, but remained tightly bound, restricting a significant portion of her spiritual energy. Hu Min crashed through the trees, collapsing within the dense forest. As she saw Li Chuan descending from above, she disregarded her pain and quickly explained, "Junior brother, I did not intend to flee. I merely wish to ascertain where we are. Please do not misunderstand." She was nearly so frightened that she proclaimed her innocence. Li Chuan approached Hu Min, his gaze falling upon a small stream not far from her, and he appeared somewhat dazed. "Surely, senior sister must be thirsty." It was then that Hu Min noticed the stream beside her. Upon hearing Li Chuan's words, she quickly nodded. "Yes, junior brother is right. Senior sister is indeed thirsty." That moment, she felt a flicker of gratitude towards Li Chuan for providing her an escape. She hurriedly crawled over to drink. After taking a few sips, she lifted her head, only to hear Li Chuan say, "Who told you to stop?" Startled, she promptly continued to drink. After a while, she finally paused, weakly addressing Li Chuan, "Junior brother, senior sister has had enough. I'm no longer thirsty." However, Li Chuan simply uttered, "Drink though," but Hu Min dared not defy him and immediately resumed drinking. How could one drink so much water? She felt painfully bloated, her stomach increasingly uncomfortable. "Junior brother, senior sister was wrong. I shall never do this again." Hu Min finally couldn't hold back and pleaded with Li Chuan. Her expression was pitiable, her eyes brimming with regret and supplication, clearly realizing her mistake. In stark contrast, Li Chuan wore a broad smile, eagerly watching her, though his words were somewhat callous. "Keep drinking, though," with tears in her eyes. Hu Min continued to drink, embodying the essence of enduring humiliation for survival. As the sun began to set, Hu Min lost track of how long she had been crawling by the stream. She felt completely dazed, her tongue seemingly detached from her own body. "Have you had enough to drink?" Li Chuan's voice echoed. That moment, his voice sounded like divine music to Hu Min's ears. Numb. Hu Min's voice was barely recognizable as she mumbled indistinct syllables while fervently nodding her head. Her reddened eyes and glistening gaze revealed her desperate yearning for life. If you're well now, then no more drinking, Li Chuan declared. Thank you, junior brother. Hu Min expressed her immense gratitude. Senior sister, I believe we should have a conversation, Li Chuan said with a smile. Looking at Hu Min, Hu Min eagerly nodded. Her exquisite and cold beauty radiated submissiveness, as if it were inscribed with the words, I will obey. The gentle sunlight illuminated the deep pool, revealing a pale figure swimming like a fish. Soon, a delicate face emerged from the water. Who am I in that moment? She held a fish in her mouth as she swam towards the edge of the pool, where Li Chuan stood, a figure slightly aged. Hu Min emerged from the water, kneeling before Li Chuan, lifting her exquisite face to look at him with a flattering expression. Li Chuan extended his hand, affectionately ruffling her hair, and then took the fish from her mouth. Senior sister's fishing skills have improved remarkably, Li Chuan praised. It is said that in the realm of cultivation, time is of no consequence. It had been over half a month since they entered this small world. During this time, Li Chuan accumulated 17 points of fortune, bringing him closer to fully mastering the classification of spiritual planting techniques. Spiritual planting technique. Level 1, 01. Level 1 spiritual plant identification. Level 10. Level 1 spiritual land identification. Level 10. Level 1 spiritual seed cultivation. Level 803. Level 1 spiritual planting. Level 101. Of course, the fortune gained was just one aspect. The number of spiritual plants he discovered was beyond measure, not to mention the many he had cleared away. Additionally, Hu Min, this fortuitous opportunity presented to him, greatly facilitated his endeavors, sparing him from constant excursions that Hu Min also benefited immensely. During this time spent with Li Chuan, he would often share some spiritual fruits with her. Moreover, she could earn dozens of spirit stones daily from Li Chuan, a significantly better income compared to undertaking tasks for the sect. Naturally, she was obedient. As soon as Li Chuan took the fish from her mouth, she promptly crawled behind him and knelt submissively. Li Chuan did not turn back, but simply sat down, positioning himself comfortably on her back, as though he anticipated her presence there. After all, it was not the first time he used Hu Min as a seat. In this remote mountain forest, where stones and mud abounded, there was nowhere suitable to sit, making Hu Min the optimal choice. Besides, she was not his partner, so he felt no remorse. Just as he instructed Hu Min to catch fish without using her hands, he felt no regret in sitting on her. Relaxed on Hu Min's back, Li Chuan leisurely began to roast the fish. Once the fish was ready, he sampled it and found it quite delicious. After all, it was a fish imbued with spiritual energy, delightful even when eaten raw. Tearing off a small piece from the fish, Li Chuan casually fed it to Hu Min, who quickly opened her mouth to eat, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, junior brother. Her years of politeness, cultivated over 2 decades, had been entirely devoted to Li Chuan in this brief span of half a month. Even when encountering esteemed seniors from the sect, she displayed none of the reverence she exhibited before Li Chuan. Having spent such an extended time here, it was indeed time to venture out, Li Chuan stated. Primarily, he had not anticipated the abundance of treasures in this small world. His bag was nearly full. Otherwise, he would not have been in such a hurry to leave. In truth, it was his mastery of spiritual plant identification that allowed him to swiftly locate spiritual plants that in certain places. He could deduce the types of spiritual plants present merely by observing the terrain. Other first-tier spiritual plant masters would be hard-pressed to match his yield, let alone a second-tier master. I will heed junior brother's words. Whatever you say, senior sister shall follow, Hu Min said earnestly. Li Chuan's methods were a blend of benevolence and intimidation. He did not solely frighten her, but also allowed her to savor many rewards. For instance, the occasional spiritual fruits he fed her could rival months of her cultivation efforts. Furthermore, the daily spirit stones provided her the opportunity to focus on her cultivation for several months. In truth, by following Li Chuan, she had accrued nearly half a year's worth of cultivation, simply needing time to digest it. Thus, her feelings towards Li Chuan were not merely rooted in fear. Within that fear, there existed a yearning. After all, strength was the foundation of everything. Being a mere beast of burden for Li Chuan was inconsequential. Once her power grew, she would still be superior to others. After finishing their meal, Li Chuan and Hu Min departed. The two shared a sword, with Hu Min guiding it. After all the dirty and laborious tasks were left to her. Stop, Li Chuan suddenly called out after flying for over half an hour. Hu Min promptly halted. Turning to see Li Chuan gazing towards the west, she immediately flew the sword in that direction without waiting for his command. After following Li Chuan for so long, she had learned to read his intentions. Her surprise, it was a first-tier fire attribute spiritual land of exceptional quality. Li Chuan's eyes gleamed with delight as he surveyed the forest below. Ah, a spiritually endowed land, Hu Min exclaimed, realizing that her junior brother was about to strike gold once more. Ordinary spiritual lands lacked attributes, making those that possessed them extraordinarily rare. As far as Hu Min knew, only a third-tier spiritual plant master could discover a first-tier spiritually endowed land at the Yin-Yang sect's Minshan branch. Among first-tier spiritual plant masters, the odds of finding such lands were 1 in 10,000. She was aware that Li Chuan could survey spiritual lands, and during the past half-month, he had found two, one of low quality and the other of middle-low quality. Yet she never expected Li Chuan to uncover a spiritually endowed land of exceptional quality. The fire attribute spiritual land was worth 3,000 contribution points per acre. Compared to Li Chuan's earning speed, her modest daily income seemed like a chasm between a farmer and a wealthy merchant. Do not worry, senior sister. I will reward you generously, Li Chuan reassured her. Hu Min quickly replied, Thank you, junior brother. Although the rewards Li Chuan offered were dwarfed by his earnings, Hu Min could find no other place that could yield such substantial spirit stones. Upon landing, Li Chuan took out tools specifically designed to draw out underground spiritual energy and handed Hu Min a recording stone to document the process. Generally speaking, when cultivating spiritual land in a small world, one simply needed to report the approximate location to the sect for rewards. However, to avoid unnecessary disputes, documenting the cultivation process with a recording stone was the best course of action. The same applied to clearing spiritual plants. Some of the larger spiritual plants took up too much space in the bag. Thus, it is also necessary to document the cleansing process with the spirit stone. As for those harmful spiritual herbs, they can be placed into the Chinquan bag and brought back to hand over to the sect in exchange for contributions. Soon, a wave of scorching heat emanated from the spot where Li Chuan stood. The weeds on the ground gradually withered, and the trees began to emit smoke. Subsequently, the trees surrounding Li Chuan ignited into flames. After the spiritual land was cultivated, all the vegetation that originally thrived there was cleared, and now everything was ablaze, saving the Yin-Yang sect a significant step. Observing the widespread flames, Hu Min remarked, Junior brother, it totals 4 mu and 4.4 mu and 4 amount to over 10,000 contributions. Even golden core elders would be tempted by such a sum. Once the underground spiritual energy was drawn out, Li Chuan soared into the sky and inquired of Hu Min, Have you recorded everything? Yes, it's all noted down. Then let us return. In the case of an ordinary spiritual land, once the spiritual energy is extracted, it will continually nourish the land unless it is damaged. Thus, guardian spiritual herbs would grow in the territory. However, this fire attribute spiritual land requires fire attribute guardian herbs, which Li Chuan currently lacked, necessitating a return to inform the sect and have them send someone to plant them. On the way back, Li Chuan encountered numerous valuable spiritual plants, consequently delaying his return significantly. What was initially a direct path back took him 3 days to traverse. Upon returning to the sect, Li Chuan noted a marked change in the atmosphere within. Each disciple of the Yin-Yang sect bore a radiant smile, indicative of their elevated spirits. Could there be some joyous event occurring within the sect? Hu Min pondered aloud. Li Chuan replied, Why not ask Senior Brother Zhou at the mission hall? Indeed, that is a good idea. Upon hearing Li Chuan mention Zhou Hanhe, Hu Min's expression became somewhat peculiar. Senior Brother must still be waiting for me to return with the spiritual plants, she mused. Junior Brother, you go ahead to the mission hall. I shall follow shortly. If that is agreeable, Hu Min cautiously suggested to Li Chuan. Should she accompany him back, explaining her presence would prove difficult. Yet, if Li Chuan objected to her departure, she would not dare to leave. Fortunately, Li Chuan did not insist on her staying. After all, He had no intention of having Hu Min as his partner, thereby rendering it unnecessary to complicate her relationship with Zhou Hanhe. He said, "As you wished." Hu Min promptly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, junior brother." The two then parted ways, with Li Chuan heading towards the mission hall, while Hu Min found a place to rest. To Li Chuan's surprise, he observed that there were fewer disciples attending to missions than usual. Everyone in high spirits, taking a few days to relax. "Senior brother Zhou, why are there so few people in the mission hall today?" Li Chuan inquired as he approached Zhou Hanhe's counter. Zhou Hanhe, momentarily distracted by his work, raised his head upon hearing Li Chuan's voice. His eyes sparkled with recognition, and he greeted, "Ah, it is junior brother Li Chuan. I wonder how your trip to the small world fared." Nearby, Zhao Mingxian was also preoccupied, but immediately looked up upon hearing Li Chuan's voice. He approached Li Chuan and asked, "Junior brother Li Chuan, did you encounter any dangers in small world number 43? I heard that it is rather tumultuous there." He had long been troubled by Li Chuan's choice not to enlist his partner for protection, secretly hoping for Li Chuan to face some adversity to learn a valuable lesson. Yet he also wished to prevent Hu Min from gaining any advantage over Li Chuan, a most contradictory sentiment. Amidst the scrutiny of their divergent expectations, Li Chuan smiled and replied, "Fortunately, I had a fruitful experience and did not encounter any significant issues." He then queried, "The sect appears to have undergone some changes. What has transpired?" He suspected it had something to do with the Fenlin's matter reaching a resolution. "Indeed," Zhao Mingxian exclaimed with excitement. "Junior brother may not be aware, but the sect has discovered a spiritual vein and successfully claimed it. Just a few days ago, the sect leader announced that all disciples will receive a 20% increase in their monthly allowances, along with a one-time distribution of spiritual stones to all disciples. Those in the Qi refinement stage can receive between 200 to 2,000 spiritual stones based on their cultivation and contributions. Even those who have yet to enter Qi refinement will receive rewards ranging from 10 to 50 spiritual stones. I received 700 spiritual stones. Hurry and claim yours. It's right over there." Zhao Mingxian pointed eagerly towards the center of the hall. The strength of the sect filled Li Chuan with pride as a disciple, especially as a newcomer who felt the sect's generosity. However, Li Chuan did not share in the same J.O.Y.S.O.V.E. claim the spiritual vein, but why distribute spiritual stones and a 20% increase in allowances? More stones to burn. He mused that those who had yet to encounter the price hikes would surely raise their prices significantly. His venture into forging connections with the celestial realm had just begun, and he was already confronted with the first wave of price increases. Thankfully, his ability to earn spiritual stones was commendable. Otherwise, he would be quite vexed. Presently, the only one at a loss might be Chu Mengyu, as he had stored 3,000 spiritual stones with her, and now that she had established her foundation, she could likely claim 3,000 to 4,000 stones. By right, she should be raising her prices. But with Li Chuan, she could not do so until he exhausted the spiritual stones he had saved. Truly, the whims of life are unpredictable. However, upon reflection, Li Chuan felt a twinge of relief. Had the spiritual vein been discovered a month earlier, Chu Mengyu would not have needed to seek him out for assistance in gathering the stones to purchase the Foundation Establishment pill. He wondered how long it would take before he realized he could seek out senior sisters and brothers within the sect for such connections. Perhaps he might never know in his lifetime. "Oh, how could I forget? Senior sister Mo is looking for you. I do not know what it pertains to, but you should seek her out immediately," Zhao Mingxian exclaimed suddenly, slapping his forehead as he glanced around and turned to Zhou Hanhe, asking, "Senior brother Zhou, have you seen senior sister Mo?" Zhou Hanhe shook his head. Having been focused on tallying the previous month's mission totals, he observed Li Chuan, hesitating to speak. He wanted to inquire if Li Chuan had encountered Hu Min, but feared such a question would seem overly deliberate. Normally, if Li Chuan had been outpaced by Hu Min in claiming spiritual plants, the first thing upon arriving would be to report to him. The previous practitioners whose spiritual plants had been taken by Hu Min had all done so. Yet, Li Chuan not only refrained from reporting, but also appeared entirely unfazed, as if nothing had transpired, leaving Zhou Hanhe uncertain whether Li Chuan had indeed not encountered Hu Min or was merely playing a deeper game of intrigue. "Junior brother Li Chuan, please wait a moment. I will inquire for you." Zhao Mingxian, ever eager, left a remark before heading off to ascertain Mo Xianling's whereabouts. The space now occupied only Zhou Hanhe and Li Chuan. Noticing Li Chuan standing there without any intention of settling his mission, asked, "Aren't you going to settle your mission, junior brother? If not, I shall return to my tasks." Li Chuan smiled and replied, "I shall hold off on settling for now. I am waiting for senior sister, Mo, senior brother. You needn't concern yourself with me." Zhou Hanhe opened his mouth, feeling a pent-up frustration welling within him. He had not anticipated Li Chuan would truly refrain from settling his mission. He had hoped to see what Li Chuan had garnered. Reluctantly lowering his head once more, Zhou Hanhe found himself in a restless state of mind. Before long, Zhao Mingxian returned, informing Li Chuan, "I inquired, and senior sister Mo left early for the inner sect, likely to report on the circumstances of the outer sect's mission hall to the overseer." Zhao Mingxian initially intended to offer to guide Li Chuan, but halted mid-sentence upon spotting Humin gracefully entering through the door. Prompting his words to shift to, "I will show junior brother the way." His curiosity ignited. He was eager to discover just how many spiritual plants Humin had managed to claim from Li Chuan. Thus deciding against guiding him, Li Chuan found Zhao Mingxian's comment both amusing and exasperating. In the sect, do I truly require guidance? Moreover, the inner sect is quite distant. How could one give directions? No need. Senior brother Zhao, I can inquire on my own, he replied. The overseer's office is located at the inner sect's mission hall. He simply needed to ask for directions. Very well. Junior brother, off you go, Zhao Mingxian urged. Zhao Mingxian urged, fearing that Humin would not come if Li Chuan remained present. As expected, Humin proceeded directly towards the center of the hall, where the spirit stones were distributed. After Li Chuan departed, both Zhao Mingxian and Zhou Hanhe cast anxious glances at Humin, eager to draw her over. Were it not for the consideration of appearances, Zhou Hanhe would have even suggested to the fellow disciples distributing the spirit stones to expedite the process. Humin had learned about the sect's occupation of the spiritual vein from a passing junior sister. Upon hearing that there were several hundred spirit stones available, she was filled with elation. Coupled with the spirit stones she had earned from Li Chuan, her savings surged to over 1,000 spirit stones. Additionally, her monthly salary, augmented by 20%, would enable her to ascend to the next level more swiftly. In the Yin-Yang sect, the monthly salary comprised not only spirit stones, but also elixirs and talismans that could be said that a significant portion of the resources for an ordinary disciple's cultivation came from this salary. Even without engaging in any activities, relying solely on the monthly salary could allow a disciple to break through, though it might take some time, such as the advantage of being part of a major sect. Seeing Humin approach with a smile gracing her features, seemingly in high spirits, Zhou Hanhe quickly inquired, "Senior sister, how did it go?" Zhao Mingxian stood nearby, not shying away from the question, as he had never concealed such matters from Zhao Mingxian before. The two were privy to many of each other's secrets, and he harbored no fears. Little did he expect that Zhao Mingxian would secretly inform Li Chuan about this incident in Zhou Hanhe's presence. Humin did not exhibit the same submissive demeanor she displayed before Li Chuan. Her expression was somewhat cold as she replied, "I was unable to succeed. I could not defeat him." "What?" Zhao Mingxian and Zhou Hanhe exclaimed in unison. Clearly taken aback by the outcome, that isn't he merely at the 4th level of qi refinement? "Senior sister, you couldn't possibly lose to him." Zhou Hanhe struggled to accept this revelation. Humin nodded. Indeed, he is only at the 4th level of qi refinement. But his combat experience is extraordinarily rich. The difference in realms of 3 levels does not suffice for me to triumph over him. Li Chuan truly, that formidable. Zhao Mingxian inhaled sharply, then pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, his demeanor does not align with the usual requirements for admission into our Yin-Yang sect. However, the sect accepted him, indicating he must possess some unique qualities that is thus understandable that he could defeat senior sister despite the 3 minor realm differences. Humin's inability to prevail brought Zhao Mingxian immense satisfaction, and wonder Li Chuan declined his companion's protection. It turns out he has confidence in his own strength. This news was like a divine elixir to him, filling him with a sense of euphoria, as if the breakthrough to the 7th level was within reach. Yet he wondered, how could a loose cultivator be so formidable? Zhou Hanhe suddenly recalled that Humin and Li Chuan returned in quick succession and asked, By the way, senior sister, why did you take so long to return? Hu Min responded, it was because Li Chuan blocked the exit, preventing me from leaving, so I had to wait for him to depart before I could come back. Zhou Hanhe and Zhao Mingxian assumed Li Chuan had obstructed the exit to the minor world, and Zhou Hanhe could not help but express his frustration. No wonder he said nothing when he came to see me. It turns out he faced no losses. Unbeknownst to him, Hu Min had lied. During this time, she had wholeheartedly devoted herself to Li Chuan, completely embracing his teachings. Generally speaking, outer disciples lack the qualifications to enter the inner sect. However, when Li Chuan rescued He Fenglin last time, the disciples guarding the inner and outer sect exits recognized him. Having saved the direct disciple of the seventh elder, he could not be treated as an ordinary outer disciple. Therefore, when Li Chuan later entered the inner sect, no one questioned his purpose. He was granted immediate passage. This time was no different. He soared through, eliciting envy from the outer sect managers who were queuing to enter the inner sect. These managers had to line up, register their reasons, and only then could they gain entry. Typically, a disciple at the Qi refinement stage should outnumber those at the foundation establishment stage by several times. Even a dozenfold, but this was not the case in the Yin-Yang sect. Qi refinement disciples were at most only a little more than double the number of foundation establishment disciples. This discrepancy arose because Yin-Yang sect disciples advanced in cultivation at an exceptional rate, resulting in a higher ratio of those entering the foundation establishment stage, whose lifespans also surpassed those of Qi refinement disciples. The disciples in the task hall of the inner sect were fewer than those in the outer sect. Yet the hall itself was far grander. It resembled the expansive venues utilized for events in Li Chuan's previous life. Li Chuan casually approached a disciple distributing tasks to explain his intent, and that disciple led him to the back hall to meet the head manager. It must be said that the professional standards of the Yin-Yang sect disciples were commendable, even if the other party was a foundation establishment disciple. And even if he might look down upon Li Chuan's appearance, he still performed his duties diligently. Of course, engaging in a bit of under-the-table dealings was also second nature to them. Under the guidance of that disciple, Li Chuan arrived before an ancient-looking door. After announcing himself, the disciple permitted Li Chuan to enter and then departed. Upon entering, Li Chuan was taken aback by the scene within. About 10 individuals were seated on either side. One person at the head of the table. Various spirit fruits adorned the tables beside them, and wisps of spiritual energy wafted from the teacups. The floor was strewn with fruit peels. Were they holding a tea gathering? Mo Xiangling occupied the seat on the left, and as soon as Li Chuan arrived, he bowed to her, saying, "Senior Sister Mo." He then greeted the others present and the head of the table. Outer disciple Li Chuan pays respects to the head manager and all esteemed senior brothers and sisters. The others in attendance were all handsome men and beautiful women, each striking in appearance. Save for the head manager, who was rather unremarkable in a sect where appearance held considerable significance. He stood out as an anomaly. Li Chuan recognized him as Zhao Deshang, though his name was quite ordinary. He was a direct disciple of the sect leader. This clarified why he wielded such significant authority beneath the elders. After the formal greetings, Li Chuan turned his gaze back to Mo Xiangling and asked, "May I inquire why senior sister Mo has summoned me?" Initially, he had anticipated a private meeting with Mo Xiangling, but now it seemed she had called him in for another purpose, as expected. Mo Xiangling replied, "It is not I who seek you. It is the sect leader who wishes to see you. Oh, what could the sect leader want with a disciple?" Li Chuan inquired, having an inkling of what might be afoot. The head manager, Zhao Deshang, stated, "Li Chuan, you have saved He Fenglin from the seventh elder's peak, a tremendous feat indeed. Had it not been for you, He Fenglin might have perished, and we would never have located the spiritual vein. Such a significant contribution warrants a reward from our master. You shall accompany me to meet him." As he spoke, he rose with a decisive demeanor. "Yes, head manager." Li Chuan momentarily paused to comprehend before hastily following suit. Zhao Deshang, as he departed, addressed the others in the room. "Once you finish eating, be sure to clean up the mess." His words made Li Chuan ponder if these individuals were brazenly indulging in the sect's provisions under the guise of a meeting. It must be said, managing affairs in the Yin-Yang sect was quite a pleasurable endeavor. Upon entering the sect leader's grand hall alongside Zhao Deshang, Li Chuan was once again struck with awe. The spiritual energy within the hall was exceedingly dense. What astonished Li Chuan further was the presence of a spirit-gathering array positioned in the center of the hall. The spirit energy within the array had coalesced into a mist, which permeated the entire hall. Was work intertwined with cultivation? Were they truly that diligent, or did they merely exploit the guise of work to utilize a spirit-gathering array for personal gain? Shadows flickered within the mist, and it appeared there was more than one figure. One was undoubtedly the sect leader. Who was the other? Was it one person or several? Li Chuan widened his eyes, straining to discern the situation within the spiritual fog, eager to witness how the sect leader cultivated. Was it merely a matter of meditating, or was there more complexity to it? Unfortunately, Li Chuan lacked the vision to pierce the mist. No matter how he strained to see, the details remained obscured. As the saying goes, that which is unseen is always in turmoil, and this left Li Chuan agitated, wishing he could throw some spirit stones to clear the mist. Longing to learn the sect leader's cultivation techniques, observing Li Chuan fixate intently on the spirit-gathering array, Zhao Deshang remarked, each branch of the Yin-Yang sect possesses a spirit-gathering array within its sect leader's hall. The one before you is a top-tier 4th-grade spirit-gathering array. Unless there are pressing matters, our master generally does not leave this array. The 4th grade corresponds to the nascent soul stage. Though the Minshan branch boasts hundreds of core formation cultivators, both the sect leader and the elders are at the core formation stage, because one can access higher quality spiritual veins during the Yuanying stage. These top-tier, 4th grade gathering spirit formations are regarded as extraordinary treasures within the Minshan branch. Zhao Dashang's eager gaze makes it evident that he is quite envious of this gathering spirit formation. Li Chuan genuinely wishes to suggest that he speak to his master, perhaps to gain entry and share the experience, as the formation can accommodate more than just one person. The formation spans approximately the size of a bed for 4, and Li Chuan believes that squeezing in 10 or so individuals would be entirely feasible. Master, your disciple has brought the outer sect, disciple Li Chuan, to pay his respects. Zhao Deshang stood in the hall, bowing toward the gathering spirit formation. Li Chuan mimicked his actions. Outer sect, disciple Li Chuan pays his respects to the sect leader. Although they stood within the hall, they were still several dozen meters away from the gathering spirit formation. Illustrating the vastness of the space, a resonant voice emanated from the formation. Li Chuan, your contributions to the sect's discovery of the spiritual vein are significant. Our Yin-Yang sect is known for its clear rewards and punishments. I hereby grant you a 1st-grade superior spiritual weapon, as well as 100 each of the following elixirs. 1st-grade superior Pei Yuan Dan, Gathering Spirit Dan, Qi Recovery Dan, Bone Strengthening Dan, Blood Qi Dan, Vision Enhancing Dan, Light Body Dan, Body Strengthening Dan, Spirit Scent Dan, Fatigue Relief Dan, Heart Nourishing Dan, Meridian Nourishing Dan, Channel Opening Dan, and Organ Refining Dan, along with Lingyang D. As Li Chuan listened, he silently calculated in his mind. 100 of each elixir may not seem excessive, but the sheer quantity adds up to several tens of thousands of spirit stones. The reason he was not awarded superior grade elixirs likely stems from concerns about his body not being able to withstand them. After all, the quality of cultivation elixirs is not inherently better. One must select those that are suitable for their cultivation level. Consuming high-quality elixirs without sufficient strength could lead to the accumulation of elixir toxins, potentially resulting in a catastrophic explosion of one's body. The sheer quantity of elixirs also underscores the terrifying resources consumed by cultivators. Although some elixirs, such as Bone Strengthening Dan, Vision Enhancing Dan, Body Strengthening Dan, and Light Body Dan, may not be strictly necessary, even the slightest disparity in resources can be magnified in battle. Furthermore, during the process of breaking through to the infant stage and facing the lightning tribulation, lacking preparations such as Bone Strengthening, Body Strengthening, Meridian Nourishing, and Organ Refining could render one unable to withstand the tribulation's forces. Thus, even when resources are limited at lower levels, neglecting these elixirs for rapid breakthroughs could necessitate compensating for them later. As for the spiritual weapon, it could fetch around 6,000 spirit stones in the outside world, making it quite valuable. The rewards bestowed upon Li Chuan by the Yin-Yang sect can be deemed extraordinarily generous. However, in comparison to the spiritual vein, it is but a drop in the ocean. I see that your yang energy is currently weak, and you possess an excess of yin energy that if this continues, issues are bound to arise. Go and obtain the burning sun technique and practice it alongside the initial yin-yang technique. Both are derived from the same earth grade method and will not hinder your cultivation speed. Li Chuan quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your generous gift. Sect leader, he had been unaware of the excess yin energy within him, but after sect leader Yi Xiuan's mention, he could surmise the reason. You are well aware of your situation, that if you can successfully establish your foundation, I will take you as my disciple. Li Chuan was taken aback. Not expecting such fortunate news, he replied, Rest assured, sect leader, I will surely succeed in establishing my foundation. Becoming the sect leader's disciple would afford him considerable authority within the sect. He understood Yi Xiuan's reservations, fearing that his aptitude was lacking and that he might fail to establish his foundation. After all, having cultivated for over 30 years to only reach the third layer of qi refining, he would undoubtedly rank among the lowest in the yin-yang sect standings. Nevertheless, Li Chuan was confident in his ability to establish his foundation. Firstly, his previous cultivation methods were subpar, and he had been unable to exchange for high-quality resources, resulting in a sluggish progress rate. Secondly, in addition to the rewards just received, he possessed a robust ability to earn spirit stones himself. Even with inferior aptitude, he could elevate his cultivation level through the use of elixirs. Your confidence is indeed commendable. Go with Deshang to claim your rewards. Once the sect leader fell silent, Li Chuan felt a twinge of disappointment. He was not particularly eager to see the sect leader. Rather, he was curious about who might be within the gathering spirit formation. How insatiably curious he was. After exiting the sect leader's grand hall with Zhao Deshang, Li Chuan could not resist asking, Senior brother, does the gathering spirit formation in the sect leader's hall restrict entry to him alone? What a tactful inquiry he made. Zhao Deshang chuckled. Of course, it does not restrict entry. The formation is controlled by the sect leader, allowing him to permit anyone he wishes. However, the more individuals that enter, the less effective the formation becomes. So that means the sect leader and his partner are cultivating inside? Not necessarily. Sometimes elders and other Jidan stage senior brothers are also present within the formation. Li Chuan's eyes instantly sparkled. Senior brother Deshang, how do the sect leader and others cultivate within the gathering spirit formation? Is it through dual cultivation? To be honest, I have yet to experience the gathering spirit formation myself. Zhao Deshang laughed. I see that you are not merely curious about the gathering spirit formation, but rather about the cultivation practices of the sect leader and others, am I right? Given the excessing energy within you, I can guess what you are thinking. But be cautious, my junior brother. Indulging in such thoughts may lead to the birth of desire, destabilizing your Tao heart, and plunging you into the path of demonic cultivation. A lesson learned. Yet Li Chuan remained undeterred. So, senior brother, how do the sect leader and others cultivate within the gathering spirit formation? Zhao Deshang smirked. How would I know? I've never been inside. Every time I see the sect leader, the gathering spirit formation is shrouded in ethereal mist, rendering it impossible to discern what occurs within. Even if the scene inside aligns with your imagination, what difference does it make? Once one reaches the level of the sect leader and the elders, their minds are solely focused on cultivation, unlike you, who still views things from a mundane perspective. Junior brother, since you've entered the yin-yang sect, you must shed your previous thoughts. Look at the abundant cultivation resources provided by our sect. Yet many outer sect junior brothers and sisters remain unable to establish their foundations, all because they are still shackled by worldly notions. The moment they see through and let go of these thoughts is when they will break through. Upon hearing Zhao Deshang's words, Li Chuan could not help but ask, then if I may be so bold, senior brother, have you managed to see through it? Of course. If my mind were unstable, the sect leader would not have entrusted me with the position of head steward. That's wonderful. Senior brother, you may not know, but I have recently become quite enthusiastic about forging celestial bonds, yet I've struggled to find a suitable partner, and I wonder who your partner is. Please introduce me to her. For I wish to, scram. Ever since Li Chuan broached the subject of celestial bonds with Zhao Deshang, the smile that had adorned Zhao Deshang's face vanished instantaneously. Li Chuan, seemingly oblivious, continued to chatter, senior brother. I would not withhold spirit stones from you, scram. Zhao Deshang's face turned crimson with fury. Li Chuan's heart swelled with amusement. Let him show off his composure. It seems his Dao heart is not as stable as he claims. Li Chuan feigned innocence. Why has the head steward suddenly become angry? Did I offend you in some way? I merely wish for you to introduce me to a few potential partners. Surely, senior brother could not think I intended to pursue your partner. Could he? What a misunderstanding. How could you think of me that way? I am not that kind of person. Zhao Deshang maintained a stern expression, glaring at Li Chuan. Regardless of your intentions, if you dare to pursue such actions. Do not blame me for being ruthless should I catch you at I understand. Senior brother, I will certainly avoid being caught by you. Zhao Deshang suddenly realized his words could be misinterpreted. He pointed at Li Chuan and huffed. You little rascal, your audacity knows no bounds. It is the first time someone has publicly expressed a desire to pursue my partner in front of me, although his Dao heart was steady. It had not reached such a level. Even though he understood such matters were unavoidable within the Yin-Yang sect, as a partner, how could he not harbor any thoughts on the matter? In truth, the junior brother was merely helping the senior brother strengthen his Dao heart. Li Chuan shamelessly proclaimed. Zhao Dashang retorted, then you had better keep an eye on your partner, lest I, as your senior brother, also assist in honing your Dao heart. Li Chuan chuckled. He did not disclose that he had no intention of seeking a partner, in the Yin-Yang sect. Seeking a partner was merely inviting trouble upon oneself. If the steadfastness of the Dao heart is derived in such a manner, then it would be better to forego such a heart altogether. After receiving the reward with Zhao Deshang, as they were leaving, Li Chuan received a kick from Zhao Deshang, who was still brooding over the matter. Initially, when Li Chuan mentioned the prospect of forming a celestial bond with Zhao Deshang's Dao partner, it was merely to gauge the attitude of the inner disciples toward such matters. He did not harbor any genuine desire for such a bond at that time. After all, Li Chuan was unaware of what Zhao Deshang's partner even looked like. However, that kick made Li Chuan become curious about Zhao Deshang's partner, and he resolved that once he established his foundation, he would certainly give it T.R.Y. Mo Xiangling had already returned to the outer sect, so after claiming his reward, Li Chuan did not return to his dwelling, but headed straight to the outer sect's task hall. The sect leader, Yi Xiuwen, had mentioned that there was an excess of Yin energy within him, and he was indifferent to acquiring a bit more. Senior sister, I have something I wish to discuss with you privately, Li Chuan said eagerly upon reaching Mo Xiangling. Mo Xiangling was currently arranging tasks for the upcoming month. She glanced at Li Chuan and waved her hand to a few subordinates nearby. You may attend to your duties first. Come to me if there are any issues. Follow me, she instructed, leading Li Chuan to the back hall. The back hall contained numerous rooms, most of which were interconnected. Compared to the inner sect's back hall, it was naturally a bit less impressive. Xiangling casually entered one of the rooms with Li Chuan, which featured a round table and square chairs, presumably for dining purposes. What would you like to discuss with me? Mo Xiangling stood facing Li Chuan, her exquisite visage merely half a meter away, and as he gazed at her flawless face, Li Chuan could not help but swallow hard. Only upon their arrival did Li Chuan notice that Mo Xiangling had changed her belt. The belt she previously wore appeared to be a defensive magical artifact, and since it had been replaced, this new belt must be even more formidable. If Li Chuan's guess was correct, this belt should have been pilfered during her inventory check at Xianlin sect. In a rather audacious manner, Li Chuan reached out to touch Mo Xiangling's belt, resting his hand on her waist. Senior sister, this belt is truly beautiful. It must have come from Xianlin sect, Li Chuan said with a grin. Mo Xiangling looked down at the hand on her waist, then at Li Chuan, seemingly astonished that he dared to touch her. She stared at him for a while, seeing that he showed no intention of withdrawing his hand. She remarked, Junior brother, audacity seems to be growing. I wonder where you derive such confidence. However, your mind is quite sharp to deduce that this belt belongs to Xianlin sect. Why not say that it is a reward from our sect for me? Li Chuan laughed. It's just intuition. My intuition tells me that you are precisely the kind of person. As it turns out, my intuition was correct. Xiangling smiled and said, my intuition tells me that you wish to untie this belt. I wonder if my intuition is accurate. No sooner had she spoken than Li Chuan's hand moved, and it was proven that her intuition was not wrong. However, his hand was swiftly pinned down by Mo Xiangling. Thwarting his attempt, Mo Xiangling narrowed her beautiful phoenix eyes and said lightly, "You should know, junior brother, that defiance against superiors can lead to dire consequences. Even if I were to kill you, it would be in vain." Li Chuan replied, "I merely wish to form a celestial bond with you. How can that be considered defiance? Form a celestial bond?" Mo Xiangling scoffed, "Junior brother, let me remind you that you are merely at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, while I am at the 10th layer and could establish my foundation at any moment. Why would I wish to form a bond with you?" These words felt familiar. The last time a senior sister spoke to Li Chuan in such a manner, he had silenced her with spirit stones. However, Mo Xiangling, her smile radiant, seemed intent on not letting Li Chuan off the hook. Individuals like Junior Brother, in the realm of mortals, would struggle to find a partner, let alone someone as breathtaking as Senior Sister. Her words carried an air of haughtiness. "You may not be aware, but before I took on this administrative role, among the thousands of Qi refinement junior sisters in the Yin-Yang sect, I ranked as the most enchanting. Even if we, the administrators, are overlooked, my beauty still eclipses that of the outer sect. Many aspired to form celestial bonds with her, but it was clearly not Junior Brother's place in line." The celestial maiden of the Yin-Yang sect spoke with such piercing honesty. Yet Li Chuan felt an exhilarating thrill of tea this moment. "As you disparage me, I shall soon press you down." With a grand gesture, he produced the bounty he had amassed over the past 10 days from his bag of holding. Instantly, a plethora of spiritual herbs, flowers, seedlings, and trees appeared before them. Xiangling raised an eyebrow. Her expression won a surprise. "These are the spiritual plants you found in the 43rd small world." Initially, she thought she had already regarded him with newfound respect, but it seemed she had underestimated him yet again. Li Chuan's hand boldly brushed against Mo Xiangling's face. His tone condescending. "Senior sister, is it now my turn?" He mused that cutting in line should pose no issue. This was the confidence that wealth bestowed. Mo Xiangling allowed Li Chuan's rough hand to linger on her face. Her beautiful eyes twinkled as she teased, "Are these spiritual plants for me, Junior Brother?" Li Chuan's hand halted momentarily, nearly pulling at Mo Xiangling's face to comment on her audacity. He replied, "These are merely for your viewing." Mo Xiangling shot him a sidelong glance, languidly stating, "Then perhaps you should refrain from cutting in line." Li Chuan retorted, "Senior sister, do not raise the stakes. These spiritual plants are worth at least 20,000 spirit stones in contributions. Forming a celestial bond with you is not akin to purchasing you. There is no need for such a price unless you are willing to sell yourself to me." Having previously spoken harshly, Mo Xiangling found herself receiving a taste of her own medicine from Li Chuan. Mo Xiangling laughed. "Junior Brother, you certainly have a vivid imagination," Li Chuan declared. "I will settle all these spiritual plants at the outer sect." "This is my condition." Mo Xiangling queried. "What sort of condition is that? You expect Senior Sister to form a celestial bond with you simply because you settled them at the outer sect? If every disciple were to behave thus, I would never get any work done." She had not anticipated that Li Chuan's spiritual plants were genuinely just for her to see. Yet, Li Chuan maintained an air of confidence, replying, "Senior Sister is aware that I saved Brother Hefeng Lin from the 7th Elder's Peak. What do you think would happen if I took these spiritual plants to the inner sect's task hall for settlement?" Mo Xiangling froze momentarily. She had not considered this angle. "Junior Brother certainly knows how to exploit loopholes," she remarked. "If Li Chuan were to take them to the inner sect's task hall, she would not benefit from them." It must be said, he had truly grasped her weaknesses. Li Chuan continued, "Senior Sister, I could choose not to accept any task from the outer sect's task hall that require purchasing spiritual plants. I could sell all these spiritual plants to the sect." That he had thought this through quite thoroughly. Regarding those tasks for purchasing spiritual plants, Mo Xiangling would not dare to take a share. After all, those who posted the tasks would certainly not want the spiritual plants they received to be incomplete. With this statement, it implied that no matter how precious the spiritual plants he found in the future, Mo Xiangling would always have a share. Li Chuan's hand finally withdrew from Mo Xiangling's face as he awkwardly exited the back hall corridor. His expression bore a peculiar countenance. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Yet his face remained stiff as he made his way to the back hall. He happened to cross paths with Zhao Mingxian. "Oh, Junior Brother Li Chuan, what happened to you? Are you injured?" Zhao Mingxian instinctively reached out to support Li Chuan. However, the moment his hand touched Li Chuan, he felt an icy chill emanating from him. "Why is your body so cold?" Zhao Mingxian exclaimed in astonishment. Li Chuan's lips twitched, yet he could not muster a smile. He exhaled a breath of cold air and replied, "Senior brother, there's no need to worry about me. I'll be fine shortly. Please, tend to your own matters," seeing that Li Chuan spoke with a chill. Zhao Mingxuan's eyes suddenly widened as he seemed to recall something. Observing Li Chuan's stiff gait, he refrained from inquiring further and hurriedly made his way to his workstation, approaching Zhou Hanhai with an incredulous tone. "Zhou, you will not believe what I just saw." Zhou Hanhai, who had been conversing with Hu Min, turned with a puzzled expression. "What is it?" Zhao Mingxuan's voice trembled slightly, tinged with indignation as he clenched his fists. "That junior brother Li Chuan and senior sister Mo." He spoke in a hushed tone, almost as if he could not believe it himself. Zhou Hanhai's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, "Where?" "In the back hall. Did you see it with your own eyes?" That was their superior, the former #1 on the outer sex beauty list. Not to mention Mo Xiangling's unparalleled talent in the past. Simply considering her breathtaking beauty, how could any male cultivator remain unmoved? To the astonishment of Johann, he found himself outdone by a frail old man, a reality he struggled to accept. Although Hu Min was somewhat surprised by this turn of events, she held no doubts. After spending over a fortnight with Li Chuan, she knew him all too well. Her thoughts wandered to how Li Chuan had managed to captivate Mo Xiangling. Surely she had struck a considerable deal this time. To be honest, a twinge of envy stirred within her. Before Li Chuan could exit the task hall, Zhao Mingxian, wearing a pained expression, pointed at him and exclaimed, though I did not witness it firsthand. "I just encountered junior brother Li as he emerged from the rear hall. He was utterly freezing, clearly overwhelmed by an abundance of cold energy within him. Surely, that signifies he is engaged in dual cultivation with senior sister Mo." Zhou Han gasped in disbelief. This young man had truly taken advantage of senior sister Mo, yet he would certainly suffer the consequences of the cold energy now coursing through him. It dawned on Hu Min that Mo Xiangling possessed an ice spiritual root. Her expression turned peculiar. During their time in the 43rd Small World, she had already noted the excessive yin energy within Li Chuan, but she had refrained from mentioning it to him at that time. Li Chuan frequently concocted reasons to confront her, and she dared not speak out. O Xiangling was stronger than her and had lingered at the 10th level of qi refinement for many years. Her yin energy likely far exceeding Hu Min's. Coupled with the characteristic of her ice spiritual root, Hu Min believed that Li Chuan was risking everything for the sake of forging a celestial bond. Li Chuan was blissfully unaware of these intricacies. He merely thought that possessing a copy of the fierce sun-burning body technique, with a bit more yin energy in his body, would not pose a problem. After all, with Chu Mingyu already having established her foundation, his celestial bond was bound to materialize. Little did he know, he had fallen prey to Mo Xiangling's ploy. Having entered the sect late, he was entirely ignorant of Mo Xiangling's ice spiritual root. Only having heard rumors of her exceptional talent, he had glanced at the fierce sun-burning body technique during his journey, but had yet to learn it. He could only improvise. Attempting to use the technique to counteract Mo Xiangling's cold energy was evidently a naive assumption. A technique just learned could hardly be so powerful. This time, Li Chuan had indeed suffered a minor setback. Fortunately, his resolve was unyielding, and he persevered through the biting cold. When he departed, he did so with the poise of a victor. The spiritual plants, the image stone, and the contribution token were left with Mo Xiangling. He had no time for leisurely calculations, trusting she would return them once she was ready. Outside, the sun shone brightly. Yet Li Chuan felt no warmth. "This fierce, sun-burning body technique is rather ineffective," he muttered, unjustly blaming the technique for his predicament. After consuming a spiritual sun pill, specifically designed to bolster one's yang energy, he took to the skies on his sword, heading towards his dwelling. Typically, male cultivators would abstain from such pills, as it was rare for them to lack sufficient yang energy. Wai Yixuan had likely discerned Li Chuan's deficiency. Hence the gift. Earlier, when in Mo Xiangling's chamber, Li Chuan had consumed a pill, but its effects were minimal. O Xiangling had intentionally provoked him. knowing his powers were lacking, and had vigorously activated her ice spiritual root, nearly turning him into an ice pop. Taking too many pills at once was ill-advised, so upon returning to his quarters, he refrained from consuming any further and instead practiced the fierce sun-burning body technique. As he cultivated, his body gradually warmed. While the cold energy could not be eradicated immediately, it could at least be refined. Indeed, the fierce sun-burning body technique proved to be a valuable asset, warming him considerably. This marked Li Chuan's first instance of such earnest cultivation in the yin-yang sect. The grudge of being frozen solid was etched in his heart, and he swore to exact his revenge. Before long, the dawn of a new day arrived. The sun streamed through the window, heralding yet another splendid day. Li Chuan awoke, exhaling a breath of stale air. After a night of practicing the fierce sun-burning body technique, his body was no longer stiff. Allowing him to move normally, he resolved not to seek out senior sister Mo again. Doing so would surely result in his freezing once more. He also refrained from visiting senior sister Mengyu, as her excessive yin energy would not bode well for him. Instead of confronting those stronger than him, he decided to seek out the junior sister who had previously rebuffed his attempts to connect with her. She has yet to enter chi refinement and dares to act aloof. Let us see how I shall deal with her today, he declared, rising with a renewed sense of determination to avenge his earlier slight. However, just as he took a few steps, a knock resounded at his door. How curious! Someone is here for me, Li Chuan exclaimed, surprised, for he had no friends in the yin-yang sect, and no one had ever come to visit him. Upon opening the door, he was met with a breathtakingly beautiful visage, prompting him to consider shutting the door again. Senior Sister Mo, what brings you here? Standing at the threshold was none other than the stunning Mo Xiangling. Junior brother seems less than pleased to see his senior sister, she remarked, strolling into Li Chuan's room as if it were her own. Just yesterday, junior brother's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing me. Especially after I had disrobed, your gaze seemed as though you wished to devour me whole. Her teasing words dripped with allure as she stood before him, her exquisite face almost brushing against his. Her breath was not cold but rather warm against his skin. Yet Li Chuan maintained a serious demeanor, retreating 2 steps as he said, Senior sister, let us discuss matters at hand. He had no desire to revisit that frigid and fiery experience. Or perhaps he felt that the ice was too frigid while the flame was too feeble to endure. Mo Xiangling's captivating eyes danced with mischief, her rosy lips curling into a smile as she pondered aloud. Ah, I understand now. Your discontent must stem from my attire. Had I known, I would have simply disrobed. As she spoke, she truly began to untie her garments. As her outer robe began to fall away. Li Chuan's excitement did not blossom. Instead, he bellowed, Stop! Frustration coursed through him as he exclaimed, Senior sister, in broad daylight, how can you be so shameless? I am blushing on your behalf. Ah, has junior brother flushed? Mo Xiangling teased, cupping his face with her delicate hands. You haven't turned red at all. You must be deceiving me, she concluded, her playful demeanor both enchanting and infuriating. Li Chuan felt like a cornered animal, aware that Mo Xiangling had deliberately come to torment him. What reason do you have to be so aggrieved? He internally fumed. Is it merely due to the celestial bond forged through a transaction? Mo Xiangling's alluring gaze widened with curiosity. Shame? What is that? Is it this? She asked, allowing her robe to slip from her shoulder. Li Chuan continued to struggle. Senior sister, I am not in a suitable condition today. Let us postpone this. Not to worry, junior brother. It won't take much time. Senior sister, I feel utterly drained. I fear I cannot. Not a problem. Junior brother, I have my ways. Senior sister, the door is ajar. I shall close it. Not necessary, junior brother. Let it remain open. We are not committing any wrongdoing. Senior sister, junior brother, do not speak. Simply kiss me. Mo Xiangling looked down at the shivering Li Chuan. Wrapped in a thick blanket, frost clinging to his brows and hair, a smile danced across her lips. Her expression teasing. Li Chuan trembled, stealing a glance at her, remaining silent. What could he possibly say? Threaten her? Just wait. I shall settle the score tomorrow. The irony was palpable. Who would truly be the victor here? As if to punctuate her triumph, Mo Xiangling produced a Qinquan pouch and tossed it onto the table that a total of 14,252 spiritual stones and 35,771 contribution points. Per your request, I procured a rather large Qinquan pouch for you in exchange for 10,000 spiritual stones. Upon hearing this, Li Chuan's expression darkened. So she had come merely to deliver goods. If she intended to drop by with a gift, why the theatrics? It was infuriating. After discarding the Qinquan pouch, Mo Xiangling turned towards the door. As she departed, Li Chuan exhaled a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared she would linger. Yet, just as she reached the threshold, she turned back, her smile radiant as she said, "Junior brother, do intensify your training. I shall return tomorrow." With a resounding clang, Li Chuan stumbled and fell to the ground. "Come on again," he exclaimed as he watched Mo Xiangling soar into the bright sun. Vanishing from sight, "You might as well freeze me into a popsicle." Today, Li Chuan felt even colder than yesterday. Fortunately, he had barely grasped the basics of the burning sun technique. By evening, he finally dispelled the frost that clung to him and returned to normal. However, the cold and energy within him had intensified. Life had become unbearable. He decided to step out and seek refuge elsewhere. As soon as he regained his mobility, Li Chuan rushed out the door, flying towards the small world number 43. Upon entering the 43rd small world, Li Chuan did not continue his search for spirit plants, but instead sought a place to cultivate. After all, he was not lacking in spirit stones or contributions. The elixirs rewarded by the sect would last him for years, so there was no need to toil excessively for wealth. If not for the distant fire spirit land, this state of his would have been quite suitable for cultivation. Before he knew it, another day had passed. As night fell, Li Chuan departed from the 43rd small world, intending to find his uninitiated junior sister. Initially, his junior sister had shown him little regard, but now he sought to make her feel unworthy of his attention. With a fierce determination, he flew under the moonlight towards the area inhabited by disciples yet to reach the Qi refinement stage. The disciples accepted by the Yin-Yang sect were generally talented. Once they were taken in, it was rare for anyone to fail in reaching the Qi refinement stage. It was merely a matter of time. Even those with poor spiritual roots among the servant disciples often found their way onto the path of cultivation and entered the Qi refinement stage. As the sect only admitted 100 or 200 disciples each year, the area for those still in the Qi refinement stage was conveniently located next to the largest residential area of the Yin-Yang sect, where the servant disciples resided, not far from where Li Chuan and his fellow Qi refinement stage disciples lived. However, as Li Chuan approached, he sensed something was amiss. His keen intuition told him that someone was watching him. There was a distinct difference between watching and spying. Given his striking appearance, he was accustomed to being the center of attention wherever he went. Yet now, at night, who would be so idle as to stare at him? He surveyed his surroundings, but found no target, only a few scattered disciples passing by. Not long after, Li Chuan heard a faint sound of rushing through the air, seemingly coming towards him. His expression shifted as he gazed into the distance, where he saw a stunning fairy approaching on her sword. The dazzling gems adorning her waist gleamed brilliantly under the moonlight. "Damn it, is this never-ending?" Li Chuan cursed, his expression fierce as he prepared to use a speed talisman. Li Chuan lamented that his parents hadn't given him 2 swords. If his speed were akin to riding a bicycle, then Mo Xiangling was on a deluxe version of that bicycle. Once the top outer sect genius, Mo Xiangling at the 10th layer of Qi refinement was on an entirely different level compared to Humin, who was at the 7th layer, even with the use of a speed talisman. Li Chuan found himself quickly closing the distance to Mo Xiangling. Regret washed over him. Had he known this would happen, he wouldn't have wasted a speed talisman. He halted. "Oh, Li Chuan, my junior brother, giving up so soon?" Mo Xiangling mocked as she arrived, her playful taunts abundant. In the soft glow of the moonlight, she appeared ethereal, a beauty that seemed otherworldly. Li Chuan chose not to retort. What was there to say? If he provoked her, she might insist on attending to him for the entire night, leaving him with no escape. With a hint of dissatisfaction, he remarked, "Senior sister, are you a dog? I hardly show up, and you come chasing after me." After all, he was a benefactor, but alas, this benefactor had an overly reserved nature. It's so difficult to grant each other a bit of personal space. And Mo, Xiangling lightly, pursed her lips and laughed. Junior brother, you are still too young and have forgotten my status. I merely issued a small task for one piece of spirit stone, and your fellow junior brothers and sisters rushed to inform me of your whereabouts. Spirit stone fragments. Li Chuan thought in disbelief. One spirit stone could typically be divided into 10 fragments. Was his every movement so unremarkable? He hoped Shi Wunti discover who had informed her. Otherwise, he would have to settle the score. I'm young, Li Chuan exclaimed, pointing at his slightly aged face. How old are you, senior sister, to say that I am young? Although he was unaware of Mo Xiangling's exact age. It was common for such prodigies to be relatively young. Even if she had reached the 10th layer of qi refinement a decade ago, Li Chuan doubted she was older than him. Thus, while he called her senior sister, he felt justified in thinking of her as younger than himself. Xiangling looked at him in surprise, chiding, Junior brother, you don't even know how old I am? Were you not paying attention the past few days? Upon hearing this, Li Chuan felt something was off. What kind of nonsense was this? He raised his gaze. What the hell? Not again. Junior brother, remember this well. Mo Xiangling said, and Li Chuan felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't help but wonder if he would escape the fate of being served today. He stared intently at her hand, only to see her bend down, her hand brushing against her knee, looking perplexed. Strange, why does my knee feel a bit soft all of a sudden? She then knelt down gracefully. Li Chuan let out a sigh of relief. She was putting on quite the performance, so convincing that he almost believed he was in for another round of humiliation. However, it was indeed fortunate to have a way to earn money. The moment Mo Xiangling knelt, all the spirit stones on the ground were swept into her cosmos pouch. In this contest of spirit stones versus knees, Li Chuan emerged victorious. Now the tables had turned. Under normal circumstances, he could begin to lecture Mo Xiangling. However, he remained silent, raising his hand to toss another 100 spirit stones onto the ground. The sudden glimmer caught Mo Xiangling off guard, and she looked up at him with her bright eyes, unceremoniously pocketing the newly thrown spirit stones. Just as she finished collecting the 100 spirit stones, Li Chuan tossed another 100 onto the ground, and Mo Xiangling certainly would not refuse, and Li Chuan continued to toss more. He looked down at her from above, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Originally, when he had 2,100 spirit stones, Mo Xiangling had already knelt. Yet in the end, Li Chuan resolutely tossed another 900 spirit stones, rounding the total to a neat 3,000 before he ceased. The reason for this was simple. It was exhilarating to throw them. Particularly, the expression of confusion and subtle delight on Mo Xiangling's face as she knelt before him only heightened his enjoyment. A poor man's money is often treated as if one tael could be worth two, while the wealthy, possessing ample resources, do not concern themselves whether one tael is treated as 2 or 10 taels reduced to 1. At present, Li Chuan's rewards from the sect, in the form of medicinal pills, would sustain him for several years, even if he were to languish in the sect for a time. His resources would far surpass those of his peers. Moreover, he possessed an extraordinary talent for generating wealth, acquiring spirit stones with the same ease as wielding a sword. During his last venture in the 43rd small world, he was so disinterested in spirit plants valued below 10 spirit stones that he could hardly be bothered to bend down to collect them. In fact, 99 out of every 100 first-tier spirit plants were worth less than 10 spirit stones. Had he decided to harvest every spirit plant he encountered, his gains would have easily amounted to several 100,000 spirit stones. Of course, this would have required a significant investment of time, at least 1 or 2 years, and necessitated an increase in the frequency of bending down by an order of magnitude. Tossing 1 spirit stone, or 10. Li Chuan deemed such actions too meager, unworthy of his stature. He opted to throw 100 at a time. In truth, his connection with Mo Xiangling required no expenditure. He merely agreed to settle matters at the outer sex task hall. The spirit plants she consumed were not his. He was essentially reaping benefits without cost. It became evident that even this approach did not align with his disposition, having already spent 3,000 or 4,000 spirit stones on Chu Mengyu. It would be unreasonable not to invest in Mo Xiangling. Instinctively, Mo Xiangling reached out to grasp the spirit stones, casting a puzzled glance at Li Chuan, as if questioning why the heavens were no longer showering spirit stones upon her. Witnessing this, Li Chuan felt a wave of elation wash over him. In his uplifted spirits, he tossed another 100 spirit stones into the air, devoid of ulterior motives, simply reveling in his happiness. As the saying goes, good fortune comes in fives, and with his throw he had effectively achieved 5 tosses. Are you convinced? Li Chuan approached Mo Xiangling, gently running his fingers through her silky hair. That I am, she replied, her expression one of submissive compliance. Her previously defiant demeanor transformed into one of docility, her eyes shining with clarity far surpassing that of moments prior. What convinces you? He inquired. Everything, everywhere, she responded. It was no jest. After all, kneeling once had earned her 500 spirit stones, leaving no part of her unyielding. Setting aside other considerations, she was the top talent of the outer sect. Seeking her for such tasks was a guarantee of superior results, for she could kneel longer, faster, and more gracefully than anyone else. Give her a century of this, and she would not falter in her resolve. Li Chuan's hand glided from her soft hair to seize her breathtakingly beautiful face. Mo Xiangling cried out in pain, gazing at Li Chuan with a pitiful expression. How wasteful it was to treat such a lovely visage with such disregard. Who wouldn't handle it with care? Yet Li Chuan, in his impetuousness, tugged at her face. Will you still pursue me next time? He asked, his tone menacing. Mo Xiangling promptly replied, if senior brother permits, I shall pursue. If not, then I shall not. Look at how refreshingly she articulated her willingness to comply. I shall have you as my ice spirit root, my ice spirit root. Li Chuan continued to grasp Mo Xiangling's face without restraint. She allowed him to do so, reveling in the worth of the spirit stones being spent. What was meant to be a negotiation had devolved into a one-sided affair, for the spirit stones had already spoken for him, conveying all that needed to be said to Mo Xiangling. Leaving him to simply enjoy the outcome. Be gone, he said, giving her a light kick on the rear, his words unapologetically blunt. With spirit stones in hand, such arrogance was easily afforded Mo Xiangling, her beautiful eyes glinting with playful annoyance. Accepted Li Chuan's brusque remarks with grace, showing no sign of displeasure. Regardless of her status as the top talent of the outer sect, even now, should Li Chuan request it, she would comply without hesitation. The celestial maidens of the Yin-Yang sect were adept at gauging circumstances and knew how to humble themselves. With no burdens in her heart, one could only marvel at the strength of her resolve and whether her breakthroughs would proceed smoothly. The path of the heart must be tempered, which is why female cultivators in the Yin-Yang sect often surpass their male counterparts in strength. Their methods of honing their resolve are so straightforward. Whereas for male cultivators, even if they were to kneel and act as dogs, how many would pay them any heed? Li Chuan, buoyed by his mood, soared away on his sword to owe him, as long as he possessed spirit stones. His resolve would remain steadfast, with no threat of erosion. Of course, this was contingent upon his abstaining from seeking a partner, lest he become a cautionary tale like Zhao Bingxian. Even though Zhao Deshang and other foundation-building practitioners claimed their resolve was stable, the mere suggestion of forming a partnership would set them off. In truth, their resolve was sometimes as fragile as paper. Mention a partner, and their hearts would shatter. Cultivating immortality is indeed a challenge. Li Chuan genuinely felt sympathy for his fellow male cultivators. Upon arriving at the residential area of his junior sisters, he was intercepted by the managing sister. However, he was no longer the same as before. He tossed 10 spirit stones to her. This managing sister was quite beautiful, and if Li Chuan was not mistaken, she was the one who had spoken ill of him behind his back. Leading his junior sister to hold a poor impression of him, he had noted this grievance, intending to settle it tomorrow. Today, his goals were already set, and he would not waste time changing course. Upon receiving the spirit stones, the managing sister not only allowed him passage, but personally escorted him to the entrance of the junior sister's quarters. In truth, the managing sister was wary of Li Chuan's intentions, concerned he might act forcefully. After all, a disciple at the 3rd or 4th layer of qi refining seeking a partner among the newcomers was a source of amusement for them. Who knew what he might do? Thus, she felt compelled to keep watch. Having spent a few days in the newcomer area, Li Chuan noticed his spirit stones were dwindling. Observing his rate of consumption, it was clear that he was feeling the pinch of spirit stones only when they were running low. Yet, when it came to spending, he was indeed generous, enjoying the experience thoroughly. Unlike other cultivators who would treat a single spirit stone as if it were 10, obsessively ensuring they absorbed every last bit of spiritual energy. Li Chuan set out once more to the 43rd small world in search of spirit plants. This time, he brought along several junior sisters. Although these junior sisters had yet to refine their qi and were still quite young, they would be considered martial experts in the mortal realm. Given that the spirit plant small world housed few beasts, and with the 43rd small world having been open for some time, the beasts had largely been hunted down. The only threats were the stationary first-tier spirit plants, posing minimal danger to them. Since they could not fly, Li Chuan would lead them to a safe location and instruct them to wait while he ventured out alone to seek spirit plants. He provided them with some protective talismans in case of unforeseen circumstances. For these junior sisters, entering the 43rd small world was a valuable experience, and after this ordeal with Li Chuan, they were markedly different from their peers. Their future paths in cultivation would undoubtedly be smoother. Not to mention, they had already amassed a considerable amount of spirit stones, gaining more resources than their fellow disciples. Their resolve had been significantly strengthened as well. After nearly half a month, Li Chuan finally elevated all 4 categories of his spirit planning technique to level 10. Spirit planning technique. First tier, first level 01, first tier spirit plant identification, 10th level, first tier spirit land identification, 10th level, first tier spirit seed cultivation, 10th level, first tier spirit planting, 10th level. Upon reaching level 10, he could finally begin to upgrade the spirit planning technique. Once he advanced to the second tier, he would be able to learn talisman crafting. This process, surprisingly swift, was not merely about leveling up. It enhanced Li Chuan's ability to identify spirit plants and lands. For one at his level, this would significantly increase his success rate and speed in identification. To illustrate, if previously Li Chuan could quickly ascertain the result of a 4-digit calculation, after the enhancement, he would be able to simultaneously evaluate dozens of such calculations at a glance. Additionally, there were benefits to cultivating and planting spirit seeds, with a chance to improve the quality of the seeds he cultivated, increase the yield of the plants he planted, reduce the time required, and even induce mutations. Regarding spirit plant cultivation, Li Chuan had also inquired. The Yin-Yang sect currently offered several spirit fields and lands for rent. However, after calculating, he realized that even if he contracted all the first-tier spiritual fields available to him, he would only earn a few thousand spirit stones in a year. To be frank, he finds it utterly unimpressive. He simply cannot regard it with any esteem. Given his current capabilities, growing spiritual herbs, flowers, and trees is certainly within his grasp, and he could earn much more. Yet, the growth cycles of these spiritual plants are lengthy. Even the fastest-growing herbs require at least a year or 2. Moreover, even if he were to contract all the spiritual land that the Yin-Yang sect could offer, the annual yield would merely amount to around 10 to 20,000 spirit stones. Such sums do not hold his interest. The principal issue lies in the scarcity of spiritual land. Typically, such land is leased out for 20 to 50 years, and he cannot afford to wait for others' contracts to expire before seeking to rent. Therefore, his current strategy is to focus primarily on the small world of spiritual plants. Once the newly acquired spiritual veins become operational and additional small worlds are opened, he will gradually commence the cultivation of spiritual plants. Thus, there is no urgency on his part. He can take this time to elevate his first-tier planting skills to level TEN.AS for the new spiritual veins. He had inquired about them a few days prior with Mo Xiangling. Mo Xiangling is extraordinarily beautiful, and unlike Chu Mengyu, who often indulges in leisure, he could not help but seek her out again. I digress. Regarding the new spiritual veins, Mo Xiangling informed him that the seniors of the Qingzhou branch are currently excavating exquisite spirit stones within the veins. And once these stones are extracted, the veins will be accessible to it. Is worth mentioning that the Qingzhou branch is significantly superior to the Minshan branch, overseeing all the subsects in Qingzhou, and is the most formidable Yin-Yang sect branch in the region. Excavating exquisite spirit stones is standard procedure for major sects, as these stones possess the ability to form spiritual stone mines and veins, rendering them immensely valuable. The exquisite spirit stones within a vein are beyond the protection capabilities of a sect like Minshan, making their extraction imperative. Once the veins are formed and the exquisite spirit stones are removed, they will cease to increase in grade, but this has no detrimental effect on the veins themselves. Those exquisite spirit stones will simply manifest elsewhere. Thus, while each one aspires to develop his branch, there is no immediate rush. Furthermore, his strength is still lacking. He must at least reach the foundation stage and secure a background through the sect leader before he can hope to wield any privileges. Otherwise, even if the rules of the Yin-Yang sect are stringent against disciples harming one another, there is no guarantee that someone will not feel envious of his spirit stone earnings and harbor ill intentions towards him. Just as Li Chuan's gaze shifted away from the little black book, a group of individuals soared past him from the sky, not far away. It was quite late at night. Such diligence is astonishing. He mused. The hour was already past midnight. He and his group of junior sisters had not sought refuge in any caves for the night. Instead, they were resting outdoors. He relished this connection to nature, an experience unrestrained and liberating, as though he were merging with the very essence of the natural world. Suddenly, Li Chuan's eyes brightened. Among the distant flying figures, one silhouette radiated an exceptional brilliance, clad in fiery red armor and wielding a crimson spear. Though her features remained obscured, the graceful figure wrapped in that armor was undeniably captivating from afar. It was Su Yaoyue, the acknowledged beauty of the Qi refining stage within the outer sect. Although Mo Xiangling's oversight often kept her out of the limelight, it was undeniable that Su Yaoyue's ascent to the top was well-deserved, enigmatic and alluring. While Li Chuan had never encountered her personally, he learned from Chu Mengyu that she had once been a general in a small nation of cultivators before being pursued and persecuted, ultimately seeking refuge within the Yin-Yang sect. Li Chuan recognized her immediately, of course, due to her striking fiery armor. Typically, cultivators do not don armor, especially those of lower ranks, who almost exclusively wear magical clothing. This is because magical armor is prohibitively expensive. Each segment is inscribed with formations and can serve as a defensive artifact. When these segments are linked together, the resulting protection far surpasses that of mere magical clothing. Most low-ranking cultivators can scarcely afford their own cultivation resources, leading to a frugal existence. Who would waste resources on purchasing armor when they could instead invest in pills to elevate their cultivation? Are the beasts too strong? Then why not seek out weaker ones to battle? Is the mission target too formidable? Simply accept the task to eliminate a Qi-refining first-layer cultivator. However, the situation is different in the realm of cultivation, especially for someone like Su Yaoyue, a general who must take to the battlefield. Enemies will not spare you simply because you lack funds for armor. In fact, the poorer your equipment, the more you become a target. Surviving on the battlefield is paramount. Without life, what is left for cultivation? Having been a general, Su Yaoyue likely grew accustomed to wearing armor, and thus, after joining the Yin-Yang sect, acquired a set for herself. The fiery red armor has become her trademark. Beyond her, one would be hard-pressed to find another Qi-refining disciple within the sect adorned in such distinctive armor. Li Chuan had overheard some outer sect sisters gossiping about Su Yaoyue, disparaging her as a fool for opting to exchange her contributions for armor instead of hastening her foundation establishment. Upon hearing this, Li Chuan felt it was mere jealousy, envious of Su Yue's beauty. Why should it matter whether someone wears armor or magical clothing? If one possesses the means, so be it. Yet now, Li Chuan's thoughts had grown more complex. The daily consumption of resources is substantial, leading to a higher demand for spirit stones. Was it not time for him to step up? Resolute, he immediately donned his clothes and informed his junior sisters. You all rest. I have matters to attend to. The junior sisters were understanding. Brother, be cautious at this late hour. If you grow weary, find a place to rest instead of overexerting yourself. Brother, Xiao Yu will miss you. Please return swiftly. They assumed he was off to gather spiritual plants again. What Xiao Yu? Li Chuan had already forgotten who that was. He did not even know the name of the managing junior sister. After all, during this time, he had shared the spiritual fruits he collected with these junior sisters. While they each received only a small portion, as a benefactor, did he really need to remember names? Unless the day came when these junior sisters surpassed him in cultivation. That was indeed a possibility. Li Chuan's aptitude was average. Even with a plethora of excellent resources, his cultivation speed remained limited. Among these junior sisters, there were several with exceptional talent, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would likely surpass him in cultivation in the future. However, it was too early to discuss such possibilities as Li Chuan soared into the air. He pursued Su Yaoyue and her companions. There were quite a few of them, 7 or 8 in total. Li Chuan was aware of Su Yaoyue's formidable combat prowess, yet he could not fathom why she was accompanied by such a large group. Moreover, in the small world of spiritual plants, there was no need for a team to hunt beasts. Could she be serving as a bodyguard? This thought caught Li Chuan off guard. While Su Yaoyue's beauty was renowned, there is no rule stating that one must not serve as a bodyguard simply due to their appearance. This possibility seemed quite plausible, as the group's flight speed was not particularly swift, indicating their lack of strength. Su Yaoyue, at the Qi refining 10th layer, should not be moving at such a sluggish pace. As Li Chuan took flight, Su Yaoyue had already noticed him, though she merely cast a fleeting glance without any further acknowledgement. Encountering fellow sect members in the small world of spiritual plants felt relatively safe, as the strength of spiritual plant cultivators is generally low, resulting in diminished desires for aggression. Before Li Chuan could approach them, he observed that they had already halted. Su Yaoyue brandished her spear, striking the ground while her fiery aura flickered around her. Fire's spiritual root. Li Chuan could not help but exclaim softly. Another individual with an elemental affinity. One need not guess their strength. Such individuals are rarely weak. As he drew closer, he also assessed the strength of the few who remained stationary in the air. Several were at the Qi refining 1st or 2nd layers, while the strongest among them matched his own level at the Qi refining 4th layer. However, in terms of actual combat capability, he could easily overpower this group of spiritual plant cultivators. After all, real battles are not games. The death of even one person instills fear in the others, greatly diminishing their combat effectiveness. Although this group appeared numerous, they were but a scattered assembly. "Junior brother, what brings you here?" The elder at the Qi refining 4th layer inquired upon seeing Li Chuan. He was indeed an elder, over 100 years old. If he did not break through soon, his lifespan would be considerably limited. Li Chuan directed his gaze downward and replied, "I have long heard the name of senior sister Su Yaoyue, yet I have never had the pleasure of meeting her. I did not expect to encounter her here, so I have come to pay my respects." Below, Su Yaoyue is engaged in a fierce battle with a demon tree. The branches of the demon tree move with remarkable agility, appearing tender, yet possessing the strength to shatter stones with each strike. Su Yaoyue wields a long spear, severing several of its branches as she deftly evades and maneuvers. Her exquisite figure is revealed. Upon hearing Li Chuan's words, the elderly man immediately displayed a look of understanding and smiled at Li Chuan, saying, "The name of Sister Su is known throughout the outer sect. However, she rarely makes appearances here, so very few have seen her true visage. Your admiration for her is well understood." Li Chuan's gaze was drawn back from the battle below to the elder, and he curiously inquired, "Does Sister Su often accompany you all?" The elder chuckled wryly. "Sister Su's fees are quite substantial. We lack the financial means to frequently engage her services." Li Chuan nodded, contemplating that as the outer sect's most stunning beauty, her charges would undoubtedly be high. Yet he suddenly realized that the elder was not referring to the cost of forming a romantic connection. Nevertheless, it was reasonable to assume that her fees were indeed considerable. "Are you hiring her for protection?" Li Chuan asked. The others were instantly taken aback, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "What's wrong? Did I say something amiss?" Li Chuan queried, glancing at himself, dressed in an elegant manner that clearly indicated he was no pauper. The elder regarded Li Chuan thoughtfully, remarking, "Were it not for the fact that we are within the confines of our Yin-Yang sect's small world, I would almost suspect you were one of us." He observed Li Chuan's robe, hesitating slightly. It was evident, as Li Chuan felt, that the robe and the boots he wore were of no ordinary quality to a new disciple, still at the 4th level of Qi refinement. "Would not possess such attire," Li Chuan replied, somewhat enlightened. "Ah, brother, I do not often take on tasks. Thus, I'm unaware of Sister Su's affairs. I had assumed you encountered that creature by chance." He pointed towards the demon tree below. The demon tree is distinct from spirit trees, tree demons, and tree spirits that it possesses offensive capabilities and some degree of mobility, yet lacks intelligence, or perhaps its intellect is rather primitive. In contrast, spirit trees merely absorb spiritual energy to grow, generally lacking offensive power and wisdom. Many spirit trees have trunks and branches that can be refined into instruments or medicines, and their fruits are often highly valuable. The primary difference between demon trees and spirit trees lies in the potential for spirit trees to develop wisdom and become tree demons, which may eventually take on human form. As for tree spirits, they are spirit trees with an inexplicable connection to heaven and earth. They not only possess intelligence, but also excel in power, often capable of manipulating elemental attributes or exhibiting unique abilities. Their status among tree demons is akin to that of unparalleled geniuses among human cultivators. Demon beasts, akin to demon trees, also exhibit low intelligence, which often leads to their demise. Conversely, rational demon clans are seldom hunted by human cultivators, barring those with long-standing enmities. The elder informed Li Chuan, "We specifically sought Sister Su's assistance in eliminating these formidable beings. This demon tree is nearing the foundation establishment stage, and few in the outer set can contend with it." Li Chuan nodded thoughtfully. "So, you typically engage Sister Su for demon trees you cannot handle?" The elder affirmed, "Indeed, Sister Su has never failed in her endeavors. She has also pledged to return tenfold the fee if she cannot deal with any demon beast or spirit under the foundation establishment stage. However, if she arrives only to find the target already eliminated, she does not refund the spirit stones." Li Chuan suddenly comprehended. Ah, so that is how it works. He had not anticipated this to be a lucrative business. Previously, he had seen individuals selling the locations of spirit plants at the task hall. Yet it made sense, particularly for demon trees or aggressive spirit plants. They rarely move, so upon discovery, returning to gather a group to dispatch them would likely yield success. After all, the small world is vast, and not all areas are conveniently located near an exit, making it improbable for someone else to have already claimed the bounty. Selling locations would undoubtedly be less profitable than hiring someone to eliminate them. Of course, there are risks if the hired help proves inadequate. One could easily find themselves in peril. "What are Sister Su's fees?" Li Chuan inquired. 30 spirit stones per instance, but she is currently not accepting individual assassination tasks. "So we have pooled our resources to approach her." The elder gestured to those around him. "It seems your endeavors have been fruitful," Li Chuan remarked. He noted that the contribution for clearing the demon tree Su Yaoyue was currently battling was around 200. Even if the other demon trees or spirit plants were not as formidable, their contribution should exceed 100. Su Yaoyue's fee of 30 spirit stones would undoubtedly yield them a substantial profit. For Su Yaoyue, this arrangement was also quite lucrative. With 7 individuals, even if each required only one engagement from her, that would amount to 210 spirit stones. She need not exert effort in finding targets. Her sole task was to fight. Naturally, all of this hinged upon Su Yaoyue's overwhelming strength. As they conversed, Su Yaoyue had already dispatched the demon tree and soared back up at a nearby disciple, who was recording with a recording stone. Also stored it away at last. Li Chuan beheld Su Yaoyue's visage, and she was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Her exquisite features seemed as though meticulously crafted by divine hands, complemented by the lingering fiery hues she had just left behind, rendering her utterly captivating. Beneath her elegantly elongated eyes, a pair of cold, glinting orbs exuded an aura of authority and lethality. The fiery root did not impart warmth, but rather an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Her gaze carried a lethal intent, and those who met her eyes seemed as if they were already dead. Her raven hair was elegantly tied up, bestowing upon her an air of unparalleled competence, which only accentuated her flawless facial structure. She was a beauty from every angle, regardless of hairstyle. Her attire did not consist of full armor. Rather, it included protective gear for her chest, arms, and knees, covering only essential areas. Her slender waist peeked out from between the armor, tempting one to discover just how slender it truly was. Unlike other female cultivators who exude warmth, tranquility, indifference, or allure, her exquisite countenance was marked by an unmistakable ferocity. No wonder she was hailed as the first beauty of the outer sect. It was indeed rare to encounter a female cultivator within the yin-yang sect possessing such a formidable aura. This unique temperament greatly enhanced her allure. In terms of sheer beauty, she may not necessarily eclipse Mo Xiangling, but her distinctiveness likely instills fear in most junior disciples with lesser strength upon their first encounter. It is finished. The next one, Su Yaoyue announced nonchalantly upon her arrival. Even her tone conveyed a sense of menace. One could only wonder how many lives she had claimed, observing the others nodding vigorously. Some trembling slightly. Li Chuan refrained from mocking them, as Su Yaoyue's intimidating presence was overwhelming. Were it not for his own survival through countless life-and-death situations, he would not fare much better than these fellow disciples. "I have met Sister Su," Li Chuan said, noticing that Su Yaoyue paid him no mind, and took the initiative to speak. It seemed that these senior sisters often maintained an aloof demeanor at first. "Are you here to request my assistance in clearing spirit plants?" Su Yaoyue turned her gaze towards Li Chuan, her voice cold yet crisp. Just as Li Chuan was about to respond, Su Yaoyue interjected. 60 spirit stones per instance, following them in line. What? Li Chuan's brows furrowed at once, expressing his discontent. "Sister Su, they are paying 30 per instance. Why must I pay 60? Was it because he appeared too affluent, prompting Su Yaoyue to intentionally overcharge him? His wealth could be squandered or generously given away, but being swindled was unacceptable. Su Yaoyue retorted. "You sought me out mid-journey. Naturally, the price increases. Moreover, they are not merely placing one order. Although I charge them 30 spirit stones for each task, I can earn 200 to 300 spirit stones from a single engagement with them. That if you can gather a few individuals to provide me with 5 opportunities to engage, I will also charge you 30 spirit stones per instance." Her words, though seemingly unremarkable, indeed held a kernel of truth. After all, the allure of group purchase prices is undeniable compared to the steep costs of individual purchases. This was a principle that Li Chuan was well aware of from his previous life. Accepting this explanation, Li Chuan remarked, "Then I shall refrain from seeking assistance from my senior sister for now." As if "for now" held any weight. His intention had never been to solicit help from Su Yaoyue. He had come in search of celestial connections, after all. Yet, given Su Yaoyue's misunderstanding, there was no need for him to concoct further excuses. Observing Su Yaoyue's current demeanor, it was evident that she was preoccupied, as the demands of her regular duties still awaited her attention. A stable job enhances one's standing. The better the work, the higher the value one commands. This was a truth Li Chuan had witnessed among the young ladies of his past life. The price for a figure on the street differed from that online, and those still in the midst of their studies commanded yet another price, while those on television held an entirely different valuation. Li Chuan resolved to wait until Su Yaoyue had concluded her task before approaching her once more. Having encountered her, it would be a disservice to himself to not engage with Su Yaoyue. He now bore a semblance of indifference, akin to a pig unperturbed by boiling water. Those unversed in the ways of cultivation might assume that Su Yaoyue possessed a fire spirit root, belonging to the realm of Yang. However, such assumptions revealed a lack of understanding of the true nature of cultivation. Even if Su Yaoyue did indeed possess a fire spirit root, the fire within her was of the yin variety, no less harmful than the icy attributes of Mo Xiangling's ice spirit root. Yet this distinction was of little consequence, as Su Yaoyue, with her characteristic decisiveness, offered no further dialogue with Li Chuan and simply instructed her fellow disciples to continue leading the way. Li Chuan, unfazed, trailed behind them, content to observe the unfolding events, and no one hindered his presence. After soaring for over an hour, they arrived at their next destination, where Su Yaoyue, without uttering a word, charged directly at the target. This time, their objective was a demonic flower at the 8th level of qi refinement, posing a challenge for all present. However, for Su Yaoyue, it was a significantly easier task than before. She boldly withstood the flower's poisonous thorns and struck it down in one decisive blow. At this moment, the potency of her protective armor became apparent. The thorn struck against the magical array formed by her armor, failing to even elicit a ripple. The might of the armor was astonishing. This was Li Chuan's first encounter with the power of such protective gear, leaving him somewhat astounded. Do not fault him for his ignorance. As a mere loose cultivator, his exposure to such matters was limited. Indeed, even within the Yin-Yang sect, few disciples had genuinely witnessed the prowess of such armors in other sects. The situation might differ, as they often provided outstanding disciples with such treasures. However, the Yin-Yang sect was notoriously frugal with rewards. One could hardly expect to receive protective armor. Li Chuan's contributions on this occasion could be deemed significant, yet it received no armor at all. The sect advocated for its disciples to strive for success independently. After all, if rewards were too generous, how could disciples exchange resources among themselves? While the income of Yin-Yang sect disciples was not particularly low, the abundance of valuable cultivation resources available for exchange rendered it difficult to prioritize obtaining armor. Although Li Chuan was clad in a high-grade first-tier magical garment, it would not withstand the onslaught of the flower demon's poisonous thorns. Even if the thorns could not penetrate the armor, they would undoubtedly inflict pain upon him. One of his fellow disciples remarked. Many within the sect claim that Senior Sister Sue's extravagant purchase of this armor is a tremendous waste. They're simply ignorant of its true power. Exhibiting a narrow-mindedness, even a demonic plant at the 10th level of Qi refinement could be withstood by Senior Sister Sue's armor. One must question what quality of armor would be required to achieve such a feat. As luck would have it, I am currently in a position to afford a set of armor myself, and plan to purchase one soon. Brother, when I go tomorrow, I will invite you to join me, so we can mutually assess our options. Shall we? He said deliberately. It wasn't that he held disdain for this fellow disciple. A decent first-tier magical armor would cost at least 10,000 contribution points, and how many at the Qi refinement stage could afford such luxuries? Sure enough, the disciple's expression grew somewhat unnatural upon hearing Li Chuan's words, especially when he witnessed Li Chuan suddenly produce the first-tier high-grade spirit sword awarded by the sect leader. The ethereal glow that enveloped the sword sent his heart racing. And he hurriedly replied, "No need, brother. I have matters to attend to tomorrow, so you may go alone." Truly, he had merely been boasting, and there was no necessity to unveil treasures. The others were equally astonished. "Pray tell, brother, is that a spirit weapon? Brother, you are indeed a man of mystery, possessing such a treasure. We are remiss for not inquiring about your name, but we are truly lacking in decorum. Brother, we have been rude." The value of Li Chuan's spirit weapon was not inferior to that of Su Yaoyue's armor. Once he revealed it, no one questioned his capability to purchase armor. They all sought to curry favor with him. Not only them, but even Su Yaoyue turned her gaze in his direction, that a smirk played at the corners of Li Chuan's mouth. Indeed, when he brandished the flying sword worth 30 contribution points. No inquiries were made, yet upon presenting a spirit weapon valued at over 10,000, it spoke volumes on his behalf. "You may refer to me as Brother Li Chuan," he stated, retracting the spirit sword as if he had never flaunted it at all. The group resumed their journey, though this time, there were frequent exchanges of conversation directed towards Li Chuan. Before long, an elder at the 4th level of Qi refinement pointed towards a tree, standing approximately 10 meters tall 100 meters away, saying, "Senior Sister Su, that is the copper-skinned demon tree. I witnessed it drag a brother at the 8th level of Qi refinement into the ground. You must exercise caution." This elder was quite amusing. He had initially addressed Li Chuan as a junior brother, but upon seeing the spirit sword, he promptly shifted to calling him senior brother. "And oh worries," Su Yaoyue replied without glancing in his direction, propelling herself towards the demon tree. "Wait," Li Chuan interjected suddenly. Su Yaoyue, for the first time, halted and turned to face Li Chuan. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Chuan executed an unexpected maneuver. He directed the flying sword to retreat. The elder and others were left bewildered, unsure of his intentions. That a flicker of confusion also crossed Su Yaoyue's beautiful eyes. After retreating several hundred meters, Li Chuan finally stopped. Beckoning to Su Yaoyue, "Senior Sister Su, please come over here. This is no ordinary copper-skinned demon tree. Surrounding are several other demon trees of similar strength, cleverly disguised as regular trees." Upon hearing this, the elder's complexion shifted dramatically, and he hastily flew towards Li Chuan. Yet Su Yaoyue remained stationary, unperturbed. "Brother, are you certain? Why have we not seen any other demon trees?" the elder queried, filled with uncertainty as he reached Li Chuan's side. Li Chuan smiled. "If you doubt me, You may simply fly back and verify. The elder dared not return. The image of the brother being dragged underground by the demon tree was still vivid in his mind. However, he pondered why he, who considered himself knowledgeable in spirit plant techniques, had failed to detect the other demon trees Li Chuan spoke of. Moreover, it was unusual for a group of demon trees to coexist, given their typically low intellect. Yet he also reasoned that with Li Chuan's background, especially in the presence of senior sister Su, he would not stoop to making a distasteful joke. You see, who said money was unimportant? Merely flashing a spirit weapon, and they all trust Li Chuan blindly that it is as if those wielding spirit weapons are incapable of deceit. Brother Li Chuan, why did you not speak up earlier when you were over there? The elder could not help but question, would it not have been better for us all to flee together? Li Chuan replied with a smile. Oh, because there is a demon tree nearby, and I feared that if I spoke, it might attack. Thus, I sought a safer location first. His words darkened the expressions of the elder and others. Truly, it was no wonder that a brother with a spirit weapon acted decisively, treating comrades as mere commodities. Raise the price, Su Yao interjected abruptly. No problem, senior sister Su. The elder immediately acquiesced, though he hesitated, but he paused, respectfully inquiring of Li Chuan. Brother Li Chuan, how many copper-skinned demon trees are there in total? Li Chuan extended a hand. All 5 fingers spread, wide. 5. The crowd gasped in unison. Why so many? May I inquire, Brother Li Chuan, are all 5 copper-skinned demon trees at the 10th level of Qi refinement? Li Chuan replied, as I said. They are of similar strength, if not at the 10th level. Then what level are they? The elder hastily turned to Su Yaoyue, senior sister Su. This number seems rather excessive. Perhaps we should reconsider 300 spirit stones. Su Yaoyue abruptly interrupted him and raised the price. This is not merely a matter of spirit stones. Senior sister Su. Your junior, we are genuinely concerned for your safety. Agree or not? Under Su Yaoyue's cold gaze. The old man, frightened, hurriedly nodded. Agreed. He felt that if he refused, she could very well twist his head off on the spot. After speaking, he bowed to Li Chuan and said, I hope Senior Brother Li can point out the locations of the other 4 copper-skinned demon trees for us. The copper-skinned demon tree is actually a large category, as the bark of generally stronger demon trees is similar in color to copper, hence the name. However, the demon tree they encountered earlier had its own exclusive name, the 4-point demon tree. This type is centered around one demon tree, with the others concealed in the 4 cardinal directions. However, it does not necessarily mean there are always 4 nearby. This time, it was merely coincidental. Before Li Chuan could speak, Su Yue's voice echoed. No need. They will reveal themselves. As she spoke, she charged forward with her spear. Goodness, this senior sister is fierce and captivating. Li Chuan was quite taken with her, his gaze flickering, uncertain of what serious matter occupied his mind. Challenging 5 within the same realm, few dare to utter such words in the entire Yin-Yang sect, let alone facing 5 elite peers. The ordinary refining Qi level 10 demon trees are commonly referred to as wood-skin demon trees, while copper skin lies above wood skin. The demon tree Su Yaoyue had just slain with a wood skin one, which she had not dispatched in a single blow, indicating its formidable nature. Yet now she audaciously chose to confront 5 at once. To be honest, Li Chuan felt some concern for her. After all, copper-skin demon trees are nearly at the pinnacle of first-order demon trees. And the critical point Li Chuan did not voice was that these demon trees could form formations on their own. Otherwise, why would they be positioned in the southeast, southwest, northwest, and northeast? One reason was that Su Yaoyue did not want him to speak, and the other was that he did not enjoy explaining. The 4-point demon trees are exceedingly rare spiritual trees, a fact he only learned after reaching level 10 in spiritual plant identification. He had no desire to let such important knowledge slip away so casually. He preferred to keep it to himself. Su Yue's initial strike was straightforward and unadorned, her spear thrusting forward directly. The 4-point demon tree's counterattack was equally simple, its roots sweeping across. The attacks from both the individual and the tree were direct and uncomplicated, yet they concealed deadly intentions. Li Chuan had indeed aided Su Yaoyue. The number of demon trees he identified was her greatest assistance. Thus, this seemingly simple strike from Su Yaoyue employed a substantial 80% of her strength. she had to eliminate the 4-point demon tree in one go, lest she be surrounded by 5, as if she were invincible. Although the 4-point demon trees possessed low intelligence and sparse roots, each root harbored tremendous power, and their combat instincts were not to be underestimated. Sensing a threat from Su Yaoyue, what appeared to be a simple sweeping motion was executed with all its might. The demon tree had no concept of holding back for defense. Boom! Flames erupted suddenly from the spear, colliding fiercely with the roots of the 4-point demon tree. In an instant, the demon tree was engulfed in raging fire, its roots shattering beneath Su Yaoyue's spear. Trees fear fire. This is common knowledge. A demon tree ablaze has little chance of survival. Thus, after landing her strike, Su Yaoyue swiftly withdrew to guard against potential ambushes from the other demon trees. Her decisiveness was justified, for the other demon trees indeed launched a surprise attack, with 4 roots suddenly striking towards her from all directions. However, the 4 roots intersected midair, and she had already soared into the sky as Su Yaoyue cast her gaze downward, locking onto the revealed positions of the 4 demon trees. Even though they had shown themselves, she still could not discern any characteristics of spiritual trees about them. They appeared merely as ordinary trees. Typically, if cultivators encountered them, there would be little chance of escape. No wonder she had never heard anyone mention these creatures before. She tightened her grip on her spear. It was now 4 against 1, and she still had a fighting chance, even when 5 refining Qi level 10 demon trees gathered together. Few of the so-called top 10 elite disciples from the outer sect could escape unscathed. Moreover, these trees were the most formidable copper-skinned demon trees, making the likelihood of others evading nearly 0. Recently, numerous disciples had gone missing in the small world number 43, and it was likely these creatures were behind it. Su Yaoyue's thoughts raced as she quickly pieced together the recent rumors surrounding the small world number 43. It was widely circulated in the outer sect that someone was killing fellow disciples and seizing treasures within that realm, with whispers hinting at Su Yaoyue as the culprit. Naturally, she paid no mind to such baseless accusations. However, upon seeing these demon trees, she contemplated the most likely truth behind the deaths of her fellow disciples. Fixing her gaze on the rightmost 4-point demon tree, Su Yaoyue sensed it was the weakest among the 4, and she intended to exploit that vulnerability first. That if she could destroy one more, it would become a 3 against 1, greatly increasing her odds of victory as for the demon tree engulfed in flames. It was no longer a concern. Even demon trees possess pain. Being fully enveloped in flames, that particular tree had no strength left to counterattack. What she needed to be wary of was the uppermost demon tree. Her instincts warned her that it was stronger. However, just as Su Yaoyue was about to act, a mysterious fog suddenly enveloped the flaming demon tree. The mist swiftly transformed into water, extinguishing the flames, engulfing the tree in an instant. What? Who is casting spells? The crowd exclaimed in surprise, and Su Yaoyue paused, bewildered. Li Chuan was equally astonished, the answer spilling from his lips. The uppermost demon tree is a water attribute demon tree. After the 4-point demon trees elevate in rank, they typically acquire attributes, though this occurs only after reaching the 4th or 5th rank. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, they could be combined. But this was only a 1st rank. It could only mean yet another prodigious anomaly. Water attribute demon tree? The old man and others gasped. The presence of elemental attributes in demon beasts is akin to cultivators possessing spiritual roots. In other words, this water attribute demon tree and Su Yaoyue, with her fire spiritual root, are both exceptional among their kind. Senior Sister Su, cease your assault. That demon tree possesses a fire spiritual root. I will ensure you receive every bit of the 300 spirit stones. The old man suddenly shouted. Akati wasn't out of newfound integrity, but rather a fear that such powerful demon trees possess some mobility. And he worried that if Su Yaoyue perished, they would be unable to escape. Moreover, with so many demon trees present, he could sell the information to the sect, while the contributions from defeating these demon trees might not surpass that of killing them. He would certainly not incur a loss. 1. Must commend the task system of the Yin Yang sect. Su Yaoyue had accepted her task at the mission hall, where the general location of this demon tree was also recorded. Therefore, even though they all saw the other 4 demon trees together, he held priority among them. Had it not been for this, Su Yaoyue would not have demanded 300 spirit stones, but would have claimed the contributions for clearing the other 4 trees entirely for herself. However, the old man did not understand Su Yaoyue. Upon his outcry, she charged straight at the water attribute demon tree. Perfect. Fire counters water. She would deal with it first. Wait, isn't it water that counters fire? That's what our senior brothers and sisters taught us. The old man, filled with wisdom, looked around doubtfully at his fellow disciples before finally resting his gaze on Li Chuan, who now represented authority in his mind. Meeting his eager gaze for new knowledge, Li Chuan asked, "Among those who taught you, who is more formidable, senior sister Su or those senior brothers and sisters?" "Naturally, it's senior sister Su. How many in the outer sect can compare to her?" "Then that settles it. They're misinforming you, da-da. So you mean fire counters water?" The old man was bewildered. It seemed he had been learning from faulty materials for decades. His gaze returned to the scene. Yet he could not help but worry. But the opposition consists of 5 copper-skinned demon trees. Li Chuan reassured him, "Fear not. Senior sister Su's strength is formidable, and she is clad in precious armor. Such trifling demon trees are nothing but—" Boom! Su Yaoyue was struck and sent flying by 2 sweeping roots. Li Chuan paused, muttering that such trifling demon trees were merely to be used as a spinning top against senior sister Su. As the old man and his companions suddenly felt that Li Chuan's voice was growing fainter, they turned to see him calmly retreating on his flying sword. In truth, when Su Yaoyu charged towards the water attribute 4 directions demon tree, Li Chuan had already anticipated her intentions. The water attribute demon trees were indestructible. She stood no chance against these 5 formidable entities. The principle of elemental affinity was of utmost importance that he wholeheartedly agreed with Su Yaoyu's decision. However, he had overestimated her capabilities. She was knocked away before even reaching her target. What a stubborn individual. If she couldn't win, she should retreat. He was nearly deceived by her fierce countenance. "Senior brother, are we just going to run like this and abandon Sister Su?" The old man, having caught up with Li Chuan, turned back with concern etched on his face. "Indeed, we cannot leave Sister Su behind." Li Chuan halted abruptly, drew forth his spiritual weapon, and proclaimed, "You all go and rescue Sister Su. We must not allow any harm to befall her." The emotional fervor in his voice inspired the others, who promptly retrieved their own magical treasures and dashed back. Yet, after a brief sprint, they sensed something amiss and glanced around. Realizing someone was missing, a quick look back revealed Li Chuan still standing in place, clutching his spiritual weapon. "Senior brother, why aren't you coming along?" The old man was flabbergasted. "I can't fight them off." "You should go to— Don't worry, I'll collect your remains later," Li Chuan replied. The group's expressions twisted in disbelief, and the few at the first level of chi refinement hastily withdrew. "Really? What is the point of getting all worked up?" They realized their own limitations. The old man awkwardly retreated. "What do we do now, senior brother?" The others flew to Li Chuan's side, now viewing him as their pillar of support. "Let us observe for a moment," Li Chuan suggested, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. The others fell in line beside him, all eyes trained on the unfolding conflict. Although Su Yaoyu occasionally managed to strike the demon trees, she spent far more time under their relentless assault, thanks to the protective armor she wore. Had it been a lesser garment, she would have surely perished long. As they watched, the group began to notice something was off. It seemed one among them was absent, that a glance at their sides revealed a gap where Li Chuan had once stood. Turning back, they saw him intently observing the battle between Su Yaoyu and the demon trees, his flying sword retreating steadily beneath him. "Senior brother, you're retreating." Panic set in. "Why don't you call us when you flee? Wouldn't it be more lively with more people?" They immediately followed suit, mimicking Li Chuan's retreat. This time, having learned from previous experiences, they positioned themselves behind him, ever vigilant of his movements. In the distance, Su Yaoyu had become a mere speck. Suddenly, a commanding shout erupted from her lips as her long spear transformed into a magnificent fire dragon. Soaring into the air, its length exceeding 10 meters, the dragon blazed with potent fire energy, igniting the night sky around her in a fiery glow. Enveloped in flames, Su Yaoyu became a figure of fire herself. It is time for her ultimate move. Li Chuan narrowed his eyes and bolted forward. "Quick, Let us save Sister Sue. Now is not the time for hesitation. The old man and his companions remained still. Skeptical. He wants to trick us again. But then they noticed Li Chuan's speed was unmatched, his flying sword nearly smoking beneath him as he raced forward. Wait, you're really going? Sister, fear not. Your junior is here to assist. Li Chuan declared, having discerned the weaknesses of their foes. Watch as I strike them down with my spiritual weapon. The significance of the term spiritual weapon could not be understated in an instant. Li Chuan's sword shot forth, transforming into a colossal golden blade that swept downwards, striking with overwhelming force. Why was it said to have struck with loneliness? Quite simply, by the time Li Chuan's giant sword descended. The 5-4 directions demon trees had already burst apart under Su Yaoyu's formidable assault. With the experience of having escaped death countless times, Li Chuan's combat acumen was unparalleled. Even someone like Su Yaoyu, whose murderous intent could be felt palpably and who had undoubtedly taken many lives, could not surpass him. Su Yaoyu's fighting style relied heavily on sheer power. So, when she unleashed her ultimate move, Li Chuan understood that the battle was nearing its conclusion. If her final strike failed to vanquish the demon trees, he would step in to deliver support. Should his assistance prove futile as well, he would ensure Su Yaoyu's safe escape. However, if she succeeded in defeating the demon trees, "Thank you, junior brother," Su Yaoyu uttered as her spear clattered to the ground. Her complexion pale as a ghost. When she looked at Li Chuan, her voice softened, a rare moment of gratitude surfacing. She had always prided herself on her independence, never one to accept favors lightly. Yet, witnessing Li Chuan's bravery in the face of danger earned her respect. After all, had her attack been ineffective, Li Chuan could have perished alongside her. Unbeknownst to her, while she was aware that Li Chuan was at the 4th level of qi refinement, she remained oblivious to the ferocity of his combat prowess. In the realm of cultivation, self-interest prevailed. Her gaze shifted toward the old man and his companions, who arrived only after the battle had concluded. This was the harsh reality. Sister, there's no need for formalities that why spiritual weapon didn't contribute much, Li Chuan said as he sheathed his sword, suddenly adopting a humble demeanor. This was the outcome he sought. He did not require Su Yaoyu's effusive gratitude. Even a slight shift in perception would suffice. After all, she was merely a general. There was no need to overestimate her intelligence. Had she been astute enough, she would not have fallen prey to the schemes that brought her to the Yin-Yang sect. In truth, most cultivators revered strength above all. Yes, Su Yaoyu swayed precariously. Li Chuan quickly flew over to support her. Sister, are you all right? His hand instinctively encircled her slender waist, the gesture feeling remarkably natural. Su Yaoyu showed no sign of resistance, shaking her head, but I'm fine. There's no need for concern, junior brother. Female cultivators of the Yin-Yang sect, once familiar, did not adhere to the same formalities as those from other sections. Simply put, once they grew accustomed to one another, interactions became much more relaxed. Summoning her long spear back, Su Yaoyu freed herself from Li Chuan's grasp and soared toward the old man and his companions. Sister Su, are you unharmed? The old man inquired with genuine concern. At this moment, the difference in Su Yaoyu's reaction towards the two old men became evident. She did not respond, but instead extended her hand, coolly stating, "The demon trees have been vanquished. Let us settle the rewards." Having completed her task, she sought the additional rewards for the 4 extra demon trees. The old man hastily produced spiritual stones, only to find himself in an awkward predicament. Unable to gather the required 300 spiritual stones, he quickly borrowed from his fellow disciples and handed them over to Su Yaoyu. Sister Su, thank you for your efforts. This scenario reflected the reality faced by most spiritual plant cultivators. Although they could earn spiritual stones at a reasonable pace, many were unable to break through, feeling as though their lifespans were limited. Thus, upon receiving spiritual stones, their first instinct was often to purchase medicinal pills. The urgency to break free from the shackles of mortality was overwhelming. Were it not for the exorbitant costs of these pills, they could easily save thousands of spiritual stones each year. Accumulating wealth over time, Li Chuan, too, was somewhat similar. Whenever he had spiritual stones, he found it hard to resist spending. His gaze trailed Su Yaoyu's slender waist, He relished the feeling of having held her just moments before. After receiving the spiritual stones, Su Yaoyu turned to Li Chuan and said, "Junior brother, my task is concluded. It is time we part ways." Had Li Chuan not rushed to her aid at the last moment, she would have simply taken her leave without a word, for that was her usual demeanor. "Sister, let us journey together." The thought of what awaited them on the road ahead ignited a thrill within Li Chuan. "No need. Your speed is too slow." Despite having developed a certain fondness for Li Chuan, Su Yaoyu rejected his offer without a moment's hesitation, and her dismissal was quite ruthless. Her primary concern was her own injuries, prompting her to hurry back for healing. Li Chuan, who had been buoyed by excitement, felt a pang of disappointment. He had not anticipated Su Yaoyu would refuse even such a simple request. "Why revert to your aloof ways? Is my speed truly so inadequate?" A mischievous grin crept across Li Chuan's face as he mused. "Is this slow enough?" Li Chuan was preparing to casually toss out 500 spiritual stones to rattle Su Yaoyu. However, upon a fleeting thought, he found that only 23 stones materialized in his hand. His expression stiffened as he recalled that he had been excessively extravagant lately, having spent the remainder of his spiritual stones on his junior sister. Moreover, the spiritual herbs in his Chinquan bag had yet to be exchanged for spiritual stones. How careless of him. After finishing her words, Su Yaoyu took flight, completely oblivious to Li Chuan's subtle actions. Li Chuan felt a surge of frustration. "Sister, wait. I have something to discuss with you," he called out directly. Su Yaoyu glanced back, yet her speed did not diminish, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of confusion. Li Chuan called her several times, his actions appearing somewhat irrational. Then, he transmitted his voice to her. "Sister, I wish to forge a celestial bond with you." The impact of this declaration was undoubtedly profound. However, a look of astonishment appeared on Su Yaoyu's pale countenance, devoid of any anger. Truly, she was deserving of her status as a senior sister of the Yin-Yang sect. "You have mistaken your target." "Junior brother," she replied coolly. Ignoring her words as if he hadn't heard them, Li Chuan continued, "I hope you can spare a day of your time. I am willing to offer 1,000 spiritual stones as a token to assist you in overcoming the thorns on your path to cultivation." Su Yaoyu's expression flickered slightly in surprise. Yet before she could respond, Li Chuan pressed on, 500 spiritual stones. I am willing to offer 1,500 spiritual stones to help you carve your way through the obstacles on your path to immortality." It was evident that Su Yaoyu's demeanor began to soften, her gaze toward Li Chuan devoid of any hostility. If engaged in a bidding war, Li Chuan offered without pause 2,000 spiritual stones. "I am willing to provide 2,000 spiritual stones to assist you in advancing further on your path to immortality." His determination to aid her caught Su Yaoyu off guard, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Those in positions of authority often preferred straightforward individuals, and Li Chuan's decisive approach had indeed won her over. She turned her head, but not before leaving him with a parting remark. "To have you as an ally is my fortune. I shall be in my residence these few days. Had she not been injured, she would undoubtedly have stayed longer." Swayed by her admiration for Li Chuan, Li Chuan's lips curled into a broad smile. Glancing at the 23 spiritual stones in his hand, he casually tossed them away. Such a meager amount was unworthy of accompanying him. He then took flight on his sword, while the old man and others hurriedly rushed to collect the stones he had discarded, even nearly coming to blows over a few. Sighing, he pondered how, despite all engaging in the same pursuit of immortality, the disparities could be so vast. Upon returning, his junior sisters were all sound asleep. At dawn, each of the little sisters, sporting adorably puffy eyes, accompanied Li Chuan back. The journey took the better part of the day due to the delays caused by the younger sisters who couldn't fly. And by the time they returned to the sect, the sun was nearly setting. After bidding farewell to his junior sisters, Li Chuan proceeded to the mission hall, having already struck a deal with Mo Xiangling. He saw no need to settle with Zhou Han, and instead went directly to Mo Xiangling's usual office. Unless she was on patrol or occupied with other matters, Mo Xiangling spent most of her time there. Fortune smiled upon him, for she was present upon his arrival. Not only was Mo Xiangling there, but Hu Min, seemingly seeking Mo Xiangling for some reason, was also present. The sight of the two beauties in the room was truly delightful. Though Hu Min, while attractive, paled in comparison to Mo Xiangling Li Chuan. My junior brother, you have come, Mo Xiangling exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she instinctively reached to loosen her belt. Hu Min, observing from the side, could only click her tongue in disbelief. Wait, sister. I'm still here. Li Chuan's expression darkened instantly, and he admonished sternly, be serious. It's working hours now, he had to maintain a stern demeanor. If he showed even a hint of leniency, Mo Xiangling would be at his side in an instant. How tiresome! Mo Xiangling stifled a giggle, relishing in teasing Li Chuan. She enjoyed toying with him. Knowing he had neither power nor wealth, yet he was undeniably affluent. Of course, her teasing was genuine, not a mere flirtation, as she acted in a practical manner. Junior brother Li Chuan, Hu Min said hastily. Bowing as he approached, it was a rare occurrence for a senior sister to bow to a junior brother, an oddity that seemed to only happen with Li Chuan. Li Chuan acknowledged, settling himself in Mo Xiangling's designated seat, and then turning his gaze toward Hu Min. Hu Min felt a chill run down her spine under his scrutiny, uncertain of his intentions. Did he plan to do something to her? But Mo Xiangling was right there. Well, judging by Mo Xiangling's earlier actions, she likely wouldn't intervene on her behalf. After a moment, Hu Min finally reacted, quickly kneeling beside Li Chuan and beginning to massage his thigh. Li Chuan nodded in satisfaction, patting her head. Well done. Just as he was about to reward Hu Min with a few spiritual stones, he suddenly remembered that the only 23 stones he had were already tossed away. Why did he always feel so wealthy? It was truly perplexing. Shaking his head, Li Chuan produced a spiritual herb worth 10 spiritual stones and held it to Hu Min's lips. The familiar scene prompted Hu Min to recall some regrettable past events. However, the last time Li Chuan had fed her a mere ordinary herb. This time, it was a spiritual herb. She opened her mouth eagerly to accept it. In truth, consuming a spiritual herb this way was quite wasteful, as the spiritual energy contained within could not be fully realized. For a 10 spiritual stone herb, she would be fortunate to absorb the value of 2 stones. Yet, since it was Li Chuan feeding her, she dared not voice any complaints. Junior brother, you mustn't be so biased. Mo Xiangling's voice suddenly chimed in, and Li Chuan turned to see she had knelt down as well. How forward of her! Watching Mo Xiangling imitate Hu Min by massaging his thighs, he chuckled and took out another spiritual herb to feed her. Little did he know that upon seeing the herb in his hand, she turned her head away. Not interested, Li Chuan teased. The herb he held was the same 10 spiritual stone one he had just fed Hu Min, for someone of Mo Xiangling's stature. It was beneath her. She certainly wouldn't kneel for such a paltry offering to Li Chuan was doing this on purpose. After all, Mo Xiangling had been so eager to serve him. He casually fed the herb to Hu Min instead. Hu Min was distraught. Should she not feel touched? Li Chuan took out another herb, and Mo Xiangling glanced over but quickly turned her head away again. Humph. However, this time her huff was noticeably softer. The reason was simple. The herb Li Chuan held was worth 100 spiritual stones. Simply having something to eat was already a treat. How could she dare to be picky? Li Chuan refused to indulge Mo Xiangling, directly pinching her mouth and forcing the herb inside. Goodness, she really couldn't discern priorities. Mo Xiangling's cheeks puffed out as she chewed, her enchanting eyes playfully glaring at Li Chuan. She knelt while he sat. And from Li Chuan's perspective, the scene was nothing short of breathtaking. His heart raced uncontrollably to know, today, he belonged to Su Yaoyu. With determination, Li Chuan pushed Mo Xiangling's face away. Go aside, and if you glare at me again, I'll slap you. Why was that stunning visage so beautiful from every angle? Before Mo Xiangling could respond, Li Chuan had already revealed his trump card. The room was suddenly filled with a plethora of spiritual plants. A radiant smile broke across Mo Xiangling's face, her voice taking on a sultry tone. Ah, junior brother is still so impressive. Look at how many spiritual plants you've gathered in such a short time. Li Chuan's earnings meant her earnings. Conservatively estimating, she could claim 1/5. How could she not be elated? Hu Min watched enviously, her eyes filled with admiration. If only she possessed even a fraction of Li Chuan's talent. She wouldn't have been limited to consuming a mere 10 spiritual stone herb earlier. she would have been able to enjoy a 100 spiritual stone one like Mo Xiangling. Enough chatter. Let's settle up quickly, Li Chuan urged. His motivation was ignited by Mo Xiangling's teasing, as he longed to find Su Yaoyu sooner. Yes, yes, junior brother's command is my priority. How could I dare to delay? Mo Xiangling rose gracefully, savoring the ethereal herbs while her spirit soared. For others, consuming these spiritual plants would be a sheer waste, as they could not absorb the essence within. Yet, she was different. She could fully harness the energy contained within. It would be more accurate to say she utilized it rather than absorbed it. After all, if she were merely consuming it, she would not have been so eager to indulge and, after so many years, still remain unbroken through the threshold. From the moment she commenced her task, Mo Xiangling exhibited an unwavering seriousness, her stern demeanor evoking a sense of irresistible allure within Li Chuan. This was perhaps the seduction of profession. Imagining the satisfaction of bringing her down from her lofty perch into the mire, the sense of accomplishment was unparalleled. The agonizing weight was, for Li Chuan, a trial of endurance, especially in the presence of such grand temptation. Junior brother, it's done. Much more than last time. Point 18. 762 spirit stones, contributing 38,811 points. When Mo Xiangling's voice resonated, it was akin to celestial music to Li Chuan's ears. Hu Min felt similarly. She dreaded the thought of an acquaintance stumbling upon her kneeling before Li Chuan. After all, she was the Tao partner of Zhou Han, known to many within the task hall. The Yin-Yang sect encouraged disciples to hone their resolve, yet such resolve was not easily tempered. And she had her pride. Junior brother, would you care to compare? Mo Xiangling inquired of Li Chuan. Enough that I have faith in you, senior sister, Li Chuan replied, waving his hand dismissively. He had no time to engage in leisurely comparisons. While Mo Xiangling lacked boundaries in the presence of spirit stones, he believed she would maintain her principles in such matters. After all, such schemes were easily exposed, and those with steadfast hearts would disdain deception. If she sought spirit stones, she would earn them with integrity. Even if the sect leader were to arrive, she would not falter in her dealings with the sect's disciples. Her approach was straightforward and forthright. Frankly, he had a rough estimate of the value of beneficial spiritual plants. However, he was largely unaware of the worth of the useless ones he had eliminated. If he were to compare them one by one, he would be stranded for the entire day. Having received the spirit stones, he generously bestowed the leftover 62 upon Hu Min before hastily departing. As for why he did not reward Mo Xiangling. Truth be told, a mere 100 or 200 might not even elicit a smile from her. Although Li Chuan was generous, he was not naive, and he had no intention of using spirit stones to humiliate Mo Xiangling. Thus, he refrained from offering her anything. However, as he left, the sorrowful look in Mo Xiangling's eyes almost compelled him to stay. The allure of spirit stones was indeed formidable. How could someone once so exalted, a steward and a paragon among the outer sect, become such a temptress? Alas, spirit stones were not to be trifled with, and Li Chuan resolved to expend them swiftly. As Su Yaoyu was granted special permission to enter the sect due to her formidable abilities. Beauty, in her position as the top contributor among the outer disciples, thus affording her exclusive accommodations that, how could he forget? The title of top contributor had long since been claimed by Li Chuan himself. Nonetheless, this did not detract from Su Yaoyu's living arrangements, which were slightly superior to those of other outer disciples. Disciples in the Qi refinement stage often possessed unstable hearts, akin to mortals. They gathered to discuss beauty and wealth in their idle moments. Did you hear? That old fellow was just inquiring about Sister Sue's residence. Could he really be so oblivious as to think he could court her? A group of disciples sat cross-legged in a clearing, observing Li Chuan not far away as he sought out Su Yaoyu's quarters and began to speculate. This reminds me of that senior brother from the 10th layer of Qi refinement who was thoroughly trounced by Sister Su. He should really take a look in the mirror. A decrepit old man like him could never attract Sister Sue's attention. Indeed, with her unparalleled beauty, even someone like me, ranked in the top 50 among outer disciples, wouldn't he dare to disturb her? TSH, you're only at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. What right do you have to seek Sister Su? Wait, this old chap is only at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. He is a junior brother. So surely he wouldn't be foolish enough to pursue Sister Sue, right? Her fire spirit root would incinerate him. Indeed, a fourth layer of chi refinement, but look at his demeanor. His eyes are filled with desire. Seeking Sister Sue is surely not a noble endeavor. Perhaps he is merely hoping for a stroke of luck. Last time, someone tried to offer 1,000 spirit stones to be her partner for a month and was utterly humiliated by her. Humph, a man of his age, Sister Sue wouldn't even bother to glance at him. The sect should expel those incapable of breaking through the chi refinement stage. Only we, the elegant and refined, deserve to remain within the sect. As they spoke, Li Chuan had already arrived at Su Yaoyue's door. Look, that junior brother is knocking, if he truly has the audacity to seek Sister Sue's hand. Let us see how she sends him flying. The beauty of women is an eternal topic that men cannot evade. In the Yin-Yang sect, those capable of disregarding a woman's appearance are few and far between, especially among the chi refinement disciples. They were all fledgling cultivators, and one could hardly expect them to possess remarkable composure. Even among the higher-ranking male disciples, who may present themselves as unaffected by beauty, when confronted with the likes of Mo, Xiangling, Su Yaoyue, or Chu Mengyu, they would undoubtedly flee faster than dogs at a group of male disciples gathered nearby, eager to witness how Li Chuan would be expelled. They bore no personal animosity toward him, but any association with Su Yaoyue naturally incited their disdain. After all, Su Yaoyue was a woman forever out of their reach, and they certainly did not wish for anyone else to claim her, especially a junior brother who had already begun to show signs of aging at merely the fourth layer of chi refinement. Such a talentless individual daring to pursue their goddess was, in their eyes, nothing short of sacrilege. As the door swung open, revealing Su Yaoyue's unparalleled beauty, the anticipated scene of amusement did not unfold. Instead, an event they least desired materialized before their eyes. What is happening? Why does Sister Sue look so different today? I sense Sister Sue's aura of intimidation has lessened. Su Yaoyue's presence was palpable, her aura a tangible force that only those who had stood before her understood the terror it could invoke. Even among those at the 10th layer of chi refinement, there were some who had been cowed by her mere presence. Those present had encountered Su Yaoyue on more than one occasion. They often walked deliberately past her, trembling in fear, all due to her overwhelming aura. Were it not for her formidable presence, her door would be thronged with suitors daily, each eager to court her. However, the absence of such a queue was due to the fact that any who dared approach her were either frightened away or decisively repelled. Suddenly, the group of onlookers sprang to their feet. Heavens! Sister Sushi smiled. I saw it too. Though it was but a faint smile, it was indeed a smile. What could this mean? Over the years, Sister Sue has smiled so infrequently. Why would she smile at this junior brother? It's over. With that smile, I feel my heart could leap from my chest. Junior brother, she is not smiling at you. Why are you so overly excited? Wait, is he holding Sister Sue's hand? All were left agape, unable to fathom the sight of Li Chuan gently grasping Su Yaoyue's hand as they entered her abode. The moment the door closed, their hearts felt as if pierced by a blade. What just happened? One of them rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. That was their esteemed, sacred Su Yaoyue. In their eyes, not even the top male disciple of the outer sect could be deemed worthy of her. Only the sect leader, a figure of authority, could be considered her equal, and even elders fell short of that standard of course. This was merely their personal sentiment, yet it underscored Su Yaoyue's elevated status in their hearts. Where did this junior brother come from? I've never seen him before, someone inquired, vexed. He is only at the 4th layer of chi refinement. With thousands of outer disciples, it's no surprise we haven't crossed paths. The speaker is the young disciple who has just reached the 9th level of chi refinement. His expression fluctuates between shadows and light, revealing a tumult of thoughts within. His eyes gradually redden. Filled with resentment and jealousy. No, he cannot allow Sister Sue to be deceived. We must intervene, he suddenly declares. The thought that he might miss out on benefits that others could seize fills him with discontent. But how to stop it? The others regard him with peculiar expressions. Though they too harbor immense jealousy, none had considered taking action. After all, such matters could easily breed enmity, and the implications of discussing it would not be pleasant. Let us go find Sister Sue. He insists. The youth clearly does not contemplate these complexities. As he speaks, he strides towards Su Yeyue's residence. After a few steps, he realizes no one is following him. "Why aren't you coming?" he asks, displeased. Yet, the others merely smile awkwardly, deflecting their gazes, which only serves to further incite his ire. The goddess is not solely his. She belongs to everyone at this moment. They should be united in purpose. With a cold snort, he dismisses them and continues on his way to in truth. His restlessness stems from another reason. He had previously ventured to seek Su Yeyue with 2,000 spirit stones in hand. The prospect of spending 2,000 spirit stones for a month as her companion was already quite extravagant. After all, a single foundation establishment pill costs 5,000 spirit stones. Thus, 2,000 spirit stones over a month accumulates to 24,000 spirit stones in a year. A considerable sum that would not only ensure worry-free cultivation, but also provide a surplus. Yet, when he stood before Su Yeyue, under her calm yet deadly gaze, he merely addressed her respectfully as Sister Su, daring not to broach the subject. Yes, he dared not mention it. At that moment, his heart raced, and he felt breathless. How could he muster the courage to bring it up? However, upon witnessing Su Yue's demeanor towards Li Chuan just now, her previously restrained killing intent now softened with a hint of smile. He couldn't help but ponder. Had she regarded him with such warmth, he would have broached the subject long ago. This matter could have been settled. Hence, his resentment grows. Why should Li Chuan, a mere disciple at the 4th level of Qi refinement, receive such preferential treatment from Su Yeyue? He too possesses spirit stones. Why should he be at a disadvantage? Of course, that 2,000 spirit stones have long since been spent, but that does not hinder his unwillingness to let Li Chuan succeed. If Li Chuan were to learn of this young man's thoughts, he would likely burst into laughter and dismiss him with a mere 2 words. Penny pincher 2,000 spirit stones are hardly a noteworthy sum, let alone the fanciful notion of a month-long companionship. Such an amount is something even Hu Min, a 7th-level Qi refinement disciple not among the top 10 beauties, would find unattainable. What a daydream. Just as Li Chuan settled into Su Yeyue's room, a knock echoed at the door. "Who is it?" he grumbled, only to realize belatedly that this was not his chamber. Moments prior, he had taken Su Yeyue's hand, and she, perhaps unaccustomed to such familiarity, had withdrawn, yet this only heightened his anticipation for what was to follow. Just as he was about to take the next step and embrace Su Yeyue, the interruption left him irate. Su Yeyue said nothing and turned to open the door, revealing the youthful face of the young disciple. Li Chuan regarded him with curiosity, pondering whether this could possibly be Su Yeyue's companion. As there had been no rumors of such a relationship, the young man spoke. "Sister Su, the demonic sect has been rampant lately. It seems a demon cultivator has infiltrated our sect." Yes, the young man's gaze fell upon Li Chuan. Li Chuan was momentarily taken aback. What does this imply? That he is being accused of being a demon cultivator? Li Chuan felt that being suspected of such a thing, given his upright, or rather, lewd, nature, was an affront. "Who are you?" Su Yeyue's cold voice caused the young man's smile to falter. Seeing his expression shift from condescension to one akin to constipation brought a smile to Li Chuan's face. The young man withdrew his gaze from Li Chuan, and when he looked back at Su Yeyue, he noticed her killing intent had returned. Wasn't it just absent moments ago? A chill ran through him. He could not comprehend what there was to fear from a woman that he forced himself to steady his voice. "Sister Su, we have met before. I am—" Sister Su, this brother is likely here to relay a message." Li Chuan interjected, remaining seated without rising, tossing a spirit stone towards the young man. "Brother, you have worked hard, but with Sister Su here, rest assured, no demon cultivator stands a chance. This spirit stone is a token of appreciation for your efforts." Though he did not recognize the young man, the latter's demeanor had subtly aimed at him from the outset. He had no idea what offense he had committed, yet that mattered little. Over the decades, he had encountered many who were not quite right in the head. Once, while drinking tea, someone had kicked over his table just because he was facing away. On another occasion, while enjoying a chicken leg, someone had knocked it from his hand, claiming it smelled too foul. Thus, regarding the brother who insinuated he was a demon cultivator, he saw no reason to be courteous. He was not one to refrain from retaliation. Had it not been for the Yin-Yang sect's prohibition against disciples fighting amongst themselves, he would have already charged at the young man and trampled him underfoot. The outside world was not as harmonious as within the Yin-Yang sect. He had not hesitated to severely injure those who looked at him with ill intent. Throughout, not a single word was exchanged. Merely the way the other regarded him prompted immediate action, with a top-grade spirit weapon in hand and his extensive combat experience. What was a disciple at the 9th level of Qi refinement? It was the Yin-Yang sect that had spared him. The spirit stone struck the young man's chest, bouncing to the ground with a crisp sound. The young man stared at the stone, his face contorted with disbelief. It was one thing for Su Yaoyue to forget his name, but to be humiliated by this 4th-level disciple of such poor talent was utterly intolerable. In that moment, he found himself at a loss for anger. As Su Yaoyue too gazed at the spirit stone on the ground, her expression slightly astonished. She turned to Li Chuan, her eyes betraying a hint of amusement. Then, with a delicate motion, she snatched the spirit stone into her hand and coldly addressed the young man. "Junior brother, take your reward and leave." The spirit stone spun in her grasp before she propelled it towards the young man with force. His face paled as he exclaimed, "Sister Su?" But before he could finish, the spirit stone struck him, sending him flying. The door to Su Yaoyue's room closed behind him, denying him any opportunity for further words. He was propelled several meters before finally coming to a halt, clutching the spirit stone against his chest, his face ashen. That it was one thing for Su Yaoyue to ignore him, but for this 4th-level disciple, who had appeared from nowhere, to dare humiliate him was simply outrageous. "Brother, what happened?" came a whisper from nearby. The young man turned to see his fellow disciples staring at him with wide eyes. He forced a smile, approached them, and brandished the spirit stone in his hand, boasting, "Sister Su said that if I could withstand her strike, she would grant me an opportunity. Unfortunately, my strength pales in comparison to hers. However, I've always received indifference from Sister Su. This time, she actually offered me a chance, so I am content." His expression was one of satisfaction. "What? Sister Su actually gave you an opportunity?" they exclaimed, astonished. "What did you say to her? Why did she suddenly change her attitude towards you?" They were filled with disbelief and envy. "All right, I must return to my cultivation. Otherwise, if Sister Su offers me another chance and I remain this useless, she will surely be disappointed." The young man turned to leave, satisfaction radiating from him. But as he did so, his expression darkened, the profound humiliation washed over him. In the room, Su Yaoyue slowly approached Li Chuan. Adorned in her armor, her demeanor striking and her smile faint yet alluring, Li Chuan remarked, "Sister, why wear that armor at this hour? Surely it is cumbersome." Su Yaoyue replied, "Sister's armor is never left aside. However, since junior brother has requested it, I shall naturally comply." The gleaming armor vanished, revealing her fitted crimson battle attire. She possessed an elegant and statuesque figure, with the snugly tailored outfit accentuating her flawless silhouette. Li Chuan gestured towards the adjacent stool, saying, "Senior sister, please come," and Su Yaoyue complied, moving towards him. However, just as she was about to take a seat, Li Chuan suddenly enveloped her in an embrace. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting its final rays into Su Yaoyue's chamber. The door creaked open slowly in the fading light. Emerging from the distance, a few individuals who had pretended to meditate suddenly stirred with excitement that in less than an hour, this master and junior had come out. What could they have been doing inside? In just a mere hour, what could transpire? Surely he must have matters to discuss with senior sister Su. Was it necessary to hold hands right from the start? "Junior brother, you are far too naive. Do you believe just anyone can enter senior sister Su's boudoir? Moreover, observe this master. When he entered, he wore a smile. Yet now his demeanor is grave, with an unusual dark flush upon his countenance. This is clearly an omen of being afflicted by Yin fire. The disciple who initially contested, being of a disputatious nature, often felt compelled to counter any statement, regardless of its veracity. However, upon reflexively retorting this time, he found his rebuttal strikingly plausible, leaving him with a profound sense of disquiet as he regarded Li Chuan. The disciple from the Yin-Yang sect, whom he had rebutted, remained unconvinced. "I believe senior brother is overthinking it. We all know senior sister Su possesses a fiery spiritual root. It must be that this junior brother has displeased her and faced a reprimand. Otherwise, why would she not have come to see him off? Furthermore, the moment he emerged, the door closed behind him. Does that not indicate their relationship is anything but close? The group engaged in fervent discussion, oblivious to the peculiar expression on Su Yue's face as she gazed at the 2,000 spirit stones on the bead. Li Chuan had indeed provided the 2,000 spirit stones, and initially, she had not suspected he would renege. After all, someone who possessed a spiritual weapon could hardly be incapable of producing 2,000 spirit stones. However, she was utterly unprepared for Li Chuan's parting words, stating that the time spent today would be deducted from the 2,000 spirit stones, and he would provide more once they were exhausted. Truthfully, when Li Chuan uttered those words, Su Yaoyue was left bewildered. It was her first encounter with such a situation. She felt as though she had been outmaneuvered by Li Chuan. Yet somehow it seemed quite reasonable. And no sooner had Li Chuan departed than Su Yaoyue heard muffled voices outside. She furrowed her brow slightly and reached for her battle attire nearby. Before long, a knock echoed on her door, followed by a resonant male voice. "Senior Sister Su, I am Sun Huaiqin from the Outer Sec Law Enforcement Hall." Su Yaoyue descended from her bed, and by the time she reached the door, the vibrant armor had once again enveloped her. Upon opening the door, she was met with a lively scene. Besides the youth she had sent flying with spirit stones, several disciples clad in law enforcement hall uniforms stood present. Leading them was a tall young man, brimming with authority, none other than Sun Huaiqin, who had just knocked. Su Yaoyue recognized Sun Huaiqin. He was not only a member of the law enforcement hall, but also ranked fourth among the male cultivators in the outer sect. Moreover, he had previously sought her hand in partnership. "What is the matter?" Su Yaoyue inquired coldly. A surge of murderous intent emanated from her gaze, causing those before her to shudder involuntarily, particularly when her eyes fell upon the youth. He nearly succumbed to the impulse to flee in panic. Sun Huaiqin, observing Su Yue's captivating yet perilous visage, recalled the youth's earlier words, simultaneously cursing her while grappling with a mix of sorrow and desire. Steeling himself, he scanned Su Yaoyue's room and addressed her. "Senior sister, just now, junior brother Meng Yin mentioned discovering a fellow disciple in your quarters, suspected of being possessed by a demonic cultivator. We are uncertain of his whereabouts." Su Yue's gaze remained fixed on Meng Yin, who was sweating profusely under her scrutiny. Sun Huaiqin shielded Meng Yin, absorbing the brunt of Su Yaoyue's palpable wrath. Su Yaoyue regarded him coolly and inquired, "Why do you claim that this disciple is a demonic cultivator?" To be candid, even with Sun Huaiqin's formidable strength, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed in the face of Su Yaoyue's piercing gaze. Yet, aware that his fellow disciples were watching, he could not show fear. He declared loudly, "Junior brother Meng Yin asserts that the disciple exhibits extreme signs of aging, is suffused with an oppressive chill, and his eyes are rife with tumultuous emotions. Unlike us, the disciples of the Yin-Yang sect, who are imbued with righteousness. Senior sister, could be true." Su Yaoyue nodded slightly. "That is not entirely inaccurate." Sun Huaiqin continued, "Then it must be so. He is certainly possessed by a demonic cultivator. Otherwise, with the righteous nature of us Yin-Yang sect disciples, such behavior would be inconceivable." Su Yaoyue countered, "Is it not possible that he is merely a newly initiated disciple? If he is indeed a novice, let us summon him and ascertain his location." Sun Huaiqin pressed further. Su Yaoyue glanced towards the screen beside her, stating nonchalantly, "He is in the bath." "What? He is bathing in senior sister's quarters?" Upon hearing this, Sun Huaiqin and the others became visibly agitated. Although Meng Yin had already spun a fair amount of disparaging tales about Su Yaoyue and Li Chuan along the way, Sun Huaiqin still harbored a flicker of hope. He could tolerate Su Yue's lack of interest in him, and even her choosing another senior brother was bearable. However, he could not abide her selecting a junior brother. Such an affront was intolerable. What did it imply? Was he truly inferior to a junior brother? In terms of aptitude, cultivation, strength, and appearance, how could he possibly compare? Su Yaoyue turned and strode towards the screen. Consumed by jealousy, Sun Huaiqin, without a moment's hesitation, followed her lead, accompanied by the other law enforcement hall disciples. As the others departed, Meng Yin trailed behind. The recently arrived disciples, who had been observing from a distance. Exchanged bewildered glances. They had distinctly seen Li Chuan leave. How could he still be inside? However, they opened their mouths, yet ultimately refrained from voicing any warnings. After all, the individual within was Su Yaoyue. No one in the outer sect could contend with her. It was said that only the steward, Mo Xiangling, could potentially match her prowess. As they pondered what Su Yaoyue might be implying about Li Chuan's presence in her room. Cries of distress erupted from within. Startled, they hastily fled. Meng Yin and the other disciples darted out of the room, and as Sun Huaiqin was struck by a lance, he too was sent sprawling by Su Yue's swift motion. A chill in her voice echoed, as disciples of the law enforcement hall, to intrude upon my bath without my consent. Do you not uphold the rules of the Yin-Yang sect? Just as Sun Huaiqin steadied himself. He heard Su Yue's accusatory words, and the blood rushed from his face, nearly causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Senior Sister Su, do not speak such slanderous words. Sun Huaiqin retorted angrily. You are slandering us, daring to cast aspersions upon our esteemed law enforcement hall. Your audacity is astonishing. They were, after all, members of the law enforcement hall, tasked with apprehending those who transgressed the sect's rules from the outer sect. To be accused so unjustly was an unprecedented humiliation. Slander. Su Yaoyue replied. Then let us go to the sect leader and see what he has to say. Sun Huaiqin's expression shifted abruptly. It was well known that Su Yaoyue had been granted special permission by the sect leader to enter the sect. Her initial assets had been deemed insufficient for admission. However, due to her fiery spiritual root, she was recognized as a prodigy anywhere. To escalate such a trivial matter to the sect leader would surely favor her. There was no need to ponder whom the sect leader would side with. Although he held commendable strength within the outer sect, it was insufficient for an audience with the sect leader. In contrast, Su Yaoyue enjoyed privileges. The other law enforcement disciples accompanying Sun Huaiqin turned pale upon hearing her words, disregarding their injuries, hastily offering apologies. Senior Sister Su, we were in the wrong. Please forgive us. Sun Huaiqin's expression shifted as he ultimately yielded, begrudgingly apologizing. I apologize, Senior Sister Su. Today was our oversight. Begone, Su Yaoyue commanded. Thank you, Senior Sister. Sun Huaiqin spoke with a sense of frustration, accused unjustly and yet compelled to express gratitude. The resentment simmering within him was palpable. After parting ways with the others, he gritted his teeth and declared to Meng Yin, Today, I vow to track down that demonic cultivator. Meng Yin, meeting his fierce gaze, quickly replied, Yes, Senior Brother Sun. I shall inquire immediately. He understood that if they failed to locate Li Chuan by nightfall, Sun Huaiqin's fury would inevitably be directed at him. After leaving Su Yaoyue's chamber, Li Chuan returned to his own dwelling. Filled with anticipation for the future, he ignited his spirit for cultivation and promptly settled onto his bed to meditate. However, it wasn't long before a knock echoed at his door. Who is it at such a late hour? He pondered, casting a wary glance outside, his mind instantly conjuring the image of Mo Xiangling. He thought, surely, it cannot be this persistent nuisance again. Yet he soon realized that Mo Xiangling, having been subdued by his spiritual stones, should not be returning. Exasperated, he approached the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of a tall figure standing silently under the moonlight, causing his lips to twitch. The good news, it was not Mo Xiangling. The bad news, it was Su Yaoyue. So, it seems the foremost beauty of the outer sect has also developed the habit of appearing uninvited. He mused. Just moments ago, she had pursued him as he departed. Who had taught her this? Was it a bad habit passed down from Mo Xiangling? As Su Yaoyue made to enter without a word, Li Chuan hastily interjected, Senior Sister, today I am not in a convenient position. Let us postpone this meeting. How absurd it was that he had found himself using such an excuse. As Su Yaoyue regarded him with curiosity and said, The enforcement hall may come to apprehend you. I fear for your safety, hence my visit. Ah, what a heartwarming excuse, albeit somewhat flimsy. Clearly the words of someone unaccustomed to deceit. Much like himself. Senior Sister, I am a person of integrity and never err. How could the enforcement hall possibly target me? Surely, you are mistaken. Su Yaoyue scrutinized him for a moment before coolly stating, I see no integrity in you. She proceeded to recount how Sun Huaijin and the others had visited her residence shortly after he left. Li Chuan was taken aback. It seemed Su Yaoyue had not concocted a pretext to seize his spiritual stones. How naive he had been to misjudge her intentions. Embarrassed, he uttered, "Senior sister, your righteousness is commendable." Su Yaoyue replied, "This matter likely stems from my actions. Do not worry. I will not let anything happen to you." She added as an afterthought, "And I will not confiscate your spiritual stones." How touching her words were. What a splendid senior sister. Li Chuan felt a wave of gratitude wash over him in response to her unyielding support. He declared, "I will deposit an additional 2,000 spiritual stones with you." Yes, Su Yaoyue observed the stones on the floor. A rare flicker of emotion crossed her face. She shot Li Chuan a disapproving glance before accepting the stones. Storing 2,000 spiritual stones with her, was this truly a gesture of gratitude? She found it somewhat perplexing. Yet, she had indeed acquired an additional 2,000 spiritual stones. Once Su Yaoyue entered the room, Li Chuan closed the door, and they settled at the round table. Honestly, had his power not been so limited, they should have been seated on the bed, not on chairs. Su Yaoyue was of a quiet disposition. Once seated, she fell silent, her gaze drifting around the room before settling upon Li Chuan's face. Though her eyes bore no malice, Li Chuan felt a chill run down his spine that he would have preferred if she had glared at him with hostility. At least then, he might have felt more at ease. "Senior sister, could you perhaps look elsewhere?" he implored, pushing her face slightly to the side, even pinching her cheek in the process. How shameless he was, knowing he ought to restrain himself, yet indulging in provocation. "There is no one else alive here. Where else do you expect me to look?" Su Yaoyue turned her face back towards him and remarked, "To be honest, I would not have looked at you like this before." Her candid words struck with unexpected force, causing Li Chuan's face to darken instantly. What was it with the sisters at the Yin-Yang sect? Why did each of them possess such sharp tongues? "Then don't look now," he retorted, pushing her face away once more. "How rare." Su Yaoyue's tone remained unperturbed. Frustrated, Li Chuan insisted, "Turn your face back to me." He grasped her chin to redirect her gaze. Do you think I will simply comply?" Su Yaoyue did not relent, even going so far as to turn her body away, presenting him with her alluring back. Given her considerable strength, Li Chuan found it impossible to force her to face him. "Turn back," he demanded, slapping the table, causing a pile of 100 spiritual stones to appear. How ridiculous it was. He found himself in a position where he resented the attention of others yet grew irate when they ignored him. With spiritual stones in hand, he spent them recklessly. Su Yaoyue cast a fleeting glance at the stones on the table, remaining unmoved. Slap. Another 100 spiritual stones. Slap. Another 100 stones. Slap. Slapped at a total of 500 spiritual stones. Yet Su Yaoyue remained impassive. When Li Chuan's hand rose once more, he struck Su Yaoyue on the back of her head. She yelped in surprise, spinning around with wide, beautiful eyes, unable to believe that Li Chuan had struck her. "I told you to turn back," he scolded. Damn it, 500 spiritual stones wasted. Had he known it would be this simple, he would have acted sooner. "You are truly remarkable," Su Yaoyue managed to utter after a lengthy pause. It was clear that her inexperience in handling such matters left her a loss for how to retaliate against Li Chuan. She feared that if she struck him, she might inadvertently cause him harm. Should she storm off in anger? Yet she felt no real anger. What about scolding him? She was adept at fighting and even killing, but how did one effectively insult someone? "You little beggar," she tried, but upon saying it, she frowned. Something about it felt off. Li Chuan stared at her, bewildered. Had she truly lost her mind, resorting to such a trivial insult? It hardly suited her commanding demeanor. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Su Yaoyue's eyes as she recalled the phrases soldiers often exchanged in the barracks. "You bastard, what?" Li Chuan doubted his ears. How had such words escaped Su Yaoyue's lips? Who had influenced her to speak thus? Seeing the incredulous expression on his face, Su Yaoyue felt she had finally found the right words. And a rare smile graced her face. "You bastard." She repeated the insult, and it felt surprisingly satisfying. "You are the real bastard," Li Chuan retorted instinctively. Regardless of the source, he felt compelled to respond. "You bastard. You are the real bastard. You bastard. You are purebred. You are purebred. You are a bastard." After a few exchanges, Li Chuan suddenly realized something was amiss. How had Su Yaoyue managed to lower his IQ? At his age, engaging in childish banter was hardly appropriate. It seemed he would be foregoing his cultivation for the night. Yes, Su Yaoyue opened her mouth, seemingly ready to unleash another tirade of invective. Li Chuan suddenly reached out, seizing her hair and pulling her closer, leaning in to kiss her lips. "I permit you to scold me." In that moment, tranquility enveloped the world. The room was left with only the mixed breed and the purebred. Time slipped by unnoticed until the door was suddenly kicked open with a resounding crash. The force of the kick sent the two doors flying ajar, teetering precariously to "I see you." Meng Yin stood at the threshold. His expression fierce, but the words "where do you think you're going?" hung unfinished in his throat, swallowed back in disbelief as he gaped at the scene before him. In a way, Meng Yin, in a fluster, glanced back at Sun Huaijin, pointing at the room with a look of utter confusion. Hadn't Su Shiji just been over there berating them? How had she ended up here? Watching Su Yaoyue and Li Chuan in the room. The onlookers at the door were rendered speechless. Truly a beast. Was there such insatiable hunger? Hadn't they just come from there? Despite the stillness of the night, a chilling wind seemed to pierce the air. Li Chuan silently rejoiced at the timely interruption, having almost succumbed to Su Yue's tender charms once more. Fortunately, these fellows had provided a much-needed disruption, as he observed the murderous intent beginning to surface in Su Yaoyue's eyes. A grin involuntarily spread across his face. He relished this state of fluctuating emotions. Under Su Yaoyue's intense gaze, Meng Yin tremulously reached out, pulling back the wobbling door, but only managed to close half of it, just enough to shield his own figure. The other half remained ajar, placing all the pressure squarely on Sun Huaijin's shoulders. Sun Huaijin's face twitched with discomfort. He wished he could eliminate Meng Yin. He forced a smile towards Su Yaoyue. "Shiji, please, carry on." He too wanted to pull the other half of the door shut. However, the door, already on the brink of collapse, crashed to the ground with a resounding thud as he reached for it. Sun Huaijin stood frozen, as if turned to stone. Suddenly, a bright red spear appeared in Su Yue's hands, and she charged out, accompanying her with the 500 spirit stones from the table, which, having lost their way, promptly tumbled into her Chinkuan Bi. Yes, Su Yaoyue dashed out. A cold, indifferent admonition escaped her lips. "You bastard." Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Huaijin turned and fled. Su Yaoyue was usually quite composed, and this was the first time he had heard her curse. One could only imagine the depth of her fury at that moment. Little did he know, Su Yaoyue merely found the expletive to roll off her tongue. Her anger was not as profound as it appeared. Watching Sun Huaijin and the others flee in a panic from Su Yaoyue, Li Chuan couldn't help but cover his face. That it was over. The image of the stunning Shiji had shattered, he wondered. Though, if her worth had also crumbled. As Su Yaoyue pursued the crowd out, Li Chuan hastily made his exit as well. Having an abundance of spirit stones also had its drawbacks. Now, anything he wished to do with Su Yaoyue would be met with her acquiescence. Yet his cultivation level was still too low to act as he pleased. He feared that if Su Yaoyue sought him out again, he might lose control of himself. For now, he resolved to practice the Li Ying FNSH Inju for a while longer. Li Chuan suddenly found himself nostalgic for the days of relentless toil. Hidden away from the light of day, in those times, there had been far fewer concerns. His only worry was survival. Now, however, his troubles stemmed from the excess of spirit stones and his inability to restrain his high spending. How pitiable it was! After leaving, Li Chuan made his way to the residential area of the new little apprentice sister, seeking a spot to cultivate. With spirit stones in abundance, he immediately immersed himself in boundless practice, truly embodying the diligent cultivator. Days passed, and after 3 days, his spirit planting technique reached level 3. Spirit planting technique. Level 1, level 3, 03. He realized that it seemed to require an increase of 1 point of fortune for each level gained. If level 10 was the maximum, he would need a total of 45 points of fortune, which equated to 45 days. This timeline was not particularly lengthy, especially for a cultivator, with enough spirit stones to last him for a while. He was determined to make a concerted effort, cultivating while awaiting the spirit planting technique to reach level 2. Knock. Knock. The door was rapped upon. Li Chuan glanced at the little apprentice sister beside him. He was a warm-hearted senior brother, Having spent this time teaching her cultivation techniques, the little apprentice sister was keenly eager to learn and proactive in her studies at Li Chuan, always willing to help. Naturally enjoyed the company of these eager young disciples, diligently imparting his knowledge. "Who is it?" The little apprentice sister promptly inquired that a youthful voice called from outside, Outer Sect Law Enforcement Hall. Upon hearing this, the little apprentice sister quickly rose to open the door, instantly setting aside her considerate senior brother, for the law enforcement hall held significant authority. Even those who had already entered the Qi refinement stage would not dare to neglect such a summons, let alone a novice like her. Hearing it was the law enforcement hall, Li Chuan's brow furrowed in discontent. Were these fellows relentless? Unable to deal with the senior sister themselves, they sought to trouble him instead? What a bunch of useless fools. The door swung open to reveal a young disciple clad in the garb of the law enforcement hall, holding a peculiar circular disc. The little apprentice sister quickly offered her respects. "Shi Xiang." The disciple nodded, glancing at the disc in his hand before addressing her. "Recently, there have been demonic cultivators infiltrating our Yin-Yang sect. Every disciple must undergo an inspection with this demon-absorbing disc, which specifically siphons demonic energy. It activates upon detecting any such energy on a person. But your sister living alone." The little apprentice sister instinctively turned to glance at Li Chuan. The disciple continued, "If there is anyone else, please call them over." Without needing to be told, Li Chuan had already stepped forward. Upon seeing him, the disciple paused momentarily, his gaze inadvertently shifting back to the little apprentice sister. Taking in her delicate features, he seemed taken aback, perhaps not expecting such a youthful visage to harbor an older presence. Shi Xiang, the disciple, whose cultivation was merely at the first level of Qi refinement, bowed to Li Chuan before waving the demon-absorbing disc in front of him. Li Chuan, still in a daze, had initially thought the law enforcement hall was preparing to use the disc to confirm his status as a demonic cultivator. But to his surprise, nothing occurred. Then, unexpectedly, the disciple commented to the little apprentice sister, "You truly are fortunate." Li Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. In his past encounters, fellow disciples had always looked down upon him, insisting he was 79 at the age of 49. Even this little apprentice sister had previously shared that sentiment. Their attitudes had only shifted beneath the downpour of his spirit stones. Yet now, without him having even produced any spirit stones, the disciple from the law enforcement hall was praising him. This was more like it. After all, he was a senior brother at the 4th level of Qi refinement. For these fledgling disciples still in the early stages, encountering him was indeed a stroke of luck. A flash of blue light flickered as Li Chuan suddenly raised his hand to toss something. The disciple was startled, fearing Li Chuan might be a demonic cultivator, and prepared to defend himself, only to find it was spirit stones that he had thrown. He fumbled to catch them. "Shi Xiang, what is this?" He glanced at the 10 spirit stones glowing with a faint blue hue in his hands, confusion evident on his face. "Shi Xiang is pleased, so I reward you," Li Chuan proclaimed grandly. "Shidi Zhou Shijing." "Thank you, Shi Xiang." After expressing his gratitude with a beaming face, the disciple asked, "May I know Shi Xiang's name?" "Li Chuan." "Li Chuan, if you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I shall not hesitate to go through fire and water for you." This week, Zhou Shijing has also been quite perceptive, regardless of whether his intentions are genuine. At the very least, he has made his position clear. The reason for this behavior is rather straightforward. He has been assigned the task of investigating the demonic cultivators, which offers a meager reward of merely 3 spirit stones. However, Li Chuan generously rewarded him with 10 spirit stones, and it would be foolish of him not to curry favor in such a situation. Typically, those who can enter the enforcement hall at the first level of Qi refinement either possess exceptional talent, have influential connections, or are well-versed in the intricacies of human relationships. Zhou Shijing falls into the category of possessing both talent and social acumen. As he departed, he cast a somewhat ambiguous glance at Li Chuan and the little junior sister. In the realm of cultivation, the majority prioritize their training above all else. The enhancement of their strength takes precedence. Even within the Yin-Yang sect, disciples of both genders seldom seek partners who are significantly weaker than themselves. During the Qi refinement stage, they typically seek companions within the same minor realm, and once they reach the foundation establishment stage. This criterion is relaxed to encompass those in the adjacent minor realm that, of course, there are exceptions. Those who feel hopeless about their breakthroughs and believe their lifespan is dwindling become less discerning. Shifting their focus towards enjoyment. In Zhou Shijing's eyes, Li Chuan epitomizes as such a disciple. If Li Chuan were aware of Zhou Shijing's internal musings, he would undoubtedly exclaim his innocence, with the river crab divine beast as a witness. He is genuinely imparting cultivation techniques to the little junior sister. After all, as a seasoned senior brother, it is entirely normal for him to share some insights on cultivation with her. Indeed, a demonic cultivator has infiltrated. Watching Zhou Shijing leave, Li Chuan shook his head, realizing that he had fallen behind on the news. Upon reflection, he seemed to lack reliable sources of information. Even if Mo Xiangling were aware of such matters, she would not divulge them to him. As for Su Yaoyue, she was even less likely to speak, being taciturn by nature. The little junior sisters around here probably learned of such news only slightly earlier than the miscellaneous disciples. Just as he was about to close the door, a sudden commotion erupted from a distance, followed by shouts and screams. "Senior brother, what is happening?" The delicate little junior sister exclaimed, startled and instinctively moving closer to Li Chuan. He, however, had already darted out, taking to the skies on his sword. "Little junior sister, you should return inside for now. I will be back shortly." "All right, senior brother, hurry back," she obediently replied, understanding her lack of strength and promptly closing the door behind her. In the cultivation world, individuals like her often survive the longest, while those like Li Chuan, driven by curiosity, meet all manner of bizarre fates. "Stay back, or I will kill him." A frantic voice echoed through the junior sister's living quarters. The little junior sister could not resist peeking through the door. Her eyes widened in shock. "Ah, senior brother?" The door she had just closed flew open as she gazed in disbelief at the figure ensnared by a being engulfed in demonic energy above. Who else could it be but Li Chuan? The little junior sister was bewildered. How could he, who had just soared so gracefully into the air, now be in someone else's clutches while she merely turned to close a door? Li Chuan, too, felt a sense of helplessness. He had merely come to observe the excitement when a disciple shrouded in demonic energy charged at him, clearly possessed by a demonic cultivator. The opponent was at the 6th level of Qi refinement, while he was at the 4th. Giving him a considerable advantage, he swiftly executed a spell to deflect the opponent's sword and landed a powerful strike infused with volatile spiritual energy upon the adversary's chest. Just as he prepared to revel in the sight of the opponent spitting blood and flying backward, he realized with dismay that he had struck the dense demonic energy emanating from the opponent. This level of density indicated that this was no ordinary demonic cultivator. Underestimating the situation, he saw the opponent's sword coming at him again. It was too late to evade, leaving him with no choice but to resort to his desperate measures, which he had employed countless times before. However, in the end, he refrained from using them. He sensed that the demonic cultivator harbored no intent to kill him. Rather, the intention seemed to be abduction. His 49 years of life, often exaggerated by his fellow disciples to 79, were all thanks to his desperate tactics. If he continued down this path, his junior sisters might soon claim he was 89. Thus, Li Chuan resolved to hold back for the moment. This was the territory of the Yin-Yang sect. How long could a mere demonic cultivator maintain their arrogance? Glancing at the sword poised at his throat, a mid-grade first-tier artifact, he mused that with such a subpar weapon, the opponent's qualifications were likely lacking, and no wonder they had been possessed at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Even at such a critical juncture, he still had the presence of mind to critique others. One after another, disciples from the enforcement hall soared into the air, and many external disciples rushed over. Had Li Chuan not intervened, a single spell from each of them could have turned the demonic cultivator to dust. "Demon, release our sect disciple at once. This is the Yin-Yang sect, a place where you cannot run rampant. Surrender now, and we may spare your life. Otherwise, your soul shall be trapped in my soul, refining banner, enduring relentless torment for eternity. You are surrounded. Release your weapon and surrender, or when our seniors arrive, your soul will be turned to ash, and you will find no chance at reincarnation." The cacophony of shouts echoed around them. Li Chuan listened intently and noted that no one was suggesting sparing the demonic cultivator's life, even if he complied. The consensus was clear. Even if he surrendered, death awaited him, albeit with the possibility of complete corpse. Is this how you negotiate with a robber? Can't you at least try to placate him first? Silence. The demonic cultivator roared. From the thunderous resonance of his voice, Li Chuan discerned the cultivator's agitation. Everyone step aside and let me pass, or I will kill him and self-detonate. Indeed, the demonic cultivator spoke with confidence about self-detonation. You won't escape. You demonic cultivators have come to wreak havoc in our Yin-Yang sect. If we let you leave, where will our sect's dignity lie? A group of individuals approached, and the speaker was none other than Li Chuan's old acquaintance, Sun Huaiqin, a bruise-marred Sun Huaiqin's face. And with a single glance, Li Chuan recognized its origin. It was undoubtedly a hit from Su Yaoyue. Well done. This fellow is clearly seeking personal revenge, hoping to use the demonic cultivator as a means to eliminate him. Ultimately, he would have to rely on himself for salvation. As he secretly gathered his energy, Li Chuan's gaze inadvertently fell upon a stunning woman standing beside Sun Huaiqin. She, too, was clad in the enforcement hall's attire. Yet amidst the numerous disciples present, she remained a standout. Her beauty surpassed that of her peers, and her flawless skin radiated a luminous sheen under the sunlight. Her exquisite features were unforgettable, especially those finely arched brows and the fury gleaming in her eyes, which made her appear as an irate princess, delicate, temperamental, and regal. You demonic scoundrels, do not think you can escape from our Yin-Yang sect, she admonished, pointing at the demonic cultivator holding Li Chuan captive. Unlike Sun Huaiqin, Li Chuan could discern genuine anger in her expression regarding the abduction, that it wasn't that she had a particular connection to him. He surmised it was simply because he was a disciple of the Yin-Yang sect. Seeing a fellow sect member in peril had ignited her ire. This alone endeared her to Li Chuan. What further captured his attention was how closely she stood to Sun Huaiqin, that if he surmised correctly, she was likely Sun Huaiqin's partner, a couple. How delightful. Senior brother, is this sister your partner? To confirm his suspicions, Li Chuan asked directly. His query left the entire assembly momentarily speechless. Junior brother, at such a critical moment. You still concern yourself with their relationship? Even the demonic cultivator, holding Li Chuan, could not help but lean forward slightly to scrutinize him. Had circumstances allowed, he might have reached out to check if Li Chuan had a fever. Surprisingly, he had indeed guessed correctly. Li Chuan was acting rather erratically. What do you mean? The woman glared at him with her strikingly beautiful eyes, a look of utter bewilderment on her face, like everyone else. She struggled to comprehend Li Chuan's line of thought, wondering if he realized he was facing imminent peril. Li Chuan chuckled. Senior sister, your beauty is unparalleled. Could it be that you are none other than Su Yaoyue, the foremost among the 10 legendary beauties of our outer sect? What do women cherish most? Undoubtedly, it is flattery, even if such praise is as hollow as a shell and steeped in insincerity. They delight in it to the point of losing their bearings. The mention of being the foremost among the 10 beauties. The lady's heart bloomed with joy, a captivating blush adorning her exquisite face. Her eyes now shimmering with shyness, she shyly replied, Oh dear, junior brother, what nonsense you speak. How could I possibly be senior sister Su? My name is Ning Shiro, and I am merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Far inferior to senior sister Su. If I possessed Su's prowess, I would have already rescued you. Upon finishing her words, she cast a fierce glare at the demonic cultivator. Just moments ago, she had thought Li Chuan to be utterly useless. Captured in front of so many fellow disciples, it was simply pathetic. Had it not been for Li Chuan, the demonic cultivator would have already met his end at their hands. That foolish junior brother, with his life nearly spent, might as well let the demon slay him, thus ridding our Yin-Yang sect of a liability. In truth, many of her peers shared her sentiments. Yet Li Chuan's recent compliments regarding her beauty had suddenly heightened her fondness for him. After so many years in the Yin-Yang sect, no one had ever declared her the most stunning of the 10 beauties, despite her rightful place among them. Deep down, she believed herself to be the most beautiful of the outer sect. Though she dared not voice it, Li Chuan's words resonated with her innermost thoughts. This damned sense of validation nearly brought her tears. How could she not develop feelings for Li Chuan? What a senior brother! He was a seeker of the Tao, tirelessly pursuing the path of immortality, dedicating his life to the great quest. His spirit was truly inspirational, seeing Li Chuan, even at such a critical juncture, still finding time to extol the virtues of others. The demonic cultivator tightened his grip on the sword, were it not for the knowledge that Li Chuan's demise would lead to his eternal damnation. He would have shown him what it meant to be reduced to a pulp. When Sun Huaijin heard Li Chuan inquire whether Ning Shiro was his partner, he sensed something amiss. Observing Li Chuan's expression, he immediately deduced his intentions. Having Su Yaoyue was not enough. He sought to covet his partner as well. How outrageous! He swiftly pulled Ning Shiro behind him, shielding her from the taint of Li Chuan's gaze. Junior sister, ignore this fellow. He may very well be a demonic cultivator. He is a demonic cultivator. Ning Shiro peeked out from behind Sun Huaijin, incredulous. This junior brother has a handsome countenance and exudes righteousness. He hardly seems like a demon. Look at that. Li Chuan offered her a single compliment, and she is utterly smitten. Who could glance at Li Chuan without internally dubbing him a lecherous old man? Yet to her, he transformed into a paragon of virtue. If Li Chuan were to lavish her with more praise, would she not be so overwhelmed with excitement that she would kneel and call him father? The surrounding disciples, upon hearing Ning Shiro's words, couldn't help but scrutinize Li Chuan, attempting to discern the admirable traits she spoke of. However, despite their searching gazes, they could not identify what made Li Chuan appear virtuous or righteous. Even the demonic cultivator cast suspicious glances at him. Though his heart was tumultuous, this was a matter of life and death. Thus, when he was abducting someone, he had deliberately targeted an old man. Among the multitude of elderly, he chose the one who appeared the most ancient. The older one was, the more they feared death, a truth universally acknowledged in the realm of cultivation. Had he kidnapped a young disciple, that disciple might have charged at him with fervor. Glancing at Li Chuan, yes, indeed an old man. He nearly frightened himself, thinking he had mistakenly abducted the wrong person. At first glance, he appeared to be a scheming old fool. Precisely the type most terrified of death. Are you a demonic cultivator? He provocatively inquired of Li Chuan. Should Li Chuan be labeled as such, there would be no escape for him today. Thus, this matter needed clarification. Originally, he intended to coerce Li Chuan into confirming his status, only to be taken aback when Li Chuan straightforwardly admitted, "Indeed, I'm a demonic cultivator. I never anticipated my true nature would be revealed so soon." The demonic cultivator's mind was in turmoil. He had mistakenly targeted the wrong person. Among all the disciples of the Yin-Yang sect, how could he have abducted a fellow sect member? What do you mean? Let go of me. Let's break free together. It's merely a branch of the Yin-Yang sect. I could have obliterated it with a mere gesture. Even now, with my powers diminished, I could still fight my way out. Seizing the moment before their formidable allies arrived, he urged them to flee. The demonic cultivator nearly believed him, his grip on the sword loosening as he considered releasing Li Chuan. No, the demonic cultivator roared in agitation. "You do not belong to us. You have many comrades?" Li Chuan was taken aback, realizing they were part of a larger operation. Initially, he had thought this fellow to be somewhat deranged and was curious to see if he could deceive him. For who in their right mind would tilt their head while abducting a hostage? It was akin to an imbecile's behavior. Regrettably, he had not succeeded. However, the bright side was that, despite the demonic cultivator's apparent instability, his strong desire to survive made it unlikely he would kill him. "Brother, you see," junior sister insisted this junior brother is not a demonic cultivator, Ning Shiro said to Sun Huaijin. Sun Huaijin regretted suggesting that Li Chuan might be a demonic cultivator. He had already been bested by Su Yaoyue twice and had no desire to face her wrath a third time. That a few days prior, he had been cornered in the outer sect's law enforcement hall, only to be rescued by Elder Xie Qinghe and a host of disciples, driving Su Yaoyue away. Previously, he knew Su Yaoyue was formidable, but he had not anticipated her immense strength. Although everyone had held back, several disciples at the 10th level of Qi refinement had been present, including Xie Qinghe, who was famed as the second most beautiful among the outer sect's female disciples, yet none could subdue Su Yaoyue. In the entire outer sect, he believed only the managing sister, Mo Xiangling from the mission hall, could contend with Su Yaoyue. Had he foreseen such developments, he would not have sought trouble with Li Chuan. He found it perplexing how this junior brother possessed an allure that rendered the usually aloof Su Yaoyue so invested. Will you allow us to pass or not? Seeing that no one seemed to pay him heed. The demonic cultivator could no longer contain his fury. Observing the tremors in his hand, Li Chuan, in a rare display of goodwill, extended his hand to steady him. What a good-natured fellow. First, tell us why you demonic cultivators have come to our yin-yang sect. Sun Huaijin inquired. Now, he did not dare to press too hard, for at the outset, he had not anticipated Su Yaoyue's involvement, and just thinking about it made him break out in a cold sweat. Moreover, he wanted to understand the reason behind the demonic cultivators' arrival at their yin-yang sect before deciding to release them, but he believed that once the inter-sex brothers arrived, they would handle this matter. However, he did not expect that upon posing the question, the demonic cultivator would become even more agitated. What do you mean by why have we come? The demonic cultivator's face contorted with rage, of course. We have come to cultivate in your yin-yang sect. Initially, we intended to join you, but you claimed we lacked the necessary talent and disposition. Sun Huaijin was taken aback. When did this happen? He had not heard of any recent attempts by demonic cultivators to join the yin-yang sect. A group of them arriving would surely have stirred some commotion. The demonic cultivator roared. I'm not referring to your Minshan yin-yang sect. Li Chuan grimaced, rubbing his numbed ears. Oh, this fellow had suffered indignities in another branch, and had come to vent his frustrations here in Minshan? One must maintain a tranquil mind, he replied. With such volatility, it is no wonder our yin-yang sect would be wary of accepting you. You shut your mouth, the demonic cultivator barked at Li Chuan. Unbeknownst to him, Li Chuan had already positioned one hand against the inside of the hand gripping the sword, and if he exerted force at that moment, the sword would remain utterly still. You wish to join our yin-yang sect merely for the sake of cultivation? Sun Huaijin asked, skepticism evident in his voice. When had their yin-yang sect become so desirable that demonic cultivators sought to join in mass? It was well known that these demonic practitioners were ruthless. They often looked down upon the rapid cultivation methods of the yin-yang sect in the eyes of other cultivators. After all, when it came to speed of cultivation, the paths of evil and demonic cultivators were often interchangeable. What else could it be? If not to cultivate, then why else? Had it not been for the destruction of our heavenly demon sect by those so-called righteous cultivators. Even if the leader of the yin-yang sect were to kneel and plead with us, we would not have come. Ning Shiro, upon hearing this, furiously retorted, so your sect was annihilated, and yet you dare to speak so brazenly like a stray dog. You worthless wretches shall never set foot in our yin-yang sect. The demon cultivator trembled with rage, exclaiming, you yin-yang sect are nothing but a bunch of harlots. The entire cultivation world knows it. What pretense of nobility do you put on? You speak of mutual assistance and joint breakthroughs. Yet when it comes to finding a partner, your demands are insatiable, and you ultimately find no one. Li Chuan felt a deep resonance with these words, for when he initially sought a partner in the yin-yang sect, he had faced the same rejection. Each one turned their nose up at him. He had intended to spend some spirit stones to resolve the issue, yet those shameless harlots demanded outrageous amounts. One wanted 3,000, another 5,000. Why didn't they just go rob someone? Li Chuan pondered if this fellow had also sought out Su Yaoyue and Mo Xiangling. Suddenly, he realized the figure he mentioned was likely the price for a month. A handful of spirit stones flew from the demon cultivator's bag, appearing to be a mere couple of hundred. Bang! The spirit stones shattered, and the demon cultivator roared, is this all the savings you yin-yang sect disciples possess? What can you accomplish with such meager resources? He had forcefully taken over the body of this disciple, using secret techniques. Thus the savings belonged to the disciple. Originally, they infiltrated the yin-yang sect to seek out fairies for cultivation and enhance their strength, as they possessed methods to absorb others' cultivation. However, they never anticipated that due to the death of the body's original owner, the connection between body and soul was weak, resulting in a poor state. When the female disciples slightly probed them, they discovered the instability of their spiritual energy and refused to become their partners, thwarting their plans. With their initial scheme to lure the female disciples out of the sect foiled, they resorted to transactions involving spirit stones, only to find the prices absurdly high, effectively cutting off their last avenue. Though Li Chuan was unaware of the inner turmoil of this demon cultivator, he still felt a twinge of pity for him. Wasn't this just a reflection of his own experience? He had invested all his wealth to enter, nearly following the path of this demon cultivator. As the shards of spirit stones scattered like confetti, some glimmered enticingly. Just as Li Chuan prepared to seize this opportunity to escape, the demon cultivator suddenly pointed a finger at Ning Shiro, bellowing, "You filthy harlot! What are you pretending for? Do you truly believe your yin-yang sect is so remarkable? In reality, you are all just wretched harlots. Now come over here and strip off all your clothes, or I will kill him." Li Chuan paused momentarily and addressed the demon cultivator. "Surely, this is rather inappropriate." The demon cultivator snapped, "Silence." Li Chuan complied. "Very well." Ning Shiro, indignant, retorted, "You can rob people as you please. What concern is it of mine? Why must I strip? Are you planning to leave or not? Enough with the idle chatter. If you don't come over, I shall kill him." The demon cultivator tightened his grip. Sensing something obstructing his wrist, he attempted to press the sword against Li Chuan's neck, but failed. He couldn't help but lean forward. Peering curiously, Li Chuan hastily eased his grip and pulled the demon cultivator's hand closer to his neck, even rubbing his neck against the blade for effect. This was an excellent opportunity for the sister, who had just met him, to train her resolve. He couldn't let her miss it. Otherwise, she would surely regret it. Don't ask him why he was so altruistic. He simply enjoyed performing good deeds anonymously. As a trickle of blood coursed down the blade, Ning Shiro's expression changed, and she shouted, "Do not harm my junior brother. If you wish to see something, then look," she declared, flying towards the demon cultivator while reaching for her waist. "Sister," Sun Huaijin exclaimed in exasperation, "your partner is right here. What are you trying to prove?" Yet, he was a moment too late, grabbing Ning Shiro by the shoulder just as her belt came undone. Pulling her clothing down, her alabaster arms shone brightly. Her delicate shoulders were alluring, and the pink undergarments captivated all eyes. The disciples were taken aback by the urgency with which their senior brothers and sisters sought to save their own. This camaraderie left them feeling embarrassed. In truth, Ning Shiro revealed little, merely her arms, shoulders, and back, while still clad in silk trousers. But given their usual attire, it was quite revealing. The demon cultivator, sensing an opportunity, watched with cunning intent. Sun Huaijin clenched his fists and pursued. He dared not tell Ning Shiro to stop, fearing his peers would accuse him of neglecting their camaraderie. This infernal camaraderie. Why should he risk himself for such a useless junior brother? The crux of the matter was, couldn't he choose a different partner? The demon cultivator was equally unprepared for Ning Shiro's rapid actions. In a mere blink, she had shed a considerable amount of clothing, and he barely registered how it had ended up in Sun Huaijin's hands. Was this what they meant by practice makes perfect? Li Chuan was frantic. "Sun Huaijin, what are you doing here? Don't you want your partner to cultivate her resolve? Don't you want her to advance in strength? You selfish, self-serving individual, you are unworthy of being a brother." Li Chuan cursed Sun Huaijin silently. Previously, he had assumed this guy was envious of him for securing Su Yaoyue since he had no partner himself. Yet, it turned out he had one. How could someone with a partner presume to meddle in others' affairs? "Brother, Ning Shiro is merely your partner, not your wife. She is the senior sister to all of us outer disciples, and she has the freedom to choose for herself," Li Chuan suddenly shouted. "How shameless of him!" Sun Huaijin nearly choked, on the verge of tumbling from the "It's not your partner. How can you speak so lightly?" He grumbled internally. Once he steadied himself and looked around, he saw Ning Shiro had reached Li Chuan and the demon cultivator. Moreover, her hand rested on her undergarment, as if she were about to pull it off. "Sister, you usually don't act this quickly. It's just a matter of saving someone. Is there really a need to be so impatient? The demon hasn't even rushed you yet. What is the hurry?" Sun Huaijin felt overwhelmed. He hurriedly recited a mantra to suppress his turbulent emotions. "Keep your mind clear, free of distractions. Let the essence of the Tao fill your heart, making it impervious to evil thoughts. Guard your spirit. Shield your heart with celestial intent. Yin and Yang assist me, breaking through barriers and safeguarding my heart." If Li Chuan had known Sun Huaijin was reciting the cleansing heart incantation at such a crucial moment, he would have shouted for him to stop and to focus on his partner instead. Ultimately, Ning Shiro did not manage to strip the demon cultivator's blood-red gaze fixated on her undergarment. She suddenly summoned her sword and struck at the demon cultivator's arm. Li Chuan lamented, nearly slapping his thigh in frustration. Sister, everyone is waiting. At such a critical moment, how can you still afford to be distracted? You are disappointing everyone. I'm fine. Just as the demon cultivator was intently awaiting Ning Shiro's actions, he was caught off guard when she launched a surprise attack, severing his arm. Yet a surge of demonic energy enveloped the severed limb, reattaching it to his body. For some inexplicable reason, Li Chuan found himself outside the demon cultivator's sword's reach. You scoundrel! Don't you dare run! The demon cultivator shouted in panic, swinging his sword toward Li Chuan. Sister, be careful! Li Chuan exclaimed as he embraced the astonished Ning Shiro, rolling to the side. Rolling, Sun Huaijin, who was pursuing, stared blankly at the two tumbling away. What was happening? How did Li Chuan break free from the demon's grasp? And why were they rolling around in midair? However, once Li Chuan and Ning Shiro moved aside, the demon's sword came crashing toward him, leaving him no time to ponder, and he hastily defended himself. Although the demon cultivator's realm was merely a chi refinement, his strength was far from trivial. Sun Huaijin, a top-ranked disciple among the outer sect, was immediately sent flying. As he rapidly retreated, Sun Huaijin directed his sword toward the demon cultivator once more. Yet the demon cultivator, seething with rage, bellowed at him. You still have the mind to deal with me? Ha! As if I would lack the will to confront you. The thought flickered through Sun Huaijin's mind, only to be interrupted by the demon cultivator who pointed and bellowed. Aren't you going to intervene while he kisses your companion? Startled, Sun Huaijin turned around to find Li Chuan and Ning Shiro still entangled, their heads almost touching, and their lips seemingly close as well. This fleeting moment left him uncertain whether they had truly kissed. However, it appeared that Ning Shiro had heard the demon's roar. She lifted her gaze mid-tumble, her delicate eyes appearing somewhat dazed, and the rosy hue on her tender cheeks rendered her stunningly beautiful. Sun Huaijin stammered, Aren't you going to eliminate him? The demon roared back, Curse it! He hasn't even kissed her yet. And Li Chuan has already managed to. This is infuriating. Initially, he had summoned Ning Shiro to undress, intending to indulge himself. But unexpectedly, it was Li Chuan who gained the upper hand. Why should that be? Suddenly, Sun Huaijin shook off his thoughts of the demon and soared towards Li Chuan and Ning Shiro. Junior sister, are you all right? He shouted, trembling. He dared not ask Li Chuan to face such humiliation in front of so many peers. Instead, he hoped that these two shameless individuals would part ways upon seeing him approach. Yet his heartfelt call seemed to stir no conscience in them. They continued to roll on the ground, embracing each other. Oblivious to his presence, when he landed beside them, they were still intertwined. Senior brother, I'm fine, Ning Shiro said with an embarrassed smile, gently pushing Li Chuan away. Phew, that was close. I was almost in trouble. Thank you. Junior sister, Li Chuan exclaimed, his face still pale, leaning forward as if to kiss Ning Shiro again. Fortunately, he halted just in time, turning to Sun Huaijin. Oh, I forgot you're here, senior brother. Sun Huaijin's body trembled as he glared. What do you mean you forgot I was here? If I weren't, what would you have done? Inside, he cursed vehemently, watching as Li Chuan helped Ning Shiro to her feet, feigning concern while brushing off the dust from her clothes. Unable to contain himself any longer, he forcefully shoved Li Chuan aside. Hey. Li Chuan stumbled back, a look of feigned fright on his face as he asked, Senior brother, what are you doing? What am I doing? How dare you even ask? Sun Huaijin felt his restraint waning, tempted to unsheath his sword against Li Chuan at that moment. Ning Shiro, displeased, scolded him, Senior brother, what are you doing? Look, you frightened the junior brother. What? Junior sister. He took advantage of you. Sun Huaijin replied, his face flushed with indignation. It's not that the senior brother lacks an open mind. Well, perhaps he does, but what's wrong with that? Ning Shiro retorted, What are you saying? Senior brother, this junior brother was merely brushing off the dust from my clothes. Moreover, we cultivators should transcend worldly desires. After all, she is merely your companion, so you ought to recognize your own position. You need to understand your position, You know she's my companion, don't you? Sun Huaiqin felt a surge of frustration. The Yin-Yang sect emphasizes that everything is held within the heart, leaving no trace. Particularly abhors emotional entanglements between men and women that he couldn't afford to appear overly concerned. Otherwise, the elders would deem him lacking in character. They might even send him to the inner sect with Ning Shiro to temper his temperament. Yet, the sect's teachings are one thing, while reality is another. Though everyone outwardly avoids discussing romantic matters, he knew that among his peers, few were entirely indifferent. Deep down, they all harbored some reservations, yet no one voiced them. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and suddenly blurted out, "Did you two just kiss?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them. What was the point of asking this now? Drawing the attention of their fellow disciples? Ah, Li Chuan wiped his mouth. "What are you talking about, senior brother?" "Kiss? You can't possibly mean I kissed your companion, Ning Shiro's enticing lips? Impossible. I would never do such a thing with you here." He shook his head vigorously, smacking his lips. Sun Huaiqin clenched his fists, staring at Li Chuan with a blank expression. Truth be told, he hadn't seen clearly. He only noticed how close they were, and he couldn't ascertain if they had actually kissed. Yet Li Chuan's demeanor and actions unmistakably conveyed the message. "I did kiss her. What are you going to do about it?" He turned to Ning Shiro, junior sister, but Ning Shiro suddenly soared upward. "Senior brother, hurry. Don't let that demon escape." Sun Huaiqin looked up at the demon, nearly reduced to rubble, and thought, with so many disciples around, did they really need his bare-shouldered junior sister to join the fray? Bare-shouldered? It suddenly struck him that Ning Shiro's clothes were still in his hands. Just as he intended to call her back to put on her garments, he felt the fabric moving in his grip. Looking down, he saw the clothes' seemingly sprouting legs, slipping from his grasp. Ugh, sprouting legs? It was clearly Li Chuan tugging at them. "What are you doing?" Sun Huaiqin glared at Li Chuan. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Li Chuan chasing after Ning Shiro, calling out, "Junior sister, your clothes? Put them on quickly. Be careful not to catch a chill." Sun Huaiqin stood there, dumbfounded, his mouth agape as he watched Li Chuan catch up to Ning Shiro, helping her dress. This seemed like it should have been his role. "She is my companion," he roared internally, swiftly flying up and shoving Li Chuan aside. "What are you doing, senior brother?" "The junior brother was just delivering clothes to me." Ning Shiro shot him an annoyed glance, then turned her concern back to Li Chuan. "Junior brother, are you all right?" "All is well, senior sister. No need to worry about me. Just put on your clothes to avoid getting cold," Li Chuan replied. "Thank you for your concern, junior brother." Ning Shiro nodded appreciatively. Sun Huaiqin hovered nearby. Feeling utterly superfluous, he shot a fierce glare at Li Chuan, only to find him grinning smugly. Suddenly, Li Chuan clasped his hands together, saying, "Senior brother, senior sister, thank you for saving me today. I shall express my gratitude in the future." Before he could continue, Ning Shiro chimed in, "Junior brother, there's no need to be so polite. You're always welcome to visit me." As Li Chuan took his leave, Sun Huaiqin couldn't help but advise Ning Shiro, junior sister, that fellow harbors impure intentions. It's best to limit your interactions with him. Ning Shiro's beautiful brows knitted together as she retorted, "Senior brother, I've noticed you hold a deep bias against this junior brother. He's thoughtful and courteous. How can you say he has impure thoughts? Is it jealousy that drives you to target him? If that is the case, your foundation and cultivation may remain elusive." Suddenly, she changed the subject, asking softly, "Senior brother, do you think I'm more beautiful than Su Yaoyue and Mo Xiangling? I must be the most stunning among the outer sect's top 10 beauties." "Huh?" Sun Huaiqin was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Ning Shiro would pose such a question. She had never brought it up before. "Damn, Li Chuan," he hurriedly replied. "Junior sister, in my eyes, you are the most beautiful." Yet his hesitance only displeased Ning Shiro, and his answer was far from what she desired. Humph. Ning Shiro turned away, clearly unhappy. "Hey, junior sister, where are you going?" Sun Huaiqin hurried after her, still oblivious to the fact that his response had been inadequate. What she sought was affirmation that she surpassed Su Yaoyue and Mo Xiangling in beauty, rather than merely being the most beautiful in his eyes. The it was evident how upset she was that a junior brother, whom she had just met, could recognize her beauty while someone who spent every day with her failed to do so. It was clear that only a junior brother with rich life experiences could truly appreciate her allure. She couldn't help but ponder. Not long after their departure, the soul of that demonic cultivator was drawn out. Beyond this singular demonic cultivator, an astonishing additional 5 were discovered lurking outside the yin-yang sect's outer gates. Had there been only 1 or 2, their presence might have gone unnoticed. Yet with so many appearing at once, the people of the yin-yang sect were certainly not foolish, leaving one to wonder what these demonic cultivators were thinking. However, this turn of events had little impact on Li Chuan, that he continued to diligently pursue his cultivation. 3 days passed in this manner, and his spirit planning technique had reached level 4. Spirit planning technique. Level 1. Level 404. Li Chuan resolved to seek a different location to concentrate on his training. Each day, several junior sisters visited him for guidance. Leaving him with scant time for serious cultivation, in midair, he gazed longingly at Su Yue's residence. Ultimately, deciding to exercise restraint for the moment, his burning sun body technique was still only at the 2nd layer, and he needed to focus on his practice as he soared further away. Su Yue's abode becoming increasingly distant, Li Chuan abruptly turned back, muttering, "I'll just take a quick look at what my senior sister is up to." With eager anticipation, he arrived at Su Yue's door and knocked. "Senior sister, your junior is here to see you." The door echoed with several knocks, yet no response came. Has she gone off to complete a task? How diligent. Li Chuan sighed with relief that it was perhaps for the best that Su Yue was absent, sparing him from his incessant thoughts of her. Now, he could cultivate in peace. However, just as he turned to leave, he suddenly halted. Frowning, he slowly glanced back at the crack of Su Yue's door. He was exceedingly sensitive to the gaze of others. Even a mere glance, devoid of malice, was something he could perceive. Just moments ago, as he had turned to depart, he had felt a gaze upon him. This scrutiny emanated from within Su Yue's room. Was Su Yue inside? Had she taken his spirit stones and decided to break her promise? That seemed unlikely, given her proactive defense of him against Sun Huaiqin and others seeking to cause him trouble. It was evident that Su Yue was not that sort of person. Thus, someone else must be in her room. Who could it be? Li Chuan returned to the door and pushed it open. The room was eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. Li Chuan stepped inside. Apart from the furniture and dressing table, there was still no sign of anyone. His gaze fell upon the screen not far away. Behind it lay the area where Su Yue typically bathed, that if someone were present, they could easily hide there. Yet he did not approach, for the moment between his perception of the gaze and his opening of the door had been brief. Within that fleeting span, he had not sensed anything amiss within the room. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door closed without warning. The sensation of being watched returned as a spiritual sword materialized in Li Chuan's hand. Without a second thought, he swung it behind him. To his astonishment, there was no one there. Before him lay a swirling mass of dark mist that parted beneath his weapon, surging toward him. That demonic energy? Li Chuan gasped as the malevolent essence invaded his being. Within his consciousness, boundless demonic energy enveloped him, rushing towards the essence that represented his very self. A blurred, diminutive version of Li Chuan. This essence was the arbiter of his awareness, the core of his being. To destroy it would mean to obliterate his consciousness, rendering him a mindless fool. That a torrent of negative emotions surged within him. In an instant, memories of the past flashed through his mind. He had heard of immortals and traversed countless mountains in search of the immortal gate. Yet ultimately, he found none. That he felt lost, discontent, but never despaired. In his quest for traces of the divine, he discovered that even within the city, there were immortals. After enduring numerous trials, he finally acquired a sacred text and set forth on the path of immortality. Navigating through various perils, he seized spirit herbs, contended for treasures, entered ancient estates, and explored secret realms. Throughout his journey, he encountered treachery and brutal slaughter. Yet he never faltered, for he steadfastly believed that one day he would stand atop the pinnacle of immortality. Each narrow escape only bolstered his confidence. Yet ultimately he arrived at a day when he could struggle no longer. He felt adrift. He pondered that life would inevitably harbor regrets. Perhaps this was as if he had come, fought, and that was enough. His convictions remained unscathed, yet reality was far from satisfactory. The images of those desperate moments replayed incessantly in his memory, as if attempting to suffocate him within the past. Yet now, reflecting upon those instances that had nearly claimed his life, he felt an odd sense of indifference. The first strike of a club against his body had been excruciating. Yet, as the blows accumulated, one grew accustomed to the pain. When suffering becomes a recurrent experience, one eventually becomes numb to it. Such is the forging of the Tao heart. Experience upon experience, a cycle of endurance that I never anticipated that you demonic cultivators would still have stragglers. Li Chuan murmured, furrowing his brow. The past had not been without effect on him. It simply had not left a significant mark. The demonic energy roiled within his consciousness, ultimately coalescing into a vague figure. Ew, how are you not affected by the demonic energy? Zhu Linxiang gazed at the miniature Li Chuan with suspicion. The reason demonic cultivators instilled dread in cultivators was that their energy could corrupt the Tao heart. While the Tao heart does not define a cultivator's potential, it does set a baseline. One whose Tao heart is compromised cannot achieve great heights. Now, a qi refining cultivator was somehow able to maintain clarity under his demonic energy, which was utterly unfathomable. Why else? Because you're weak, Li Chuan scoffed, simultaneously channeling the burning sun body technique to its fullest. Within his consciousness, flickers of flame ignited, gathering together and charging towards the demonic figure that Zhu Linxiang had formed. The moment Zhu Linxiang caught sight of the flames, his expression shifted dramatically. As mere demonic energy, he was most terrified of such things that he hastily attempted to flee, yet within Li Chuan's consciousness, Li Chuan was the master. With a swift motion, he closed the distance, and the flames enveloped Zhu Linxiang entirely. Zhu Linxiang instinctively let out a startled cry. Followed by a puzzled grunt, he stared at the flames encasing him and suddenly burst into raucous laughter. Ha! Did you really think your trifling qi refining face on fire could intimidate me? The flames appeared fierce, yet when they made contact with the demonic energy, they inflicted no harm, instead resembling mere decoration. Li Chuan materialized a short distance away, astonished at Zhu Linxiang's lack of concern. A hint of embarrassment flickered across his features. Perhaps he had been too lax in his training, and now he faced ridicule. Zhu Linxiang suddenly barked at Li Chuan. Do you not recognize that I am a great master of the out-of-body stage? A mere qi refining cultivator should kneel before me at once. If I were inclined to offer you guidance, it would surely be of immeasurable benefit, allowing you to condense your nascent soul and become a revered master yourself. Li Chuan, pointing at Zhu Linxiang, retorted, You claim to be a master of the out-of-body stage. Which of your kind is so pathetic that they cannot even handle a mere fourth-layer qi refining cultivator. Now, it was Li Chuan's turn to mock. Or are you saying that your demonic cultivator's out-of-body stage corresponds to our yin-yang sex qi refining stage? An out-of-body cultivator would typically possess a lifespan exceeding 2,000 years. Generally, most would require almost a millennium of cultivation to reach such heights. Their power was indeed formidable. Naturally, for demonic cultivators, the timeline would differ, or they would not be deserving of the title an out-of-body demonic cultivator. Disregarding the protective formation of the yin-yang sect could easily decimate the entire Minshan branch. Such power was unfathomable that in truth, Li Chuan had never encountered an out-of-body stage cultivator. Regarding this demonic cultivator, there's a hint of credibility in his words. After all, the other party lacks a physical form, yet manages to wander about. He must have been an extraordinary demon practitioner in life. Even if he is not at the out-of-body stage, he is at least at the core formation stage. The reason for considering him to be at the core formation stage is that Li Chuan has only encountered the most formidable cultivators at that level. Although he has lived for many years, he still finds himself in a phase of limited experience. Li Chuan's remarks infuriated Zhu Linxiang, who shouted in exasperation, You ignorant brat! The yin-yang sect is filled with short-sighted individuals. If my physical body had not been destroyed and my nascent soul shattered, I would not have fallen to such depths that I in the past. Even a glance from me would have been a privilege for a pest like you. Li Chuan scoffed in response. Keep boasting. You've lost your nascent soul, yet still managed to survive. Do you truly believe I have never practiced cultivation? Zhu Linxiang retorted, My divine sense is formidable. I can escape into the demonic energy. What do you know? Li Chuan interjected, Oh, what a powerful divine sense. You nearly startled me into jumping. You! The demonic energy trembled as Zhu Linxiang shouted in anger. Demonic cultivators are not known for their temper, and Zhu Linxiang, already filled with yang energy, was further provoked by Li Chuan's taunts. Yet he found himself helpless against Li Chuan, causing him to flail about in Li Chuan's sea of consciousness. Within Li Chuan's consciousness, a fiery mass enveloped a swirling cloud of demonic energy, and he watched with great interest. He found these demonic cultivators amusing, each exhibiting traits reminiscent of inbreeding. "Hey, are you leaving? If not, I will," Li Chuan called out. This fellow's demonic energy was indeed peculiar. He could not be easily dismissed. Finally, Zhu Linxiang halted and flew before Li Chuan. Through the murky contours of the demonic energy, Li Chuan vaguely discerned a dark and sinister old face, surmising that this must be the visage of the demon during his lifetime. "Brat, you seem not to reject demonic cultivators. I could impart a set of heavenly-tier demonic cultivation techniques to you in exchange for your assistance with a task. What do you say?" Li Chuan, uncertain of whether Zhu Linxiang truly possessed heavenly-tier techniques, nonetheless found them uninteresting. The Yin-Yang sect, being one of the foremost cultivation factions, certainly had access to such techniques. It would be foolish to abandon his place in the Yin-Yang sect to pursue demonic arts. Had he not witnessed these demonic cultivators fleeing in terror only to seek refuge at the Yin-Yang sect's branch? Most demonic cultivators struggle to control their desires, pursuing paths that harm both others and the heavens. Their lifespans are often shorter than those who toil tirelessly. Even before joining the Yin-Yang sect, such pursuits held no allure for him, let alone now. Originally intending to mock Zhu Linxiang further, Li Chuan suddenly swallowed his words. Feigning astonishment and urgency, heavenly-tier demonic techniques. "Is that true? Senior, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? What do you require of me? I will certainly comply if it is within my means." In the midst of his speech, he even retracted the fiery yang energy surrounding Zhu Linxiang. Zhu Linxiang was filled with immense pride. How many could resist the temptation of heavenly-tier techniques? Of course it is true. Would I, a being of such stature, deceive you, an insignificant ant? You, at the fourth layer of qi refinement, have little time left. Your aptitude is evidently lacking. Aside from my heavenly-tier demonic techniques, nothing else in this world can save you. With these techniques, you could extend your life by 1,000 years without any issue. Had it been under ordinary circumstances, Li Chuan would have found it impossible to break through in a short time. However, what Zhu Linxiang did not know was that Li Chuan's slow progress stemmed from excessive use of secret techniques leading to his aging. His sluggish cultivation was because he was once a loose cultivator, lacking the resources and techniques of the Yin-Yang sect. Now that he was within its ranks, abundant elixirs and a branch version of earth-tier techniques were at his disposal, making breakthroughs entirely feasible. Thus, while Zhu Linxiang believed he had found Li Chuan's weakness, Li Chuan merely scoffed internally. Yet on the surface, he displayed a facade of utmost respect. "What you say is wise, Senior. I have indeed been concerned about my lifespan, and it is truly a blessing to encounter you today." "Good, as long as you understand," Zhu Linxiang continued. "You now need to help me find a female cultivator with an abundance of cold energy. Assist me in subduing her, and once I succeed, I shall impart the heavenly-tier demonic techniques to you." A female cultivator? Li Chuan queried with a hint of skepticism. "Senior, are you suggesting that you wish to with one of my sex senior sisters? Without a body, how could such a thing occur?" He mused with a touch of wicked amusement. Zhu Linxiang replied brusquely. "What do you mean by that? Can't you see that I lack a physical form? I am in desperate need of a body, and, as I practice a technique of the Yin attribute, it is preferable to seek a female as a vessel. In truth, he feared that a male's yang energy would be too overwhelming for him to control. Otherwise, he would not have appeared in Su Yaoyue's chamber. Especially after encountering Li Chuan, his resolve had only strengthened. What he did not realize was that Li Chuan was somewhat unique, having faced numerous life and death situations. Thus, it would be exceedingly difficult for the demonic energy to influence his mind. After hearing Zhu Linxiang's request, Li Chuan pondered. This was the first time he had heard of a male cultivator practicing Yin attribute techniques and seeking a female cultivator for possession. Could the bodies of both genders truly align? He said, Senior, there is no need to search further. The owner of this residence is an exceptionally powerful senior sister, and her cold energy is undoubtedly sufficient. Zhu Linxiang countered, You would not be able to handle the owner of this residence. Find a female cultivator at the first layer of qi refinement instead. That would be far easier for you. At this, Li Chuan nearly burst into laughter. Was this fellow genuinely fearful of being unable to subdue the senior sister, thus opting for a weaker junior sister instead? Remarkably, he was right. Zhu Linxiang had initially come to seize Su Yaoyue's body upon hearing disciples discuss her potential as the top external disciple. However, after encountering Li Chuan, his confidence had plummeted. He could not believe he had become so weak that even a fourth-layer qi refinement cultivator with abysmal aptitude could not be subdued. Thus, he naturally thought of seeking a weaker female cultivator, reasoning that someone at the first layer of qi refinement would be the safest choice. Previously, he had aimed to forcibly seize Su Yaoyue's body, but now he considered waiting for Li Chuan to subdue her first, and then he would strike when she was exhausted. He could not believe that, in such circumstances, he would still be unable to take a first-layer qi refinement female cultivator. He was adaptable, able to assess situations, and quickly lowered his own standards at AS for the compatibility of their bodies. That was a trivial matter. Given his current state, he had no right to concern himself with such things. Survival was the priority. Senior requires a first-layer female cultivator with a substantial amount of cold energy. Li Chuan feigned contemplation. Let me think. Our Yin-Yang sect has a talented junior sister. She possesses an ice spirit root and is at the first layer of qi refinement. She is practically tailor-made for you. Zhu Linxiang's eyes lit up with excitement. Is she truly an ice spirit root? Where is she? Take me to her at once. The cold energy of an ice spirit root cultivator would aid him immensely in maintaining a presence in a new body. Very well, I shall escort you immediately, Senior. But do not forget your promise regarding the heavenly tier demonic techniques. Li Chuan replied with palpable enthusiasm, leading Zhu Linxiang away from Su Yaoyue's chamber. His excitement was genuine. He was eager to witness Zhu Linxiang's expression freeze in astonishment upon meeting Mo Xiangling. Though he was unclear as to why Mo Xiangling had yet to establish her foundation, he was aware that she was no ordinary first-layer qi refinement cultivator. According to Mo Xiangling herself, she could easily handle someone like Chu Mingyu, who had just entered the foundation establishment stage, given that Chu Mingyu was not weak among those at the same level. Mo Xiangling's confidence was undoubtedly formidable. Rest assured, Zhu Linxiang declared, once I successfully acquire a body, I shall impart the heavenly tier techniques to you forthwith that in fact, he added to provoke Li Chuan further. If you assist me diligently, I might even enable you to ascend to immortality, becoming one among the countless few who achieve such a fate. Li Chuan's lips twitched as he exclaimed, Are you saying, esteemed Senior, that after the qi refining stage, one must then break through the foundation establishment stage, the core formation stage, the nascent soul stage, the out-of-body stage, the transformation stage, the void refinement stage, the body fusion stage, the great ascension stage, and the tribulation stage? These 9 significant realms, before ultimately transcending and becoming an immortal. Goodness, do you truly believe that with a mere gesture I could elevate you to the heavens? Li Chuan scoffed inwardly. Accompanying this demon in a charade, he had not anticipated that the demon would become so engrossed. While an out-of-body cultivator may indeed possess formidable strength, they merely rank as the 5th major realm on the path of cultivation. How audacious to boast of assisting him in achieving immortality. Perhaps you ought to reflect on your own lifetime matters first. You not realize that your existence hangs by a thread? How dare you doubt my authority? Zilingxiang seethed with indignation upon sensing the sarcasm in Li Chuan's words. Instinctively, he contemplated using his oppressive aura to crush Li Chuan into the ground. But then, he abruptly fell silent. With his corporeal form gone, what good was his intimidation? Infuriated, he stomped his feet. You know why I am here. Do you know how I ended up in this predicament? Watching him flail about in his consciousness, Li Chuan was tempted to affix a note to his forehead reading, Beware of this agitated individual. Feigning deep thought, Li Chuan remarked, Is it not because both your physical body and nascent soul were destroyed, causing you to flee here? As for why you find yourself in such dire straits, let me think. Oh, I have it. It must surely be because you practice demonic arts and were outperformed by an even more powerful righteous cultivator. The audacity of his words was infuriating. Truly, it was best not to mention the painful truths. What nonsense! Do you believe Zilingxiang intended to retort that he would withhold the heavenly-grade demonic arts from Li Chuan? Fortunately, he finally recalled that the initiative lay with Li Chuan, that if he refused to share the demonic arts, Li Chuan would not help him find a female cultivator, and he would be the one at a loss. Just wait. Once I regain my body, I shall deal with you, he thought viciously. How dare a mere qi refining practitioner question him? What do you mean by belief? Li Chuan, however, was not prepared to let him off easily. He feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Esteemed senior, you cannot possibly mean to say you expect me to believe you will immediately ascend to immortality before my very eyes. Can you? Oh, please ascend. I would love to witness it." With that, Li Chuan unexpectedly settled down cross-legged, wearing an expression brimming with anticipation. Zilingxiang found himself momentarily bewildered by Li Chuan's actions. After pondering for a while, he realized Li Chuan was likely supposed to help him find a female cultivator. He shouted, "What are you doing? Get up, quickly! When did I say I would ascend to immortality for you to see? If I could ascend immediately, would I still be in this state?" As he spoke, his frustration grew, vividly demonstrating his impotent rage. Seeing his agitated demeanor, Li Chuan struggled to contain his laughter. However, he wondered if toying with a crippled old demon might seem disrespectful. Yet, the monotony of a cultivator's life was unbearable. Each day consisted of either training or meeting with junior sisters, including Mo Xiangling, Su Yaoyue, Chu Mengyu, and Hu Minalas. Such a life was dreadfully dull. Thus, occasionally teasing the demon served as a delightful diversion. Isn't it said that one can become an immortal instantly? Li Chuan rose with a feigned expression of disappointment, proclaiming, "I thought I might witness an immortal at once. It seems I lack such fortune." I wonder what esteemed senior intended to say. Not wishing to provoke the demon too harshly and risk driving him to despair, Li Chuan promptly resumed his movement. Zilingxiang's encounter with Li Chuan was indeed unfortunate. Li Chuan's erratic thoughts left him feeling genuinely overwhelmed. When Li Chuan questioned him, he even struggled to recall what he had intended to say. Yes, immortality. Upon this thought, he became fervent, his voice trembling with excitement as he declared, "You, a mere qi refining practitioner, have a limited perspective. Do you not realize that we have discovered a pathway to the immortal realm? A pathway to the immortal realm." Li Chuan pressed his lips together, interrupting Zilingxiang's self-indulgence. "And what if the immortals see you and question why you did not take the righteous path?" With a resounding clap, the immortal might become enraged and seal the pathway. "Silence! Do not speak! You wretch! Do you doubt that I will not assist you in ascending to immortality in the future?" Oh, poor Zilingxiang, reduced to threatening only for the future. Li Chuan nodded repeatedly. Yes, I believe you. I have never questioned your words, esteemed senior. Please continue with your tale of how the immortal became enraged and sealed the pathway. Were it not for his lack of a corporeal form, Zilingxiang would have surely exploded from frustration at Li Chuan's antics. He roared, "There are no immortals. Hear me clearly. There are no immortals. And there certainly are no immortals sealing pathways." Then esteemed senior Li Chuan dared to remind him, "If there are no immortals, might it not be possible that it is not an immortal pathway, but merely a pathway?" "Zilingxiang, you silence yourself. Allow me to finish. And if you interrupt again, do you believe I will self-destruct and ensure you never acquire the heavenly grade demonic arts?" "Oh, esteemed senior, please self-destruct." "No, please do tell. To be precise, it is not a complete pathway, but merely a slight fissure of a pathway. The immortal energy seeping from that crack has directly elevated my rank by a small degree. If we were to fully open the pathway and absorb the immortal energy within for cultivation, ascending would be the simplest of tasks." Had I not feared provoking Zilingxiang, Li Chuan would have been tempted to inquire whether, as a demon cultivator, the immortal energy could truly elevate his rank. Surely he was not merely experiencing an illusion. Nevertheless, the effects of immortal energy on demon cultivators were still unclear to Li Chuan. Indeed, Most people in this world remained unaware, as no one had ever reported the emergence of immortal energy before. The reason our heavenly demon sect was besieged was that fully opening the pathway to the immortal realm requires many of the world's finest materials. While in search of these materials, we were obstructed by those self-proclaimed righteous cultivators. These wretches, short-sighted as they are, fail to consider that if the immortal realm pathway were truly opened, the benefits would not accrue solely to our heavenly demon sect. In such a scenario, the entire spirit realm would be flooded with immortal energy, and those who ascend would be numerous. Even those with lesser talents would be able to cultivate to the core formation stage, or even the nascent soul stage at that time. Everyone would enjoy prolonged lifespans, living for many years. Yet these fools have brazenly thwarted our grand plan, depriving all beings in the spirit realm of this immortal energy. They will inevitably suffer retribution. They're the sinners of the spirit realm. Seeing Zilingxiang venting his frustrations into thin air, Li Chuan could not help but shake his head. What he called searching for materials was nothing but outright theft. Given the nature of demon cultivators, he refused to believe these individuals would undertake a slow search for the immortal energy. Li Chuan had no faith in it whatsoever. While the heavenly demon sect was somewhat distant from the Minsan branch, it was not so far as to be unreachable. Before Li Chuan had joined the Yin-Yang sect, he had encountered demon cultivators from this sect nearby. Had there truly been an outpouring of immortal energy, the surrounding cultivation forces would have descended into chaos long ago. Who wouldn't want to partake? This so-called immortal energy was either a figment of this demon's delusions or perhaps something else entirely. Perhaps the residual essence left behind by a powerful venerable, or the aura of exceptionally rare materials. However, Li Chuan was convinced that it was predominantly the product of the demon's imagination. Esteemed senior, your statement is flawed. Although your heavenly demon sect has been eradicated, the pathway to the immortal realm is under the control of other sections. Once they open it, it will still bless the entire spirit realm. Therefore, you need not worry about the future availability of immortal energy in our spirit realm. Li Chuan stated deliberately. He was indeed hitting the nail on the head. This direct provocation left Zilingxiang silent for a while before he muttered, "The pathway is not even in our heavenly demon sect. They do not know where it is. How can they open it?" From his words, one could discern a mixture of anger and frustration barely concealed beneath the surface. Li Chuan inquired, "Esteemed senior, where is this pathway you speak of?" "I shall open it, allowing all beings in our spirit realm to access the immortal energy." Zilingxiang scoffed, "You are dreaming. Such an important location, how could I possibly divulge it to you? However, you must obediently assist me. And in the future, I shall ensure that you cultivate amidst an aura of celestial energy, undoubtedly allowing you to ascend to the realm of immortals." Li Chuan immediately became anxious and said, "Senior, how can you be so selfish? Once the passage is opened, all beings in the spirit realm will benefit. As you just stated, are you not akin to those short-sighted righteous cultivators you so disdain? Given your current state, the likelihood of opening the passage is nearly impossible. Instead, how about this? Reveal the location of the passage to my Yin-Yang sect, and we shall open it ourselves. When the celestial energy envelopes the entire spirit realm, the credit will rightfully belong to you, senior. Your name will be sung by multitudes. By the way, may I inquire about your esteemed name?" Zhu Linxiang instinctively replied, "I am Zhu Linxiang. No, wait, you old rascal are trying to extract information from me." "What do you mean by that, senior?" "I seek only for all beings in the spirit realm to partake in a breath of pure celestial energy. I am not a selfish person. Good things should be shared among all. Please do not emulate the so-called Tianmo sect, hoarding treasures only to find yourselves obliterated in the end, enjoying nothing." Zhu Linxiang erupted in fury. "I am indeed of the Tianmo sect. You old fool, you know this well, and yet speak so deliberately. What is your true intention? Do you think I cannot deal with you?" "Senior, are you prepared to meet that ice spirit root junior sister?" Li Chuan interjected, cutting off Zhu Linxiang's words at that moment. He had arrived before the outer sect task hall. "Where is she? Lure her out and incapacitate her. Do not let anyone suspect anything." Zhu Linxiang muttered that he should have been elated at the prospect of acquiring a physical body, yet the constant veiled jabs from Li Chuan had left him irritable. With nowhere to vent his frustrations. The pent-up emotions had diluted his joy. Rest assured, Senior, my efforts will surely meet your expectations, Li Chuan confidently promised, not forgetting to remind Zhu Linxiang, Senior, we agreed on the celestial-level demonic techniques. Fear not, you shall not be overlooked, he added. Observing Li Chuan enter the task hall, Zhu Linxiang remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. As Li Chuan reached the back hall and found Mo Xiangling handling affairs in her chamber. Zhu Linxiang still had no inkling that Li Chuan was leading him into a trap. That moment. Mo Xiangling lay languidly on a reclining chair, half-closed eyes tilted towards the entrance as she regarded Li Chuan's arrival. Due to her ice spirit root, Li Chuan seldom visited her. He typically only appeared to settle spirit stones and contributions. Just 2 days prior, he had been here, and now she was curious about his purpose. Senior sister, rise quickly. There's work to be done, Li Chuan announced. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiangling sprang from her chair, exclaiming, Oh, junior brother, you've made progress. It's only been a few days, and you dare come seeking your senior sister again? As she spoke, her hands moved to her belt, preparing to unfasten it. She had always been so conscientious. Wait, senior sister, that's not the kind of work I meant. Li Chuan hastily interrupted, lamenting the openness with which people interacted. It was proving quite challenging for him. Oh, does senior sister have other tasks in mind? Mo Xiangling inquired, puzzled. Where is that ice spirit root junior sister you mentioned? Zhu Linxiang simultaneously asked. Li Chuan grinned widely. The ice spirit root is right before you. However, she is not a junior sister, but a senior sister. Senior, I believe that whether it be a senior sister or a junior sister, it is all trivial to you. This time, Li Chuan spoke directly. Junior brother, who are you conversing with? Observing what appeared to be a one-sided dialogue, Mo Xiangling's brow furrowed immediately. The next moment, a magic absorption plate appeared in her hand, akin to the one Zhou Shijing had wielded in the law enforcement hall. Yet far more exquisite. Senior sister is truly astute. Seeing this, Li Chuan couldn't help but pinch Mo Xiangling's exquisitely delicate cheek. I brought a demon for you. He wishes to borrow your body. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiangling shot him a playful glare. My dear junior brother, you truly think of nothing but your senior sister. You even bring demons to me. I am quite grateful. As she spoke, she placed a magic absorption plate before Li Chuan. If you wish to borrow my body, then come forth. Let us have a proper discussion. That a wave of demonic energy surged from Li Chuan's mind, though it seemed somewhat sparse. You wretch, I shall slay you. I will ensure your eternal torment. A faint demonic energy coalesced into a contorted face, howling in rage. Mo Xiangling gazed at the magic absorption plate in astonishment, inquiring, what is going on? Why can't it absorb anything? Her absorption plate was of superior quality compared to those wielded by ordinary disciples, Li Chuan replied. He claims to be a demon cultivator at the out-of-body stage. That out-of-body stage. Mo Xiangling shrieked. Why didn't you say so earlier? She swiftly retreated while simultaneously throwing out several similar magic absorption plates, which suspended around Li Chuan. In an instant, the plates formed a formation. This was not the end. She quickly formed hand seals, and a flurry of runes surged within the room. Li Chuan felt an immense pressure increase as a beam of light descended from the ceiling, enveloping him entirely. After completing these actions, Mo Xiangling exhaled, glancing at Li Chuan with lingering trepidation, gritting her teeth as she said, You nearly got us killed. Junior brother, you dare bring an out-of-body stage demon cultivator to your senior sister. How high do you regard me? She was uncertain whether to thank him for his trust or scold him for his recklessness. Luckily, I have knowledge of the sex formations, or we would both be doomed here. Mo Xiangling activated the task hall subarray. All the disciples within the hall were thrown into confusion, quickly retrieving their magical artifacts. In that very moment, Zhu Linxiang was extracted by the magic absorption plate. Bathed in golden light, Li Chuan chuckled wryly. Senior sister, there is no need for such a grand display. How could I possibly underestimate you? This fellow was already at the end of his tether. If I cannot deal with him, what could he possibly do to you? That does seem reasonable. Mo, Xiangling conceded as she dispelled the formation at 8T this juncture. Zhu Linxiang was bound within the magic absorption plate, coalescing into a small figure. The little figure gathered and scattered, twisting in an attempt to break free from the plate's confinement. Mo, Xiangling leaned in for a closer look and remarked, "He certainly appears different, but I don't sense any particular strength. Are you certain he is an out-of-body stage demon?" She cast a doubtful glance at Li Chuan, that he claims to be at the out-of-body stage. Whether he is boasting, I cannot say, but he does seem quite fond of embellishing. Li Chuan replied. Zhu Linxiang screamed from within the magic absorption plate, "Get lost! If you dare release me, I will skin you alive and turn you into a demon puppet. It's skinning and flaying." Li Chuan corrected, then turned to Mo Xiangling, saying, "Release him." Mo Xiangling blinked in surprise before using her magic to unbind the absorption plate. This action left Zhu Linxiang momentarily stunned. "Wait, you're really letting me go?" Without hesitation, he transformed into black smoke and fled. "Senior, weren't you going to flay me alive? Where are you going?" As Li Chuan's voice echoed, Zhu Linxiang was drawn back into the magic absorption plate. This time, without Li Chuan's form as a vessel, he was instantly confined within. Naturally, it was Mo Xiangling controlling the magic absorption plate. Her synergy with Li Chuan had reached a level where she could comprehend his intentions with just a glance. Thus, when Li Chuan directed her to release Zhu Linxiang, she merely hesitated for a moment before understanding. Once Zhu Linxiang was confined again, Li Chuan mocked him. "I told you that you love to boast, and you still deny it. What do you have to say now?" Zhu Linxiang indeed had no retort, only impotently cursing in frustration at 8T that moment. A throng of task hall disciples rushed in. "Senior Sister Mo, what has happened? Why was the formation activated?" "Senior Sister Mo, are you all right? How is there a demon cultivator here? Just days ago, the law enforcement hall stated that the outer sex demon cultivators had been cleared. However, this fellow, even without a physical body, still seems spirited. Could he possibly be a formidable demon lord?" They gazed at Zhu Linxiang, who was furiously cursing on the demon absorption disc, and began to chatter amongst themselves. Generally, when a demon cultivator separates from their physical form, death is almost inevitable, even if they resort to occupying another's body. The demon cultivator who previously abducted Li Chuan had confronted the disciples of the Yin-Yang sect face to face outside the sect. Seizing their bodies, once absorbed into the demon absorption disc, without a new vessel, survival would be fleeting. It was utterly impossible for Zhu Linxiang to exhibit such frenetic activity. Thus, his uniqueness was immediately apparent. Before Mo Xiangling could address the crowd's inquiries, a series of respectful voices suddenly echoed from outside. The individuals in the room promptly turned and parted to the sides. A formidable young man strode in. Appearing to be around 30 years of age, possessing the characteristic handsome features of a male disciple of the Yin-Yang sect, exactly the type that Li Chuan had previously found distasteful. The reason for his current lack of aversion was that he was no longer burdened by concerns regarding a partner. This young man emanated a heavy aura of authority that inspired immediate reverence. Such presence was cultivated through prolonged dominance. Respectful greetings, sect leader. Li Chuan followed suit with the others in bowing, having joined the Yin-Yang sect midway. He had never witnessed the true visage of sect leader Yi Xiuwen until now. "Why activate the sub-array?" Yi Xiuwen inquired, his gaze also falling upon Zhu Linxiang within the demon absorption disc. Mo Xiangling stepped forward, saying, "Report to the sect leader. Outer sect, disciple Li Chuan has presented a demon of the out-of-body stage. The disciple was unable to subdue him with the demon absorption disc, thus resorting to the power of the sect's sub-array out-of-body stage demon." Not only did the surrounding disciples of the Yin-Yang sect gasp and retreat, but even Yi Xiuwen was taken aback. The moment Mo Xiangling's words faded, he waved his hand, reopening the sub-array of the outer sect's mission hall, that a beam of golden light descended, enveloping the entire room. Yi Xiuwen visibly exhaled in relief. An out-of-body stage demon must not be taken lightly. Li Chuan's lips twitched. Was such a grand display truly necessary? In fact, Mo Xiangling had previously been able to extract Zhu Linxiang from his consciousness with just a few formations created from the demon absorption discs. Yet they had still opted for the assistance of the mission hall's sub-array, Why Yishuan's arrival only heightened the spectacle. Just moments ago, Mo Xiangling's use of the subarray's strength had merely encompassed him. However, sect leader Yishuan had enveloped the entire room. Li Chuan. This was sheer over-dash cautiousness. In truth, he was ensnared in a preconceived misconception, because Zhu Linxiang had caused him no harm after entering his consciousness. He believed Zhu Linxiang was utterly ineffectual. However, others were unaware of this. Why Yishuan was merely at the 10th level of the core formation stage. Above core formation lies the nascent soul stage. And above nascent soul is the out-of-body stage. The disparity between these two significant realms warranted caution. Demon cultivators are cunning. Even though Zhu Linxiang was now absorbed into the demon absorption disc, who could ascertain whether he was merely feigning weakness? Thus, Yishuan naturally deployed the highest level of defensive measures. Li Chuan weakly interjected, "Sect leader, although this demon claims to be of the out-of-body stage, he is actually quite feeble, unable to contend even with a disciple at the 4th level of Qi refinement. There is no need to worry about any repercussions from him. I even suspect he may not truly be of the out-of-body stage, but rather fabricating a realm to intimidate disciples." This statement incited Zhu Linxiang's furious protests. "I am indeed a venerable of the out-of-body stage. My name is Zhu Linxiang. Go inquire and see if I have lied." After Zhu Linxiang's outburst, Li Chuan added a stinging remark. Perhaps he has even fabricated the name Zhu Linxiang. This left Zhu Linxiang utterly cornered, denying him any chance of regaining his composure, leading him to erupt in futile anger once more. Upon hearing the name Zhu Linxiang, Yishuan was taken aback, for he was indeed familiar with such a demon lord. Although the celestial demon sect was not within their vicinity, the news of its demise had reached him. Thus, he was inclined to believe it. While Li Chuan claimed Zhu Linxiang was weak, he himself dared not dismiss the mission hall's array. He produced a black flag, performing a hand gesture, and hurled it towards Zhu Linxiang. Instantly, the demonic energy surrounding Zhu Linxiang was drawn into the flag, eliciting a cry of terror from him for the first time. This was the demon suppression flag, designed specifically to suppress the souls and consciousness of cultivators, refining them into spirit artifacts. It could be used independently or as part of formations, making it a formidable magical artifact. Xiangling suddenly transmitted a message to Li Chuan, causing him to pause, wondering if she was reminding him of something. As his thoughts raced, Zhu Linxiang had already been absorbed into the demon suppression flag. Xiangling then spoke. "Sect leader, how should we account for the contributions of this out-of-body stage demon to the disciple named Li Chuan?" The phrase "this disciple named Li Chuan" sounded somewhat distant to Li Chuan. However, he quickly comprehended that Mo Xiangling was attempting to distance herself from him while seeking benefits for herself. To be honest, he had not initially considered this matter, only thinking of coming to Mo Xiangling for assistance in dealing with Zhu Linxiang. As the golden light in the room dissipated, all the disciples gazed at Li Chuan with envy. To present a remnant soul of an out-of-body stage demon was an extraordinary accomplishment. Y Yishuan remarked. The value of a remnant soul from an out-of-body stage demon is immeasurable. I must first ascertain how much power this remnant soul still possesses. The demon suppression flag flew back into his hand, and as he scanned with his consciousness, he was somewhat astonished. Zhu Linxiang's consciousness was severely fragmented, now possessing only the power of the foundation establishment stage, and it was uncertain whether he could be restored to his previous realm in the future. "I shall credit you with 50,000 contributions." Upon hearing the figure of 50,000 contributions, the surrounding disciples were envious to the point of turning purple. In the entire Qi refinement stage, how many individuals could accumulate 50,000 contributions? Li Chuan had suddenly acquired such a sum. However, he was unsatisfied and voiced, "Sect leader, is this truly only worth 50,000 for a demon lord of the out-of-body stage?" In reality, the 50,000 contributions had been negotiated by Mo Xiangling on his behalf. Had she not mentioned it, he would never have considered the matter, and the sect leader likely would not have brought it up either. Yet since Mo Xiangling had specifically raised the issue, he felt compelled to ensure her goodwill was not in vain. Y Yishuan replied. The remnant soul of an out-of-body stage demon is certainly not merely worth 50,000 contributions. However, his remnant soul is severely impaired, and it remains uncertain whether it can be restored, hence its diminished value. Diminished value that is still quite substantial. The surrounding disciples wished they could bestow contributions upon Li Chuan. After Yishuan finished speaking, he suddenly tossed the demon suppression flag towards Li Chuan, saying, "Very well, if you believe 50,000 contributions is insufficient, then this spiritual artifact, the demon suppression flag, shall be yours as a reward for ridding the sect of demons." Every pair of eyes followed the flying flag towards Li Chuan, and behind each gaze resided a disciple filled with envy that it was utterly intolerable. They had just heard Yishuan state that the remnant soul still possessed the power of the Foundation establishment stage. A spiritual artifact containing the remnant soul of the Foundation establishment stage was unimaginable in power for disciples at the Qi refinement stage. Typically, spiritual artifacts do not harbor spirit artifacts within them. The difference in power between spiritual artifacts with spirit artifacts and those without is immense. Put it simply, a good spirit artifact can provide a cultivator with an additional ally. Furthermore, this demon suppression flag was of the Foundation establishment stage, effectively granting Li Chuan the equivalent of an additional half a Foundation establishment expert. However, to everyone's astonishment, when the demon suppression flag reached Li Chuan, he unexpectedly pushed it back. Not only did all the disciples freeze in shock, but even Mo, Xiangling, and Yishuan were taken aback, for 50,000 contributions could never be exchanged for a spiritual artifact of the Foundation establishment stage bearing a spirit artifact. Amidst the confusion, Li Chuan spoke, "Sect leader, I would prefer to exchange this for sect contributions instead. Such a treasure should rightfully be wielded by a master like yourself to unleash its maximum potential." Yishuan received the returned demon suppression flag with intrigue, regarding Li Chuan with newfound appreciation. "And how many contributions do you intend to request?" This was the first time a disciple had directly rejected his reward. It was worth noting that this was indeed a spiritual artifact of the Foundation establishment stage, and the spirit artifact within it could potentially be elevated to the out-of-body stage, that a disciple at the Qi refinement stage had successfully resisted such temptation, causing him to regard Li Chuan with renewed respect. Li Chuan stated, "Given the remnant soul of an out-of-body stage demon, I believe it should be valued at around 1 million contributions without issue." Well, Yishuan admitted that he had overestimated the situation. In no wonder he could resist temptation. It turned out he was hoping to exchange for 1 million contribution points. Such audacity! He raised his hand, preparing to throw the demon-suppressing flag again. Fortunately, Li Chuan spoke quickly. However, the disciple also understood that this remnant soul was currently quite weak. Even if it could swiftly recover to the out-of-body stage, it would require a considerable amount of rare materials for nurturing, which would be quite taxing. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, it remained a remnant soul of the out-of-body stage, and the disciple felt that a contribution of 100,000 points was indeed justified. Why Yishuan did not throw the demon-suppressing flag. He deemed the 100,000 contribution reasonable. Just as he was about to agree, a melodious voice suddenly rang from behind him. "Shuan, let me deduct those 100,000 contribution points from my account." Why Yishuan turned around to see a plump young woman with a smile approaching him. "Weir, what brings you here?" Yishuan inquired, holding the demon-suppressing flag in his hand. "Do you desire this flag, Su, Senior?" The disciples hurriedly bowed to the woman. As she approached Yishuan, Li Chuan's eyes lit up. The woman was clad in purple, her figure tall and curvaceous. She possessed a unique charm and exquisite beauty, rivaling even Mo Xiangling. Of course, if Mo Xiangling's beauty was rated at 98, then this woman would be 97, comparable to Chu Mengyu. However, the powerful aura she emanated easily made up for that 1 point. Particularly, her appearance suggested she was slightly older than Mo Xiangling and the others, resembling a woman in her mid-20s, recently married. The inexplicable allure she exuded was utterly captivating for someone like Li Chuan, whose standards were rather low. "Who is she?" Li Chuan discreetly inquired of Mo Xiangling. Mo Xiangling replied, "She is the sect leader's partner, Senior Su Hui." From their titles, Li Chuan had already guessed the relationship and was merely seeking confirmation. The fact that everyone referred to Su Hui as senior indicated that she held no official position within the sect, making her comparatively more approachable than elders or hall masters. Wait, what am I thinking about? Why would I want to interact with the sect leader's partner? Li Chuan chuckled at his own boldness, that he was merely at the fourth level of qi refinement, while the sect leader's partner was surely at least at the core formation stage. They were not even in the same realm. How could he possibly interact with her? Unless he waited until he established his foundation and became a disciple under the sect leader, at which point Su Hui would be his masteress wife. And he could have frequent interactions then. However, even if that happened, so what? Li Chuan temporarily dismissed the thoughts that kept surfacing in his mind. Su Hui then said, I have planted some spiritual herbs that nourish the soul. And recently, I acquired a set of formation flags. If the magic soul within this demon-suppressing flag can truly recover, it will become a powerful ally for me. Yi Shouwen smiled and replied, if it can be nurtured, it will indeed be a strong ally, but I fear it may not succeed, and the process could be time-consuming and labor-intensive. However, since you desire it, take it, but do not say that this sect leader did not advise you. Su Hui giggled. Yes, if any problems arise in the future, I absolutely will not blame our esteemed sect leader. Why are they flirting so openly? Don't they see so many people here? Li Chuan inwardly scoffed and instinctively glanced at Mo Xiangling. Never mind, there are too many people around. However, upon hearing Su Hui mention her spiritual herbs for nourishing the soul, Li Chuan was struck with inspiration. Perhaps he could plant some for his future masteress wife to nourish the demon-suppressing flag. Or not just herbs for nourishing the soul. He could expand a range and grow spiritual plants that the sect seniors needed and then gift them to her. This perspective truly opened up new horizons. The demon-suppressing flag was indeed a valuable item. The reason Li Chuan didn't want it was that it simply did not resonate with him. Just dealing with the eccentric Zhu Linxiang was enough. He had no interest in facing him long-term, fearing it would lower his intelligence. Moreover, the efficacy of flag-type magical treasures is hard to realize when used singly. They require a multitude to form a formation, just as Su Hui did. That would result in considerable power, as carrying a formation with one person could easily handle a group. Acquiring a single flag necessitated the search for numerous others, along with finding rare materials for Zhu Linxiang's recovery. If he were of a different gender, Li Chuan might have considered it. Ultimately, this was the crux of the matter. If it were a beautiful female demoness, Li Chuan would have easily overlooked all previous reservations and chosen the flag without hesitation. After all, it was an item he would frequently use. Having a male figure emerge from it each time was rather off-putting. Yi Shouwen handed the demon-suppressing flag to Su Hui, who did not hesitate. As her slender fingers dripped blood, she prepared to place it upon the flag. Suddenly, the flag swirled with demonic energy, and the twisted figure of Zhu Linxiang emerged, exclaiming in panic, Don't refine me! Don't refine me! I have a colossal secret! Stop, and I will tell you. Seeing that Su Hui showed no intention of stopping, Zhu Linxiang quickly changed his tone. I'll tell you, just don't refine me. There's a crack in the Feiyun mountain range that leads directly to the immortal realm, and immortal energy is seeping out. If you go there, you can absorb pure immortal energy and rapidly enhance your strength. As the blood dripped onto the demon-suppressing flag, Su Hui formed a hand seal that I've already revealed the secret. Why do you still want to refine me? Zhu Linxiang shouted in despair. Yi Shouwen chuckled. If there is immortal energy, why aren't you absorbing it? Why come to us? Surely you didn't come just to inform us. The notion of immortal energy felt too distant, especially when uttered by a demon. No one took it seriously. Even if he claimed to know the location of a congenital spiritual treasure, no one would believe him. Zhu Linxiang was once again drawn back into the demon-suppressing flag. Yi Shouwen addressed Mo Xiangling, saying, transfer Li Chuan's contribution from the outer sect to him. Senior Su Hui's will be handled by the inner sect. Mo Xiangling promptly replied, understood, sect leader. This was the advantage of having connections. Contributions traded among sect members required an additional half to be paid. For instance, if Su Hui purchased the demon-suppressing flag for 100,000 contributions from Li Chuan, she would need to pay an extra 50,000 contributions to the sect, and Li Chuan would also need to pay 50,000 contributions. The Yin-Yang sect implemented this to encourage disciples to purchase items within the sect. However, with Yi Shouwen's single statement, Su Hui and Li Chuan were exempt from direct trading, saving a significant amount of contributions. Disperse, Yi Shouwen declared, preparing to leave. I could see that moment. Li Chuan spoke up, sect leader. How will Mo Xiangling's contribution be calculated? Yi Shouwen looked at Li Chuan in confusion. Li Chuan continued. This time, successfully controlling the out-of-body demon lord depended entirely on Mo Xiangling. Without her, the consequences could have been dire. Having received contributions, Li Chuan did not forget to let Mo Xiangling benefit a little as well. This is what one might call reciprocity or collusion. Yi Shouwen nodded. Looking at Mo Xiangling, he asked, "You are responsible for the outer sect's task hall. How much contribution do you think is appropriate?" This effectively passed the hot potato to Mo Xiangling that if she asked for too much, it would be inappropriate, especially with so many disciples watching. Moreover, the sect leader himself had referred to her as the person in charge. Would she dare to ask for more? And if she asked for too little? Well, that was her own choice, not the sect leader's fault for not rewarding her. Everyone's eyes were on Mo Xiangling, curious about her demand. After all, her merit could be viewed as both significant and insignificant. On one hand, she had indeed controlled Zhu Linxiang. On the other, she had only activated the sect's subformation for control. However, Yi Shouwen underestimated Mo Xiangling. If she were timid, she wouldn't so openly partake in the sect's resources daily. She respectfully stated, "This is the disciple's duty. It is our obligation to cleanse the demon that invaded our sect. If the sect leader insists on rewarding me, I would appreciate it if you could grant me all the spiritual plants that junior brother Li Chuan trades with the sect over the next year." Notice how she phrased it, making it clear that she was not proactively asking for a reward, distancing herself from any implication of entitlement. Yi Shouwen, however, nodded in satisfaction. Very well done, a mere disciple at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Selling spirit plants to the sect for a year, how much could that possibly be worth? He had perused Li Chuan's information, noting that for the past several decades, Li had been engrossed in treasure hunting. With little research on spirit plants, the value of the spirit plants he could unearth in a year amounted to only 1 to 2,000 spirit stones, which even Yi Shouwen deemed as sheer luck. Thus, Yi Shouwen found great satisfaction in Mo Xiangling's response. She had secured a reward of uncertain value while sparing the sect from significant expenditure, leaving no room for dissent. Indeed, the surrounding disciples gazed at Mo Xiangling with admiration. They could not fathom such a compromise. Had the sect leader inquired about their contributions, they would likely have suggested 500 to 1,000. However, such figures would sound rather unpalatable, given that they were negotiating the capture of a powerful demon lord at the out-of-body stage, yet offering only 500 or 1,000 contributions. Even if they were to propose such amounts themselves, others might suspect they were merely cowed by the sect leader's authority. Now, who could ascertain how many spirit plants Li Chuan would find in a year? Even if he were to discover spirit plants worth only 50 spirit stones, that would solely concern him and Mo Xiangling, with no implications for the sect. Li Chuan could not help but nod in agreement. Indeed, Mo Shiji was as astute as ever. Even if you were to find spirit plants worth only 10,000 spirit stones monthly, over a year, Mo Xiangling would effectively receive the equivalent of 120,000 spirit stones in contributions. Not to mention, he would likely unearth much more than that. Yet, Li Chuan did not realize that Mo Xiangling had included him in her calculations. After Yi Shouwen's agreement, Mo Xiangling smiled at him, saying, "Sect leader, I also hope that junior brother Li Chuan can procure more spirit plants for me in the coming year. Therefore, I would like to request that the settlement price for junior brother Li Chuan be increased by 20% for the next year." Upon hearing this, Li Chuan nearly burst into laughter. This sister was truly going to great lengths to make him work like a mule. Yi Shouwen waved his hand grandly, stating, "What use is an increase of 20%? Li Chuan has eradicated a demon threat for the sect. The settlement price for the coming year will be doubled." Li Chuan could not help but give a secret thumbs up to Mo Xiangling. This was a scheme that might just bury him in the sect. He could hardly imagine the effort he would have to exert under a doubled settlement price. Observing Yi Shouwen's grand demeanor, he could not help but wonder if the sect leader had any health issues. He hoped he would be able to maintain his composure upon seeing the year-end settlement. "Thank you, sect leader," Mo Xiangling said with a beaming smile. The atmosphere in the room shifted, leaving the male disciples present in a stupor. As for the female disciples, Their reactions varied from feelings of inadequacy to jealousy and admiration. This is what you deserve. But remember, you cannot exchange spirit plants with others to sell to the sect, was the last remark directed at Li Chuan that I understand. Li Chuan replied hastily. He was not foolish enough to engage in such antics. And the sect was not naive enough to allow him to do so. This moment. Mo Xiang Ling interjected, suggesting, for fairness, I propose that every time junior brother Li Chuan enters the small world, he leaves his Chinquan bag behind and uses the specialized Chinquan bag provided by the mission hall. This way, any possibility of cheating can be eliminated. Yi Xiuwen chuckled. Xiang Ling, there is no need to be so severe. I'm not implying that Li Chuan would necessarily cheat, merely offering a reminder to prevent him from straying down the wrong path. Li Chuan hastily added, Yes, I find Mo Shiji's suggestion excellent. Before entering the small world, I will ensure to leave my Chinquan bag outside and utilize the sect's-issued Chinquan bag, thus silencing any potential gossip. Both he and Mo Xiangling understood the enormous output anticipated for the coming year. So it was prudent to arrange these matters in advance to avoid any future disputes. Initially, Yi Xiuwen felt this was somewhat overblown, but upon hearing Li Chuan's agreement, he saw no reason to be overly cautious. Moreover, this approach filled in all potential oversights, and he was quite pleased with Mo Xiangling's thoroughness. Very well, then let the Outer Sect's Law Enforcement Hall send someone to supervise this matter. With that, the discussion reached a conclusion. Yi Xiuwen departed with Su Hu as they exited the mission hall. They encountered several elders and intersect officials, drawn by the activation of the formation. Since Yi Xiuwen had arrived first, they refrained from crowding in, given the limited space. After learning about the events that transpired, they congratulated Su Hui and urged her to take Zhu Lin Xiang out for a stroll, so they could see what a demon lord looked like. Poor Zhu Lin Xiang would likely be scrutinized by the hundreds of golden core cultivators from the Minshan branch of the Yin-Yang sect in the days to come. Within the mission hall, after Yi Xiuwen and Su Hui took their leave, Li Chuan found himself the center of unprecedented adulation. Both acquaintances and strangers came to congratulate him, 100,000 contributions. Even if it were bestowed upon a mere dog, it could still achieve qi refinement. With Li Chuan's foundation establishment already a foregone conclusion in everyone's eyes, he was inevitably subject to both overt and subtle flattery. As for the matter of his settlement reward being doubled for the coming year, apart from a few, such as Johan, He, and Zhaoming Xian, who recognized Li Chuan's prowess in locating spirit plants, the others largely dismissed it as mere embellishment. They likely did not realize that the 100,000 contribution points were merely a garnish. The true highlight was the doubling of the settlement reward. After the initial excitement subsided, Mo Xiangling dismissed the crowd, leaving only Li Chuan and herself in the room. Junior brother, having encountered such a joyous occasion today, we ought to celebrate. Mo Xiangling suddenly threw herself into Li Chuan's embrace, reaching to undo his belt. Smack! Li Chuan irritatedly swatted her hand away, pushing her face back with little regard, admonishing, Stop being so forward. Do you still want my help in finding spirit plants? It was no small resolve that he mustered to push Mo Xiangling away so decisively. Mo Xiangling, appearing aggrieved, replied, Sister merely wishes for junior brother to be in good spirits while searching for spirit plants. After all, finding spirit plants is both exhausting and arduous. How can it be blamed on sister? The exaggerated mannerisms made Li Chuan's eyelids twitch, and he turned away without looking back. Quickly arranged for someone to supervise. I want to head to the 43rd small world right now. He feared that if he lingered any longer, he would end up delaying his plans for the day. Junior brother, don't be anxious. I haven't finished speaking yet. Mo Xiangling quickly regained her composure and called out to him. Little did she know, this swift change in demeanor only served to captivate Li Chuan further. Feigning firmness, Li Chuan responded. Speak quickly. He did not turn around, but Mo Xiangling stepped in front of him, her stunning face mere inches away, asking, Do you have any plans, junior brother? Li Chuan, puzzled, replied, Do you have a plan? Had she already schemed against the sect leader? Was she intent on employing other means to ensnare him? Such audacity seemed rather excessive. Some individuals were never satisfied. Mo Xiangling stated, I inquired with whom Min Shiji, It appears that you have an exceptional knack for discovering spirit plants, as if you could detect them at a glance. Therefore, the only factor currently limiting your efficiency is your flying speed. Spirit plants are scarce. It is considered fortunate to find one or two after traversing several mountain ranges. The time consumed in flying severely hampers your efficiency. Have you thought of a solution? Upon hearing this, Li Chuan first pinched Mo Xiangling's face, thinking that she was quite the investigator behind his back. Then he asked, "What solution do you propose?" Mo Xiangling was not wrong. Flying was indeed time-consuming, particularly when navigating through serpentine mountain ranges. While he could quickly identify where spirit plants were located, it did not grant him the ability to survey an entire mountain range at a glance. He still had to fly in closer. Oh, junior brother, let go. She pouted, rubbing her face. Sister was not investigating you. I merely spoke with Humin Shiji the other day, and O Xiangling wriggled free from Li Chuan's grip, playfully chastising. Why did you pinch me so hard? Clearly, Humin had shared quite a bit with her. You know about flying boats. She asked Li Chuan. Flying boats? In Li Chuan's mind, a fleeting glimpse of radiant light flickered across the night sky. It was the first time he had encountered a flying vessel. He had scarcely glimpsed its form before it vanished into the distance. The astonishing speed at which it departed left an indelible impression on him. He had initially anticipated that Mo Xiangling would recommend a technique to enhance his speed, but he was surprised to learn it would be a flying vessel instead. The flying vessel is arguably the pinnacle of auxiliary treasures for cultivators. Boasting an extraordinary velocity, complemented by protective formations, effectively merging offense and defense. However, its exorbitant cost renders it unattainable for the average practitioner. Within the Minshan branch, it seems that only those in the core formation stage consider purchasing flying vessels. And even then, not everyone opts to acquire one. This is due to the fact that flying vessels not only carry a hefty price tag, but also demand a staggering amount of spirit stones for each use. Most individuals prioritize investing resources to elevate their cultivation levels at first. M. O. Xiangling remarked, with the assistance of a flying vessel, junior brother, your speed in acquiring spiritual plants will increase several-fold. Not only will you offset the vessel's consumption, but you will also profit immensely. Li Chuan inquired, Sister, how much contribution is required for the Yin-Yang sect's flying vessels? Mo Xiangling replied, the most affordable, low-grade mundane vessel requires a contribution of at least 200. 000. Mundane grade? Li Chuan questioned. Isn't it tiered as level 1 or 2? Mo Xiangling explained, flying vessels differ from other treasures. They do not share a common tier system. The tiers for flying vessels are Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, Yellow, Human, and Mundane, totaling 6 levels. Even a low-grade mundane vessel, in the hands of a core formation cultivator, can achieve nearly double the speed of their flying sword. In your case, it would enhance your usual speed by at least tenfold. Li Chuan felt a surge of excitement, though he realized he might not possess sufficient contributions. With the recent addition of 100,000, he barely reached 170,000. It appeared he would need to acquire more contributions first. Mo Xiangling seemed to sense his thoughts and smiled, saying, Junior brother, are you concerned about contributions? Don't worry. I will help you gather what you need. Sister, you intend to lend me? Li Chuan was taken aback. In principle, the Yin-Yang sect does not endorse such actions. However, Mo Xiangling confidently asserted, Junior brother, you underestimate me. It's no difficulty to advance you 2,000 or 3,000 contributions. Very well. Once again taking advantage of the sect. He thought, this practice is even less supported in principle. Yet, who could blame Mo Xiangling for her audacity? This was not her first time bending the rules. Li Chuan promptly handed his contribution token to Mo Xiangling, who skillfully manipulated it. And when he received it back, he was nearly taken aback. 300,000 contributions. Why so much? He exclaimed, utterly dumbfounded. What happened to the 2,000 or 3,000? The privilege seemed to be misused. Mo Xiangling, feigning innocence, remarked, Oh dear, junior brother, are you startled? I too was taken aback. I didn't expect to be so bold. Li Chuan shook his head in disbelief. All right, I acknowledge your prowess. He turned to leave. Now I shall head to the treasure pavilion to purchase the flying vessel. Sister, you go arrange for supervision at the enforcement hall. Coincidentally, he intended to procure the protective armor as well. Mo Xiangling walked beside him, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Go ahead, junior brother. The treasure pavilion is indeed a splendid place. Her smile sent a ripple through Li Chuan's heart. Just as they exited the room, he suddenly gritted his teeth, wrapped an arm around Mo Xiangling's waist, and pulled her back with a resounding thud. The door closed behind them. When the door reopened, Mo Xiangling emerged, radiating a bright smile. She turned back to Li Chuan, playfully urging, Junior brother, do hurry. Don't dawdle. Understood, Li Chuan replied, his expression a stormy shade of blue. His face, neck, and hands were all tinged with the same hue. Yet surprisingly, his spirits were high. The reason? The seemingly blue skin was merely the result of the cold. Even speaking now exuded an icy chill. He stood in a room for a while, akin to waiting for ice to melt, before finally departing. Brother son, I apologize. It seems I will be delayed in visiting you. He silently expressed his regrets to Sun Huaijin. He had intended to see Sun Huaijin and Ning Shiro in a few days, but it appeared that would have to be postponed. Fortunately, his somewhat stiff body did not hinder his sword flight. Soon, he arrived at the treasure pavilion. The establishment was bustling, as disciples of the sect came to purchase or repair treasures, ensuring a steady stream of customers. The treasure pavilion was not particularly large, spanning only a few hundred square meters. Whether it be treasures for the Qi refining, foundation establishment, or core formation stages, all could be found here. The disciples serving in this venue had been meticulously selected, with male disciples exuding refinement and female disciples embodying grace. After all, this place allowed for a decent commission, making it a lucrative spot for accruing contributions within the Yin-Yang sect. Upon entering the treasure pavilion, Li Chuan scanned the surroundings and approached a nearby counter devoid of patrons. Behind the counter stood a female disciple, her gentle smile illuminating the space. She stood poised and elegant, resembling a finely crafted sculpture. It must be said that the treasure pavilion maintained exceptionally stringent standards for the demeanor of its disciples. Brother, what treasure do you seek? Greeted Lu Yao sweetly upon noticing Li Chuan's approach. Internally, she harbored some confusion, as her responsibilities pertained to treasures for the foundation establishment stage. Given Li Chuan's cultivation at the 4th level of Qi refining, he should have no need for such items. This was not a case of superficial judgment. In the realm of cultivation, appearance often correlates with strength. After all, few powerful practitioners, male or female, are not exceptionally handsome or beautiful. Especially among female cultivators, beauty often reflects both strength and potential. Lu Yao herself, despite currently being at the 1st level of Qi refining, stood at the forefront of her peers in both appearance and skin quality, thanks to her regular purchases of spirit skin pills. In the world of cultivation, it was rare for female cultivators to forego such purchases. Lu Yao had secured her position in the treasure pavilion by outperforming her peers last year, and due to her outstanding performance. She had progressed from selling Qi refining treasures to handling those for the foundation establishment stage. 1 could say her prowess among those selling foundation establishment treasures was the least impressive. Yet this also implied her exceptional service. I wish to acquire a flying vessel, Li Chuan stated directly. Lu Yao felt her heart flutter, quickly suppressing her emotions before stepping out from behind the counter to guide him. Brother, please follow me. The flying vessels are located upstairs. Logically, a cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refining like Li Chuan should not be able to afford a flying vessel. However, under the strict guidelines of the treasure pavilion, she did not express her reservations and continued to lead him. Internally, she felt quite pleased, for typically, even if Li Chuan lacked the means to purchase a flying vessel, his willingness to inquire suggested a formidable financial standing. Even at the Qi refining stage, Li Chuan followed Lu Yao. He was enveloped in a fragrant breeze, a uniquely youthful scent. Judging by her appearance, Lu Yao was quite young, exuding an air of feigned maturity. Li Chuan couldn't help but marvel at the abundance of beauty within the Yin-Yang sect. If he hadn't just departed from Mo Xiangling, he might have found himself captivated, just as he was lost in thought. Lu Yao halted abruptly at the staircase's corner, turning back to him. Brother, be cautious. The stairs are steep. Shall I assist you? How absurd! He was a cultivator at the Qi refining stage, and he hardly needed help navigating a simple staircase. Moreover, Why hadn't she offered assistance when they first ascended? However, he soon realized something was amiss. Lu Yao was inching closer toward him. This, Li Chuan glanced back, only to realize that they had indeed slipped out of the sight of others. Goodness, how brazen! A sudden thought struck him as he recalled the meaningful smile of Mo Xiangling when he had departed earlier. That was the nature of her smile. Mo Xiangling was so astute. Could it be that she had once served here? It was quite possible, as this place offered substantial contributions for selling magical artifacts, attracting many outstanding disciples. But he then remembered the time he had come here with Chu Mengyu, who had guided him to the counter designated for male disciples. Goodness, Chu Mengyu had truly led him astray. She had taken him to find his junior sisters or senior sisters, perhaps fearing he would spend too much here. How considerate of her! Li Chuan secretly resolved to take some time to settle the score with Chu Mengyu for depriving him of such a splendid opportunity. Why is your body so cold? Senior brother? Lu Yao exclaimed, startled by the chill that emanated from Li Chuan. However, she did not immediately release her grip. Instead, she continued to hold on to him, expressing her concern. Senior brother, let me take you for a medicinal bath to dispel the cold from your body. A medicinal bath? Li Chuan was utterly astonished, but he hadn't purchased anything yet. Lu Yao replied, your health is paramount. The cold is harmful, and it must be treated promptly, regardless of whether you have bought anything. With that, she supported Li Chuan as they hurried upstairs toward a room that Li Chuan was in awe. The service at the Yin Yang sect's magical artifact pavilion was truly exceptional. Upon noticing his poor health, they immediately offered him a medicinal bath. Was this service complimentary? Despite having yet to spend his contributions, he felt that they were worth it. Little did he know that at the moment she helped him. Lu Yao's mind was racing with countless thoughts. If he were an ordinary disciple, let alone a medicinal bath, he wouldn't even be given a discount on purchases. Yet Lu Yao had sensed not only the coldness from Li Chuan, but also an overwhelming amount of Yin energy. She quickly deduced its origin. Just from this alone, she concluded that Li Chuan must be quite affluent. After all, her senior sisters were more pragmatic. Male disciples lacking in strength and spirit stones would hardly attract their attention. If Li Chuan lacked strength, he certainly possessed spirit stones. Thus, she had arranged for his medicinal bath. Even if she was mistaken, it was merely a few dozen spirit stones, a sum she could easily afford. However, if she was right, by treating Li Chuan well, he would likely return to her for future purchases, ensuring her a steady income. It must be said that her promotion from the first-tier magical artifact area to the second tier was due to her keen insight and boldness. The second floor consisted of interconnected private rooms arranged in a circle. Each room had a window, allowing a view of various magical artifacts suspended within a formation, should anyone require a closer look. The responsible disciples would use incantations to summon the relevant artifacts. This was not an auction house, thus the meticulous arrangement seemed rather excessive to Li Chuan. However, he soon understood the rationale behind the private rooms upon catching a glimpse of the activities occurring in the adjacent room. He couldn't help but marvel. This truly was the Yin Yang sect. Their grandeur was remarkable. For once, Li Chuan found himself acting as a paragon of virtue. Not that he hadn't always been one. After soaking in the medicinal bath and alleviating some of his coldness, he boldly presented his contribution token, spending 200,000 contributions to purchase the cheapest flying boat. This delighted Lu Yao immensely. She had thought Li Chuan was affluent, but she hadn't anticipated that he could actually afford a flying boat. This was a delightful surprise, ensuring her commission would leave her hands sore from counting. As Li Chuan prepared to leave, Lu Yao lingered, lamenting the lack of a deeper connection with him. Enough of this. Don't act like a lovesick fool, he thought, unable to bear the wistful gaze she cast his way, and hastily departed. This junior sister was far too adept at charming others. It was merely a purchase of a magical artifact. There was no need to make it seem as though they were a couple. Although he knew it was all just a performance, he found it difficult to refuse her advances that, in truth, he had intended to buy both the flying boat and a protective armor on this visit. However, after encountering Lu Yao, he had changed his mind, opting to buy everything this time. What would he need next time? The spirit plant small world posed little danger to him, especially now that he had secured a flying boat. Even foundation building cultivators wouldn't pose a threat to him. There was no need to rush. With the flying boat, Li Chuan vanished in an instant. It was exhilarating to fly at such speed for the first time, nearly causing him to shout in excitement. Along the way, countless disciples cast envious glances his way. However, the consumption of the flying boat was not something an ordinary disciple could easily bear. The journey from the sect to the 43rd small world consumed a staggering 1 spirit stone. This was with the boat solely carrying him and operating at a regular speed. It was hard to imagine how many spirit stones would be consumed if the 4-meter boat were filled to capacity and flown at full speed. Upon arriving at the 43rd small world, Mo Xiangling was already there, accompanied by the supervisory personnel from the task hall and the law enforcement hall, each sending 2 representatives. That Mo Xiangling had been quite thoughtful, as Li Chuan did not recognize any of the 4 supervisors. They had never crossed paths before. Amidst the astonished, envious, and respectful gazes of the onlookers, Li Chuan brought the flying boat to a halt. He exchanged his Qingquan bag with the supervisors and transferred his magical artifacts and spirit stones into the new bag. The supervisors then checked for any other storage items on him before agreeing to meet again in 10 days. Having completed all necessary procedures, Li Chuan unhesitatingly flew towards the 43rd small world, and Mo Xiangling led the 4 supervisors away. Once inside the small world, Li Chuan fully embraced his liberation, eagerly piling spirit stones onto the flying boat's formation, pushing its speed to the maximum. After experiencing a thrilling rush, he transitioned into a work mindset. It soon proved that having a flying boat significantly multiplied his efficiency. Of course, there was a downside. Navigating the flying boat while searching for spirit plants was an arduous task. He had to focus intently on both piloting the vessel and observing the surrounding terrain, which drained his energy significantly. This was the essence of the phrase, suffering yet finding joy. Indeed, to reap rewards, one must endure hardships beyond the ordinary. That Li Chuan was prepared to endure the trials of the coming year, intending to consume all of the hardships meant for the next decade in one go. According to his new plan, he believed that after this year of hard work, he would become a great domain master, specifically tasked with overseeing small worlds. That night, Li Chuan lay sprawled on his new flying boat, gazing up at the moon, nearly moved to tears. That it had been so long since he had worked to such extremes. He murmured to himself, gradually drifting off into sleep. Throughout the day, he had dedicated all his energy to seeking spirit plants. Due to the flying boat's incredible speed, he had no time to ponder. He simply continued his diligent search. The spirit stone consumption for that day was tremendous, nearly 200 spirit stones. However, the harvest was equally astounding. Before he knew it, 10 days had passed. Li Chuan lounged lazily on the flying boat as he approached the entrance to the 34th small world. His spirit planting technique had leveled up once more, drawing him ever closer to the next tier. Spirit planting technique. Level 1, 616 Level 1 Spirit Plant Identification. Level 10 Level 1 Spirit Soil Identification. Level 10 Level 1 Spirit Seed Cultivation. Level 10 Level 1 Spirit Planting. Level 10 at the exit of the 43rd small world. Mo Xiangling awaited the supervisors with eager anticipation. In truth, only she was truly anxious. The supervisors hardly regarded Li Chuan's spirit plant digging endeavors as significant. Over the past few days, news of Li Chuan's status as an external rogue cultivator had spread through the outer sect. Upon learning this, their expectations for him diminished considerably. It wasn't that they looked down upon rogue cultivators. They simply did look down upon rogue cultivators. Here he comes. With Mo Xiangling's words, the 4 supervising disciples immediately perked up. Although they had not valued Li Chuan, they certainly did not underestimate this matter. Someone swiftly produced a recording stone to document Li Chuan's arrival. "Junior brother, you've worked hard." Mo Xiangling rarely inquired about their well-being, her intoxicating voice making the 4 recording disciples glance her way, captivated by her presence. "What are you staring at? Focus on your work," she admonished, her tone lacking the gentleness that Li Chuan often displayed. Yet, despite her sternness, no one felt discontent. A breathtaking fairy always commanded privileges. "Senior sister, you've hit the jackpot," Li Chuan chuckled, halting the flying vessel to hand the Qingquan bag to the supervising disciple. Mo Xiangling sweetly replied, "Oh, it's all thanks to the sect and my junior brothers." As the supervising disciple accepted the Qinquan bag from Li Chuan, he secretly chuckled to himself, wondering how many spiritual plants could be gathered in just 10 days. Questioning whether Mo Xiangling had ever encountered spiritual plants before, Mo Xiangling was indeed kind, refraining from mocking him. However, when he glanced into the Qinquan bag, his eyes widened at the sight of it stuffed to the brim with spiritual plants. How is this possible? He exclaimed in disbelief. He had only seen such quantities in the spiritual plant repository. What is the matter? Asked the other 3 supervising disciples, puzzled. What did you see? As they prepared to investigate, Mo Xiangling interjected, let us head back to the mission hall first. Without further ado, she flew onto Li Chuan's vessel. Li Chuan shot her an exasperated glance. You really know how to hitch a ride. The supervising disciple clutched the Qinquan bag tightly, somewhat dazed as he followed. The other 3 supervising disciples looked on in confusion. Their curiosity piqued. Seated in the vessel, they found it to be not overly cramped. Though it lacked rooms, resembling a small boat, the vessel swiftly arrived at the mission hall, where Mo Xiangling led them to her office. The other 3 supervising disciples could hardly contain themselves, eagerly snatching the Qinquan bag from their companion. Heavens, how is there so much? One exclaimed, is it really that much? Let me see. This. No way, is this a joke? The last supervising disciple froze upon receiving the Qinquan bag. All right, let us pour it out and start counting. Mo Xiangling commanded the fort to avoid any risk. She refrained from touching the Qinquan bag, though her heart was anything but calm. When the spiritual plants were poured out, a mound taller than a person emerged, predominantly consisting of spiritual herbs, followed by spiritual flowers, and then spiritual trees. So much. Mo Xiangling's eyes sparkled, and she turned to affectionately approach Li Chuan, only to find him sound asleep on her soft couch. Mo Xiangling was momentarily taken aback, realizing how exhausted he must have been over the past 10 days. As she gazed at his peacefully slumbering face, she found him utterly endearing. She wondered how others would react if they knew her thoughts. Would they scold her awake, insisting she had just acquired a mountain of spiritual plants worth at least 100,000? Quick, start counting. She turned, instantly adopting a stern demeanor, urging the 4 supervising disciples to tally her newfound treasures. Mo, senior sister, did Li Chuan really gather all of this by himself? One of the supervising disciples asked incredulously. Mo Xiangling huffed. What else? Did you think I helped him? Her anger made the disciple shrink back. Hastily shaking his head, no. I just can't fathom how one person could gather so many spiritual plants in 10 days. Mo Xiangling retorted sharply. If you understood, you'd be able to gather just as many. Enough with the nonsense. Start counting. Yes, Mo senior sister, we'll get right on it, the disciple responded, near tears at her sternness. But you were just so gentle a moment ago. The 2 supervising disciples exchanged sympathetic glances, knowing all too well that, despite Mo Xiangling's seemingly amiable demeanor, anyone who defied her in a mission hall faced dire consequences. Some had left with their spirit stones entirely depleted, even incurring debts to the hall. Thus, no one dared question Mo Xiangling's authority. Those who did were surely courting trouble. The task of counting primarily fell to the disciples of the mission hall. However, it wasn't long before they encountered difficulties, as many of the spiritual plants were unfamiliar to them. Only Mo Xiangling could identify some of them. Surprisingly, she too found a few she did not recognize. Ultimately, they decided to set aside the known plants and leave the unknown ones for later consultation with Li Chuan. In this endeavor, Li Chuan had shown great consideration for Mo Xiangling, exclusively gathering useful spiritual plants while avoiding useless or harmful ones. After a flurry of activity, nearly 2 hours slipped by. A large pile of known plants sat to one side, while a smaller stack of unfamiliar ones remained on the other. As Li Chuan slept, he sensed something brushing against his lips, jolting him awake. Startled, he pushed aside the face that loomed so closely. It was none other than Mo Xiangling. Senior sister, you nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought some dog was licking me, he grumbled. Mo Xiangling, beaming with mischief, teased, your mouth is quite sharp, dear brother. Let sister cure that. With that, she leaned in, her alluring lips nearing his. Get away, he coldly rebuffed her. The four supervising disciples stood by, wide-eyed, witnessing Mo Xiangling being so unceremoniously pushed aside, their hearts aching as if sliced into pieces. They had just seen their once dignified senior sister transform into a lovesick puppy, trying to rouse Li Chuan with affectionate gestures. Yet, instead of feeling honored, he had callously rejected her advances. Do you even realize who you're pushing away? This is our outer sect, genius senior sister. Once the most beautiful among the Qi refinement stage, the overseer of the mission hall, and a remarkable prodigy who reached the 10th level of Qi refinement in just 2 years, the supervising disciples felt a pang of heartache, lamenting that the one lounging on the couch was not themselves idle. Have you finished counting? Li Chuan yawned, stretching as he inquired, how much is there in total? Mo Xiangling replied, the total value of what we've counted amounts to over 90. 0 spirit stones and contributions. The rest are plants I cannot identify. I Chuan glanced at the small pile of unfamiliar plants and mockingly remarked, Senior sister, you truly are lacking. Mo Xiangling laughed. And you dare to say that? Are you not the one who frequently? Li Chuan promptly covered her mouth, cautioning her against speaking further. Enchantress, you're tempting me again. The four supervising disciples felt completely overlooked, witnessing the playful banter between Li Chuan and Mo Xiangling. In their eyes, it was not mere flirtation. It was the once untouchable senior sister, now shamelessly fawning over Li Chuan, who consistently returned her affections with indifference. They felt a surge of frustration. Damn that junior brother. Can Ti treat senior sister a little better? Please, just show her some kindness. Next, Li Chuan began naming the spiritual plants that Mo Xiangling did not recognize, prompting her to consult the spiritual plant exchange directory of the Yin-Yang sect. This directory was recorded on a small jade slip, containing records of millions of spiritual plants, showcasing the marvels of cultivation techniques. After a thorough comparison, the results finally emerged. With a quivering voice, Mo Xiangling announced, Junior brother, these spiritual plants can be exchanged for a total of 138,221 spirit stones and contributions. If doubled, that amounts to 276,442 spirit stones and contributions. I Chuan smiled and corrected her, senior sister. These are your spiritual plants. Mo Xiangling was so overwhelmed with joy that she seemed lost, laughing foolishly without restraint. The value of over 100,000 spirit stones and contributing spiritual plants was merely the beginning. In the future, there would be even more, and she could hardly contain her excitement, but a substantial pile of spirit stones filled a significant portion of the corner of the room. After collecting them, Li Chuan handed the contribution token to Mo Xiangling. Following a series of operations, Li Chuan's contribution soared to 251,343, a 250,000 contributions. The sum of over 100,000 contributions that Mo Xiangling had forcefully bestowed upon Li Chuan just 10 days prior now seemed trivial in comparison. Only a cultivator at the core formation stage could possibly amass such contributions, yet theirs were accumulated over a long period, unlike Li Chuan, who had achieved this in merely 10 days. The saying knowledge is equivalent to spirit stones materialized vividly at this moment. Only Li Chuan could accomplish this. Even a cultivator at the nascent soul or transformation stage would be incapable. One understood the spiritual plants of this world better than Li Chuan, who had now reached the pinnacle of spirit plant identification. After the exchange, Li Chuan did not rest. He was the type of person who could not stop once he began working. This time's earnings astounded him as well. Had it not been for Mo Xiangling urging him to purchase a flying boat, his gains would have been the usual nearly 20,000 spirit stones and contributions. Seizing the momentum, he immediately set off for the 43rd small world after settling accounts, with Mo Xiangling and the others following closely behind. However, on this occasion, a supervising disciple from the law enforcement hall suddenly proposed to accompany Li Chuan into the realm. Given the magnitude of the matter, they wished to witness it firsthand. Otherwise, it would be difficult to report back to the sect later. Li Chuan did not refuse, directly inviting them all, including Mo Xiangling, into the 43rd small world. Li Chuan accelerated to full speed, not even slowing down while making turns, causing quite a jolt for the 5 aboard the flying boat. Suddenly, the flying boat came to a halt, and with a swift motion, Li Chuan jumped off. Excavating a spiritual plant from the ground before the five on the boat could fully comprehend what was happening. How could junior brother Li Chuan be so fast? How did he know there were spiritual plants here? The four supervising disciples were utterly bewildered. Although Mo Xiangling had heard from Min about Li Chuan's speed in locating spiritual plants, witnessing his prowess firsthand left her equally astonished before they could gather their thoughts. The flying boat was already in motion again, continuing its flight. The group hurriedly produced recording stones to document the event. In the span of merely a few moments, Li Chuan unearthed over a dozen plants, leaving the others speechless with astonishment. Simultaneously, the rapid movements left them feeling dizzy and overwhelmed. Li Chuan's flying boat was not designed for human comfort.